The Beastmaster world is a parallel realm to Earth, where the focus is on beast taming rather than high technology. Everything from combat to daily life, and even work relies on beast companions. Therefore, becoming a Beastmaster is everyone's dream. Jiang Hao's dream is to become a powerful Beastmaster like his adoptive father, possessing a fierce beast companion. However, fate plays a trick on him. The beast he contracts is not a battle pet, but a weakling that doesn't even qualify as a working pet. But that's okay, he has a survival simulator that can enhance the attributes of his beast through simulation games and grant various bizarre skills, transforming a weakling into a fighting powerhouse, capable of defeating all kinds of beasts, monsters, and even divine beasts, fiercely retaliating against those who dare to mock him. Chapter 1. The Beastmaster World. Gay gay gay. Suddenly, a strange laugh echoed in the classroom. All eyes involuntarily turned to the back corner. There, a lean young man with a short, spiky hairstyle was laughing uncontrollably. His classmate, a chubby boy, felt embarrassed and pressured, nudging Jiang Hao with his elbow and whispering, "Brother Hao, Teacher Liao is coming." Smack! Out of reflex, Jiang Hao's action of closing his book was a bit too exaggerated. "Take it out." The cold tone betrayed her anger. "All right." Jiang Hao promptly handed over the closed book to the person in front of him, who was nominally his teacher but was actually his sister. He calmly watched her open the book. There was neither any inappropriate material nor any prohibited items unrelated to the class inside, so he wasn't worried about being checked. Liao Yunxiao flipped through the textbook without finding anything. Unable to suppress her anger, she glared at Jiang Hao, who, like all the poor students, enjoyed causing disruptions in class and disregarding classroom discipline, which was truly frustrating, especially when he liked to do all sorts of strange things in her class. She was teaching battle pet potential development and theory, speaking until her throat was dry. It was bad enough he didn't respect her, but at least he could refrain from sabotaging her and making her look foolish. However, her gaze frequently darted in his direction, and as long as Jiang Hao made the slightest move, she wouldn't hesitate to fulfill her duty as a teacher and give him a good lesson. Jiang Hao was indeed behaving, his eyes fixed on the blackboard. However, if one looked closely, they would see that his gaze had long since drifted, and his thoughts were far from the class. His mind was preoccupied with a serialized online novel about wilderness survival that he couldn't pull himself away from. The ego is awesome. Gay gay gay. Another round of strange laughter erupted, abruptly stopping as Jiang Hao realized something was off and hurriedly covered his mouth. As expected, Liao Yunxiao's eyes were ablaze, like an enraged mother dragon bearing its claw snow. It was a dragon. Behind her, a flame dragon king with a pair of fleshy wings opened its mouth wide, exuding a faintly ominous aura of destruction and burning everything in its path. Ding ding ding. The class bell rang just in time, saving Jiang Hao. Class dismissed. Phew. His thoughts went blank again, but this time not because he was reading a serialized novel. Last night, he had a strange dream where he entered a parallel world called Earth, which was vastly different from his Beastmaster world. The most significant difference was that this world revolved around beast taming, with combat, life, and work all relying on beast companions, lacking much high technology. Resembling a blend of ancient and modern times, in contrast, Earth was an atheistic civilization that believed in and relied solely on technological development. When he woke up, Jiang Hao discovered a strange device in his mind that resembled a phone. But it wasn't a phone, it was called a survival simulator. IT had a particularly bizarre function called simulation modification. The simulation modification function could alter the attributes and skills of his beast companion, but to use it, he had to conduct a survival simulation. As long as the beast completed tasks and survived within the stipulated time, the simulation would be successful. Failure would result in a loss of attribute points or skill points. This was no ordinary simulator, it was undoubtedly a cheat device. He wondered if this thing was related to the dream he had last night. How did it appear in his mind? Would it cause unnecessary harm to him? But none of that mattered. He was someone who adapted easily and had a strong capacity for acceptance. Taking advantage of class time to fiddle with the survival simulator, he quickly discovered that he could simulate browsing knowledge online like people on Earth. However, for a poor student like him, this was irrelevant. What interested him most were those imaginative online novels and videos. He had never encountered such fascinating things before, and before he knew it, he was lost in them, embodying the phrase, not doing what is right. His classmate, a chubby boy named Guo Dunding, was just as his name suggested, honest and simple. His only friend and partner in crime was Jiang Hao, who liked to call him Fat Dunding. Naturally, someone who sat next to Jiang Hao wouldn't be a model student. Jiang Hao dared to rank second to last in their class, and Dunding boldly claimed the last place. He didn't care whether the other understood or not. Jiang Hao wore a face of despair. Outsiders didn't know his relationship with Liao Yunxiao, but that didn't mean he wasn't afraid of that mother dragon. Liao Yunxiao was not only a teacher at this war academy. At 25 years old, she was also one of the top 10 extraordinary masters in the country and the youngest. Extraordinary master. Although her rank was low, she had already inspired countless people to look up to her. Her beast companion was the Red Flame Dragon King, which would spit fire at the slightest provocation. The Flame Dragon King resembled the dragons of the Western world, capable of flying and breathing fire, with a bad temper and a strength that had reached the extraordinary realm. But we agreed to go to the club to have fun. Today is your birthday. It's a rare occasion for me to splurge and celebrate for you. Missing out would be a lifelong regret. As for going to the office, he had long since thrown that thought aside. The two linked arms and stepped out of the academy, chatting and laughing as they headed towards the nearest club. However, less than 100 meters into their walk, Jiang Hao felt a surge of killing intent approaching from behind. Instinctively lowering his head, before he could react further, a chilling gust of wind rushed toward the back of his neck, and something firmly grabbed the collar of his shirt, followed by a swift cloud-dancing disappearance from Fat Dunding's sight. Fat Dunding. Where did he go? Leaving him alone in the wind, bewildered. Ah! Jiang Hao screamed, and soon, a vast estate appeared beneath his feet. In the center of the estate stood a massive castle, the Dragon Fortress. To the entrance of the estate, Jiang Hao was unceremoniously dropped from several meters high. Another round of screams. Stop screaming, or I'll make your birthday a day of mourning. Do you believe me? No way, no way. Jiang Hao quickly shut his mouth, enduring the excruciating pain as he scrambled to his feet. Entering the grand hall of the castle, the decorations inside were extremely luxurious, with exquisite furniture arranged perfectly, exuding elegance without losing grandeur. The marble floor was covered with a precious carpet, and overhead hung a massive crystal chandelier, beneath which was a long dining table. At the head of the table sat a stern elderly man with a full head of white hair and beard. He was over 230 years old. Despite his white hair and beard, the old man didn't look aged at all, appearing vigorous enough to live for several more decades. This is the most magical aspect of being a beast master, the ability to share life with their beast companions. This person is Long Zun, the master of Longzhong Fort. Long Zun has never married in his life, but has adopted 5 children, among whom are Liao Yunxiao and Jiang Hao. Sitting in the lower left position of Long Zun is his elder brother, Long Yun, who holds the same status as Liao Yunxiao and is ranked among the top 10 extraordinary masters of Xinzhou Nation. The strength of Xinzhou Nation can be considered a moderately strong country in the Beastmaster world, with countries like Chaya Nation, Wanshou Nation, Songling Nation, Beihai Nation, and Namen Nation above it. These countries all have at least one saint-level powerhouse, and it's needless to say that they have even more extraordinary masters. It is a recognized fact that without a saint-level powerhouse, a nation cannot be considered a major power. Without a saint-level powerhouse, other countries can bully you however they want. However, the total area of all these countries accounts for less than 1% of the Beastmaster world, while the remaining 99% belongs to the Forbidden Zones. For humans, in the face of these Forbidden Zones, human nations are like younger brothers. It is said that some Forbidden Zones may very likely contain the legendary mythical beasts. Chapter 2. Weak Chicken Beast Pet. The old man saw that everyone had arrived and nodded, saying, "Let's eat." A group of young ladies dressed in sexy maid outfits began to serve the dishes. Jiang Hao sat up straight, observing with a focused gaze, occasionally stealing glances until his foot was stepped on hard, causing him to grimace and glare at the girl across from him, feeling angry but unable to voice it. The girl revealed her playful little tiger teeth, her big, mischievous eyes squinting into crescent moons. She was clearly adorable, but seemed to have a teasing undertone. After the meal, as the sexy maid ladies cleared the plates, Long Zun finally spoke for the second time. "Today is your 17th birthday, celebrated by all 3 of you on the same day, and it is also your coming-of-age ceremony for contracting beast pets. As your father, I have prepared a special gift for each of you." With that, he waved his hand. Soon, 5 maid ladies brought 5 trays covered with red cloth to Long Zun. But what was inside could not be seen. Long Zun continued, "Luck is also a form of strength. Inside these 5 trays are keys to 5 rooms. Each of you will choose one. The contracting ceremony has already been prepared for you. Now please choose." Jiang Hao rushed to the front of the maids, declaring, "I'm the oldest, I'll go first." The girl who was a step slower pouted in dissatisfaction, saying, "Third brother is being unfair. He doesn't understand respect for elders and love for the young." I wish you'd get a weak chicken beast pet, Heh, crow's mouth. Jiang Hao looked at the 5 trays, hesitating over which one to choose. Although he was the first to pick and had the largest selection range, the probability of choosing a good beast pet was still 1 in 5. Eventually, he chose the one in the middle, whether from left to right or right to left. At least the middle option could preserve his chances, hoping his luck wouldn't be too bad. Comforting himself, Jiang Hao happily took the key to room 3 and left. Standing at the door of room 3, Jiang Hao felt both excited and anxious, like opening a blind box, until the moment he opened it. No one knew whether a surprise or a scare awaited inside. With my handsome looks, my luck shouldn't be too bad. May the heavens bless me. I don't ask for a future of wealth or lavish meals, just to have no worries about food and clothing, and not to be bullied by my mother, the Tyrannosaurus. After making his wish, Jiang Hao confidently opened the door. Inside the room was just a table with an egg on it, beside which lay a small knife. The color and size of the egg gave him an ominous feeling. Could it be that Russell S. Crowe's mouth really came true? Murmuring to himself, Jiang Hao closed the door. He wasn't giving up. What if he could hatch a phoenix from this egg? The egg was engraved with a 6-pointed star pattern. The method for contracting a beast pet was simple. He just needed to drop his blood on the pattern and silently recite the contracting spirit. Whether he could become a beast master depended on this opportunity. A beast master could only contract one beast pet in their lifetime, because successfully contracting a beast pet would open a related beast pet space, where they could store their beast pet. Maintaining a beast pet space required a vast amount of energy from the beast master. Maintaining one was already their limit. He picked up the small knife and cut his finger, letting his bright red blood drop onto the egg. He began to silently recite the contracting spirit over and over again. Half an hour passed, and just when Jiang Hao thought the ceremony would fail, the eggshell cracked. But so did his hopes. Cheep, cheep, cheep. Suddenly, a sharp little chick's cry echoed throughout the room, but to Jiang Hao, it sounded like thunder rolling in his mind. Impossible to ignore. A voice kept telling him this was not the sound of a phoenix. It was a chick. It was a chicken. It was just a chicken. Haha. It's a chicken. My beast pet is actually a weak chicken. Jiang Hao nearly went crazy. Another half hour passed, and a dejected Jiang Hao pushed the door open. Cheep, cheep, cheep. Right behind him, a fluffy little chick followed closely, tripping over itself as it waddled forward. Hearing the sounds, everyone turned to look. When they saw the little chick by Jiang Hao's feet, they burst into laughter. Ha! A clingy little chick. Liao Yunxiao's voice rang out mercilessly, completely disregarding her ladylike image. Soon, everyone was laughing. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Ha! The relentless mockery did not break Jiang Hao. Only Long Zun looked at Jiang Hao with sympathy, comforting him. Hao, your luck is truly poor. I originally only prepared 4 gifts, but at the last minute, I decided to grab a chicken egg from the kitchen to include. Jiang Hao felt as though his blood tank had been instantly emptied. Lying on his bed, Jiang Hao's mind was blank. What he wanted most was a battle pet. Even just a support type would do. However, things did not go as he wished. What could a weak chicken that could only be eaten do? Nothing at all. What could be more disheartening than this? Cheep, cheep, cheep. The little chick followed its owner into the room, only to find that its owner was ignoring it. Thinking it was too small for its master to see, it began to squawk to attract attention. In response, Jiang Hao snapped, "Shut up, just stay over there. You're so noisy. Do you believe I'll make chicken soup?" The little chick? It shrank timidly in the corner, at a loss. Unable to think clearly, Jiang Hao fell asleep in a daze. In his dreams, the only thing that still lifted his spirits was the survival simulator. Opening the survival simulator, suddenly, a voice rang in his mind, waking him up. Ding! Beast pet detected. Beast pet owner Jiang Hao. Beast pet unnamed, little hen. No realm. Combat power 1. Attribute points 0. Skill points 0. Attribute values. Strength 1, increases attack power. Stamina 1, increases life force. Defense 1, increases defense. Agility 1, increases speed. Critical rate 0, increases critical chance. Critical hit 0, increases damage bonus. No skills. A screen popped up in front of him. With this survival simulator, he could not only check his beast pet's information, but also view others' beast pet's information. This was incredibly convenient. Ding! Beast pet detected. Would you like to officially start the beast pet survival simulation game? Seeing the attributes of 1s and 0s, Jiang Hao rolled his eyes, nearly passing out. The weak chicken beast pet was indeed living up to its name. Wait, the survival simulator. How could he forget such an important cheat tool? This thing was very mysterious. But right now he couldn't care less. At that moment, the prompt sound rang again. Ding! Beast pet detected. Would you like to officially start the beast pet survival simulation game? Without hesitation, Jiang Hao chose yes. The next second, ding! Character lock successful. Beast pet owner Jiang Hao. Do you want to lead your pet hen into the survival simulation game? Before the game starts, please select a survival mode. Modes available: Easy, normal, hard, very hard, insane. Hell, this was simply too user-friendly. He chose easy. As with the little hen's pathetic strength, it seemed there was no choice but to go for the easiest mode. Please select a game type. Soon, a plethora of game icons appeared on the survival simulator. Jiang Hao recognized that these were all online games developed by Earthlings. He randomly clicked on an egg pet icon. Immediately afterward, welcome to the demon prison. The world of the demon prison will be more exciting with you. Now you can take your pet and join the adventure. Good luck. Jiang Hao felt a rush of excitement as beautiful music played in his ears. He looked down and found he was left with only his underwear and the broken knife in his hand. Could this thing kill monsters? Shouldn't he change to a better weapon? Glancing around the unfamiliar game world, Jiang Hao saw a sexy lady standing under a dilapidated thatched hut, and he hurriedly ran over with the little hen at his feet. Welcome, adventurer. What do you need? Jiang Hao replied, I need to change my weapon. It seemed he had touched on some knowledge blind spot, or perhaps he wasn't polite enough. So he began to circle around the sexy lady, hoping to trigger some hidden point or hint, but the outcome was predictable. Chapter 3, The Weak Chicken Among Fighting Chickens. Forget it. It turned out to be an emotionless character. Jiang Hao left with his little hen in disappointment. Damn, is this a joke? Who designed such a complicated map? It made me run all over the city for nothing. At the city gate, there were 2 well-equipped guards, looking at the weapons and gear in their hands. And then at his own torn pants and broken knife, he felt increasingly frustrated. Not far from the city gate, Jiang Hao saw a deer-headed monster also stumbling around with a broken knife. As he approached, the monster's information popped up in front of him. Deer-horn beast. Level 1. HP 180. Seeing that it was only level 1, Jiang Hao praised the planner for being considerate of newbies. He eagerly rushed in front of the deer-horn beast, picked up his broken knife, and stabbed at it. The little hen at his feet also excitedly pecked at the monster's foot, and instantly, Jiang Hao saw 2 big 10 damage values pop up above the deer-horn beast's head. Why is it so little? Did the survival simulator adjust the monsters? Before Jiang Hao could swing his knife a second time, the deer-horn beast swung its weapon and hit him right in the face. It hurts. This injury experience is too real. It really has been adjusted. Even the sensations are so realistic. What was even more infuriating was that it hit him in the face. Although he knew this was a survival simulation game, Jiang Hao still crouched down to protect his face while swinging his broken knife towards the monster's legs. The deer-horn beast was completely unfazed, landing blow after blow on Jiang Hao's back. I can't take it anymore. After being hit a few times, Jiang Hao finally couldn't withstand it and ran a few meters away, instantly escaping the deer-horn beast's attack range. The deer-horn beast, having lost its target, mercilessly swung its weapon at the little hen on the ground. Cluck! Jiang Hao only had time to hear a tragic cry. And then the survival simulator's prompt sounded. Beast pet has died. Game over. Jiang Hao. That's it. No game experience at all. 1-star review. He looked at the little hen's stats. Everything else was fine, but its stamina had dropped from 1 to 0, a total loss. Forget it. Let's try again, for now. I can only rely on myself. After enduring 45 blows from the deer-horn beast, it was finally defeated. With a loud thud, the deer-horn beast fell to the ground. Following that, a beam of light shot out from the little hen. Ding! Congratulations. Your beast pet's little hen has significantly increased its combat power. Beast pet owner, Jiang Hao. Beast pet, unnamed little hen. Realm, none. Affinity, 60. Combat power, 11. Attribute points, 5. Skill points, 5. Strength, 1. Stamina, 1. Defense, 1. Agility, 1. Critical hit rate, 0. Critical strike, 0. Skills, none. After killing the deer-horn beast, the little hen's attributes improved significantly, with combat power increasing by 10 points, gaining 5 attribute points and skill points, and even an additional affinity. The skill points were clearly for upgrading skills, which the little hen had not yet learned, so they could be ignored. The attribute points were valuable. Most remarkably, the little hen on the ground had grown noticeably larger. At this rate, it might turn into a dinosaur chicken. How terrifying. But he liked it. With this survival simulator, who says a work pet can't become a combat pet? Now the question was, how should he allocate the points? His little hen was neither a combat pet nor a support-type pet, much less an agile one. Its attack power was weak, defense was poor, speed was lacking, basically a total loser. Having a great pet was beyond his reach, but having a lousy one was frustrating. Now that he had the chance to change his pet's fate, he had 3 options to choose from. First, a pure strength type, focusing on increasing attack power. Second, a defensive type, becoming a pure meat chicken, increasing stamina and defense, wearing the opponent down. Lastly, an agile type, fast enough to fly, leaving others in the dust. However, after much thought, he came up with a 4th option. First increase strength, then add agility. This way, he could boost attack power and run fast. Even if he couldn't win, he could escape to save his life. The key was to catch others off guard. Seeing his pet was just a little hen, their first reaction would surely be laughter, and then he could deliver a fatal blow when their guard was down. Thinking this way, he suddenly felt capable again. Soon, he allocated 4 of the 5 attribute points to strength and 1 to agility. With 5 points in strength, he believed the little hen's damage would significantly increase in the next battle. Jiang Hao looked at the newly revitalized little hen and eagerly found his second deer-horn beast. Picking up his broken knife and launching an attack with fierce intent. 808080 under the little hen's frenzied pecking. For 50 damage values popped up above the deer-horn beast's head. With only 180 HP, the deer-horn beast didn't have a chance to retaliate before it was taken down, a great relief. However, this time, no light appeared from the little hen, which was somewhat expected. Next 1, 2, 3. It wasn't until the 5th deer-horn beast fell that a beam of light shot out from the little hen again. He allocated the attribute points in a 4:1 ratio between strength and agility. Now, just killing deer-horn beasts no longer satisfied Jiang Hao's ambitions. He began to target the stone monsters in another area. Stone Giant. Level 4. HP 336. The stone giant was made of chunks of rock, wielding a broken axe. Covered in moss, clearly unhygienic. If only it would wash up, it wouldn't look so bad, but who else would he hit? Jiang Hao rushed up to the stone giant and swung his knife. Instantly, sparks flew, and a big one appeared above its head as if mocking him for not having eaten. How embarrassing. Before long, the stone giant's attack landed, and an axe struck Jiang Hao on the head, nearly killing him. Jiang Hao let out a piercing scream, hugging his head and running. But he was also worried about the little hen being killed, so he dared not run out of the monster's aggro range. Now he just hoped the little hen could quickly peck this monster to death. As he ran, he noticed an interesting phenomenon. As long as his speed was faster than the monster's, and he didn't run out of its aggro range, it couldn't hit him and kept chasing him without attacking the little hen on the ground. With this discovery, Jiang Hao smiled. The planner was simply adorable. Feeling capable again, he shouted that he could take on 10 of them while dodging the monster. The little hen pecked the stone giant 7 times, and the monster that had almost taken his life finally fell, shattering into pieces. After defeating this level 4 stone giant, the little hen emitted another beam of light. It was the same familiar formula. After allocating the attribute points, Jiang Hao looked at the little hen's stats and smiled contentedly. Beast pet owner, Jiang Hao. Beast pet, little hen, unnamed. Realm, none, level 3. Affinity, 60, hunger will cause a decrease. Combat power, 31. Attribute points, 0, skill points, 15. Strength, 13. Stamina, 1. Defense, 1. Agility, 4. Critical hit rate, 0. Critical strike, 0. Skills, none. Looking at the combat power of 31 and strength of 13. Who would dare to say that his little hen is weak? This is a battle hen among the weak. Well, now the little hen finally has some hope. It seems inappropriate to still call it a little hen, so Jiang Hao thought of giving it a more powerful name. After thinking for a long time, he decided to name it Ice Crystal Phoenix, as ice crystal counters flame, like a needle against a weed on. Done. Chapter 4, The Bet. Jiang Hao was in a state of excitement all night. After a night of effort, he finally led his beast pet to conquer 5 types of monsters on the Thunderous Continent: Antler Beast, Giant Knight, Hunting Beast, Goblin, and Sataniel. The little hen also transformed into a large hen at the body quenching level, level 11, with its newly shed yellow feathers looking shiny and bright. Moreover, its dependence on him grew stronger. It followed him wherever he went and particularly disliked staying in the beast space. However, Jiang Hao was reluctant to take it out to embarrass himself. To distinguish the level and strength of beast pets, the survival simulator specifically noted the levels from low to high as follows: Body Quenching Realm, levels 10 to 19, Chi Condensation Realm, levels 20 to 29, Fusion Realm, levels 30 to 39, Golden Body Realm, levels 40 to 49, Mountain Moving Realm, levels 50 to 59, Divine Courage Realm, levels 60 to 69, Transcendental Realm, levels 70 to 79, Entry to Saint Realm, levels 80 to 89, and Myriad Phenomena Realm, levels 90 to 99. As for what the realms above level 100 are like, no one knows. Beast pets are roughly divided into 3 main types: battle pets, life pets, also called ornamental pets, and work pets. Among them, battle pets are further divided into melee integration type, shortened to melee pets, ranged enhancement output type, ranged attack pets, meat shield defense type, defense pets, and auxiliary type, auxiliary pets. Currently, Jiang Hao's large hen is considered to have changed his fate, forcefully pulling it from the category of work pets, egg-laying, into the ranks of battle pets. As for which branch of battle pets it belongs to, it is still unclear. as the large hen has yet to learn any skills, which is Jiang Hao's only regret after a whole night of effort. Only after the beast pet comprehends or learns its first skill can the future path of the beast pet be planned. What troubled Jiang Hao was that beast pets, born as battle pets, would comprehend the skills most suitable for them from their racial bloodlines. Whether they are melee, ranged, or something else has already been planned out from their racial bloodlines. Take the Flame Dragon King of the Mother Tyrannosaurus Liao Yunxiao as an example. The bloodline skill it comprehended, Flame Burning Heaven, determined that it belonged to the ranged attack pet category. Therefore, Jiang Hao was especially concerned about which path his large hen would take in the future, meaning the importance of the first skill. However, he had no clue about this skill now. Relying on the large hen to comprehend it? Forget it, that's just dreaming. He was aware of this. Wow. Jiang Hao walked out of the room with a chicken coop hairstyle. Cluck, cluck. A person and a hen stepped into the living room with unrecognizable steps. Everyone who heard the noise turned their gaze toward them. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Third brother, your little hen has grown big overnight, Russell said. But before she could finish, she suddenly realized the ambiguity in her words and immediately blushed, feeling embarrassed to continue laughing. However, the mother Tyrannosaurus Liao Yunxiao shamelessly activated her crazy mocking skill. Ha ha. Jiang Hao, how did you manage to make your little hen grow so big overnight? I'm so curious. Jiang Hao rolled his eyes and sat down next to his elder brother Long Yun, picking up chopsticks to prepare for breakfast. Hearing her mockery, he scoffed. What little hen? No shame. I named my beast pet Ice Crystal Phoenix. Upon hearing the word Phoenix and looking at the large hen at Jiang Hao's feet, it immediately caused a collective outburst of laughter. Cluck, cluck, third brother, you are the one without shame, trying to glorify yourself. A hen is still a hen. Even if it becomes a fallen phoenix, it's not as good as a hen, and it's better than your fake phoenix. Haha. Truly, in the mountains, there are no phoenixes, only hens ruling. Liao Yunxiao laughed. Ha ha ha. In the mountains, there are no phoenixes, only hens ruling. Fifth sister, this metaphor is quite fitting. Jiang Hao's face darkened, feeling as if he had a lump in his throat, feeling extremely frustrated. Cluck, cluck. So embarrassing, hearing the large hens clucking. Jiang Hao could no longer hold back and put it back into the beast's space. Out of sight, out of mind. All right, stop laughing at third brother. Contracting a hen isn't pleasant to begin with. You two should tone it down and not wake father up. Finally, the steady elder brother Long Yun couldn't stand it anymore. Instantly, the living room fell silent, and Jiang Hao finally had peace in his ears. After swallowing a bun, he felt increasingly unwilling. So he quietly asked Russell about her and Ron's beast pets, as he was so hit yesterday that he didn't even know what they were. Russell, what is your beast pet? Speaking of this, Russell proudly put down her chopsticks and said, my beast pet is a big cat, an elven leopard. My brother's is the Earth Bear King, a descendant of the Titan giant bear. Envy me. Jiang Hao almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Comparing people is infuriating. He shouldn't have asked, and sure enough, he was just adding to his own frustration. People shouldn't have a sense of comparison. If one is not as good as others, it would be easier to bear, but the key is you are a bottom-tier 5-star weakling. And there's no one to support you below. It's just like the foot wrappings of the Dragon Kingdom men's football team, smelly beyond belief. He casually dropped a congratulations, quickly finished his food, shouldered his backpack, and rushed out of this heart-wrenching place. As soon as he arrived at the classroom, he saw the chubby one looking at him with eager eyes. With a sneeze from the chubby one, a lump of smoked meat flew out of his nostrils and hit Jiang Hao's shoulder. The chubby one is a smoker who enjoys hiding in a corner, indulging in smoking while squatting. So, this lump, who knows how long it had been smoked and fermented, made its entrance. Looking at this dark thing on his shoulder, Jiang Hao almost threw up the breakfast he just had. Suppressing his nausea, took out a tissue from his backpack, wrapped it up, and wiped it off. Curiously, he pinched it. It was elastic and smooth, sending goosebumps all over, before tossing the tissue into the trash bin. Once Jiang Hao sat at his desk, the chubby one couldn't wait to apologize. Sorry, I got too excited just now. By the way, after teacher Liao took you away yesterday, she didn't do anything to you, right? He muttered. As long as she is fine. Teacher Liao is my perfect dream lover. I wouldn't allow anyone to tarnish her, not even my best brother. Jiang Hao happened to hear this. So, he glanced at him sideways, wanting to retort. I want to. But he couldn't even think about it. Thinking was a crime. You misunderstood, those 4 words were too hot to say. Jiang Hao ultimately didn't manage to vent his frustration. Jiang Hao, happy birthday. It was the class flower when Rushua, a sweet-looking girl with a lovely smile that revealed a small dimple, and she was also a good student. Class monitor. Jiang Hao looked at the beautifully wrapped gift she handed over, and it was clear she had put effort into it. Jiang Hao glanced at her again. When Rushua was calm and composed, but the shyness in her eyes was still captured by Jiang Hao. Sigh, being good-looking just attracts admiration, regardless of studies. Thank you. Class monitor. Jiang Hao took the gift. Good-looking people never lack admirers. Every move they make is the focus of others' attention. Jiang Hao felt an unfriendly gaze on him. After taking the gift, he just hoped the class flower would leave quickly, but evidently, when Rushua didn't he think so. Jiang Hao, yesterday was your birthday. You must have held a contract ceremony, right? What beast pet do you have? Rushua, you should just ask him if he has the ability to hold a contract ceremony. And whether we should help. This was clearly not a kind remark. Classmate Songjia, how can you be like this? We are all classmates. There's no need to be so harsh. As soon as Pang Dundun finished speaking, he was met with a furious reprimand from Songjia. Shut up. You don't have a say here. Jiang Hao, why don't you just reveal your beast pet to satisfy everyone's curiosity? Jiang Hao felt troubled. If he dared to show his big hen, he would probably become the laughingstock for the next year, especially with someone like Songjia around, who would definitely mock him for a year or more. This remark drew the attention of everyone in the class. Beast pets represent a person's strength and charm. On a smaller scale, the quality of a beast pet determines your status and influence within the class collective, and on a larger scale, owning a good beast pet can determine your future prospects and achievements. Take the divine state, for example. The highest achievers are undoubtedly the 10 extraordinary masters, and their beast pets are all the most powerful battle pets. Seeing that Jiang Hao was hesitating to reveal his beast pet, Song Jie became even more convinced of his guess. Jiang Hao's beast pet must be unworthy of showing off, or he simply lacked the ability to choose a quality beast pet for the contract ceremony. Thinking of this, Song Jie smiled. When Rushua noticed Jiang Hao's embarrassment, she just wanted to take the opportunity of giving gifts to get closer to him, but instead, she had put him in an awkward position. She glared at Song Jie, the buzzing fly that was always around her, and said, Song Jie, don't go too far. Your beast pet is just an iron arm mantis. Is that something impressive? Facing the questioning from the girl he admired, Song Jie immediately became furious and pointed at Jiang Hao. Rushua, what do you mean? What's wrong with my iron arm mantis? At least it's a high-quality close combat pet. He doesn't even dare to bring out his beast pet to compete with me. What do you like about him? Just because he looks a bit more handsome than me? He's just a useless student who disrupts class order. You. When Rushua didn't expect Song Jie to expose her feelings in front of so many people, her pink face instantly turned red, and it was hard to tell whether she was angry or embarrassed. Jiang Hao knew that if he didn't step in as one of the parties involved, things would probably be hard to resolve. Besides, he was a man with blood in him, after all. How do you want to compete? This statement aligned perfectly with Song Jie's thoughts. Song Jie smiled proudly and said, all right, you've got guts. Since you agreed to compete with me, I won't bully you for just having received your beast pet yesterday. How about this? Next month is the Divine State's biennial beast pet competition. Let us see who ranks higher in Hongguang City, or rather, in the entire Divine State. What do you think? Song Jie's proposal was relatively gentlemanly. At least he didn't force Jiang Hao to compete right away, giving him some time to prepare. Okay, I'll accept. But since this is a bet, there should be some stakes, right? Otherwise, it would be too boring, don't you think? Song Jie nodded and suddenly looked at Rushua. A lewd idea quickly sprouting in his mind. Since this matter arose because of you, you wouldn't want to sit this one out, would you? Rushua frowned, knowing that Song Jie certainly had ulterior motives, but she wasn't sure if going along with him would be good or bad. What do you want? Song Jie chuckled. It's simple. If I win, you become my girlfriend. If he wins, whether you agree to be his girlfriend or not, I won't care. He never even considered that Jiang Hao could win. After all, how could someone who didn't dare to show his beast pet possibly win against him? Rushua's heart was in turmoil. Of course, she hoped Jiang Hao would win, but could he? And if he did win, would he ask her to date him? If he did, would she agree or refuse? What would Jiang Hao's attitude be? As for showing off, who am I, Jiang Hao, afraid of? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire classroom erupted. Song Jie, bet him, you're always so full of yourself. Don't back down. Jie Gu. As a man, don't shrink back. You were the one who proposed the bet. Don't let everyone look down on you. Go for it, Song Jie. We're rooting for you. A few female classmates joined in, which made Song Jie's adrenaline spike. In a moment of impulse, he exclaimed, all right. It's just a rare beast crystal. I bet you, in front of all our classmates, and if I lose, I'll admit defeat. Whoever cheats is a grandson. Quiet. What kind of behavior is this? Suddenly, Liao Yunxiao appeared on the podium, and the lively atmosphere instantly quieted down. Liao Yunxiao glanced at Jiang Hao in the corner, her icy gaze instantly draining his blood. Chapter 5, A Passive Situation. Jiang Hao shrank his neck, feeling a chill run down his spine. Did this female Tyrannosaurus just hear their bet? Would she skin him alive when he got home? After all, rare beast crystals were not common goods. The quality of beast pets is classified into 7 categories: ordinary, inferior, medium, superior, rare, uncommon, and exceptional, with 3 factors determining the quality of a beast pet. First, species. Second, bloodline. Third, comprehension. Fourth, physique, attribute value. The species of a monster determines its status and directly impacts its bloodline inheritance. A beast pet with exceptionally high comprehension is often more capable of breaking through its own limits, even the limitations of its species and bloodline. Physique and skills determine whether a beast pet is a close combat or ranged pet. Close combat pets are mostly fusion type, while ranged pets may not necessarily be enhancement type. They could also be support type. In addition to beast pets, many monster meats are food for beast pets, and the beast crystals within them are also highly favored by beast pets. Beast pets can evolve by devouring higher quality beast crystals. If lucky and highly intelligent, they might even inherit certain skills from the beast crystal's owner. The quality of monsters determines the quality of beast crystals. The higher the quality of a beast crystal on the market, the more valuable it is, and it's rare to find. Having just acted recklessly, he actually used a rare beast crystal as a bet. He was still a student, and all his expenses were controlled by his older brother Long Yun and second sister Liao Yunxiao. If he dared to reach out for a rare beast crystal from Liao Yunxiao, he already knew the consequences. He would be courting death. Therefore, this time in class, he absolutely could not offend this female Tyrannosaurus. Of course, this was assuming she hadn't seen the whole betting process before entering the classroom. Otherwise, she would doubt Jiang Hao's motives. Little guy, I'll just quietly watch you show off. As long as you don't ask for a rare beast crystal. Otherwise, I'll definitely skin you alive, hum. The entire day, Jiang Hao sat in his seat without moving, his eyes fixed on the podium, causing several teachers to doubt their lives. Was this slacker stimulated into being so obedient? Had he turned over a new leaf? In reality, Jiang Hao was so focused because his thoughts had long been immersed in a survival simulation game, leading his beast pet, the Big Hen, to battle in the new map of Tree Heart City's addiction, Mist Marsh, which belonged to the ordinary mode. He was originally a laid-back person, not easily agitated, and accustomed to going with the flow, but that didn't mean he lacked blood and persistence. If trouble came knocking, he naturally would face it head-on. In less than an hour, the Big Hen reached level 12. This was much slower than the previous day's leveling up. Jiang Hao was getting into the groove, and didn't he notice a much larger monster than an ordinary green goblin was staring at him intently from not far away. If it weren't for the programming set by its creator, it would have charged over to kill this running guy long ago. Jiang Hao fully exemplified the saying, if you don't court death, you want to die, as he moved step by step closer to the big monster. The moment he stepped into its aggro range, the big monster became excited. It rushed towards Jiang Hao, and he only felt a massive shadow pressing down on him. The next second, he let out an "oh" and suddenly saw darkness. The survival simulator's prompt sound rang out. You died, game over. What was happening? What kind of monster just one-shot him? The feeling of just dying was too real, with excruciating pain all over and difficulty breathing. For a moment, it felt like he was plunged into endless darkness, and he still had lingering fears about it. To figure out the reason, Jiang Hao had no choice but to restart the simulator, where he saw 2 prompts. Ding! The character has died, triggering the character upgrade function. Limited to the simulation game world. Ding! You died due to an attack from the Green Goblin, triggering save function 1, which ensures that you retain your acquired equipment and levels before death or after exiting the game. Limited to the simulation game world. Wishing you a pleasant gaming experience ahead. Ding! Save function 2 retains all benefits gained from your beast pet in this simulation game. Starting the next game will not reset these, and it synchronizes with reality. This means that with this save function, the levels, attributes, and skills gained by the beast pet in the game will all be retained. This is great. Otherwise, gaining just 5 skill points and attribute points for leveling up, and only 500 points by reaching level 100, would be too pitiful. Spending 100 points for a single skill would only allow him to allocate it 5 times, which would completely go against his dream of creating a battle chicken. Moreover, his character could actually level up, and he even had equipment. He was still wearing a pair of shorts and wielding a broken knife. Although limited to the simulation game world, it was already quite humane. He was still a fragile character who could be easily killed by monsters. Just as he was about to enter the game, the simulator's prompt felt like a bucket of cold water poured over him. Ding! Your beast pet is too hungry and refuses to join you on the adventure. What the heck? Jiang Hao suddenly stood up from his seat. Fat Dun Dun was startled and quickly asked what was wrong. Nothing. Do we have any bread left? I'm hungry. No bread. How about some dried fish? Spicy flavor. Super delicious. Bring me 2 packs. He didn't know if the Big Hen would eat meat. After taking the spicy dried fish that Fat Dun Dun handed over, Jiang Hao sneaked up to the rooftop of the teaching building. He looked around. No one was there. The corners of the rooftop were littered with garbage, beer bottles, cigarette butts, and used tissues, even used condoms, which was quite an eyesore. Jiang Hao released the Big Hen from the beast's space. Cluck, cluck. As soon as the big hen came out, it circled around Jiang Hao nonstop, sounding very weak. Poor thing. It had followed an unreliable owner and was starving for 3 days at the start. Jiang Hao quickly tore open the dried fish packaging and felt a pang of guilt watching the big hen eat. Phoenix, as long as you help me win the beast pet competition, I'll arrange whatever you want to eat. Back in the classroom, Jiang Hao continued to battle in the misty swamp. However, he didn't notice that when Rushua had also come down from the rooftop after him. There was a clear mark on her originally white wrist, and she discreetly pulled up her sleeve to cover it, looking at Jiang Hao with a very complex gaze. This time, Jiang Hao went straight to the point and quickly found the big monster, the Green Goblin, level 18, a full 6 levels higher than the big hen. The Green Goblin had high attack and thick health, but short legs and insufficient speed, and unlike other monsters, it didn't have a fixed activity range. If it exceeded this range, it would lose its aggro. As long as Jiang Hao didn't lose the Green Goblin's aggro, he could keep kiting it as far as he wanted. After dying about 5 times, Jiang Hao finally figured out this pattern. On the 6th time, he directly pulled the monster out of its circle, with no other monsters interfering, and even if it took time, he was determined to kill it. It was worth noting that it would stop to rest after walking a few steps, so if Jiang Hao didn't control the distance well, it could easily lose aggro. The damage dealt by the big hen's peck was very low, at most 10, mostly single digits, and there were even instances of miss. After 2 hours, watching the Green Goblin's health bar slowly deplete, Jiang Hao, exhausted, felt excited, and his breathing quickened. At that moment, an inexplicable tension and anticipation enveloped him. When the last drop of health was cleared, 2 huge light pillars erupted around him and the big hen. The big hen went straight from level 12 to level 15. Jiang Hao directly leveled up to level 10. Ding! Congratulations player Jiang Hao for successfully killing your first Green Goblin, making a name for yourself in the world, hereby announced. Although he was the only one in the entire simulation game world, the sense of ceremony was full, and the game system still gave him the respect he deserved. However, what Jiang Hao was most interested in was the items scattered on the ground. The Green Goblin generously dropped several items, a weapon, an equipment piece, a white egg, and a skill book. Cluck, cluck. As soon as the big hen saw the white egg, it rushed over and squatted down eagerly. Jiang Hao couldn't bear to look. It was so responsible to just sit on the egg. Complaining aside, Jiang Hao didn't want to bother with it, and was quickly attracted to the skill book, which was what he needed the most right now. The moment he picked up the skill book, the survival simulator's prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the skill Fireball. Would you like your beast pet to learn it? Jiang Hao didn't immediately let the big hen learn it, but carefully checked the description of the skill book. After all, the first skill would determine whether the big hen would develop as a melee pet or a ranged pet, as a defensive pet or a support pet. He already had a clear idea of what he wanted. A melee pet wasn't suitable for him, and just thinking about merging with a hen was quite a jarring image. Therefore, he wanted to turn the big hen into a battle chicken, naturally excluding defensive and support pets. Fireball. A scorching fire element can inflict the deepest wounds on any enemy, with a skill cooldown of 10 seconds. This was obviously standard for a ranged pet, which was exactly what he wanted. Without hesitation, he had the big hen learn this Fireball skill. Ding! Your beast pet Ice Crystal Phoenix has learned Fireball. Currently skill level 1, maximum level 6, with each level increase allowing 1 more Fireball to be launched, up to a maximum of 6 consecutive shots. Next were the weapon and equipment on the ground. Premium Long Saber, level 18, attack 146 to 162, accuracy 17. Fine Lock Ring Armor, level 15, defense 85, magic defense 53. Since he couldn't use them for now, he decided to store them. Thinking this, a warehouse popped up next to him, allowing him to place the weapon and equipment inside. He thought to himself, this survival simulator is so user-friendly. Ding! Your beast pet Ice Crystal Phoenix has learned the passive skill, Chicken Fly Egg Strike. Chapter 6. The beast pet is exposed. Cluck, cluck. The big hen stood up refreshed, and the white egg it was incubating had disappeared. Jiang Hao was stunned. What was going on? Was that egg not what he thought it was, but rather a passive skill, Chicken Fly Egg Strike? What was that? He quickly checked the beast pet's information interface and allocated the attribute points and skill points. Beast pet owner, Jiang Hao. Beast pet, Ice Crystal Phoenix, hen. Realm, body tempering, level 15. Compatibility, 65, hunger will decrease. Combat power, 151. Attribute points, 0. Skill points, 0. Strength, 61. Stamina, 1. Defense, 1. Agility, 16. Critical hit rate, 0. Critical strike, 0. Skill, Chicken Fly Egg Strike, passive, Fireball, level 1. The passive skill Chicken Fly Egg Strike allows the beast pet to counterattack when threatened, randomly throwing skills that can accurately hit enemies. It was Fat Dun Dun's voice. Jiang Hao looked up. Most of the class had already left. Let's go. At the school gate, when Rushua looked at Jiang Hao and Fat Dun Dun, who were laughing and chatting, wanting to catch up, but she was suddenly hugged by a tall, short-haired beauty beside her. The beauty was a full head taller than Rushua, with exquisite features and a noble, cold temperament. Even standing casually, she attracted a lot of attention. Gong-san, let go of me. When Rushua seemed very resistant to the beauty's touch. The beautiful girl is Gong-sun Qianxue, an extreme control freak. And she particularly loves little white rabbits like Rushua. Don't get me wrong, she simply enjoys controlling others. She has known Rushua since childhood. And their families live in the same district. The Gong-sun family is considered one of the top families in Hongwang City, controlling the largest juvenile beast breeding base in the area. If you dare to pursue her, tomorrow I'll make it known throughout the entire academy that she has contracted a chicken. Do you believe it? Rushua, be good and accompany me to eat snow spirit fish. My family's hotel happens to have one today. Said to be caught from the snow spirit lake in the Hongwang Mountains. And if we miss this opportunity, who knows when the next one will be. After dinner, Jiang Hao stood hesitantly at the door of Liao Yinxiao's study. Should he go in? If he goes in, he might get beaten up. If he doesn't go in, he can't come up with the betting stakes. A rare beast crystal is not something he can produce when he's currently broke. What are you sneaking around for at the door? If you have something to say, just come in. Just then, Liao Yinxiao's displeased voice came from inside. Since she noticed him, it was obviously inappropriate not to go in. Jiang Hao pushed the door open, forced a smile, and sweetly called out, "Second sister." This call made Liao Yinxiao shiver, goosebumps all over her body, and her anger spiked. Speak properly. If you have something to say, call me second sister. Don't think I don't know what you call me behind my back. Not a good start. All right, sister, can you lend me a rare beast crystal? Liao Yinxiao stared at Jiang Hao, feigning ignorance. What do you need a rare beast crystal for? For your bet? Why did I send you to the War Academy? It wasn't to let you fool around with your classmates. At your young age, you should be studying hard, yet you learned how to compete with others for attention instead. You're something. That's not all. Song Jia's beast companion is a top-quality iron arm mantis, with golden body realm strength ranking in the top 10 of the entire grade. And you? A big hen? Not even a battle pet. What do you have to compare with others? Knowing it's impossible yet still trying, are you stupid? She launched into a tirade. Half an hour later, the outcome was as he expected. Forget it. He should quickly improve his beast companion's strength. He must make that ruthless and sharp-tongued female Tyrannosaurus take notice of him. It seems there's no hope with the female Tyrannosaurus, since his older brother isn't home. He'd have to find a way himself. Indeed, taking advantage without effort is an unworthy path. This time, entering the simulation game. Jiang Hao specifically looked for things that could drop items, leveling up quickly, although it took a while to grind. Plus, with his previous 18-level premium long saber and 15-level boutique chain armor, he directly upgraded from a bird gun to a cannon. However, he still didn't get the skill book he wanted. The next morning, Jiang Hao shook off last night's gloom and appeared in the living room feeling refreshed. Father, Xiaoan, Su, good morning. He surprisingly greeted them. Longzun Hauer, why didn't you greet your second sister? Oh, I didn't see her, good morning. Second sister. His tone was indifferent. Liao Yinxiao shot him a glance, as if to say, little guy, you can't see me, huh? Who are you annoying? Father, I plan to go to Wajishi this weekend. Longzun, why are you going so far? Jiang Hao tried to appear nonchalant, saying he had made plans with friends to go on a picnic. Don't worry, father, I'm already an adult. I know how to act appropriately. Longzun didn't ask more, but Liao Yinxiao furrowed her brows. Others didn't know Jiang Hao's intentions, but she could guess a thing or two. He.s. getting bold. After quickly finishing breakfast, Jiang Hao greeted them and left for school. Once Jiang Hao left, Longzun asked Liao Yinxiao, Shower, do you know what Hauer is going to Wajishi for? Yes, father, it's for the rare beast crystal. She then recounted Jiang Hao's betting incident. Nonsense. After a pause, Longzun said, Shower, just follow him there. Let him suffer a bit, but don't let him lose his life at Wajishin. I know, don't worry, father. I didn't stop him at school just to see what tricks he could come up with. The national beast competition is about to be held, and it's good for him to get some early training with this opportunity. Luo Su interjected, surprised, second sister, you want third brother to participate in the beast competition? Just with that big hen of his? Don't you think this little guy has a secret? How did that little chicken turn into a big hen overnight? Besides, with third brother's personality, if he didn't have some backing, would he agree to someone else's bet? After hearing this, Luo Su gave a thumbs up, praising. Second sister, as expected of you, it seems third brother's unspeakable secret is about to be exposed. Poor third brother. As soon as Jiang Hao stepped onto the school grounds, he felt the atmosphere around him was a bit strange. Students passing by either pointed at him or whispered, occasionally bursting into strange laughter. Jiang Hao was confused, thinking, could it be that I've become so handsome that it's common knowledge? Indeed. Being too handsome can be a trouble, Sai. Walking into the classroom with this overwhelming charm, all eyes immediately focused on him. The gazes of his classmates made his scalp tingle, skeptical, disdainful, mocking, and those enjoying the spectacle were all there. Returning to his seat, Pang Dunton was also there. As Jiang Hao put down his backpack, he quietly asked him, "What is going on with everyone?" Pang Dunton didn't even dare to speak loudly. He cautiously asked, "How go? Is your beast companion really a hen?" "How do you know?" Jiang Hao was shocked. Pang Dunton took out a crumpled piece of paper from his drawer and handed it to him. The title on the paper was very eye-catching, bolded. "The chicken cultivated by the War Academy." Below it was a picture of him feeding the big hen on the rooftop, and next to the picture, his identity was specifically pointed out: Jiang Hao, Class 2, Year 2, Academic Underachiever. The greatest shame since the establishment of the War Academy. The War Academy, as the name suggests, is a place for training warriors and battle pets, one of the most valued talent cultivation bases in the Shinjo nation. Yet such a sacred place produced a useless piece of trash, a beast companion that is completely worthless, not even qualifying as a working pet. This is a disgrace to our school and an insult to the students. I don't know how he got into the school. Someone like this trash should be expelled early. Just as the paper said, the War Academy is a place for cultivating and reserving talents for the Shinjo nation. Otherwise, they wouldn't let an extraordinary master like Liao Yunxiao come and serve as a teacher, teaching students how to develop battle pets' potential. Most of those who could be admitted to the War Academy are the elite. Why do I say most? Because the remainder are connections like Jiang Hao. Even Pang Dunton, who is an academic underachiever like him, has a mid-quality brown bear, defensive type, as his contracted beast. Originally, it wouldn't matter if his beast companion was a chicken. But now that it's known by everyone and made into a joke, he found it hard to accept. He even felt humiliated, as if someone was maliciously insulting him. Jiang Hao gritted his teeth and asked, "Do you know who did this?" Pang Dunton looked sympathetic and said, "I don't know. I saw it on the announcement board at the school gate as soon as I arrived, so I tore it down." But this matter had already spread throughout the school. After the anger subsided, Jiang Hao calmed down. The mouth belongs to others. He can't control it. Chicken Brother. Haha. This name suits his temperament. From now on, he'll be called Chicken Brother. Just thinking about him sleeping with a hen, that image was simply unimaginable. Jiego. A chicken actually dares to bet against you. This time I'll bet on you winning. 50 low-quality beast crystals. How about it? That is fine. Is there anyone else betting? If you want to bet, hurry up. I'll be the banker. I'll bet 10, betting on Jiego to win. I'll bet 2. The classroom erupted with the reckless laughter of Song Jie and several boys. Fat Dun Dun was furious after hearing this and immediately stood up to seek an explanation from them. Unexpectedly, he was grabbed by Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao glanced at Song Jie and the others and whispered, "Dun Dun, you should place a bet too. Bet on my victory. Bring out as many beast crystals as you have." Fat Dun Dun trembled all over and uncertainly asked, "Brother Hao, are you serious?" This clearly showed he didn't believe in his own performance. Jiang Hao got angry. "Then consider it a loan from you. Are you going or not?" Seeing his determination, Fat Dun Dun gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, let's split it half and half. Win or lose doesn't matter. We're just doing this to vent our frustration. Good brother. Let's go?" "Dun Dun, I'm planning to go to the Wujishan Mountain to see if I can hunt a rare beast. If we can't bring out any rare beast crystals, you know what that means. Are you crazy? You dare to go to such a dangerous place?" His voice suddenly rose, attracting the attention of other students. "What are you getting excited about?" "I just want to try my luck at the outskirts. I never said I would go deep in." "All right, then I'll go with you. My Fat Dun Dun has strong defense and can buy us some time to escape in case of danger." Jiang Hao was instantly moved to the core. Originally, he had a purpose in telling the other party about this. But now Fat Dun Dun agreed to accompany him on the adventure without hesitation, leaving him with an indescribable guilt. Chapter 7, Shadow Clone. On a weekend morning, after breakfast, Jiang Hao went out with his prepared backpack to meet Fat Dun Dun. He didn't notice that Liao Yunxiao, who was never absent at breakfast, was missing. Upon arriving at the meeting point, the station, Jiang Hao was surprised to see Wen Rushua next to Fat Dun Dun, dressed in a black short coat paired with high boots, her hair styled in a bun. It was hard to tell that this usually gentle girl had such a cool side. Fat Dun Dun was even more outrageous, wearing a t-shirt and shorts, along with big sunglasses. Did they really think they were going on a picnic? Jiang Hao looked comparatively normal, dressed in a clean white casual outfit. He pointed at the station's entrance and asked, "When classmate, what's this? Where are you going?" When Rushua hurriedly explained, fearing Jiang Hao would misunderstand. "I know you two are going to the Wujishan to hunt rare beasts, but it's clearly not enough with just the two of you. I asked Dun Dun to take me along. My 7-color spirit butterfly is already at the golden body stage. If we encounter a tough battle, I can use healing spells to quickly restore your and your beast's health." Fat Dun Dun chimed in, "I think it's a good idea. If we really face danger, My little bear might not withstand a few hits, but with one classmate S Beast helping with healing, we still have a chance. When Rushua S Beast. The 7-color spirit butterfly is a rare support type. Not only is it skilled in healing spells, but it also has a special skill, magnetic field boost, which can inspire the fighting spirit of teammates within 50 meters for 5 minutes, doubling their beast's combat power and attributes during that time. Clearly, Jiang Hao couldn't refuse her joining. Then let us agree on this. I'm the captain for this operation, and everyone must listen to my command. When Rushua immediately smiled brightly, her little dimples sweet enough to be nauseating. No problem, we'll listen to you. The three entered the station and boarded the flight to Tianji City. Don't misunderstand, there are no airplanes in this beast tamer world. The so-called flight is just a work beast called Windbird, a mount that is very fast and can carry more than 20 people at a time. It takes about 8 hours to travel over 1,000 kilometers from Hongwang City to Wujishi City. The Wujishan Mountain is located in the northern part of Xinzhou, and Wuji means endless. It is the longest mountain range in Xinzhou, occupying nearly 1/10 of the country's land area. The highest ridge reaches nearly 10,000 meters, and the terrain is complex and varied, with countless types of beasts living there. The other end of Wujishan Mountain is the border of Xinzhou, where the Xinzhou army is stationed in the city of Eternal City, with a permanent population of about 300,000. As soon as they sat on the Windbird, the survival simulator's prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Detected that you are on a journey to Wujishan Mountain. Do you want to enter the reality survival simulation game? After entering the game, you will be informed in advance of everything that will happen next. If you kill monsters in the game, you can obtain any attribute value and skill. Don't miss this opportunity. Jiang Hao almost couldn't hold back his drool. This survival simulator even has a foresight function. If it really allows him to know what will happen next, that would be too incredible. If possible, he wanted to know the outcome of the Beast Tamer competition, so he could avoid many troubles. Naturally, he chose to enter. Once the simulation game began, not only did he and the Big Hen appear in the game, but Fat Dun Dun, Wen Rushue, and their beasts were also pulled into the game, except they were just a bunch of thoughtless data. This made Jiang Hao inexplicably breathe a sigh of relief. There was a safe passage into Wujishan, specially opened by Wujishi City, allowing access 20 kilometers into the mountain. Upon entering Wujishan for the first time, Jiang Hao chose to go deeper into the mountain away from the entrance. The three Hen-T walked a kilometer before they were surrounded by a group of level 35 ice snow frost wolves. The level 21 Big Hen couldn't even hit back. And even Fat Dun Dun's level 30 brown bear fell after a few hits. So brutal. The ice snow frost wolf was the main beast pet of the Northern Sea country, which revered brute force and plunder, earning the nickname Northern Barbarians from neighboring countries. The Northern Sea country borders 2 countries, Songling Country and Xinzhou. The 3 countries form a triangle, with most of their territories connected. Songling Country is located in the western part of Xinzhou, while Northern Sea Country is in the northern part of Xinzhou, where most areas are covered in snow year-round. The extreme cold climate leads to food shortages, causing the Northern Sea Country to frequently disturb the border of Xinzhou, simply because Xinzhou is weak and easy to bully. Getting off track, the first game failed. This path is blocked. In the second game, Jiang Hao chose to bypass the ice snow frost wolf area from a distance. This time, after walking 5 kilometers, he encountered a level 40 iron-armored centipede and was wiped out again. Fortunately, the survival simulator has a save function, otherwise, he would have cried in the toilet after the Big Hen died twice and lost its attribute points. In the third game, this time Jiang Hao chose to stay closer to the safe passage entrance. He walked 6 kilometers and finally encountered a weaker level 29 Flower Raccoon Cat. Flower Raccoon Cat. Level 29. Quality, excellent. Combat power, 210. Strength, 95. Stamina, 30. Defense, 25. Agility, 118. Skill, Shadow Clone, Aerial Strike. The moment they encountered each other, the Flower Raccoon Cat launched an attack with lightning speed, targeting the biggest threat, Fat Dun Dun. Aerial Strike. A prompt appeared above its forehead, and then it leaped high. Its sharp right claw aimed at Fat Dun Dun's face. It was too fast, it left an afterimage. Before Fat Dun Dun could react, it took a hit, and a massive 599 damage popped up above its head. Even though it was tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, a third of its health bar was instantly emptied. The battle had begun. When Rushue quickly summoned her beast, the 7-color spirit butterfly, to heal Fat Dun Dun. A single healing spell restored its health completely. The Big Hen, sensing the threat, triggered its passive skill, Chicken Fly Egg Hit. Cluck cluck. An egg shot out from behind it. Every time Jiang Hao witnessed this scene, he couldn't help but cover his face. The egg had a homing function, and no matter how fast the Flower Raccoon Cat was, it was futile. When it was less than 2 meters away, it suddenly exploded, and a fireball the size of a fist hit the Flower Raccoon Cat quickly. Meow. The Flower Raccoon Cat, feeling the pain, had a damage value of 251 appear above its forehead. This damage value was based on the beast's combat power, strength, and skill damage, which was significantly different from the game world provided by the survival simulator. The attacked raccoon cat quickly turned its target to the big hen, which was a disaster since the big hen only had 1 point of stamina and would die with just 1 touch. Seeing its opponent about to change targets, the chubby one didn't hesitate to strike the raccoon cat with a heavy paw. Bang! Another big 200 damage value popped up. 2 attacks directly cleared more than half of the raccoon cat's health bar. After receiving 2 attacks, the raccoon cat finally became cautious. It dared not strike recklessly anymore, instead circling around the big hen and the chubby one with super high agility, looking for the next weak point to attack. Just as the 9 seconds were about to pass, the raccoon cat finally struck again, charging right next to the chubby one, less than half a meter away from the big hen. Cluck! Another egg dropped to the ground. At the same time, the chubby one swung its right paw down. A double attack, with a heavy strike and a fireball hitting the raccoon cat simultaneously. Meow! With a scream, the raccoon cat fell down. Jiang Hao was overjoyed, waiting for the survival simulator's prompt sound. Suddenly, the fallen raccoon cat sprang back up. A mid-air strike. This hit killed the unprepared big hen. Jiang Hao. A bewildered Jiang Hao finally heard the survival simulator's prompt sound. Ding! Pet death. Game over. What the hell? Does this raccoon cat come with a resurrection armor? Let's do it again. This time, Jiang Hao naturally dared not be careless. After knocking down the raccoon cat in the same way, he immediately let Wenshui's pet unleash its ultimate skill, magnetic field excitement. Under the effect of excitement, the chubby one's combat power skyrocketed, giving the opponent no chance. Landing 2 heavy strikes on the just resurrected raccoon cat, directly reducing it to a sliver of health. 400. Meow, meow. The 2 astonishing damage values left the raccoon cat itself stunned. Unable to bear it anymore, the raccoon cat turned and ran. If it got away now, wouldn't all efforts be wasted? In a critical moment, Jiang Hao quickly ordered the big hen to launch a fireball, with success or failure hanging in the balance. If it failed, they could always try again. The big hen was less than half a meter away from the raccoon cat, with 16 agility points that couldn't even catch up to the opponent's fraction. Naturally, it was insignificant in front of the raccoon cat. But don't forget the big hen at least had a pair of wings, and flying is always a bit faster than running. Cluck! The dire call sounded like a death warrant. 111 damage burst from the raccoon cat's forehead, directly clearing its entire health bar. Ding! Congratulations! Your pet Ice Crystal Phoenix successfully killed the raccoon cat and will gain any one of the raccoon cat's attribute values and skills. Ding! Your pet Ice Crystal Phoenix completed the final blow on the raccoon cat, gaining 20 skill points. Ding! Your pet's level has increased to level 22. Without hesitation, Jiang Hao chose strength for the attribute points. Although 95 points of strength were less than 118 points of agility, their essay saying that offense is the best defense. The big hen's strength reached 156 points, and with a fireball, it could take away half of the opponent's life. As for the skill choice, Shadow Clone was the raccoon cat's unique skill, allowing it to withstand a fatal blow with a feigned death. Mid-air strike jumped up at extreme speed, providing an attack bonus effect for a devastating blow to the opponent. Seeing the introduction of Shadow Clone, Jiang Hao realized this was the reason the raccoon cat could resurrect. This skill was incredible. He had been careless and tripped over this skill. If used unexpectedly in a pet competition, it would be delightful. After allocating the skill points and attribute points, the fireball finally leveled up to level 2. The big hen's speed was still insufficient, and seeing the raccoon cat's speed made Jiang Hao extremely envious, so he directly added 5 attribute points to agility. Pet owner Jiang Hao. Pet Ice Crystal Phoenix, Big Hen. Realm, Condensing Chi, level 22. Compatibility, 75. Combat power, 221. Attribute points, 0. Skill points, 0. Strength, 156. Stamina, 1. Defense, 1. Agility, 21. Critical hit rate, 0. Critical strike, 0. Skills, Chicken Fly Egg Hit, passive. Shadow Clone, passive. Fireball, level 2. Chicken Fly Egg Hit is a passive skill that triggers a counterattack when the pet is threatened, randomly launching a skill that can accurately hit the enemy. Shadow Clone is a sealed skill that withstands a fatal blow with feigned death, with a cooldown of 3 hours. Seeing the 156 strength points, Jiang Hao couldn't contain his excitement and let out a strange laugh. Chapter 8. Instant Kill Shock. Jiang Hao, wake up, we have arrived. It was Wenshui's voice. Jiang Hao suddenly opened his eyes. He heard Wenshui complaining about how carefree they were to sleep through such a strong wind. Beside him, the chubby one was sleeping so soundly that even his mother wouldn't recognize him, drooling all over his pants, making one wonder if he had wet the bed. Unable to bear such disgrace, Jiang Hao couldn't hold back any longer. Wake up, it's time for dinner. Sure enough, as soon as he mentioned food. The chubby one suddenly perked up, all sleepiness gone. Class is over? So soon. What are you thinking? All you care about is eating. We have arrived at Wuji City. The three exited the post station, and the bustling scene of Wuji City was beyond description, with cars and people everywhere. Wuji City, being close to the Wuji mountain range, had many visitors drawn here for the monsters in the mountains. It was also the largest market for pet cubs, and where there is a market, there is slaughter. Where there is slaughter, there is revenge. Every 10 to 20 years, the monster beasts would launch a large-scale beast tide to attack the human world. So the walls of Wuji City were built particularly strong and tall. Standing under the city wall, one could feel a strong aura of slaughter and a faint smell of blood. Due to time constraints, the three couldn't linger in the city. As soon as they exited the post station, they hurried toward the Wuji mountain range. With some experience from the survival simulation games, Jiang Hao directly chose the path where the raccoon cat appeared. The environment and every blade of grass and tree were just like in the game. And Jiang Hao once again felt the mystery and power of the survival simulator. But the game and reality were different. In the game, dying meant a restart. But in reality, death was death, with no second chances. So even with experience killing the raccoon cat, Jiang Hao did not dare to be careless. Most importantly, the higher the compatibility between you and your pet in reality, the better you could control your pet to fight with your mind. These combat skills were essential for every beast master to learn. As we stepped out of the academy for the first time, we must be extra cautious. This is the Wuji mountain range. If we encounter monster beasts, I hope you too will listen to my commands. He released the big hen from his space. Cluck, cluck. The big hen appeared before others for the first time, and it was not timid at all, strutting proudly around the chubby one and when Rushua, seemingly memorizing their scents. The chubby one said, "Brother Hao, this hen." Jiang Hao responded casually, "It's just ordinary, right?" When Rushua agreed, he took out prepared bread from his backpack and picked up the big hen to feed it. Later, you must make them see you in a new light. They arrived at the raccoon cat's hunting ground, and upon seeing strangers intrude, the raccoon cat immediately assumed an attacking stance. When Rushua, being both the class monitor and a top student, immediately recognized the strength of the raccoon cat. It's a high-grade raccoon cat about to reach the fusion realm. Everyone be careful. The school taught them how to distinguish the strength and quality of monster beasts from their aura and appearance. The raccoon cat revealed a fierce demeanor. With a swoosh, it transformed into an afterimage and lunged at Jiang Hao, who was walking in front. "Brother Hao, dodge!" the chubby one exclaimed in panic, hurriedly summoning the chubby one from the space. However, the next second, cluck! Feeling the threat, the big hen spread its wings and charged in front of Jiang Hao. Under Jiang Hao's mental control, an egg dropped from behind it, curving toward the lunging raccoon cat. Crack! The egg shattered, and two fiery fireballs flew towards the flower raccoon, causing the raccoon to suddenly halt in its tracks and quickly dart to the side to dodge the two fireballs. But with a built-in locking mechanism, the question is, are you panicking? The fireballs followed closely. With two loud bangs, the fireballs exploded. The flower raccoon let out a terrible scream and fell to the ground. If this were a game, damage values would definitely pop up above the opponent's head. This scene left the friends dumbfounded. Instant kill, shocking. With such powerful damage, is this unremarkable chicken still considered useless in their eyes? What happened to the so-called work pet? This completely overturned the perceptions of Pang Dung Dung and Wen Rushue. What are you still dawdling for, Dung Dung? Quickly send your big bear in. 1. Activate the field boost. Soon, they understood why Jiang Hao instructed this. Just like in the game, the flower raccoon revived. Under the effect of the colorful spirit butterfly's field boost, the chubby Dung Dung was filled with fighting spirit, delivering two heavy blows that turned the recently revived flower raccoon into a thin layer of blood. At this moment, the big hen's passive skill, egg drop, was just off cooldown. Cluck cluck. Another egg, and two fireballs directly hit the flower raccoon, which only had a thin layer of blood left. Ding. Your beast pet has leveled up to level 23. Ding. Your beast pet big hen has shown its prowess, successfully killing the level 29 flower raccoon, rewarding 7 attribute points and skill points, and unlocking the reality mode function, where your beast pets can earn corresponding rewards for killing monsters of a higher level. Ding. Reality mode function unlocked, and any beast pet that kills an opponent can obtain a random skill from the opponent, which you can choose to learn or give up. Brother Hao, the first time I saw your chicken, I thought it was extraordinary. Indeed, one cannot judge by appearances, and the ocean cannot be measured by a bucket. My brother is amazing. Can it talk? What do you mean, your chicken, my chicken? It has a name. Remember to call it Ice Crystal Phoenix from now on. Dung Dung, when Rushue praises you a bit, and you're already out of breath, go dig out the beast crystal. Don't let your bear eat them all. Okay, brother. Chubby Dung Dung went off happily to work. When Rushue looked at the big hen that was preening its feathers by Jiang Hao's feet, her eyes filled with curiosity. Jiang Hao, is your phoenix really just an ordinary hen? It can't be some mutant breed, can it? Guess. Humph, if you won't say, then I won't ask. When Rushui rolled her eyes, squatted down, and began to stroke the big hen's feathers while studying it. The big hen's performance was unexpectedly impressive, so she wanted to see if it truly had any hidden attributes. But she was destined to be disappointed. The big hen was still just a big hen, neither a mutant breed nor possessing any hidden attributes. Soon, Chubby Dung Dung excitedly cleaned a high-quality beast crystal and said, "Brother Hao, this is the first high-quality beast crystal I got from hunting outside. Can I keep it as a souvenir? As long as one doesn't mind. You can keep it if you like." "Thank you, Brother Hao." "Thank you, Class Monitor." "All right, time is of the essence. We need to quickly find a rare monster." Chapter 9, Tree Demon Terror. Rare monsters are not easy to find, especially in the outskirts of the Wuji mountain range. How lucky would you have to be to encounter one? The three of them wandered for several hours, encountering several monsters along the way, but all were close calls. And they also collected 2 low-quality beast crystals. As the sun was about to set, Spirit Deer, is that the Spirit Deer? Chubby Dung Dung exclaimed excitedly. Shoo! Don't be impulsive. Spirit Leopard, Spirit Cat, Spirit Deer. Any monster with the word Spirit is a high-quality rare breed. Spirit Deer, as a support-type monster, seems harmless, but it is the best partner for tree demons. The Spirit Deer acts as bait, leading prey into traps set by the tree demons, allowing the tree demons to kill the prey for food, while the tree demons provide protection for the Spirit Deer. If they recklessly chase after it, they could easily fall into a trap. However, the opportunity was right in front of them. If they missed it, they might not find another rare monster again. As the Spirit Deer was about to leave, Chubby Dung Dung became anxious. "Brother Hao, should we go or not? If we miss this opportunity, we might not have another." "All right, let's take a chance and turn this bicycle into a motorcycle." The valley was inverted, high at the top and wide at the bottom. The higher they went, the steeper the terrain became. But strangely, at the end of the valley, there was not a single weed or bush, only 6 large trees standing quietly at the end. Upon entering the valley, it appeared eerie from a distance. "Stop." Looking at the Spirit Deer among the 6 large trees, Jiang Hao halted and quickly said, "It's a tree demon. Let's go." Tree Demon Spirit. Level 39. Quality low. Combat power, 260. Strength, 120. Stamina, 200. Defense, 200. Agility, 30. Skills, bind, strangle, camouflage. Seeing the tree demon's attributes, Jiang Hao decisively chose to give up. This is basically a tank in front of them. Its defense is even higher than theirs. And there are still 6 of them. Swish, swish, swish. Chubby Dung Dung suddenly stopped and asked, "What sound is that?" When Ru Shui, "Be careful." Suddenly, several branches burst from the ground, tightly wrapping around Chubby Dung Dung's feet and quickly dragging him toward the tree demon's location. "Dung Dung." Jiang Hao yelled angrily as he rushed over, grabbing Chubby Dung Dung, but the immense pulling force dragged both of them away. Yow yow yow. Chubby Dung Dung desperately extended his sharp claws to cut the branches, but more branches emerged from the ground. Field boost. When Ru Shui directly activated the colorful Spirit Butterfly's ultimate skill. Under the boost, Chubby Dung Dung's combat power surged, and his sharp claws sliced through the branches wrapping around him like blades. But after cutting them, more branches came to ensnare him. It was simply impossible to defend against. On the other side, when Ru Shui also couldn't escape, and soon the 3 of them were entangled like dumplings, hanging upside down from the big trees. Meanwhile, Chubby Dung Dung was still struggling fiercely against the branches. They were too young. "Brother Hao, what should we do?" Chubby Dung Dung panicked. While controlling his beast pet to fend off the tree demon's attacks, he hoped to use the bear tribe's brute strength and defense to break through the tree demon's blockade and attract more of the tree demon's attention. Cluck cluck. His mind was focused on the big hen. Fireball technique. Fire defeats wood. Hopefully, it can repel the tree demon. But at the same time, he worried that even this principle would be blocked by the tree demon's perverse defense. Then they would really be in trouble. 2 fireballs accurately hit the tree demon wrapped around Jiang Hao. Under the fierce flames, several branches were charred, and a large piece of bark was burned. But that was all. They could only inflict minimal damage, and this was achieved under the effect of the colorful Spirit Butterfly's field boost. Creak creak. The branches on them continued to constrict, attempting to strangle them, with thorns on the branches directly piercing into their bodies, starting to drain their blood and energy. In less than 20 minutes, they would be drained into mummies. This was the horror of the tree demon. 6 tree demons. 3 were beating them while the other 3 surrounded and pursued their beast pets. Ironically, when Ru Shui's beast pet, the colorful Spirit Butterfly, was the easiest among them. Although it was merely a support-type pet, it was still in the golden body realm, and with its agile flying and positioning, it made it impossible for the tree demons to catch it. Cluck cluck, cluck cluck. The big hen jumped around, constantly dodging the branches. After 10 seconds, another egg fell to the ground, and 2 fireballs struck the tree demon wrapping around Jiang Hao. The tree demon cried out in pain, and the branches entangling Jiang Hao loosened slightly. He hurriedly took out a prepared small knife from his backpack to cut the branches on him. Dung dung, Ru Shui. Are you okay? Ru Shui healed. When Ru Shui was also uncomfortably entangled by the branches, and upon hearing this, she quickly instructed her beast pet to cast a healing spell. Soon, a faint green gas enveloped the 3 of them, and the warm sensation almost made Jiang Hao moan out loud. Soon, he was filled with energy as if he had been injected with adrenaline, his movements becoming larger and faster, and before long, he broke free from the tree monster's entanglement. Without time to pull out the roots still embedded in his body, Jiang Hao hurried to the chubby companion's side, raising his knife. Be careful. A horrified warning suddenly came from behind, from when Ru Shui. Jiang Hao felt something pierce through his thigh, and excruciating pain shot straight to his brain. He gasped, looking down to see a sharp branch piercing through the root of his thigh, almost rendering him unable to bear offspring. In that moment, he truly understood what it meant to feel pain to the core. Jiang Hao gritted his teeth and remained silent, swinging the small knife to slash at the branch. The branch broke, and he could see green sap mixed with his blood flowing from the broken part. More branches surged out of the ground, rushing toward him. Jiang Hao regretted his reckless behavior. Knowing that the spirit deer was a bait, he still took the risk, putting not only himself in danger, but also his companions. At the same time, he was even more frustrated that his beast companion had too few skills, with just a fireball spell. It dared to come to the Wujishan Mountains. Wasn't that courting death? If only he had more skills, he wouldn't be so passive now. Jiang Hao frantically hacked at the branches that were wrapping around him, but there were too many branches, and 2 fists couldn't fight against 4 hands. Soon, he was once again wrapped up like a dumpling. Chapter 10 Rare Beast Crystal. Just when he was in despair, a sudden change occurred. When Ru Shui pointed at the mountaintop in horror and shouted, "Look! What is that?" At the end of the valley, a large black sphere rolled down from the mountaintop with the force of wind and thunder, surrounded by a dense flow of unknown creatures. The army ants surged like a torrent through the valley, leaving no grass in their wake. The 6 tree monsters trembled violently, as if they wanted to crawl out of the ground, but their movements were slow. In the blink of an eye, the large sphere was almost within reach. Swoosh! The spirit deer, originally protected by them, was instantly bound by branches. Crash! The large sphere suddenly exploded behind the spirit deer, and the dense swarm of army ants immediately surrounded it. What followed was a horrifying scene. The spirit deer was instantly covered in army ants. These army ants had an extremely strong biting force, not to mention flesh and blood. Even the hardest rock was no match for them. The flesh on the spirit deer visibly disappeared at an alarming rate, and the valley was filled with its agonizing screams. The screams ceased in less than a minute, and soon, the army ants dispersed, beginning to attack the tree monsters. The branches that had just been so arrogant were soon covered in army ants, their figures overwhelming the area. To deal with the army ants, the 6 tree monsters had no choice but to release Jiang Hao and the others, focusing all their efforts on the new threat. The branches flew wildly, striking at the ant swarm. Pop, pop, pop. The explosive feeling was incredibly relieving, almost like a visual feast. The army ants did not back down, unleashing their fury in numbers, especially on the 2 tree monsters at the front. They were overrun by a large number of army ants from the bottom up, making it clear what it meant to be picked clean. Over here, Jiang Hao and his companions were also facing a crisis. The army ants not only attacked the tree monsters, but also targeted anything edible in their path. This was not a simulation game where you could respawn after dying. As the army ants closed in, Jiang Hao and his beast companion had to huddle together. Chubby was surrounded by so many army ants, looking particularly agitated and uneasy, howling and stomping to crush the approaching ants into mush. Fireball spell. The big hen squatted on Jiang Hao's shoulder, and instead of directly attacking the army ants, the fireball spell exploded at their feet, creating 2 fire piles that blocked the army ants' advance. Ants were afraid of fire. Good job, Brother Hao. Have your beast companion throw fireballs behind us. We should get out of here quickly. Okay. As 10 seconds passed, the fireball spell opened a path, and Jiang Hao and the others fought while retreating. But there was still a gap above their heads. The tree monsters shook their trunks violently, causing army ants to fall like dumplings. Chubby suddenly jumped around wildly, quickly reaching for its neck and grabbing an ant, swearing at it. You dare bite me? I'll crush you. Following that, when Ru Shui desperately slapped her left arm, where an army ant had bitten through her clothes. Scared, she didn't have time to be afraid and slapped it hard, smashing it. But more army ants fell from above. The 2 could only scream and wave their arms. Only Jiang Hao was unscathed, as all the falling army ants were eaten by the big hen. After what felt like over 10 minutes, The team barely escaped the encirclement. Rushua, heal those tree monsters a bit so they can buy us more time. Haha. Soon, the colorful spirit butterfly circled above the 6 tree monsters. Regardless of whether the healing spell had any effect on them, they were definitely disgusted. If the tree monsters could speak, they would surely curse. Damn it. Thanks for making me die a little slower. The 3 of them, along with Chubby, escaped the valley in a sorry state. Although Jiang Hao had not been bitten by the army ants, his injuries were the most severe. Even now, a branch was still lodged in the root of his thigh, filled with roots that had deeply embedded themselves in his flesh. When Rushua was busy treating everyone's wounds, but when it came to Jiang Hao, she couldn't bring herself to do it. In the end, it was Chubby who stepped in to help. Wait, find me a branch first. After placing the branch in his mouth, he realized that Chubby was more nervous than he was, sweating profusely and trembling. Brother Hao, can I pull it out now? Jiang Hao nodded and closed his eyes. Immediately, he felt as if a knife was slicing through his thigh layer by layer, causing intense pain. He let out a muffled sound. All right, Brother Hao. Jiang Hao opened his eyes to see that there was still a bit of his flesh hanging from the branch in Chubby's hand. When Rushua quickly began healing him. But the branch was very strange, moving as if it were the tail of a gecko that had been severed. No, this is too dangerous. Brother Hao, listen to my advice. Let's just leave. When Rushua also urged, yes, as long as the green hills remain, we need not worry about firewood. We can always come back tomorrow. But who knows if we'll encounter rare beasts again tomorrow. Those army ants can't possibly stay in the valley forever, can they? You guys wait here for me. I'll go down and take a look. If it's safe, I can search for it later. Jiang Hao was overjoyed and hurried to squat down beside the spirit deer's remains, searching through the bones. Soon, he indeed found a beast crystal with a hint of blood among the bones. The beast crystal was only the size of 2 fingers, shaped like a hexagonal crystal. Crystal clear with no impurities visible. The color of beast crystals varies. The higher the purity and hardness, the better the quality. Jiang Hao curiously picked up the beast crystal. Puzzled, strange, according to the army ant's behavior, there shouldn't be any blood left behind. But soon, this doubt was replaced by joy. Did you find something? Came Chubby's voice from behind. Didn't I tell you to wait on the mountain? What do you mean by that? How could we let you take risks alone? Wow. Is this the beast crystal from the spirit deer? That's great. The 2 gathered around Jiang Hao, finally seeing the beast crystal in his hand. This trip to the Wujishan Mountains was indeed fraught with danger, but fortunately, they achieved their goal. Chapter 11 The Cruel Truth. Next, Jiang Hao needed to prepare for the beast companion competition with all his might. This action not only yielded a rare beast crystal, but, more importantly, made him realize the deficiencies in his beast companion skills. Although the 2 passive skills were very useful, having only 1 active skill, the fireball spell, was indeed somewhat inadequate. Back in Wajishi, Jiang Hao couldn't wait to enter the simulation game. The moment he activated the survival simulator, a flurry of notification sounds dazzled him. Ding! Your beast pet devoured an army ant and gained 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. Ding! There were a full 30 notifications, leaving Jiang Hao bewildered. What is going on? Eating an army ant can even yield attribute points and skill points? Suddenly, Jiang Hao felt like he had missed out on a fortune. Adding the 7 attribute points and skill points he gained from killing a flower cat earlier, if he allocated all of them to strength. Wouldn't the big hen's strength value nearly surpass 200? Awesome. Without hesitation, he allocated all the attribute points to strength. That night, Jiang Hao led the big hen to wreak havoc in the addiction mist swamp, defeating several enemies and leveling the big hen from level 23 to 26. While his character also reached level 26. Aside from the levels and a few pieces of equipment, unfortunately, he had not obtained any skills. So it seemed he would have to increase the game difficulty. Jiang Hao set the game to hard mode. The hard mode map was called the Lihing Gobi, where the lowest level monsters, the Fanchi demon, were all level 35, 9 levels higher than him. The names of the monsters were all in red, which was due to his character's insufficient combat power. With 5 pieces of high-quality gear, he only had 15 combat power, and with a top-grade spear, it was only 22 points. However, he wasn't afraid. With this set of high-quality equipment, he no longer had to run away from monsters like before and could take a few hits. Moreover, his big hen's combat power was off the charts. With 261 points of damage output, capable of one-shotting a monster with a peck, though this was only in the game. As per his usual routine, Jiang Hao began searching for coordinates. The coordinates of the Balog bones were in the upper right corner, where the monster density was very high, due to their red names. These monsters would actively attack him as soon as he got close. They would swarm him without any sense of martial ethics. Generally, entering a new game map felt like opening a blind box, full of anticipation. Finally, when the first Balog bone fell, Jiang Hao's keen eyes immediately spotted a familiar skill book among the loot. The moment he picked it up, the survival simulator's notification sounded. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained the skill book Seduction. Would you like your beast pet to learn it? Seduction is a trigger-type skill that can forcibly gather enemies within a 10-meter diameter. The maximum level is 5, with a cooldown of 10 minutes, reduced by 1 minute for each level increased. Note, the skills here differ from the actual game, so don't get too attached. This was somewhat underwhelming. Jiang Hao couldn't even understand the utility of this skill. However, having it was better than not having it at all. Though it didn't meet his expectations, he still had the Big Hen learn it, as it was a trigger-type skill that might yield unexpected results in beast competitions. Besides the seduction skill, both he and the Big Hen leveled up, and there were 2 pieces of equipment among the loot, but their quality was only decent. Jiang Hao felt disappointed. This loot was on a completely different level from the first time he killed the green demon. Was it because the Big Hen's attack power was too high? The Big Hen's fireball spell had taken nearly a quarter of the Balog Bone's health in one hit, and he had no sense of anticipation when the opponent fell. It seemed that attacking required a certain level of skill. With this mindset, Jiang Hao began searching for the next target. As he walked, he suddenly spotted a large group of bats. Oh no, fire dragon beasts. One of them resembled Liao Yunxiao's Flame Dragon King. He had long wanted to take down that mother tyrant dragon. So this was what it meant when enemies met. They would be extra hostile. Phoenix, go for it. Jiang Hao exclaimed excitedly, his voice suddenly rising to a breaking point. Cluck, 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 cluck. Eggs are being laid. 2 eggs bounced forward into the fire dragon beast group. Jiang Hao noticed that the first egg seemed different. It was actually transparent. Indeed, it was transparent. Upon touching the first fire dragon beast, the transparent egg suddenly disappeared, and immediately all the fire dragon beasts, including the big one, gathered together. Then, the second egg exploded, launching 2 fireballs that hit the monster group, and a flurry of damage values floated up. Wow. So this is how seduction is used. I learned something new. The little fire dragon beasts were instantly wiped out, but the big one only suffered a scratch. Now that was a bit tricky. The Big Hen only had a little stamina, hardly enough for others to touch it. Would it be able to withstand a hit? Jiang Hao deliberately let the opponent hit him, resulting in a mocking sound. This monster looked fierce and powerful, but turned out to be a paper tiger, dealing no damage at all. This should be a typical example of high defense and low attack. It took several minutes of grinding to finally take it down. As a result, the big one dropped the coveted item, a skill book that Jiang Hao had been longing for. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained the Area Attack Skill Book Wind Pearl. Would you like your beast pet to learn this skill? Of course. The Wind Pearl Area Attack Skill, Explosive Output. Effective targets 10, currently level 1, maximum level 3, cooldown time 10 seconds, reduced by 2 seconds for each level increased. If leveled to 3, it would be a 4-second release interval. Although it wasn't an instant cast skill, it made Jiang Hao ecstatic. This was an area attack skill. While Seduction and Fireball spells could also deal area damage, Seduction had a lengthy cooldown of 10 minutes, and even if leveled to the highest level of 5, it would still have a 5-minute cooldown, which was a world of difference compared to Wind Pearl. The early game map indeed was different. Obtaining 2 skills in a row made Jiang Hao think he would wake up smiling from his dreams. With the Wind Pearl skill, monster grinding would be much faster. He continued to press on, but it seemed his luck had run out. After killing several more monsters, he failed to obtain any more skill books. Aside from leveling up and a few pieces of high-quality gear he couldn't currently equip. Before logging out of the game, Jiang Hao opened the Beast Pet Information interface to allocate the obtained attribute points. Beast Pet Owner, Jiang Hao. Beast Pet, Ice Crystal Phoenix, Big Hen. Realm, Fusion, level 30. Familiarity, 90. Combat Power, 301. Attribute Points, 0. Skill Points, 0. Strength, 217. Stamina, 8. Defense, 8. Agility, 25. Critical Hit Rate, 0. Critical Strike, 0. Skills, Chicken Flight and Egg Strike. Passive, Shadow Clone. Passive, Fireball Spell, level 252. Seduction, level 1. Wind Pearl, level 120. Chicken Flight and Egg Strike is a passive skill that triggers a counterattack when the beast pet is threatened, randomly throwing a skill that can accurately hit enemies. Shadow Clone is a passive skill that can withstand a fatal blow once by feigning death, with a cooldown of 3 hours. Seduction is a trigger-type skill that can forcibly gather enemies within a 10-meter diameter, with a maximum level of 5 and a cooldown of 10 minutes. Reduced by 1 minute for each level increased. Wind Pearl is an area attack skill with explosive output, effective for 10 targets, currently level 1, maximum level 3. Cooldown of 10 seconds, reduced by 2 seconds for each level increased. Considering the Big Hen was too fragile and had died at least 3 times in the game, each death reducing its strength by 1 point, Jiang Hao reluctantly allocated the new 20 attribute points primarily to stamina and defense. Guys, look at this. Jiang Hao took out the rare beast crystal to show off before he even put down his backpack. He boasted about his journey to Wujishan in vivid detail, eagerly waiting for everyone to praise him. As a result, Russell, unable to keep the secret, pouted and bluntly said, "Just keep bragging. If it weren't for second sister helping you." Before she could finish, Liao Yunxiao interrupted, "Susu, shut up." It felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over Jiang Hao, and he had a bad feeling. His voice turned strange as he looked at Liao Yunxiao. "Guess what? This beast crystal was placed in the skeleton of the elf deer by you, right? Russell seems to think that you're not that dumb, third brother. He should have guessed it earlier. He found it strange at the time how a marching ant style would leave behind a bloody beast crystal." Russell then realized he had misspoken. Looking at Jiang Hao's back, he muttered that he was really a stingy man, helping him but not even saying thank you. "Ron, shut up. Is this stinginess? This is about a man's dignity. Second sister has already told us not to expose it, and you just can't keep your mouth shut." Russell, feeling frustrated, wanted to retort, but Liao Yunxiao couldn't stand it anymore. "Everyone, shut up and eat." In the end, she didn't forget to scold the two. Comparing them to Jiang Hao, you two are even more disappointing. He has the ability to train a pet that doesn't even count as a work pet into a battle pet that can cast skills. Just this point makes him a genius among geniuses. And you? Your battle pets are still acting cute, aren't they? Don't participate in this beast pet competition. It will only embarrass us at Longzhong Fortress. Ron was no better off. He was using the Earth Bear King's cub as a pillow, hugging it every day to sleep. At first, when they heard from Liao Yunxiao that Jiang Hao's big chicken could actually cast fireballs, both of them were dumbfounded. Back in the room, Jiang Hao dropped his backpack and lay on the bed, staring blankly. The truth is often cruel. Some people would rather remain silent in their own assumptions, spouting nonsense about not believing rumors and not spreading them, rather than facing reality. However, Jiang Hao devoted all his energy to preparing for the beast pet competition in the following time, even enduring the occasional taunts from classmates without retaliating. The beast pet competition finally arrived. Chapter 12, Beast Pet Preliminary Round. With only one day left until the beast pet competition, the Academy finally posted a notice about the competition. The notice board was crowded with students, all discussing the 5-yearly beast pet competition held by Shenzhou Country. So, does this competition have different rules than previous years? That's good. There needs to be suspense. Just look at how outrageous the rewards are, especially for the top 3. Keeping a military position permanently is simply unbelievable. TSK, I can't wait to participate in this competition. Jiang Hao and the chubby boy squeezed into the crowd. And the notice on the board read as follows. The rewards for the second tier of the competition are as follows. Rewards for the 500th to 101st places are 1,000 low-grade beast crystals each. Rewards for the 100th to 51st places are 1,000 middle-grade beast crystals each. Rewards for the 50th to 21st places are 1,000 high-grade beast crystals each. Rewards for the 20th to 11th places are 5,000 high-grade beast crystals each, with an additional reward of a Centurion military position. Limited time to report to the Shenzhou military camp. Failure to do so will be considered voluntary forfeiture. Rewards for the 10th to 4th places are 10 rare beast crystals each, with an additional reward of a 1,000-man military position. Limited time to report to the Shenzhou military camp. Failure to do so will be considered voluntary forfeiture. Rewards for the 3rd place are a rare beast crystal, with an additional reward of a permanent reserve deputy commander military position. Rewards for the 2nd place are 10 rare beast crystals, with an additional reward of a permanent reserve commander military position. Rewards for the 1st place are a top-grade beast crystal, with an additional reward of a permanent reserve captain military position. There are even military position rewards. This completely refreshes the history of Shenzhou Country. Military positions can only be obtained through bloodshed on the battlefield, and now they are being used to reward people who aren't even considered rookies. A top-grade beast crystal. How good, did you see that? It's actually a top-grade one, something I wouldn't even dare to dream of. Wait, your focus is actually on this. Compared to the permanent reserve captain military position, you only care about a top-grade beast crystal? Which one is more important? Jiang Hao felt exasperated with this diehard friend. However, those with insight quickly realized something else upon seeing these rewards. Do you think this beast pet competition is like selecting talents? I heard that our Shenzhou military has clashed with the North Sea Kingdom at the border again. What's so strange about it? Haven't there been many frictions between Shenzhou Country and North Sea Kingdom? Those northern barbarians have been harassing our borders every winter for years. Yeah, it's frustrating that our Shenzhou Country doesn't have any mythical beasts. Otherwise, those northern barbarians wouldn't dare to come knocking. We would have already invaded their homeland. Cut it out, it's easy for you to say. The number 1 power, Chaoyan Country, took thousands of years to cultivate 2 generations of mythical beasts. Do you think mythical beasts are cabbages on the road? Having one saintly being is already pretty good. The reason the North Sea Kingdom dares to harass the Shinjo borders so recklessly is that they have a saintly being in their country, which gives them confidence. They're bullying us because they know we can't take them on. Do you think Lord Dragon's pet, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, has been stuck at the peak of the extraordinary for 30 years with no news? Will it evolve to the saintly realm in this lifetime? It's probably hopeless. You heard me right. Lord Dragon is not only the top of the 10 extraordinary masters, but also the former marshal of the Shinjo military. His beast pet is highly anticipated by millions of Shinjo citizens to evolve into a saintly being. The preliminary round is quite simple. All registered beast tamers draw lots for a duel, and the winners progress to the next round of drawing lots until the top 200 are determined. Let's not talk about the first tier of the competition for now. The total number of registrants from Hongwang City and several nearby cities in the second tier has reached 320 as the fifth competition area for this event. Tomorrow's competition will take place at the War Academy. Registration was completed 3 days ago, so now, as you walk around the academy, you can see incoming beast tamers strolling around, admiring the campus scenery. Oh, isn't that chicken brother? You don't really think your weak self can make it into the top 200, do you? Haha. It was the mocking voice of Song Jia. Haha, chicken brother. If your weak self can get into the top 200 in the preliminary round, no, the top 500, I'll stand on my head and take a dump. It was the voice of Song Jia's lackey. TSK, chicken brother. Don't listen to him. If you make it into the top 1,000, I'll strip naked in public. It was the voice of Song Jia's lackey B. Their words drew laughter from everyone. Even some incoming beast tamers looked at Jiang Hao and whispered among themselves. The War Academy is indeed getting worse with each passing year. They're letting in people like this. It seems we came to the right place. I'm sure I'll have a spot in the top 200 of the fifth competition area. Jiang Hao was so angry his gums hurt, but he quickly calmed down, letting these people be pleased for a while longer. Tomorrow, he hoped he wouldn't draw Song Jia and the others. No matter what. As long as someone like Song Jia doesn't win, everything is negotiable. At Longzhong Fortress, at the dining table, there were reminders from the Dragon Lord. Howard, do you have confidence in taking first place in this beast pet competition? Russell almost spat his food out. His father really spoke astonishingly. Jiang Hao replied weakly, I'll try my best. Liao Yunxiao frowned, put down her chopsticks, and said somewhat unhappily, What's wrong? When did the men of Longzhong Fortress speak with such a lack of confidence? Jiang Hao announced loudly to his father and second sister, I can't guarantee first place, but I must be in the top 3. The next day, the highly anticipated 5-yearly beast pet competition finally began. The doors of the War Academy, which were not open to the public, were wide open, and the vast campus square was crowded with people, students from the academy, competing beast tamers, and ordinary people there to watch the excitement. In the center of the square, a large circular platform with a diameter of nearly 100 meters was divided into 5 small competition platforms. Each platform was separated by reinforced glass to prevent accidental injuries when beast pets cast skills. There was also a designated area in the center of the platforms, about 10 meters in diameter, where stepping out of this area would count as a loss for either the beast tamer or the beast pet. On the podium, with the principal of the War Academy at the forefront, a group of judges lined up behind him to ensure fairness. These people were all beast tamers nominated by various cities. Liao Yunxiao, as an extraordinary master, was naturally among them, representing Hongwang City and the War Academy. Silence. A deep voice echoed across the entire schoolyard. Suddenly, the schoolyard fell silent, and all eyes turned to the principal, a middle-aged man in his 50s, who was still full of vigor. Seeing this, the principal nodded in satisfaction, cleared his throat, and continued, Today, as scheduled, our country's 5-year beast pet competition is being held. On behalf of the War Academy, I welcome all of you who have come from afar. Next, I would like to invite our school's faculty member and the chief judge of this event, Master Liao Yunxiao, to announce the competition rules. Surely, no one present is unaware of the beautiful young master beside Liao Yunxiao. Liao Yunxiao wasted no time. Her clear voice was amplified for everyone to hear. Due to time constraints, I won't waste words. The rules for this competition are as follows. First, the competition lasts for 5 days, and each match cannot exceed 5 minutes. If neither side can knock the other out of the ring within 5 minutes, both will be eliminated. Second, cheating and throwing matches are prohibited. Any violation will result in immediate disqualification. Third, on the 5th day, there will be a round of knockout draws. This is the last chance for competitors ranked outside the top 200. If you can defeat those ahead of you, you can take their ranking. So those in the top 200 should not assume victory is guaranteed. Fourth, to ensure the safety of beast tamers and their pets, please make sure to collect a protection bell during the draw. I won't explain the function of the protection bell here. Fifth, now, Those in the first tier should go to the new schoolyard for the draw, and all auxiliary-type competitors should head to the number 2 schoolyard for their draw. Alright, everyone. Take your positions. As soon as he finished speaking, the judging panel immediately split into 3 groups, one to oversee the first tier, and another to manage the auxiliary-type competitors' events. However, as soon as these rules were announced, the owners of defensive-type beasts wailed in despair. This was simply their nightmare, making them suspect that the judges had deliberately set these rules against them. Where's the promised fairness and justice? Many chose to withdraw from the competition. As if they had any counterattack skills, they might still have hope. As the saying goes, luck is also a part of strength. This group simply had bad luck, resulting in their defeat before the competition even began. After spending most of the day, Jiang Hao finally received 2 protection bells and a blurred draw from the staff. Upon taking a look, he was astonished to find he was number 4001. Excluding the 1,000 auxiliary-type competitors and those who had withdrawn, there were only 4,001 competitors left, which meant one person was destined to be exempt from this round, and that person was none other than him, Jiang Hao. Chapter 13. The competition is underway. Jiang Hao took his number directly to the judging panel and advanced amidst the envy and jealousy of others, especially those who had voluntarily given up their matches. No comparison means no harm. However, being exempt has its pros and cons. The advantage is that he advances directly to the next round without competing. But the downside is that he cannot earn points. If he remains exempt for several rounds and fails to make it into the top 200, it would turn into a tragedy instead of a comedy. It was estimated that the second round of draws would take place tomorrow. With nothing to do, Jiang Hao decided to watch the match of the chubby Guodundu. His chubby bear, Fat Dudu, was also a defensive-type beast, but unlike others with pure defense. It also had considerable attack power, so it could be classified as a balanced offensive and defensive beast. Jiang Hao also noticed that there was a projection drone hovering above each small competition stage. These drones belonged to working-type beasts, and their function was to supervise the matches and relay the footage they captured back to the Queen Bee, who would then broadcast it out, providing a high-definition view for the spectators outside. After waiting for more than half an hour, it was finally Guodundu's turn to compete. On the No. 5 small competition stage, as the judge called out the number, Guodundu's plump body struggled to climb onto the stage. His opponent was a classmate from the next class, who looked ordinary and obviously just another passerby. With Jiang Hao, the chicken brother, gaining fame, his best friend Guodundu also gained a little recognition. As soon as Guodundu stepped onto the stage, the passerby couldn't help but mock him. "Fatty, following your class's chicken brother has no future. How about you come and be my little brother? Get lost." "Judge, why hasn't it started yet?" Guodundu's face trembled with anger. Realizing that even random passersby dared to mock him, Jiang Hao below was also quite annoyed. "Dundu, if you can't finish the battle within a minute, don't say you know me. Don't worry, Brother Hao. I guarantee I'll complete the task." He asked Jiang Hao, "That chicken brother looks nothing special." This was blatant jealousy. "Judge, start." With the judge's command, Fat Dudu was the first to unleash his beast, Fat Dudu. Although still underage, Fat Dudu was robust under his owner's careful care, exuding an overwhelming presence on the stage. What a golden body bear beast. Once a melee beast reaches the golden body realm, it can merge. Though Fat Dudu is defensive, it also belongs to the melee category, so merging is normal. Seeing this, the passerby no longer dared to act arrogantly and quickly released his beast, which was a poison scorpion king. It was quite large, especially its pair of pincers, which were as thick as a human thigh. Judging from its aura, it was at least at the peak of the fusion realm. No wonder it had previously dared to boast about recruiting Fat Dudu as a little brother. Merge. Fat Dudu let out a furious roar and charged at Fat Dudu. Immediately, a tall humanoid bear appeared before everyone, with the upper body of a bear and the lower body of a human, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with thick limbs, sharp claws, and fangs, completely transforming Guodundu's previous chubby image into one of overwhelming power. Die! The thunderous footsteps shook the competition stage. Fat Dudu took a big stride, rushing in front of the poison scorpion king, and swung his bare paw fiercely. Heavy strike. The blow landed heavily on the poison scorpion king's pincers, but the poison scorpion king withstood it. Another pincer swung in, instantly pinching one of Fat Dudu's arms. The passerby smirked, and then the poison scorpion king launched its deadly attack, the scorpion tail strike. If the poison scorpion king's tail stinger hit, everything would be over. At a critical moment, Fat Dudu opened his bare mouth and let out a long howl. Intimidation. Roaring and intimidating are unique skills of the bear tribe. Similar to Ron's Earth Bear King with its Earth Roar and the Battlefield Barbarian Bear with its War Intimidation. Their characteristics are to deter and disrupt the opponent's emotions, achieving victory without fighting. Waves of sound swept across the entire small competition stage. With this roar, the poison scorpion king fell into a dazed state. Its raised scorpion tail seemingly frozen in midair. Even its owner, the passerby, was affected, blood streaming from his nostrils. This was a great opportunity. Fat Doodoo abandoned the poison scorpion king and charged at the passerby with a heavy strike. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, a series of urgent bell sounds rang from the protection bell hanging around his neck. Judge, stop. Competitor number 35, Dundu wins, earning 5 points. The entire process took less than a minute. As the merging ended, Fat Doodoo put away his beast and left the stage, walking straight towards Jiang Hao. As he passed by others, the spectators respectfully made way for him. This was the respect for a strong competitor, and no one dared to underestimate this chubby guy anymore. Jiang Hao did not hesitate to give a thumbs up, praising, Dundu, well done. You've kept it under wraps. When did you reach the golden body realm without me knowing? He remembered that last time they went to Wujishan to hunt the spirit deer. Fat Doodoo was still in the fusion realm. You must have spent a lot to achieve good results in this beast pet competition. What about you? When's your match? I'll cheer for you. Me? I'm exempt. Oh my god. The two continued to watch others' matches, studying their beast pet skills. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. It turned out that Song Jia's beast pet was also a fusion type. And it was at the golden body realm. No wonder it was so arrogant. Jiang Hao asked him, Dun Dun, what are your odds of winning against him? Fat Dun Dun thought for a moment and hesitantly replied, it's hard to say. This guy's attack speed is too fast. It's a one-hit kill. If he doesn't sneak attack, I have a 70% chance of winning. It seems you can only pray not to encounter Song Jia. Haha, so the sidekick B is a bird person. The sidekick B Jiang Hao mentioned is Yang Di, a friend of Song Jia, from the same class, but their relationship isn't very good. Yang Di's beast pet is a red falcon, a fusion type, which after merging has a pair of wings like an angel, capable of flying and incredibly fast. The scariest part is that this bird person can also spit electricity, and others can't even touch him before getting electrocuted to the ground. Another fierce competitor. Fat Dun Dun wondered, this guy clearly has the potential to become a big shot, but why is he willing to be Song Jia's sidekick? Other than this explanation, it seems there's no other reason. With 4,001 contestants in the competition, finishing the first round in one day, it's no wonder the judges stipulated 5 minutes to determine the winner. Fortunately, most matches were decided in under a minute, or there wouldn't have been enough time. Those eliminated were basically those who tried to take advantage of the situation. Their beast pets hadn't even reached the fusion level. As for why they still signed up, only they know. The next morning, they lined up to draw lots. The result. Damn. Jiang Hao couldn't help but curse as he looked at his lot number. Good heavens. 2001. He got a bye again, directly advancing to the next round. So far, he was the only contestant to advance to the third round of the draw with 0 points. He didn't know if this was his luck or misfortune. What's up? Chicken brother, you got a bye again? Looking at Jiang Hao's gloomy figure as he looked for the judge. Haha. Suddenly, the people around burst into laughter. If getting a bye in the first round was luck, then the second time was a tragedy, because he had 10 fewer points than others. Unless he could end every match in under a minute from now on to have a chance to climb into the top 200 ranks. Frustrated, Jiang Hao couldn't even be bothered to watch the matches anymore and entered the simulation game to vent. The second round wasn't as easy. After all, everyone's strength was above the fusion level, and resolving opponents in under a minute wasn't that simple. Unless they were like Dun Dun, Song Jia, Yang Di, etc., crushing opponents with their absolute strength at the golden body realm. On the third day, everyone's eyes were focused on Jiang Hao. Feeling the pressure, Jiang Hao trembled as he wiped away the mosaic on his lot. The result. Sorry to disappoint everyone. 1,000. Haha. TSK. Everyone dispersed in an uproar. That was close. He almost became the lucky contestant eliminated from this beast pet competition due to too much good luck. At the moment Jiang Hao announced his lot number, Song Jia and Yang Di exchanged glances, and Song Jia quietly instructed, Yang Di, don't hold back. Take him out in one move, understand? Don't worry, brother Jia. I've placed a big bet. If Jiang Hao could be eliminated under Yang Di, then Song Jia surely wouldn't treat himself poorly in the previous bet. Finally, it was time for him to showcase his skills. It would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. He wanted to slap Song Jia and the others hard in front of everyone. The fact that Jiang Hao had contracted a chicken had already spread, and the name Chicken Brother was even circulating in the Hongguang city. So when Jiang Hao stood on platform 1, it was almost surrounded by people, all wanting to see his joke. Jiang Hao shook his head and stretched his limbs, looking at Yang Di across from him with a calm gaze. Yang Di said, Chicken Brother, it's not too late to beg for mercy and admit defeat now. I'm only advising you once. Such an opportunity is rare. Jiang Hao ignored him, waiting for the judge's command. Judge, begin. The two almost simultaneously released their beast pets. Fusion, Yang Di shouted, and the bird person instantly soared into the air. Cluck cluck. Cluck cluck. The moment the big hen appeared, the audience burst into laughter. Voices of discussion rose and fell. It really is a hen. I was half in doubt before. Huh. This is the first time I've seen someone contract a chicken as a beast pet. How did he do it? You should ask him if he is out of his mind. What was he thinking? Wait, didn't you notice the aura of this hen? It seems. Without waiting for him to finish, 2 eggs fell from behind the big hen, one after the other. The first transparent egg bounced to the ground right below Yang Di. And then a bizarre scene unfolded that others couldn't see. Just as Yang Di was about to launch his attack in midair, suddenly, an uncontrollable force yanked him down from the air. Song Jia, what is going on? The answer to him was the second egg exploding, followed by 2 fireballs crashing into Yang Di, erupting with intense flames. Boom, boom. The clang of bells rang loudly, extinguishing the flames on Yang Di, who lay unconscious on the platform, covered in soot. Instant kill. If it weren't for the protective bell saving him at the last moment, Yang Di would have been reduced to ashes by the fireball technique. How is this possible? Everyone was collectively speechless. The contrast was stark from just moments ago when they mocked him, until the judge ran to Yang Di to check and announce the result. The judge looked deeply at Jiang Hao and calmly announced the result. Contestant 1000, Jiang Hao, wins completely, earning 5 points. Wow, he actually completely defeated Yang Di. Jiang Hao's beast pet is so powerful, amazing. Chapter 14, Eagle Strike in the Sky. Unexpectedly. You say this is a big hen? Brother, I didn't see it wrong, right? It can spit fireballs, and the power is so strong. No one stop me. I want to use a big hen as a beast pet too. Bro, don't be impulsive. Suddenly, there was chaos under the platform. When Jiang Hao heard that he had won completely, there was neither joy nor sadness on his face. He had long anticipated this outcome. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Hao calmly left the stage. Tomorrow, he hoped the heavens wouldn't favor him again. Medical room. After receiving treatment, Yang Di woke up from his daze. When he saw Song Jia beside him, he asked in confusion, Brother Jia, where am I? Wasn't I in a match? Song Jia's face immediately darkened, clenching his fists in frustration. What match? You got instant killed. Yang Di. Song Jia gritted his teeth and cursed. That bastard Jiang Hao was hiding deep. He didn't react at all when we humiliated him earlier. It turns out he was just waiting to make us look bad. Yang Di, what should we do now? Is he going to make me run naked in public? What else can we do? You've already been eliminated. Now it's just me and Qin Xiaolin left. I hope Qin Xiaolin can make it out on the supporting side. As for running naked, if you dare to do it, don't blame me for not treating you like a brother, Yang Di, looks like I can only avoid Jiang Hao from now on. On Jiang Hao's side, Fat Dun Dun's opponent was also a fusion type at the Golden Body realm. So this time he couldn't finish the match in under a minute like the previous 2 times. They fought for over 4 minutes, and in the end, Fat Dun Dun managed to push his opponent out of the designated area with his size advantage, winning narrowly. Currently, the highest scorer is Song Jia with 15 points, having won all 3 battles within a minute. Song Jia, when classmate Sycophant. Beast Pet Iron Arm Mantis, Superior. Type, Fusion Melee. Strength, Golden Body Realm. Skills, Death God Scythe. Mantis Arm, Mantis Catching Cicada. In second place is Wenrushue. Wenrushue, Class Monitor, when classmate. Beast Pet Colorful Spirit Butterfly, Rare. Type, Support. Strength, Golden Body Realm. Skill Weakness, Passive, Healing Technique, Blood Sacrifice Technique, Magnetic Field Motivation. Classmate Wen has earned the title of Best Support Beast Pet due to her exceptional healing capabilities. Support type competitions focus on the practicality of support beast pets, such as healing, buffs, bindings, and removals. Although the top 200 in the leaderboard all have 15 points. There are still distinctions. The less time taken in a match, the higher the rank, as time is life on the battlefield. In third place is someone named Gongsun Qinshuan. Gongsun Qinshuan. Beast Pet. Phantom Cat. Rare. Type. Melee Fusion. Strength. Golden Body Realm. Skills. Phantom Dash. Stealth. Deadly Hunt. Clearly, he is a hunter skilled in assassination. If encountered, one must be cautious, as his big hen is indeed quite fragile. Looking at his own ranking, wow, he is within the bottom 100. And it's as disheartening as his academic performance. However, once this round of competition ends, he will be able to advance into the top 500, which is quite an achievement, considering his academic performance has always been beyond the 500 mark. Jiang Hao. Beast Pet. Ice Crystal Phoenix. Normal. Type. Ranged. Strength. Fusion Realm. Skills. Fireball Technique. Lure. Wind Pearl. Indeed, this information was voluntarily provided by Jiang Hao to the judging panel, with important information naturally concealed. Why is there a question mark after the name of his beast pet indicating normal? Is this questioning the breed quality and name? Not happy. It's better to look at the information on the survival simulator, which feels more real. As soon as the survival simulator is activated, several pieces of information sound off. But Jiang Hao decides to check the messages before looking at the beast pet information panel, as this has become second nature to him. After all, the alerts from the survival simulator are usually quite important. Ding, your beast pet has defeated a red falcon above its own level, gaining 2 attribute points and 2 skill points. Ding, your beast pet has defeated a red falcon and will gain any one of its skills. Skyhawk, active skill. Eagle Eye can see anything from a kilometer away, excellent night vision, active skill. Lightning technique. Emits a powerful lightning bolt, causing significant damage and stunning effect, active skill. Seeing these 3 skills, Jiang Hao's mouth waters, but unfortunately, he can only choose one. After much hesitation, he finally selects Skyhawk. No other reason. A flying chicken fits its name better. Beast pet owner, Jiang Hao. Beast pet, Ice Crystal Phoenix, Hen. Realm, Fusion, level 39. Affinity, 90. Combat power, 391. Attribute points, 2. Skill points, 2. Strength, 237. Stamina, 13. Defense, 13. Agility, 30. Critical hit rate, 0. Critical strike, 0. Skills, chicken flight and egg strike. Passive, shadow clone, passive. Fireball technique, level 252. Lure, level 1. Wind pearl, level 165. Skyhawk, level 1. Skyhawk. Active skill, soar through the sky like an eagle, currently at level 1. Maximum level 3, can fly for 10 minutes. Each level increases flight time by double, cooldown of 1 hour. In the largest broadcasting hall of Hongwang City, many ordinary people gather to watch the Beast Pet competition. You only need to spend a little money to enter and watch the live broadcast. You heard it right. Those working pet projection bees relay the images in real time to the Bee King, who then broadcasts these images, with 5 small competition stages showing 5 live feeds, high definition, and great effects. By the way, in the Beast Master world, the currency is silver and beast crystals. 100 tails of silver can be exchanged for a normal beast crystal. But 100 normal beast crystals may not necessarily be able to exchange for a low-grade beast crystal, and the higher the quality of beast crystals, the more valuable they are. Yang Pu Kai is, as usual, stationed in the broadcasting hall, watching his son Yang Di's competition live. He enjoys it when others praise his son, and he likes to boast about him to anyone, which makes him feel proud. Especially after his son decisively defeated his opponent a couple of days ago, he has been the center of attention among friends and neighbors. He regrets not becoming a beast master himself, but now he has spent all his savings to let his son fulfill his dream, which makes him happier than if he had become a beast master himself, as raising a beast master from an ordinary family is a mark of ancestral virtue. Old Yang, your son is incredible. He's in the top 200, so he is likely to enter the national top 100 in this beast pet competition. Congratulations. Congratulations. People who know him greet him with envious looks. This makes Yang Pu Kai feel euphoric, realizing he is indeed fortunate to have such a good son. The saying that raising daughters in wealth and sons in poverty is nonsense. Raising a genius son also brings honor to the ancestors. It's starting. Huh. Who is this kid? I've never seen him before. You don't know him? He is called Chicken Brother. He had 2 lucky draws that were voided. His luck is really bad. 2 voided draws are already unlucky enough, and now he is up against old Yang's son. It seems like he is destined for a one-day trip. Hearing the discussions around him, Yang Pu Kai couldn't help but smile wider, thinking to himself that it's worth spending a few taels of silver every day to watch the competition. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how popular his son is. Wow. Instant kill. He got killed instantly. Isn't that expected? Why all the fuss? They are just a bunch of country bumpkins who have never seen the world. While Yang Pu Kai was still lost in his fantasies, bursts of exclamations reached his ears. Old Yang, your son got killed instantly. Expected. Suddenly, Yang Pu Kai doubted if he had heard wrong, and he choked halfway through his words. He stared wide-eyed at the live broadcast screen, and indeed saw a charred figure lying on the competition stage, motionless. He couldn't believe it, suspecting he was seeing things, so he rubbed his eyes vigorously. And out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the figure still standing on the stage, not his son but the person he had just looked down on. Chicken Brother, Chicken Brother, Chicken Brother, I curse your whole family. Watching his son's miserable state, Yang Pu Kai felt the gazes of those around him prick like needles. And he could no longer stay there. He feared that the curses in his heart would slip out. Destroy it all, I'm tired. May there be no Chicken Brother in this world from now on. Yang Pu Kai's heart was suddenly filled with the stampede of 10,000 horses, and no words could express the impulse to curse he felt at that moment. He said nothing, pushed open the door, and with a bang, it finally fell silent. Neighbors. What is going on? Why so angry? Having a successful son is impressive, but he hasn't won yet, and he looks down on others. Sigh. I hope Yang Di loses the competition. I'm sorry, father, I've let you down. Yang Pu Kai looked coldly at him. feeling a rush of helplessness in his heart that he could not contain. Yang Di was left speechless. Chapter 15. High energy ahead. Looking at this home, aside from a few broken pieces of furniture, there is nothing else. Don't be fooled by his appearance in the academy. Who understands his struggles? Every weekend, while others are playing, he secretly goes to Wujishan to hunt and adventure, facing life and death each time. The prey he captures is sold on the black market, and the money he saves is given to his father, pretending it's a scholarship from the academy. Thus, every time his father receives the silver, the pride on his face is what he loves to see most. He has never seen disappointment on his father's face like today. Therefore, even if his father is dissatisfied with him, he has no complaints, only because he hasn't done well enough. Some families rejoice while others mourn. Song Family Courtyard. The Song family, although not a wealthy and powerful clan in Hongwang City, is still an old-established beast-taming family. Their ancestors once had an extraordinary master, but unfortunately, this master died in battle before he could shine. Since then, the Song family has not produced any decent beast tamers until the emergence of Song Jia. Song Jia is quite talented. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the War Academy. Indeed, he was selected based on his own merits, which is why he looks down on Jiang Hao, who relies on connections. In this beast pet competition, Song Jia stood out and brought great honor to the Song family. Several families have already come to propose marriage, fearing that this future star might be snatched away. Just now, the old master of the Song family had just sent away a matchmaker and was feeling quite pleased. Son, how's the battle going? Song Jia smiled proudly and said, Father, do you still not believe in your son's strength? His expression darkened. Could he refuse? Father, you promised me before that as long as I win this competition, you would give me that rare beast crystal you've been keeping. You haven't forgotten, have you? Of course not. As long as you perform well, this beast crystal will eventually be yours. Now let us have some good dishes. As soon as they sat down, the old master started arranging for a feast. Looking at the steaming bear kidneys, Song Jia felt a deep refusal in his heart. For the past few days, his father had been preparing all sorts of dishes like sheep's penises and bear kidneys, which were prone to causing internal heat, making it hard for him to sleep at night and constantly thinking about his beloved Wenruxua. Just thinking about the bet with Jiang Hao, Song Jia could almost envision himself holding Wenruxua's soft waist while stepping on Jiang Hao. Just bear with it. It's just a bowl of bear kidneys. At worst, he could warm up a bit first. Once Wenruxua becomes his girlfriend, it wouldn't be so exhausting, right? Seeing his son eat heartily, the old master nodded in satisfaction. A man needs to be in great shape. On the third day, an announcement was made. Attention, high energy ahead. Someone shouted. And instantly, all eyes were on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao's hand, which was accepting the sign, froze, and his face darkened. Who was looking for trouble? Did they want to see him draw by? Come on, chicken brother, why are you dazed? Someone urged. Jiang Hao gritted his teeth and scraped off the mosaic. Hey, sorry to disappoint everyone. He raised the sign with the number 485. TCH, boring, let us disperse. There were still 501 competitors left, along with some support types. He needed to win at least 2 more matches to have a chance to squeeze into the top 200. After this match, there would still be 251 competitors. Excluding the spots taken by support types, there would still be another elimination match on the 5th day. As long as he could ensure perfect victories in these 2 matches, he could still catch the last train. Since Jiang Hao defeated Yang Di with a single move yesterday, he became famous overnight. When others called him Chicken Brother before, it was laced with disdain, but this time it was different. Chicken Brother was still Chicken Brother, but now with a tone of respect. Since ancient times, the strong have always been worthy of respect. Now, in the eyes of others, Jiang Hao was seen as someone who could train weaklings into battle pets, not to be underestimated. Soon it was Jiang Hao's turn to compete. Many people gathered to watch, eager to witness the prowess of a chicken. The previous battle ended too quickly, and many hadn't realized what happened. I'm not mistaken, that's peak fusion realm. I realized yesterday that this chicken was extraordinary. It really is impressive. No exaggeration, this young man is quite good. Huh, where's old Yang today? Could it be that his son got defeated and he feels embarrassed? In the arena, Jiang Hao's opponent was not a student from the academy, but someone much older, with a pet crocodile that was a defense-type contestant with thick skin and high defense. It also had a counter shell, which reflected damage. Because of this, he had made it this far with his fusion realm strength. Everyone could see this was quite unfavorable for Jiang Hao. A chicken was fragile, and no matter how high its damage was, if it got reflected, the outcome was predictable. This was exciting. If the result was certain, there would be nothing to look forward to. With the referee's command, Jiang Hao launched the attack first. Cluck, 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 cluck. High energy ahead. It was the same flavor and the same formula. 2 eggs bounced toward the crocodile, but this time it wasn't a lure, but a fireball technique combined with wind pearls. This combination might not be able to take down the opponent in one hit, but But it was Jiang Hao's strongest damage skill combination. The Wind Pearl was in front, and 2 fireballs followed closely behind. The crocodile remained motionless. Its owner was betting on the fact that his crocodile could withstand the damage due to its high health and thick defense. As long as it could endure the damage and then return it, he would win. The eggs exploded 2 meters away from the crocodile, with the dazzling Wind Pearl scattering everywhere. One pearl, dragging a long trail of light, hit the crocodile, and from Jiang Hao's perspective, he could see a large damage value appear above the crocodile's head. 1250. With 391 combat power and 237 strength, the damage from the Wind Pearl skill was multiplied. The next second, the 2 fireballs followed up with a bang bang. 1500, 1500. The power of the level 2 fireball technique was indeed not to be underestimated. The crocodile suddenly let out a wail, and at that moment, the protection bell on its neck rang, and the counter damage appeared. The big hen fell instantly, but the protection bell on its neck did not ring. Just when everyone thought this would be a mutual destruction result, the fallen big hen suddenly got back up. Wow. What is going on? Am I seeing things? Rebirth? Wow. I told you, I always thought this hen was extraordinary. It can actually be reborn. It's a phoenix. This is solid proof. So this is a phoenix that looks like a chicken? I've learned something new. Who would be foolish enough to use a chicken as a pet? The arena erupted in an uproar, and the discussions quickly overshadowed everything else, capturing all eyes, including the referees. On the stage, the referee had a strange expression as he confirmed the match result and finally announced, "The match is over. Contestant number 485, Jiang Hao, wins decisively, earning 5 points." Instantly, there was a burst of applause and cheers from the audience. Chicken brother, chicken brother, chicken brother. If a decisive victory once was a coincidence, then a second time was proof of strength. From this moment on, no one underestimated Jiang Hao and his beast pet anymore. Brother Hao is mighty, awesome. Just as Jiang Hao stepped off the stage, a chubby friend gave him a big hug. However, Jiang Hao's mind was entirely focused on the survival simulator. Just after defeating his opponent, the prompt sound rang again. Ding, your beast pet has defeated the thorn crocodile. Due to the same level, you cannot gain attribute points and skill points. Ding, your beast pet has defeated the thorn crocodile and can gain any one skill from it. Thorn reflection, trigger skill, when taking a certain amount of damage, can return all damage to the opponent. Thorn armor, passive skill, increases defense, with a certain chance to trigger absolute defense, which can immunize all damage for 5 seconds. Although there were only 2 skills, Jiang Hao was already drooling. This was simply a tank among tanks. The first one was tempting, but after careful consideration, Jiang Hao chose the thorn armor skill. Not for any other reason, but the absolute defense was just too overpowered, immunizing all damage. He decisively learned it, thus giving his big hen another layer of protection. Opening the information interface for the survival simulator's beast pets, he scrolled down to the skills at the bottom, but felt disappointed after glancing at the introduction of the newly learned thorn armor. Thorn armor, passive skill, increases defense by 20, with a 1 chance to trigger an absolute defense effect, which can immunize all damage for 3 seconds. Currently, at level 1, with a maximum level of 3. Like other skills, the simulation differs from the original version to some extent. That 1 probability is simply outrageous. He just doesn't know if it will increase when he maxes it out later. Well, having it is better than not. At least it adds 20 to his defense. Like giving his fragile character a piece of armor. In the crowd, Song Jie had a very gloomy expression, silently watching Jiang Hao and Fatty S departing figures. His sidekick Qin Xiaolin looked pale. At this rate, not only would they lose the bet, but he also had to face the consequences of his boast in front of so many people. If Jiang Hao won, did that mean he really had to do a handstand to relieve himself? Chapter 16, almost flipped. No, he said the top 500 in the country, that's right. His sidekick reassured himself frantically in his mind. The competition continued. Aside from a few who could defeat their opponents in a short time, others spent a great deal of effort to barely overcome their rivals. After all, at this stage of the competition, no one was weak. Everyone was evenly matched. Without any trump cards, winning was nearly impossible. Many had been fighting for 5 minutes without a clear victor and ended up being eliminated together. For Jiang Hao, this outcome couldn't be better. As long as one contestant was eliminated, his rank would rise by 1. And he might not even need to compete in the 5th round to enter the top 200. Many were dissatisfied with such competition rules, feeling they had the strength but still got eliminated. But if they considered it from another perspective, if they had the strength, why couldn't they defeat their opponents? Thus, those eliminated had to swallow their grievances. When all matches concluded, Jiang Hao eagerly checked the scoreboard, and as expected, even with the auxiliary players included, his rank was still at the back of the line, at 205th. As long as tomorrow's elimination round knocked out the players ahead of him, he would win. There were still 251 contestants remaining, and with the auxiliary players eliminated, That left a total of 306. To compete for the top 200 ranks, contestants ranked from 201 to 306 would challenge those ahead, excluding auxiliary players. If they won, they would take that player's rank. If they lost, they would be eliminated. Jiang Hao most hoped to draw Song Jie, and Song Jie most wanted to draw Jiang Hao. Whoever lost would be out. The auxiliary matches had already finished, and when Rushua ultimately secured the second position on the scoreboard with a clear advantage. Since the last trip to Wuji Mountain, she had absolute confidence in Jiang Hao's strength. The draw results soon appeared. This time, the draw was different from the previous four. Only 101 of the draw numbers were the same, split between two draw tubes, one for those ranked before 200 and one for those ranked after. If someone ranked before 200 drew a single number, congratulations. Their rank would remain unchanged. Jiang Hao's number was 23, meaning he would face off against anyone who drew the same number. If he won, he would replace that person in the rankings. Brother Hao, what number did you draw? Please don't draw me. I beg you. Fatty made a praying gesture, genuinely not wanting to face Jiang Hao. Whether he could win was one thing. The result of eliminating any one of them was not what either wanted to see. Yeah. What numbers did you draw? 23, 77. The two answered in unison. That was close. They both breathed a sigh of relief and exchanged knowing smiles. When Rushua cheered, "Go." "Thanks," Jiang Hao was about to say, but then realized he had misread the situation. He saw when Rushua making a cheering gesture towards the number 3 competition platform. Following her gaze, he saw a short-haired beauty in a neat, tight leather outfit winking at when Rushua. She glanced at Jiang Hao beside her, not knowing if she recognized him, and provocatively made a throat-cutting gesture. "Oh my, this temper of mine, what does she mean by that?" Fatty rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge in. Jiang Hao stopped him, saying, "If you charge in now, the referee will probably find trouble with you for disturbing the order." 1. Do you know this girl? Of course, Gongsun Qianxuan, the younger sister of senior sister Qianxua. So it was her. He didn't know Qianxua, but he knew Gongsun Qianxuan, the one who had been dominating the third position on the scoreboard. He hadn't noticed that when Rushua suddenly fell silent, her expression somewhat strange, as she opened her mouth but ultimately refrained from speaking about that matter. Gongsun Qianxuan seemed to be quite popular, her fame even surpassing Jiang Hao's. Being a beautiful girl with strong abilities, making it hard not to be liked. Thus, there were layers of fans cheering her on, most of whom were young men, all experiencing the throes of youth, who didn't have someone they admired. With the referee's command, a shadow resembling a cat flashed behind Gongsun Qianxuan, and then her figure suddenly vanished from everyone's sight. Her opponent's face turned increasingly tense, not knowing where she was. He could only keep running to try to create distance. Meanwhile, his beast pet, the horned bull, was thrashing about, seemingly trying to force Gongsun Qianxuan out of her invisible state. However, as an agile combined-type contestant, even while stealthy, Gongsun Qianxuan's speed was astonishing. No one had any idea where she was. Suddenly, the opponent was kicked out of the ring with tremendous force. The horned bull charged in right after, but it was all too late. The match was over. Clean and swift. No one saw how she did it. The kick seemed a bit heavy, and her opponent lay on the ground, unable to move for quite a while. Wow, can this girl be handled? So violent, but I like it. Fatty watched Gongsun Qianxuan with undisguised excitement. Jiang Hao. When Rushua, you were just about to rush in to beat her up, and now you've already taken a liking to her. Isn't this change a bit too fast? Xiaoxua, what brings you here to watch my match? Come on, let's go eat. Gongsun Qianxuan jumped off the competition stage and squeezed in front of Wen Rushua, grabbing her hand and trying to pull her away, completely disregarding the feelings of those around her. As for Fatty's fervent gaze, she ignored it entirely. She was used to such adoring looks. When Rushua cast a troubled glance at Jiang Hao, she came here specifically to watch his match. Just wait a bit, Jiang Hao, after your match. Let us go eat together, I'll treat. Gongsun Qianxuan was displeased, her dissatisfaction evident on her face. She looked up at Jiang Hao like a proud little princess. I watched your match. Dare to fight me? I can fight you. I'm strong too. Fatty pushed Jiang Hao aside, thumping his chest. He truly took the spirit of abandoning friends for the sake of beauty to the extreme. But unfortunately, his enthusiasm fell flat. Gongsun Qianxuan looked at him with clear disdain, coldly snorting, too lazy to engage with him. Fatty suddenly felt drenched with cold water, his fervor gradually fading. In the awkward atmosphere, Jiang Hao calmly rescued Fatty by saying, if you want to fight me, that's fine, but first you have to win against my brother. Saying something impolite, Jiang Hao really isn't afraid of this wild cat. You have to know that his big hen comes with a locking function. No matter how stealthy you are, it will still drag you out and beat you up. All right, you said it, this fat guy, when are you free? The chubby one looked at Jiang Hao with gratitude, nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice. I'm free every day, if you're in a hurry. You can tell me where you live, and I'll come find you tomorrow. I think it's not them who are anxious, but you. with this little ambition. If I can't win the other party over, I'll consider it a loss. Silently complaining, Jiang Hao heard the referee calling for contestant number 23. So he greeted them and hurried onto the stage to compete. As Jiang Hao took the stage, a thunderous cheer erupted, both for him and for his opponent. Only Gongsun Qianxuan receives such treatment. His opponent, the Jin Mountain ape Jiang Ming, had a beast pet that was a descendant of the ancient ape, the Jin Mountain ape, with high attack and defense. It's no wonder so many people were cheering for them, as the upcoming match would undoubtedly be very exciting. Who would win or lose was still uncertain. Referee, let's begin. Jiang Ming was the first to release his beast pet, which was a mature Jin Mountain ape that exerted tremendous pressure just by its presence. Sitting down, it was already 2 meters tall, and its figure was even more robust than the chubby one. When it grinned, its 4 canine teeth were sharp as knives. Combine, Jiang Ming shouted, and soon, a 3-meter-tall humanoid ape charged towards Jiang Hao, reaching the 10-meter-wide stage in just a few steps, its raised fist as big as his head. If that landed a punch, he'd definitely be done for. It was too brutal. Click, click, click. A 3-part combo. Lure, fireball spell, and wind orb all activated. The lure was a transparent egg that, when passing through the opponent, did not trigger but instead stopped just outside the planned area behind Jiang Ming. Jiang Hao's goal was simple, to lure his opponent out of the ring to commit a foul. If that didn't work, at least he could create some distance between them. The 2 fireballs struck Jiang Ming instantly, eliciting a muffled grunt from him, but his steps did not falter. Jiang Ming's target was clear. He aimed to knock Jiang Hao out of the ring and claim victory, so he charged directly at Jiang Hao instead of his beast pet, the big hen. As the wind orb erupted like fireworks, dazzling and brilliant, it hit Jiang Ming but still failed to defeat him. It would be a lie to say Jiang Hao wasn't anxious. This combo could have directly taken down his opponent before, but Jiang Ming charged forward as if nothing happened. There was no choice. Jiang Hao had to run around the planned area to create distance. This was the weakness and disadvantage of a long-range attacker. Although long-range beasts had powerful output damage, as beast masters, they couldn't rely on their pet's strength for protection like melee combined forms could. As a long-range beast master, Jiang Hao had to ensure his own safety while also using his mind to control his pet in battle, which was incredibly taxing. Once his mental energy was exhausted, death would be close at hand. Fortunately, this wasn't a battlefield. Bang! A heavy punch landed where Jiang Hao had just been, shaking the entire stage with a force that was incredibly brutal. Missing his target, Jiang Ming roared and was about to continue his pursuit when suddenly, an irresistible force surrounded him. He instinctively turned, his body uncontrollably running backward, and he was about to step out of the planned area. Wow, it's starting again. What's happening? Down below the stage, gasps erupted. Chapter 17, Second Round Match. This situation had occurred more than once. Those who had seen his match with Yang Di knew that Yang Di had fallen from midair and been defeated just like that. Was Jiang Ming also going to be no exception? What skill could be so bizarre? As Jiang Ming's foot was about to step out, suddenly, the lure's power disappeared. Jiang Hao cursed himself for making a mistake. He shouldn't have placed the lure's skill so far away. The lure's power only lasted for a few seconds, and once the time passed, it would naturally dissipate. Jiang Ming, who had almost lost the match, immediately entered a berserk mode, his eyes turning red with anger. He knew that instead of chasing Jiang Hao, it would be better to directly take down his beast pet. If that hen used that bizarre skill again, it would be uncertain whether he could survive. Click. Eagle strike. Seeing Jiang Ming charge towards the big hen, Jiang Hao wasted no time. It was time to show everyone what a flying chicken looked like. The big hen spread its wings and soared high into the air, and indeed, the crowd below was filled with astonishment. It's taking off. It really flew up. Wow. 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 The phoenix is real. However, Jiang Hao hadn't even had time to feel happy. In a fit of rage, Jiang Ming suddenly leaped up. His already 3-meter-tall figure reached 10 meters high with this jump, and he raised his fist to directly strike down the flying big hen. Good. Cheers, accompanied by thunderous applause, were all for Jiang Ming. Even with the thorn armor, the big hen was still a fragile chicken, and being hit by Jiang Ming's punch, it undoubtedly fell. Jiang Ming also knew that Jiang Hao's beast pet could be reborn, so not hearing the bell was quite normal. After landing, he directly guarded the corpse, which left Jiang Hao speechless. Perhaps even the heavens couldn't stand his shameless corpse-guarding behavior, or maybe Jiang Hao was just lucky. When the big hen rose, the passive of thorn armor was triggered, and an absolute defense effect with only a 1% chance appeared. 3 seconds was enough for the big hen to withstand Jiang Ming's attack and take off again. This match was truly full of twists and turns. When Jiang Ming was almost lured out of the ring, everyone thought Jiang Hao would win. When Jiang Ming knocked down the big hen and guarded the corpse, everyone thought he would win, but the big hen took off again. After all, Eagle Strike could fly for 10 minutes, and the cooldown time hadn't expired yet. Jiang Ming wanted to use the same trick again, But this time Jiang Hao was prepared. He endured a few seconds of invincibility to let the big hen fly higher, bombarding the opponent with fireballs and wind orbs. Eggs rained down from above, with 2 eggs landing at Jia Ming's feet every 10 seconds. No matter where he tried to dodge, the skills would always hit him precisely, leaving him in a pitiful state as he watched his vitality gradually deplete. In the end, he had no choice but to confront Jiang Hao again, even willing to risk being bound by that bizarre force, as he had done his best. What he didn't realize was that the big hen's lure skill could only be cast once every 10 minutes. Seeing the crisis looming again, Jiang Hao had to activate the taunt mode. Jiang Hao, you're still here dilly-dallying, chasing but not catching up. I run long distance for 3 hours every day. You're definitely slow because you're hungry. Jia Ming was furious. He had let him escape once, and now Jiang Hao dared to mock him. Suddenly, Jiang Hao pointed above Jia Ming and shouted, "Watch out, fireball spell." Jia Ming was taken aback and instinctively looked up, but the big hen was just circling above, and no eggs were falling. He realized he had been tricked. Furious, he shouted, "Shut up, you're so annoying." Jia Ming was already in a berserk state, and Jiang Hao continued to interfere, provoking his nerves, causing his hatred value to skyrocket. Jiang Hao saw it was working, and he couldn't help but feel pleased, his mouth never stopping. "Jiang Hao, watch out, fireball spell." Having been tricked once, Jia Ming had no chance this time. As a result, an egg fell from the sky, and he was continuously attacked. Even if his skin was thick, he was quickly reaching his limit. "Jiang Hao, I warned you, see, I didn't lie to you." Jia Ming. Everyone below the stage was confused. What was Jiang Hao playing at? Such a thing was truly unprecedented. Jia Ming stopped, looking at the referee to raise a question. "Referee, does this count as cheating? Even if it's not, it should be considered disrupting the match, right?" Before the referee could speak, Jiang Hao argued. "First, the rules of the match don't prohibit talking. Second, I didn't curse at you. How can that be considered disrupting the match? Referee, what do you think?" "Indeed. Referee, continue the match. The 5-minute mark is approaching." The referee did not stop the match, and Jiang Hao became even more energized, even starting to sing. "Da-da-da, look at my little steps. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you bouncing over there? Your legs are not just ordinary legs. You stomp the ground well. You bounce well. Your body isn't tired at all. You don't run like you're running. It's like a big sand sculpture on the first floor. Jia Ming, your pants are falling down." The last line completely broke Jia Ming's defense. "Jia Ming, damn, I can't take it anymore, I concede." The referee looked on in shock, seemingly unable to believe if he had just heard correctly. "Are you sure?" The audience off the stage was confused. There's such a cheeky move. Jiang Hao is really lacking in morals. Winning the match like this is not glorious at all. But more people felt like a door to a new world had opened in their minds. Is it also a skill to make someone lose their cool with just a few cheeky words? Besides, if they can't handle a few cheeky words from their opponent, then losing is deserved, right? When the referee announced Jiang Hao as the winner, a chorus of boos erupted from the audience. Song Jia was furious and vigorously criticized Jiang Hao. "Referee, this is a victory without merit. How can you declare him the winner?" "I refuse to accept it." Chen Xiaolin and Yang Di quickly echoed. "Yes, we refuse to accept it." "Right, not accepting." Pang Dundu. "If you have the ability, then put your opponent down too. If you don't have the ability, just shut up. You're clearly just jealous." "Exactly, it's jealousy." Suddenly, the scene became a heated debate, with supporters and non-supporters each occupying half. At this moment, the chief referee, Liao Yunxiao, became angry. Jiang Hao was frustrated. "No." Liao Yunxiao looked at everyone again. No one dared to meet her gaze, all of them avoiding her eyes, clearly satisfied with such a handling of the result. Song Jia firmly held the first place in the 5th competition zone. 1. Song Jia, 20 points. 2. Wen Rushue, 20 points. 3. Gongsun Qianxuan, 20 points. 87. Gui Dundu, 16 points. 88. Chen Xiaolin, 16 points. 89. Jiang Hao, 0 points. Jiang Hao's name was unusually eye-catching on the leaderboard. Originally, he had 15 points, while the 89th ranking belonged to Jia Ming. Second, no matter what methods you use, as long as you deliver a snow spirit fish to the referee, you will gain 1 point, with a time limit of 10 days. Alright, next you have 2 days to prepare, and on the morning of the 3rd day, gather at the post station to set off for the Shuling Lake in the Wujishan Mountains. Dismissed. In a small restaurant near the school gate, Jiang Hao, Pang Dundu, Wen Rushue, and Gongsun Qianxuan found a corner to eat. All around were students from the War Academy discussing this beast pet competition, and unlike before, this time it wasn't a traditional elimination format, but rather a unique survival adventure competition. There were many uncontrollable factors involved, such as terrain, climate, demonic beasts, and other elements. Just climbing the nearly 10,000-meter-high Wujifeng was not something ordinary people could achieve. Not only was the air thin up there, but it was also icy and snowy. Perhaps this is why the Shinjo country is so generous with military positions as rewards for contestants. Pang Dundu immediately complained. I'd better give up. With my physique, climbing a nearly 10,000-meter mountain would probably make me as skinny as Hao Go. Not worth it. You should participate even more. No girl would like a fat guy. If you can lose weight, I guarantee you'll be the brightest star around, Jiang Hao replied, ensuring to glance at the two girls sitting across from him. Climbing a mountain is also a big challenge for girls, especially for support types like Wenrushua. It's probably quite difficult for her. Chapter 18, Fishing Competition, Part 1. As soon as he heard about teaming up, Pang Dundu immediately got excited. The first to raise both hands in agreement. This could work. I'm defense type. Hao Gu is long-range attack type. Qianxuan is melee type. Rushua, you're support type. This is simply a perfect match. Gongsun Qianxuan retorted. Who has a perfect match with you? If you can't speak properly, just shut up. I haven't said I would agree yet. Gongsun Qianxuan suddenly revealed her 2 rows of pearly white teeth and smiled. Since you're so sincere. If I don't agree, wouldn't that be disrespectful? All right, even if you don't say it, since this is Xiaoshua's suggestion, I will naturally agree. Why do I feel like I've been played? The dishes arrived, 4 dishes and a soup, 3 meat and 2 vegetable dishes. To perform well in front of Gongsun Qianxuan, Pang Dundu tried to control his appetite, but even so, he still ate 4 bowls of rice. After eating and drinking enough, the next step was to discuss preparations for this competition. Since the referee team had given them 2 days to prepare, they needed to consider what to bring from all aspects. Wenrushua, the snow spirit fish, is extremely fierce and highly repellent to other species. Their only food source is the leaves of the snow spirit tree in the center of the Shuling Lake. If we cannot obtain the leaves of the snow spirit tree, it will be very difficult to catch them. Gongsun Qianxuan. The rules of this competition have been announced in advance. The snow spirit tree leaves on the market will surely be snatched up crazily, and prices will undoubtedly soar. Do you have any good ideas? Pang Dundu knew his chance to shine had come, so he patted his chest and assured, don't worry, I'll handle this. Gongsun Qianxuan shot him a glance. Somewhat skeptical, you? Can you do it? A man cannot say he can't. Jiang Hao and Pang Dundu almost said in unison. After speaking, they exchanged a knowing smile. Everything was unspoken. Jiang Hao. In addition to bait and fishing tools, other supplies cannot be lacking. This time we'll be staying in the Wujishan Mountains for over 3 months. Don't forget tents, sleeping bags, and warm clothing. Or else don't blame me for not reminding you if you freeze to death. The 3 nodded in agreement. Jiang Hao's words hit the nail on the head. As girls, Wenrushua and Gongsun Qianxuan naturally have a weaker physique, and if they freeze in the icy and snowy weather for a few days, they would definitely not be able to hold on and would withdraw from the competition early. Upon returning to Longzhong Fortress, Jiang Hao was surprised to find that there were outsiders in the living room. It's known that Longzhong Fortress never receives outsiders. The woman had her back to the door, but from her silhouette, it was clear she was a young and beautiful person, yet surprisingly young to have silver hair. Silver hair is a royal standard. Could it be? Howard, come here, let me introduce you. This is Princess Han Qing, Your Highness. This is my son Jiang Hao, who will also participate in the Beast Pet competition, but you are not in the same tier, otherwise, you could team up. Jiang Hao was taken aback. Indeed, she had a noble identity, not an ordinary person. So he quickly bowed. I've seen the princess. Not to mention the innate noble aura she carried. He felt that even looking at her too much would be a desecration. The woman nodded lightly at him, and then turned her head to continue conversing with Long Zun. Jiang Hao couldn't hear what they were saying anymore. He just knew that staying any longer would lead him to uncontrollable thoughts. He didn't interrupt their conversation, but quietly passed by, taking a deep breath as he left. Back in his room, Jiang Hao kept thinking about Han Qing's face. At this moment, he seemed to understand why Pang Dundu looked at Gongsun Qianxuan that way. Is this what love feels like? He subconsciously touched his chest, his heart racing, feeling so restless. Stop thinking about it. Quickly find something to do to distract yourself. Jiang Hao wanted to enter the simulation game, but quickly backed out again. He decided to watch some videos instead. The competition was important. Soon, he found videos about fishing on the survival simulator from a parallel world on Earth, and the various tools inspired him greatly. At dinner, Han Qing had already left, and Jiang Hao felt a bit disappointed, but soon his attention was captured by the news announced by Long Zun. Liao Yunxiao, father, I'll go with you. With the 3 of us extraordinary masters here, we can definitely restrain Shaolin. Unexpectedly, Long Zun shook his head. No, you can't put all your eggs in one basket. You should continue to host the Beast Pet competition. I have already discussed with Her Highness the Princess, and it will be Prince Han Mo and I going together, along with your elder brother. I believe Shaolin won't dare to act rashly. Liao Yunxiao wanted to say something more, but was stopped by the Dragon Sovereign. The dinner was unusually oppressive, as if a storm was about to arrive. The younger generation, Jiang Hao and Ron Russell, dared not interject at all. That night, in the Dragon Sovereign study, the Dragon Sovereign called Liao Yunxiao over so late, which surely meant there was something important to discuss. Indeed, when Liao Yunxiao saw the 3 neatly arranged marriage contracts on the desk, she couldn't help but shed tears. Was this a preparation for the aftermath? The Dragon Sovereign raised his hand to wipe her tears, his kind gaze making Liao Yunxiao dare not look directly at him. Fearing she might break down on the spot, she recalled her father's words. Shower, you and Yun'er have followed me the longest. You have both grown up and have your own opinions, which brings me comfort. Protecting the home and the country is the duty of every soldier. As the former marshal of the Divine State Army, I should not retreat. However, what worries me most is your 3 younger siblings. They are still young and know nothing at all, so after I am gone, I entrust their care to you. After saying this, he handed the 3 marriage contracts to Liao Yunxiao and added, this is my way of providing for them, a bargaining chip for my return. Her Highness the Princess has already agreed. Liao Yunxiao took the marriage contracts and firmly said, Father, don't worry. I will take good care of my younger siblings. She didn't want the Dragon Sovereign to have any concerns, as they were already at a disadvantage. If they didn't go all out, it would be problematic. The next morning, Jiang Hao, who was unaware of the clear arrangements made for him, stepped out of Longzhong Fortress to buy supplies, tents, sleeping bags, fishing tools, and so on. He bought everything he could think of, especially golden silk thread. Considering his points had been reset to 0, he planned to go all out and bought 2 large rolls of it, which was very flexible and would likely hold against the snow spirit fish for a while. He also bought a multifunctional folding axe, which could be used for chopping, and had a saw and a small knife, 3 tools in one. Finally, Jiang Hao bought a large amount of salt, chili powder, and other seasonings, as he didn't want to skimp on food while out. After all his shopping, his large backpack weighed over 50 pounds. He could already envision himself exhausted climbing Wujifeng with such a heavy load. By the time he returned home, it was already afternoon. Jiang Hao planned to make a final push that day to see if he could elevate the Big Hen to the Golden Body realm, as strength was the most important safety guarantee. Thus, he was about to start a new mode. The extremely difficult mode map was called Dreaming Marsh, where the lowest monsters, the Death God Warriors, were level 55, a full 17 levels higher than the Big Hen. He felt he was crazy for daring to take the Big Hen into the game to seek death. Furthermore, as the level increased, leveling up the Big Hen became more difficult. Previously, he had spent nearly a month in the Gobi map just to reach level 39, which was already the limit. The monsters in Dreaming Marsh were also densely packed, which was actually a good thing. He activated his old monster kiting mode again, using wind pearls to grind. The speed was slow. It took over 10 minutes to kill 10 monsters, but the rewards were still quite decent. After grinding for a day, he finally leveled up half a level. If he kept it up for another night, he would step into the Golden Body realm by tomorrow. This time, he dared not rashly engage those with black names, as they were clearly not to be trifled with. After a hard day and night, Jiang Hao finally achieved his goal of elevating the Big Hen to the Golden Body realm. Every time he entered a new realm, the Big Hen would undergo some changes. Its feathers became smoother and more beautiful, and its size increased significantly. He allocated the attribute points and skill points accordingly. Beast Master, Jiang Hao. Beast, Ice Crystal Phoenix, Big Hen. Realm, Golden Body, level 40. Familiarity, 90. Combat Power, 401. Attribute points, 0. Skill points, 0. Strength, 244. Endurance, 13. Defense, 13. Agility, 30. Critical hit rate, 0. Critical strike, 0. Skills, Chicken Flight and Egg Strike. Passive, Shadow Clone. Passive, Thorn Armor, level 1 passive. Fireball Technique, level 252. Lure, level 1. Wind Pearl, level 172. Eagle Strike, level 1. In the City Lord's mansion of Hongwang City, Dun, I watched your match. It was quite good. But don't be arrogant. I heard your deskmate is that Jiang Hao, right? I checked, and you must build a good relationship with him, as he might become your benefactor in the future. The plump man sitting in the luxurious living room was Guomingji, the City Lord of Hongwang City, and Dun's father. Dun asked curiously, Father, Jiang Hao is just Jiang Hao. No matter his background, he is still my good brother. Are you silly? This social network is very complex. If you handle it well, it will be beneficial for you, understand? The chubby Dun shook his head, looking resentful. Father, don't use your political views to describe my relationship with Brother Hao. If you really cared for me, why did you randomly get me a beast pet instead of one with better potential? Mentioning this, Guomingji felt awkward and defended himself. If I had known you could become a beast master, I wouldn't have just gotten you a brown bear. I could have even gotten you the moon as a beast pet. Chapter 19, Fishing Competition, Part 2. Dun's expression was like this. So even my own father is unreliable? Father, let's be practical. For this fishing competition, I need money to buy bait, a large quantity. Having a wealthy father is indeed stable. Just one night later, he heard that most of the snow spirit leaves on the market had been swept away, and the remaining ones were just to inflate prices. But as the city lord's son, Dun didn't he care. Very few people in the academy knew he was the city lord's son, just as few knew Jiang Hao was from Longzhong Fortress. The two of them quietly played the role of academic underachievers. Just doing their part was enough. Time flew by quickly. On the third day morning, Jiang Hao woke up early, washed up, had breakfast, and then shouldered his big backpack to gather at the post station. At the post station's entrance, many parents came to send their children off. Those who didn't know might think they were going to the battlefield. After all, having their son or daughter advance in the beast pet competition was as honorable as going to fight, as it brought glory to the family. In the crowd, he finally found Dun and Wenrushua, but there was also a graceful young woman standing in front of Wenrushua. The woman was nagging endlessly, reminding her to pay attention to this and that, making Wenrushua feel both amused and helpless. Seeing Jiang Hao arrive, she immediately ran over with a joyful expression to greet him. "Jiang Hao, you're here." Before she finished speaking, the young woman followed closely behind, sizing Jiang Hao up from head to toe, and then revealing a kind smile. "You must be Jiang Hao, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. I often hear Schwer mention you. Truly, heroes emerge from youth." She showered Jiang Hao with compliments, leaving him feeling flustered. While bowing and greeting, he humbly replied, "Annie, you flatter me. Classmate Wen is really a role model for us. She is beautiful and kind-hearted. All of our classmates really like her." Wenrushua, hearing such praise, immediately turned red. Who doesn't he like to hear others praise their daughter? The young woman was instantly amused by Jiang Hao's words, laughing heartily. "Little one, you have a sweet tongue. With you and Qinshuan taking care of my Schwer, I can rest assured. Annie, don't worry. 3 months later, I will ensure that classmate Wen is returned to you safe and sound." Such words full of assurance couldn't help but move and touch Wenrushua, as her eyes seemed ready to overflow with affection. As someone who had been through it all, the young woman understood her daughter's feelings well and was not one with rigid thoughts. "That's good. Schwer, I'll take my leave now so you don't feel like I'm interfering with your time together. Jiang Hao, in the future, when you have time, come to our house to visit with Schwer. Auntie will make delicious food for you." After the woman left, Gongsun Qinshuan, who had been waiting nearby, pulled over another short-haired beauty and walked over. Wenrushua, who had just been in a good mood, suddenly became tense. "Hey, Jiang Hao, don't just talk to Schwer. Let me introduce you. This is my sister Qinshuan. She is really amazing. This time, she helped our war academy win first place in the regional leaderboard. Pretty impressive, right?" Gongsun Qinshuan proudly lifted her chin, as if she were the one who won first place. "Hello, senior. I am Jiang Hao." He thought the other party would at least greet him, but unexpectedly, she didn't even look at him. Gongsun Qinshuan broke free from her sister's hand and pulled Wenrushua to a corner, and soon they began to argue. "What is going on?" Jiang Hao looked confused at the awkward Gongsun Qinshuan. Gongsun Qinshuan covered her face. She knew all too well the issues between her sister and Wenrushua. Dealing with her controlling sister was exhausting for her. She had been used to it since childhood. "Jiang Hao, am I being forced to operate? What is the situation?" A wave of killing intent surged, and a bewildered Jiang Hao turned to Gongsun Qinshuan, just in time to meet her furious gaze, looking at him as if he were an enemy who had stolen her beloved toy. "Wait for us." The chubby one and Gongsun Qinshuan hurriedly grabbed their large backpacks and chased after them, until the four of them disappeared in the crowd. Song Jie and Qin Xiaolin exchanged thoughtful glances at Gongsun Qinshuan before following the group. "Brother Jie, why aren't you angry that Wenrushua is hanging on you?" "That is not like you." Song Jie shrugged and said, "Didn't you see that beauty over there looking at Jiang Hao? Don't worry. Someone will clear the obstacles for us later. There is no need to rush." Under the organization of the judges, 200 contestants boarded the Windbird heading to Wajishi one after another. Each contestant, like Jiang Hao and the others, carried a large luggage bag. No one was foolish. The judges giving them 3 days to prepare meant that this competition was not simple. The 3-month wilderness survival competition would test their strength, perseverance, and survival skills, all essential. Only through such a competition could they better survive after entering the army. Otherwise, why would the Shinzhou nation hold this competition specifically in the Wujishan Mountains and offer military positions as rewards? Anyone with a brain could think of that. After an 8-hour flight, they arrived in Wajishi, rested for a night, and started the competition by entering the mountains on the 4th day. The chubby one gathered the team and began distributing snow spirit tree leaves. "Damn it. I just wandered around Wajishi and bought all the leaves I could find from Honghuang City to here. I only got 100 leaves. I've done my best." The snow spirit tree leaves looked like snowflakes, crystal clear. Gongsun Qinshuan frowned, clearly dissatisfied with this result. "Why are there so few? If you don't have money, just say so. I'll give you some." This remark truly hurt the chubby one's passionate heart. He awkwardly took out a bag of beast crystals and said, "Am I the type to pretend to be strong when I'm broke? If you want to blame someone, blame those unscrupulous merchants and the crazy competitors. A single leaf costs 5 ordinary beast crystals, and there's still no market for them. What can I do?" Jiang Hao couldn't bear to watch any longer. It wouldn't do to have internal conflict before the competition even started, so he stood up for the chubby one. "All right, don't blame him. How about this? You 3 split these 100 leaves, and I 1 take any." When Rushua panicked, "How can that be? You already lost your points. If you don't have snow spirit tree leaves, how can you compete?" Gongsun Qinshuan said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. I'll go check the market again to see if anyone is selling leaves." Saying that, she was about to leave the hotel. Jiang Hao stopped her and smiled mysteriously. "I'm not blaming anyone. When I said I don't want the leaves, it's not because I want to give up the competition, but because I found another way to fish that will guarantee I catch more than you." When Rushua, really? Chubby one, what method? Gongsun Qinshuan looked puzzled. "It's a secret." Gongsun Qinshuan rolled her eyes. "Humph, if you want to say it, then forget it. Sleep if you want." The Snow Spirit Lake is located in a large canyon in the Wujishan Mountains, 5 kilometers long and 1 kilometer wide. The snow spirit fish are highly aggressive and extremely intolerant of other creatures living in the lake. Once they detect other creatures, they immediately swarm and attack. Moreover, the lake water is in a state of extreme cold all year round, making it unrealistic to go down and catch fish. The meat of the snow spirit fish is delicious, not only loved by humans, but also drooled over by beast pets. The snow spirit fish also has another use. It provides warmth. The Eternal City on the other side of the Wujishan Mountains connects to the icy North Sea Kingdom, where temperatures are below zero all year round. Therefore, the snow spirit fish's warming properties become particularly prominent. This time, having the contestants fish not only tests everyone, but also addresses the Eternal City's lack of warm materials, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The fishing competition lasts 10 days, with the first and second teams occupying either side. 2,000 contestants fish around the Snow Spirit Lake, with plenty of space. When the 4-person team arrived at the lake, the better spots downstream had already been occupied by others, so they had to walk upstream along the lake. A large amount of melting ice and snow flowed into the Snow Spirit Lake, so the further upstream they went, the stronger the current became. Originally, this was not an ideal fishing spot, but fortunately, a giant snow spirit tree grew upstream. Its massive trunk couldn't be encircled by a dozen people, with lush branches and leaves. Whenever the wind blew, the snow spirit tree leaves would fall, attracting a large number of snow spirit fish to come and snatch food. Coupled with the fish's preference for staying in flowing water, the fishing conditions were still quite favorable. However, catching the fish would not be easy. One had to rely on true skill. "It's all your fault. You 2 slept like pigs. We called for so long, and you didn't open the door. Now look, we wasted time." Jiang Hao and the chubby one instantly felt extremely awkward. The chubby one was indeed stubborn. He didn't sleep at all and kept pestering him while he wove the net, chatting endlessly. By the time he finished weaving a landing net, it was already deep into the night. The further they walked upstream, the fewer people there were. They finally stopped about 2 kilometers from the upstream entrance to choose a fishing spot. The water here was neither too fast nor too slow, but the water level was deep, and they could occasionally see fish leaping out of the water. This is the spot. Chapter 20, Fishing Competition 3. Coincidentally, they ran into Song Jie and his companion, who seemed to have just arrived and hadn't even put down their gear. Upon seeing Jiang Hao and the others, Song Jie snorted coldly and said nothing. The chubby one mumbled, "What's with them? We all came from Honghuang City. There's no need to be so hostile. This is a national competition. We should be more united, right? What do you think, Hao Gu? Just ignore them. As long as they don't come looking for trouble, that's fine." Jiang Hao chose a spot less than 20 meters away from Song Jie. "I'll choose here. It's flat and open." When Rushua didn't want to be too close to Song Jie, so she chose a spot 10 meters upstream from Jiang Hao. Gongsun Qinshuan naturally followed suit, taking a spot 10 meters upstream of Wen Rushua. Finally, the chubby one initially chose a spot 5 meters upstream of Gongsun Qinshuan, but after being scolded by her, he reluctantly moved back another 5 meters. Together with Song Jie and his companion, this area was a shallow water zone left after the lake receded. To save time and catch more snow spirit fish, everyone hurriedly searched for suitable branches to make fishing rods, tying fishing lines and bait. While Jiang Hao casually set down his backpack, took out a roll of golden thread, and continued to weave the landing net leisurely. Half an hour passed, and the entire lakeside was filled with people casting their rods and changing bait, yet almost no one was able to catch a snowling fish. Those who lacked patience had already begun to curse. Chun Xiaolin exclaimed, "What the hell? These snowling fish are so cunning. They ate all my bait, but won't bite. It's infuriating." Just as he finished speaking, Song Jie suddenly pulled up his rod, and a large fish, palm width and translucent enough to see its insides, was flopping wildly on the hook. This was the snowling fish, with fine scales, translucent flesh, palm width and arm length, and a big mouth full of sharp teeth. I caught one. Quick, pull it up. Qin Xiaolin was so excited, even more than if he had caught it himself. Song Jia was also full of excitement. He had wasted several pieces of bait, and finally, he was about to reap the rewards. However, he was too early in his joy. The snowling fish struggled violently, and before he could pull it ashore, it suddenly flopped and got off the hook. Song Jia, Qin Xiaolin. The two were stunned. The points they had earned slipped away. This situation was not unique to Song Jia. Among the 2,000 contestants, very few managed to successfully pull a fish ashore. Time and again, the challenge of patience led from excitement to disappointment and then to despair, as the snowling fish continuously tested the contestants' emotions, making the viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. It perfectly illustrated what it meant to build one's happiness on the suffering of others. These beast tamers, usually arrogant and condescending, rarely showed vulnerability, and it was a rare treat to see them fail, which was quite enjoyable for the audience. But, what is that guy doing? Everyone else is racing against time to fish, and he doesn't even have a rod. Is he planning to give up? Is he weaving a net? But can he catch fish with something so small? Each contestant had a few or more projection flies hovering quietly in the air behind them, each representing a broadcasting room. Apart from sleeping, these projection flies almost always followed the contestants for live broadcasts. Contestants like Jiang Hao, who were not focused on the competition, quickly lost the audience's interest. The organizers also understood the audience's psychology. The louder the action, the higher the attention it garnered, which was the main attraction. Some viewers even started betting on which contestant would catch more fish, or which contestant would be lucky and lose their catch, making small bets for fun, which the organizers were happy to see. After failing to hook 3 times, Song Jia finally had a stroke of luck and successfully pulled a snowling fish ashore. Soon, a judge came over to collect the fish and award him a point, monitored by the projection flies. With points in hand, Song Jia gleefully glanced at Jiang Hao, who was still doing nothing. A waste is still a waste. His voice was not loud, but just enough for Jiang Hao to hear. He then got up, took out a folding axe from his large backpack, and walked into the dense forest behind him. Song Jia watched him leave, thinking that he was only now realizing the need to make a fishing rod. Wasn't his reaction a bit too slow? How shameful to consider such a person a rival. When Rushua put down her fishing rod and walked over, after an entire morning with nothing to show for it, her patience was on the verge of exploding. What are you doing? Cooking? Yes, a person is made of iron, and a meal is steel. If you skip one meal, you feel anxious. All right, do you want me to help you? Jiang Hao thought for a moment. Since he promised Annie to take good care of Rushua, he naturally couldn't leave her out of meal preparations. While Rushua gathered firewood, Jiang Hao skillfully handled the wild boar, skinning it, draining the blood, and cleaning the meat. He even took a bottle to collect the pig's blood. Every move Jiang Hao made was watched closely by Song Jia, who often cast disdainful glances in his direction. The meat sizzled as it roasted, and Jiang Hao took out some salt and chili powder from his backpack to sprinkle on it, instantly filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. When Rushua squatted nearby, dumbfounded, she couldn't believe he had brought such things in his backpack. You didn't come here to compete. You came for a vacation, right? The smell of the meat attracted the attention of people nearby. After a morning of hunger, some people's stomachs began to protest at the enticing scent. The impatient Fat Dun Dun directly abandoned his fishing rod and ran over. You two are really inconsiderate. There's good food, and you didn't call me. How unfair. Exactly, at least you should have asked if we wanted to eat, Gong Sun Qianxuan also muttered, then squatted beside Rushua. The 3 of them squatted across from Jiang Hao, watching his every move as he turned the meat, their eyes following the food, occasionally swallowing hard, looking like 3 hungry cubs. Is it ready yet? Gong Sun Qianxuan asked. Almost. Don't rush, Jiang Hao replied. When can we eat? Fat Dun Dun inquired. Soon. Don't rush, Jiang Hao reassured them. It should be done by now, right? Rushua asked. Almost, just a little longer, Jiang Hao said. They waited for more than 10 minutes. Finally, amidst the expectant faces of the 3, Jiang Hao handed the roasted meat skewers to them. Be careful. Don't burn yourselves. The skewers were large, enough for the 2 girls to fill their stomachs. One bite in, the meat was juicy and flavorful, with a great chew. Especially after the seasoning. So delicious. Gong Sun Qianxuan squinted her eyes in delight. Even though it was hot, she was still happily munching away. The sight of the 4 of them gathered around the fire eating skewers quickly attracted a large wave of viewers in the live stream. In the Hongwang City broadcasting room, wow. They're finally eating, and it looks delicious. I'm already starving just watching. These little guys are not focusing on fishing, but are eating barbecued meat instead. You can't deny it. Their satisfied expressions are pure enjoyment. Old Yang, you're here too. I thought you stopped watching the competition. What brings you here today? Can't afford to play, huh? How about a bet? I bet that Jiang Hao kid will win. What do you say? Are you up for it? Yang Pu Kai. Who's afraid of who? Let us bet. I bet he loses 150 taels of silver. Others quickly joined in. Viewer A. I'm in too. This Jiang Hao contestant looks like someone who is not serious about the competition. If he wins, it would be a miracle. I bet he loses 200 taels. Viewer C. That makes sense. I bet Jiang Hao will win 30 taels. In an instant, half of the entire broadcasting room was betting on Jiang Hao's win or loss, with the broadcasting room organizers acting as the house, thus opening up the betting market. In the box, Lord Gua summoned the steward and gave a few instructions, and soon, the steward found the person in charge of the broadcasting room and secretly handed over a bag of beast crystals. Bet on Jiang Hao to win. All right. The person in charge smiled as he took the bag. Others might not recognize this steward in his 60s. But the merchant-like person in charge of the broadcasting room naturally knew him well, as he often dealt with government officials. Over here, Jiang Hao looked at the large hen napping at his feet, wondering if it would eat meat since he hadn't fed it for so long. Chickens not only possess computational ability and analytical skills, but also self-control, although most people are unaware of this. People's habitual thinking is to regard chickens merely as meat, seeing them as useless. Jiang Hao personally tore the roasted meat into shreds and fed it to the large hen, which eagerly accepted it. After feeding it a piece of roasted meat, Jiang Hao stroked its feathers, which felt quite nice. The large hen closed its eyes in enjoyment of his affection. Such interaction was rare. Unlike cats and dogs, people seldom keep chickens as pets. One reason is that chickens lack cute appearances and do not possess the traits of adorable pets. Another reason is that chickens do not actively seek affection, leading to a natural aversion. Jiang Hao was no exception. Chapter 21, Fishing Competition, Part 4. Just as Jiang Hao was about to wrap up, the large hen gently pecked at his finger with its beak, very lightly. When Jiang Hao's hand stopped in midair, it stretched its neck and placed its head in his palm. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hao chuckled softly, feeling both heartbroken and amused. Beast pets cannot speak. But that doesn't mean they lack their own emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, just like humans. It was delicious, but unfortunately, it couldn't eat anymore. Gongsun Qianxuan stood up and instinctively patted her little belly, round and plump, making anyone who didn't know think she was pregnant. Most of the wild boar legs had gone into her chubby belly. This creature ate a lot, but had poor skills and couldn't cook. So any woman who ended up with him would definitely suffer. The remaining meat was smoked, and next he devoted himself to weaving fishing nets. In one afternoon, he made 4 nets, bringing the total to 7, including the ones from last night and this morning. Others didn't understand why he kept weaving nets instead of fishing. And why the nets were so small. What exactly did he want to do? Jiang Hao didn't even touch a fishing rod all day, let alone fish. After a day of effort, each contestant had caught at least 1 fish, with some catching 3 or 4. Even the easy-to-explode, chubby one managed to catch 2, which was commendable. Just as everyone wanted to make the most of the night, Jiang Hao had already set up his tent and planned to sleep. He slept dreamlessly. The next day, after washing up, when Rushue approached him, wanting to say something but hesitating, Jiang Hao's unhurried attitude towards the competition was hard for her to watch. Jiang Hao, you've already wasted a day. Aren't you worried about not starting to fish? Jiang Hao nonchalantly replied, what is there to worry about? Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. When Rushue shook her head and left speechless. Not far away, Song Jie sneered, wondering if Jiang Hao planned to just lie down. Indeed, he was like mud that couldn't support a wall. Today, Jiang Hao continued weaving nets, but this time it was not a dip net, but a cast net and a fishnet bag. The mesh of the fishing net had marked lines woven at intervals along the axis, and quick clips could be attached to these marked lines. The top of the fishing net was connected to a pulling rope, and the free end of the rope was fixed to a storage bag that could hold the cast net. It took Jiang Hao 2 whole days and nights to make this cast net. 3 days passed in a flash, and others had caught at most a dozen fish by now. Not only were Rushue and her companions anxious for him, but the audience in front of the live stream also wanted to rush over to question why he hadn't made a move yet and was just doing useless things. Especially those who had bet on Jiang Hao to win were regretting their decisions. They felt both pity for his misfortune and anger at his lack of effort. On the morning of the 4th day, as Jiang Hao picked up the bamboo rod and attached the reel, Chubby brought a fish to him. Brother Hao, it doesn't matter if you don't have leaves. Take this fish. At least it can help you get rid of the 0 on the leaderboard. The implication was that losing didn't have to be so embarrassing. Looking at the fish in front of him, Jiang Hao couldn't help but smile. His hesitation to take action wasn't because he lacked snow spirit leaves. You keep it. I'll show you the prowess of a fishing master later. Are you sure you don't want it? Jiang Hao waved his hand and picked up a wild boar bone, using a folding axe to chop it vigorously. Slowly, a small lure began to take shape, Yes, it was a lure. Jiang Hao thought of using this method precisely because he understood the highly aggressive nature of the snow spirit fish, which gave him the confidence to delay his actions. Once the lure was ready, he started tying the hooks. If one looked closely, they would find that his hooks were different from others. His hooks had thin barbs, narrow gaps, long shanks, and straight points. Most importantly, they had barbs. Jiang Hao had specially designed these hooks based on those used by Earthlings and had someone custom make them. Chubby and the others' hooks basically lacked such barbs, so even if the snow spirit fish bit, it would be easy for them to escape. Finally, he wound the fishing line onto the reel and tested it. It felt good. Taking out the pig's blood he had prepared 3 days ago. He soaked the lure in it for a few seconds, and Jiang Hao finally took the fishing rod to the field. The audience watching this scene almost cried. Was this young man finally going to start fishing? They had been waiting for this moment for 3 days, thinking he was going to just lie down. Soon, everyone noticed a problem. This guy isn't using snow spirit leaves as bait. Can he catch any fish like this? Yeah, it's better not to fish. Just continue lying down. If he catches a fish, I'll eat shit on the spot. At the scene, Song Jie was surprised to see Jiang Hao finally pick up the fishing rod. But when he saw Jiang Hao's unique fishing tools, he erupted into laughter. Jiang Hao? If you don't have leaves, you might as well ask me for some. Maybe if I'm in a good mood. I'll give you a piece to satisfy your cravings. How about it, Wait until you cry later. Just wait and see how I make you cry with envy. Jiang Hao tested the feel and then cast the line. The lure splashed a little water, and Jiang Hao followed the video's instructions to reel it in. He wasn't discouraged. He cast again, waiting for the smell of the wild boar blood on the lure to spread. On the third cast, while everyone was waiting to see a joke, suddenly, a splash erupted on the water's surface. Jiang Hao felt a fierce tug on the fishing line. He quickly lifted the rod and jerked the line. The snow spirit fish struggled more intensely. Soon, a large snow spirit fish weighing about 2 kilograms was pulled out of the water by Jiang Hao. Audience member A, wow. Audience member B, wow, he caught one. The audience stared wide-eyed at Jiang Hao. Some hoped he would land it, while others nervously cheered him on. So fast. Song Jie and Qin Xiaolin looked at each other in disbelief. It was known that Jiang Hao had only cast 3 times, and it hadn't even been 2 minutes. For others, casting once could take half an hour without any action. Jiang Hao, who caught a fish for the first time, couldn't say he wasn't nervous. He didn't even bother to play with the fish and directly used brute force to lift the snow spirit fish onto the shore. After the snow spirit fish thrashed violently on the ground, Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. A confident smile on his face as he picked up a stone to smash the fish's head. Alright, impressive. I told you Jiang Hao wouldn't make a sound until he surprised everyone. The first fish is secured. Just luck. Some audience members scoffed. What? Are you going to kill the fish now? Will the judges even accept a dead fish? It's not that far to the Eternal City. But a dead fish can easily spoil. The soldiers are bravely fighting the enemy on the front lines, and you want them to eat a dead fish? Soon, they were proven wrong. Jiang Hao picked up the dead snow spirit fish and began to gut it on the spot, then strung it up with vines. The audience suddenly had an ominous premonition. What are you trying to do? You don't want your points anymore? Sure enough, when Jiang Hao set up a fire and started grilling the fish, everyone closed their eyes in silence, unable to watch. Good heavens, I can't even speak. Everyone had worked hard to catch a fish and couldn't wait to call the judges for points. But here he was, thinking about eating grilled fish. How excessive. Sizzle. The gutted snow spirit fish became almost transparent, and as the fish began to cook, the skin started to turn yellow and oily. Sprinkling on some seasoning, slowly, the aroma of the fish began to spread. Gongsun Qianxuan smelled the fragrance from afar. She instinctively swallowed but ultimately restrained herself, internally cursing Jiang Hao for being heartless, not inviting her to the grilled fish. Chubby, on the other hand, couldn't maintain his composure and immediately dropped his fishing rod, running over and mumbling, Brother Hao, this is the fish you worked so hard to catch. How could you just grill it? What a pity. If you want to eat it, just say so. Why all the nonsense? Hee, Brother Hao understands me. After the fish was grilled, Jiang Hao shared half with Chubby, eagerly taking a bite himself. It was fresh, tender, and flavorful, simply a delicacy of the human world. Jiang Hao closed his eyes, savoring the taste of the fish. Delicious, so delicious. Pang Dunda took a bite and couldn't stop praising it. Suddenly, he thought of something and ran over to Gongsun Qianxuan with half a fish in hand. Qianxuan, do you want some? It's really delicious, I'll share half with you. Gongsun Qianxuan glanced at the fish he had bitten into, with a look of disdain on her face. But she couldn't resist the temptation, so she pointed to a clean spot nearby and said, split it with me over there. Alright, not refusing was the best start. A man who knows how to share won't have trouble getting a girlfriend. When Rushua looked over here, then at Jiang Hao, who was focused on devouring his food without any intention of sharing. Men. When Rushua decided not to wait any longer and focused on the fishing rod. practicing out of sight, out of mind. Even though there was only half a fish, it weighed about a kilogram, and there was still some left after they were full. Adhering to the idea that wasting food is shameful, Jiang Hao released the big hen and fed it all the leftover fish meat. Only then did Jiang Hao notice the unhappy aura surrounding Wenruxia, and after thinking for a moment, he picked up the fishing rod again to continue fishing. With the experience from the first time, Jiang Hao was more adept this time. Every 3 casts brought a catch. The second fish he caught wasn't particularly large, but it was enough for Wenruxia to feel full. When Jiang Hao handed the freshly grilled fish to her, Wenruxia finally smiled like a blooming flower. "Thank you," she said sweetly. This interaction looked exceptionally glaring to others. Song Jie was quite unhappy. He also wanted to offer grilled fish to curry favor, but was reluctant to part with his points. Jiang Hao was quite remarkable. How could he catch fish so accurately? There was no issue with the line coming off. It was as if the fish were hanging themselves on his hook, one every few minutes. If this luck were his own, how delightful it would be. Chapter 22, Fishing Competition, Part 5. However, just as he adjusted his mindset, Jiang Hao caught another fish. But this time, it seemed that heaven had finally opened its eyes, as Jiang Hao actually lost the fish. "Losing it is fine. I thought you were invincible. Turns out you're not omnipotent after all." Song Jie didn't hold back his sarcasm. Jiang Hao smiled lightly at the remark, set down his fishing rod, found a resilient branch, and attached the prepared landing net to it, so he wouldn't have to worry about losing the catch again. The hunting moment had arrived. When Jiang Hao skillfully scooped the fish with the landing net, everyone suddenly realized that all his preparations weren't because he wanted to take it easy. He was holding back a big move. After setting down the landing net, Jiang Hao took out a fish net bag from his backpack, put the live fish inside, and then placed it back in the water, ensuring the fish couldn't escape or die. 1, 2, 3. Amid Song Jie's exploding mindset, Jiang Hao kept catching more fish. At that moment, the audience was stunned and went wild. Without comparison, there is no harm. Look at how much effort others put into catching one fish, while he could do it in less than 10 minutes. If he said he was cheating, I would believe it. Compared to Song Jie's envy and jealousy, Wenruxia and her companions could only feel envy. This teammate, whom they thought was slacking off, turned out to be a hidden master, undoubtedly the fishing master. Such astonishing results even caught the attention of the judges. The judges heard that there was a fishing master upstream with extraordinary results, and 2 judges hurriedly carried a water tank over to collect the fish. When Jiang Hao struggled to pull the fish net bag from the water, the judge's eyes nearly popped out at the sight of the bag full of snow spirit fish. "This contestant, did you use some kind of drug? This is cheating." Jiang Hao grinned and replied, "If using drugs could catch this many fish, the snow spirit fish would have been extinct long ago." After some joking, they counted and wow, 38 fish. This was the highest record of snow spirit fish ever caught in human history. With 38 points, Jiang Hao had successfully risen to the top position from 0 points in just one day, crushing all the other contestants. The second place was not Song Jie, but a contestant named Wei Zihan from the first competition area, with 36 points, just 2 points behind Jiang Hao. The first competition area was also the capital competition area, a typical noble offspring. The capital, also known as Shenzhou City, is located in the eastern part of Shenzhou Country, near the first major human forbidden area, the Endless Sea. It forms a triangular belt with Honghuang City and Wujishan City. To the west of Honghuang City is Songling Country. To the north are the Wujishan Mountains and the Beihai Country. Honghuang City is not considered a big city in Shenzhou Country, with a population of only about 300,000, but it serves as the first line of defense against Songling Country, with a strategic position comparable to the Eternal City. Jiang Hao's sudden rise immediately attracted a lot of attention, including Wei Zihan. Wei Zihan had caught 16 snow spirit fish in 3 days, a natural son of luck. Even the son of the European emperor would feel inferior. Now there was someone even more impressive than him, which was infuriating. "Zihan, I found out about that guy. He's just 2 kilometers upstream, and apparently caught 38 fish in one day. At this rate, your championship is in jeopardy." A young man, fair-skinned but only about 1.6 meters tall, hurriedly approached Wei Zihan. Wei Zihan was a typical tall, rich, and handsome man, the most dazzling one wherever he went. The fans at Shenzhou Academy could form a strong support group. However, he kept a respectful distance from any woman, as in his heart there was only one woman's shadow. The lofty Princess Han Qing, whom he believed was the only one worthy of his status. Do you know what method he used? What can we do? We could go take a look tomorrow and just buy his net. Good idea. Why didn't I think of that? Not only was Wei Zihan thinking of getting a landing net, but Song Jie felt the same way. When he saw Jiang Hao winning every battle with the landing net, he wished he could snatch it from Jiang Hao's hands. He had previously thought Jiang Hao was useless, but now looking at him, he was simply extraordinary. This strategic approach was utterly despairing. Though he didn't want to admit it, Song Jie actually admired Jiang Hao deep down. Others didn't know, but he had witnessed Jiang Hao catching snow spirit fish one after another and felt the need to have a talk with him. After struggling with his thoughts all night, Song Jia finally decided to make a move the next morning. Before he could speak, someone shouted first, "Brother Hao, lend me a net. I saw you making nets the other day. Turns out you had it planned all along." "Huh? You were hiding it from us." Jiang Hao chuckled, turned around, and took out a prepared landing net from the tent, handing it over. The handle was long enough, as Jiang Hao had considered that they used different hooks. So he deliberately made the handle longer. Shaking the landing net, Pang Dundu instantly felt it. "Thank you, Brother Hao. This time, I will definitely surpass you." Song Jia said, "We want one too." Before Song Jia could finish, Gongsun Qianxuan and Wen Rushua rushed over to ask for landing nets. Song Jia fell silent, feeling at a loss. "I had prepared them for you all along." Jiang Hao then took out 2 more nets from the tent to give to the 2 girls. And only after they left happily did he notice Song Jia standing beside him, puzzled. "Do you need something?" Song Jia thought, "What the hell is this? I finally mustered up the courage to come over and ask for a landing net, but you ignored me. Are you doing this on purpose?" At that moment, Chen Xiaolin approached Song Jia. "Jiang Hao, could you give us one too? I saw you using it quite smoothly yesterday, and since we're all classmates, we should help each other." Jiang Hao pretended to realize something and exclaimed, "Oh, so it's for the landing net. I can give it to you, but you have to pay." Chen Xiaolin was furious. "Why? I just saw you give it to Pang Dundu without asking for money. You're doing this on purpose." "Exactly. I'm doing it on purpose. Take it or leave it." Jiang Hao said he was going fishing. Although Song Jia was angry, he still held back the unwilling Chen Xiaolin and asked Jiang Hao, "Come on, how much do you want to sell it for?" "That's more like it. Not much. Just for the sake of being classmates, I'll give you a friendship price, 10 low-grade beast crystals." "What? 10? Why don't you go rob someone?" Chen Xiaolin was furious. It felt like outright robbery, charging 10 beast crystals for a broken net, and they were low-grade ones at that. Jiang Hao shrugged and said, "How presumptuous, then forget it." "Wait, 10 low-grade beast crystals, we'll take it." Just then, 2 unfamiliar men, one tall and one short, appeared in front of Jiang Hao. The one speaking was the fair-skinned short guy. They were Wei Zihan and his group. Chen Xiaolin looked at the 2 and said with displeasure, "Who are you? Do you know the rules of first come, first served?" The fair-skinned man didn't even glance at Chen Xiaolin, disdainfully saying, "Where did this country bumpkin come from? If you don't have money, hurry up and get lost. Don't embarrass yourself here." "Hey, you're Jiang Hao, right? The net you mentioned, we want it." That air of superiority made one want to punch him. Chen Xiaolin never thought he would be called a country bumpkin by someone else. Who could tolerate that? "Who are you calling a bumpkin? You want to fight?" When he insulted Chen Xiaolin, his eyes were on Jiang Hao, and that look made Jiang Hao very unhappy. How dare he speak indirectly? "Just wait, I'll make you regret it." Thinking of this, Jiang Hao took out a net from the tent and casually said, "Stop arguing. There's only one left, 10 high-grade beast crystals. Whoever wants it can take it." The fair-skinned man exclaimed, "What? 10 high-grade beast crystals? I must have heard wrong. That's not what you said earlier." Chen Xiaolin said, "Wait, Jiang Hao, are you going crazy over money?" "Zihan, brother." It turned out he was Wei Zihan. Jiang Hao looked at the tall man, and besides being a bit taller than him, he looked quite average. However, before they could walk far, Jiang Hao took out another net from the tent and shouted to Song Jia, "Hey, Song Jia, do you still want it?" "Song Jia." Wei Zihan said, "Didn't you say the one in my hand was the last one?" The fair-skinned man's face darkened, angrily pointing at Jiang Hao and cursing. "Are you messing with us?" Jiang Hao raised the net and asked Song Jia, 10 low-grade beast crystals, no bargaining. Now, Wei Zihan completely lost it. Forget about any decorum. Who could stand being treated like a fool? He glared at Jiang Hao, with a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Seeing Jiang Hao like this, Chen Xiaolin and Song Jia suddenly felt he wasn't so annoying anymore, even a bit cute. "It's just 10 low-grade beast crystals, here." Song Jia readily handed the beast crystals to Jiang Hao, and as he turned, Jiang Hao faintly heard him mutter a thank you. "Damn, Jiang Hao, just wait. This debt won't be settled so easily." Chapter 23, Fishing Competition 6. This scene captivated the audience watching the live stream. Hongwang City Broadcasting Studio. Some viewers seemed to have found the safe's password and were eager to show off their skills for a nice haul. At this moment, a keen-eyed viewer suddenly asked, "Did you notice something? Did Jiang Hao make a strange big net? What do you think that big net is for?" "Yeah, if this guy can earn so much from 2 little broken nets, how much do you think the big net will sell for? Come on, think bigger. That big net is obviously for catching more fish. How many points do you think it would take to fill that? If he wins first place by fishing, how much do you think a top-grade beast crystal would be worth? Not to mention, there's a vice commander military position waiting for him." "Wow, now that you mention it, that makes sense. I didn't expect Jiang Hao to be so deep. Isn't he bound to win?" Instantly, the odds in the broadcast studio flipped dramatically, and more people started betting on Jiang Hao to win. Back at the scene, with the net, Whether it was the three plump ones or Song Jie and Wei Zihan's group, their success rate clearly increased. This made Song Jie, who had previously thought spending 10 low-grade beast crystals was a loss, very happy, watching one snow spirit fish after another being caught, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears. After the 5th day ended, people suddenly noticed a huge change on the points leaderboard. 1. 5th zone Jiang Hao, 79 points. 2. 1st zone Wei Zihan, 51 points. 3. 5th zone Song Jie, 47 points. 4. 1st zone Ho Dashin, 44 points. 4. 5th zone Wen Rushua, 43 points. 5. 5th zone Gongsun Qinshuan, 41 points. 6. 5th zone Guidund, 39 points. 7. 5th zone Chen Xiaolin, 36 points. 8. 2nd zone 9. 3rd zone. The top 10 had 6 spots occupied by the 5th zone, especially the first place Jiang Hao, who had surged ahead with 79 points in just 2 days. While others were struggling to catch 1 or 2 fish a day, he had managed to catch the equivalent of 40 fish a day in just 2 days. What a gap! If it weren't for every contestant being monitored by projection flies, even the judges might think he was cheating or had made a deal with the snow spirit fish. But it was undeniable that the fishing competition could directly determine your ranking in later events. The more fish you caught, the higher your chances of winning. You could also see this as being prepared for the future. On the morning of the 6th day, Jiang Hao had already started roasting fish, and not just one. Among all the contestants, only Jiang Hao was extravagant enough to eat snow spirit fish every day. For others, snow spirit fish meant points, and every point was precious. Who would be willing to eat them? Every day they nibbled on their dry rations, struggling to get by. Of course, some contestants couldn't stand it and went hunting to improve their meals, but that wasted a lot of time. When the roasted fish was ready, Jiang Hao called out, and his 3 little friends ran over excitedly to eat. They also brought food, but compared to the steaming, fragrant roasted fish, who would want to nibble on cold dry rations? Every day, watching Jiang Hao and his friends feast on big fish and meat, Song Jie and Chen Xiaolin next door were drooling. They wanted to join in, but couldn't bring themselves to do it. So they could only hold their dry rations and eat while smelling the fragrant fish, imagining they were eating delicious roasted fish. Ah, it smells so good. Come here, Phoenix. Jiang Hao released the big hen and fed it the remaining half of the roasted fish. After several days of feeding, Jiang Hao discovered that he had developed a subtle telepathic connection with the big hen. He could sense its emotions, whether joy, happiness, or gloom. It was amazing. While eating roasted fish, Gongsun Qinshuan heard the name Phoenix and curiously asked, "Hey, Jiang Hao, is your beast pet really a phoenix?" Jiang Hao grinned and teased, "Well, do you think it looks more like a chicken or a phoenix?" "What chicken egg? That's a phoenix egg. Have you ever seen a chicken egg that can use skills?" "No, that's the magic of divine beasts, got it? Sounds so real, I almost believed it." Gongsun Qinshuan was speechless, so she changed the subject and asked another curious question. "By the way, Jiang Hao, you clearly didn't use snow spirit leaves as bait, so why did you catch more fish than us?" Guidund and Wen Rushua nodded in agreement. They had been wanting to ask this question. Facing 3 pairs of eager eyes, Jiang Hao generously took out a lure and waved it in front of them. "Does this look like a little fish?" The 3 nodded. Many viewers who were watching the live stream also nodded in curiosity, eager to hear Jiang Hao's explanation. Jiang Hao smiled faintly. "Everyone should know that the snow spirit fish is highly repulsive to other creatures. This lure I made is from wild boar bones, so it naturally carries the scent of wild boar. I soaked it in wild boar blood to intensify its smell, and then I cast it out and reeled it in, mimicking a small fish swimming in the water. This will make the snow spirit fish think there is an intruder, prompting it to attack. Understand?" "Oh, I see. How did you think of this? It's incredible. Why didn't we think of it?" Jiang Hao thought to himself that this wasn't his own idea. It was all thanks to the videos on the survival simulator. After all, humans from Earth are clever. You should have told us earlier. Is it still possible to make such a fishing rod now? Jiang Hao nodded, smiling but saying nothing. "Go ahead. When you finish, I'll bring out my big weapon to impress everyone." The 3 chubby ones hurriedly began to replicate the new fishing rod. Not far from them, Song Jie and Chen Xiaolin were secretly delighted, having also overheard the password on the lock. Next, it would be interesting to see how they would unlock the treasure chest of wealth. Watching the busy figures on both sides, Jiang Hao stood up and stretched, saying it was time to work. He then took out a cast net from the tent and went to the lakeshore to practice. Casting a net is a skill. It's not as simple as just throwing it out. First, hold the net's handle with your left hand and about a third of the net's opening, which is called opening the net. Then, hang the handle on your thumb with your right hand. This is crucial, as using the thumb helps to open the net while casting. Next, hold the remaining part of the net's opening, keeping a distance between both hands that allows for smooth movement. Rotate your body to the left and cast out with your right hand, simultaneously releasing the left hand's net opening while using the right thumb to hold the handle and release it at the right time. For a poor student like Jiang Hao, if he hadn't watched instructional videos all night, he wouldn't have been able to get started. Even after grasping the essentials, it was still challenging to execute. Either he lacked strength to open the net, or he cast it incorrectly. The audience watching the live stream had no idea he was practicing. And when they saw Jiang Hao take out the cast net, they immediately got excited, thinking he was finally going to do something big, only to see that the net came up empty. Is that it? Can he even do this? Yeah, so disappointing. I thought he could catch some fish. But it turns out there's nothing. Looks like he's run out of ideas. Better stick to fishing. At least he can catch dozens a day instead of messing around with these flashy things. When the audience saw Jiang Hao honestly put down the cast net, they finally felt relieved. This was more like it. Jiang Hao took out the bottle of pig blood from his backpack, which had been sitting for several days and was finally coming in handy. As he twisted off the cap, a strong, foul odor nearly overwhelmed him. It was too intense. Jiang Hao pinched his nose, broke up the now solidified wild boar blood, and went a few meters upstream to toss the blood clots into the water, which is called baiting. After 2 days of excellent performance, the judging panel had noticed this contestant's fishing skills. So, when Jiang Hao focused all his attention on the lake's surface, 2 judges were already quietly waiting with water tanks. They curiously watched Jiang Hao's every move. The blood clots flowed slowly with the current, while Jiang Hao expertly took up the cast net, ready for action. In less than 10 seconds, the lake suddenly splashed with water, as if some monster beneath the surface was fiercely fighting, creating a chaotic battlefield with a lot of fresh blood surfacing. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, Jiang Hao finally aimed at that spot and cast his net. With a loud splash, the snow spirit fish struggled violently to escape, sending water splashing over a meter high. Jiang Hao strained to reel it in, and as the live stream audience watched him laboriously drag the net, silence fell over them. Everyone was quietly observing this contestant they had just thought was wasting his efforts, breaking their preconceived notions. At the moment the cast net was pulled onto the shore, exclamations of wow erupted. How many fish are there? Seeing this, the 2 judges could no longer hold back and came forward to help. After all, the more snow spirit fish caught, the better. They didn't care about the contestants' scores, but catching so many fish was a good thing, ensuring more support for the soldiers on the front lines, right? Chapter 24, Fishing Competition, 7. With the judges' help, Jiang Hao finally dragged the fishing net ashore. Looking at so many fish, Jiang Hao was also taken aback. This was way too many. He originally thought he would be lucky to catch 30 or 40. But it was clearly far more than that. This contestant, please wait aside. We will help you count the fish. Jiang Hao, this is a bit excessive. The 2 judges directly ushered Jiang Hao to the side, excitedly counting the numbers. This was the first time they had encountered such a large haul of snow spirit fish. Aside from a few injured ones, there were a total of 118. As the judges announced the number, the audience in the live stream erupted in gasps of astonishment. Now that I see him catching snow spirit fish this way, I think it's actually not that hard to catch them. I could do it too. Among the audience, the most frustrated were those who had bet on Jiang Hao losing, like Yang Pu Kai. If he could catch so many with one net, what if he did it a few more times? Wouldn't the championship be in his pocket? And when the other contestants find out, their enthusiasm for the competition plummet? If they can't win anyway, what is the point of competing? The judges seemed to realize this. But they couldn't explicitly intervene to stop Jiang Hao from continuing to fish this way since the method was his own idea. Meanwhile, the chubby trio, who were preparing to show off their lure skills, rushed over upon hearing the news. When they saw so many snow spirit fish, the lure rods they had prepared instantly lost their appeal. Brother Hao, this is too much. Why didn't you bring out such a good thing earlier? Let us play with it. Gong Sun Qian Sun. Yes, I want to as well. When Ru Shui nodded vigorously, green with envy, Song Jie and Qin Xiaolin couldn't help but join in the excitement. If there was a chance to win, they would throw caution to the wind. The 2 judges finally returned the cast net to Jiang Hao, carrying the tank full of fish as they left. Glancing back at him with an expression that seemed to want to say something but held back, which Jiang Hao caught on to. He suddenly thought of the saying the tall tree catches the wind. Being too showy would only attract others' attention. Thus, he decided not to take action. With 197 points, he was already firmly in first place. He could eat meat, but should also let his friends have some soup. All right, I'll teach you. But I have to say in advance, each person can only cast once. How much you catch depends on your luck. Jiang Hao then began to teach them how to use the cast net and explain the purpose of baiting. After he spoke until his throat was dry and stopped, he found that he had unknowingly attracted a crowd around him. What is going on here? You're the contestant Jiang Hao, right? I actually knew about you a long time ago. I saw you catch so many snow spirit fish just now. You're really amazing. Could you let us use your cast net too, even just once? Yeah, it's better to enjoy together than to enjoy alone. Jiang Hao silently handed the cast net to the chubby one, who understood and quietly led Wen Ru Shui and Gong Sun Qian Sun away. Jiang Hao crossed his arms and smiled lightly, saying slowly, "Sure, but you have to pay for using it. Each person is limited to 1 cast. And if you're willing, it's 10 low-grade beast crystals each. If not, you can leave." "What? 10 low-grade beast crystals for 1 cast? Why don't you just go rob someone?" Jiang Hao shrugged and unabashedly replied, "I'm actually robbing. Is there anyone willing to let me rob them?" At this moment, Song Jie, having suffered a loss, was afraid that Jiang Hao would change the price. He knew Jiang Hao very well, and the incident of tricking Wei Zihan the day before was still fresh in his mind. So he immediately said, "I'll give 10 low-grade beast crystals." Jiang Hao pointed at Song Jie and exclaimed, "Look, this boss is generous. I'm already very kind not to charge you tuition. Just think about it. If you catch 118 fish like I did with 1 net, that's a solid score, got it? No more nonsense. Those who want to throw nets to catch fish, line up and pay." While collecting money, Jiang Hao reminded everyone, "Be self-disciplined. There are so many spectators behind you. Each person can only throw once, and those behind will supervise those in front. Whether you can catch fish depends on your luck. As for the bait, figure it out yourself. I take no responsibility." While he was collecting money, Fat Dun Dun was already prepared on the other side. Whether they would eat meat or drink soup depended on this round. It was no lie to say he was nervous. Jiang Hao had made it clear that each person could only use the net once, and missing it would mean missing it. If Fat Dun Dun could catch fish with the net, those who were still watching would definitely line up to pay. Gong Sun Qian Sun, seeing he hadn't moved for a long time, grew anxious. "Hurry up, the fish are about to run away. Are you going to dawdle?" This was quite provocative, and to prove himself, Fat Dun Dun gritted his teeth and threw the net. However, due to nerves, he threw it slightly off target, resulting in a chorus of boos. Even so, when Fat Dun Dun pulled the net ashore, there were still quite a few snow spirit fish inside, 28 in total. Just a fraction of what Jiang Hao had caught, but still very good. Catching so many at once was much better than fishing one by one with a rod. Next up were Gong Sun Qian Sun and Wen Ru Shui. Although girls might not have as much strength as men, throwing a net relies on skill and attention. The result was that Gong Sun Qian Sun caught 41 fish, while Wen Ru Shui caught even more, 53 fish. Seeing such results, those who were still watching could no longer stay calm and quickly joined the queue to let Jiang Hao fleece them. The judging panel did not stop the competitors from using nets to catch fish. On the contrary, they were happy to see it and even dispatched dozens of judges carrying water tanks to follow the nets. After listening to Jiang Hao's explanation and observing the whole process of Wen Ru Shui throwing the net, Song Jie felt even more confident. The chicken was alive, and to prevent it from escaping, Song Jie specially tied its legs with a rope and had Qin Xiaolin hold it. The mountain chicken, frozen by the icy lake water, suddenly started flapping and struggling, creating quite a commotion. This was exactly the effect Song Jie wanted. Just a few seconds after the chicken started flapping, it suddenly flapped its wings vigorously, trying to escape the surface of the water. A group of competitors watching behind Song Jie exclaimed, "Look, so many fish." It was indeed a large group of snow spirit fish surrounding the mountain chicken. The scene was so bloody that some female competitors turned away, unable to watch. Song Jie didn't care about that. He excitedly threw the prepared net towards the school of fish. Whether they would eat meat or drink soup depended on this throw. The moment the fishing net was pulled up, the scene erupted in cheers. Even the 2 judges were flustered as they began counting Song Jie's haul. Wow! The result was 123 fish, more than Jiang Hao's catch. Regardless of the size of the fish, this was a solid 123 points. Seeing this scene, the competitors who had already paid immediately figured out the trick. It was all about baiting. As long as they could attract more snow spirit fish, their results wouldn't be too bad. So, they began discussing with people they knew, asking them to help hunt for prey, the bigger the better, promising to return the favor when it was their turn. This way, they wouldn't waste time and could observe others' fishing techniques. Fat Dun Dun was furious, feeling that this guy had finally shown off. However, Song Jie's tactic of using live bait to attract snow spirit fish suddenly inspired him. He found Gong Sun Qian Sun and whispered to her for a while. She looked at him skeptically and uncertainly agreed to give it a try. After discussing, the two began to act. Before long, Gong Sun Qian Sun was holding a live rabbit tied to a fishing rod, and Fat Dun Dun signaled her that they could start. Gong Sun Qian Sun placed the rabbit in the lake, watching it struggle in the icy water. She felt a bit reluctant to watch, but for the sake of points and victory, sacrificing a rabbit was nothing, and her competitive nature made her accept it. Soon, the rabbit's struggles attracted a large group of snow spirit fish. Fat Dun Dun, quick on the uptake, grabbed the net and scooped it up, including the rabbit. He managed to catch 3 fish. "Wow, Fatty, you did it." Seeing the 3 snow spirit fish in the net, Gong Sun Qian Sun didn't hold back her joy and flashed a bright smile at Fat Dun Dun, nearly dazzling him. Finally, gaining the goddess's approval was better than anything. "Forget about 3 fish. If you're willing to stay with me, I can catch all the fish in Snow Spirit Lake for you. The two seemed to have found the new password to the vault, and their cooperation became increasingly smooth, leading to bountiful catches, making Wenru Shui envious. Thus, viewers in front of the live broadcast noticed that the originally quiet fishing competition had turned strange and lively. There was no need to mention Fat Dun Dun. There was even a long line in front of Jiang Hao as people came to give him money. Those witnessing this scene found it hard to believe. If we remember correctly, weren't you here for a fishing competition? How did it turn into this? The hand-thrown net area was even more bustling, with some busy throwing nets, others catching animals for bait, some giving advice, but more just watching the excitement to see who caught the most fish. The originally quiet fishing competition immediately turned into a market scene. Chapter 25, Survival Competition 1. They had turned the fishing competition into a net fishing competition, and the fervent net fishing contest was even more interesting than the fishing competition. Such a lively scene naturally spread, and more competitors, unaware of the situation, quickly lined up behind Jiang Hao under the understanding of others. As a result, Jiang Hao's money-collecting hand was cramping, but he couldn't stop the enthusiasm of other competitors. Calculating, even if only half the people chose to pay him, that would still be 5,000 low-grade beast crystals. Even if you ranked between 500 and 101, you would only get 1,000 low-grade beast crystals. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he had already won at the starting line. The craziness upstream unknowingly reached downstream, where Wei Zihan, under the envy of others, skillfully caught a fish using the net. This was already his 20th fish of the day. He believed that with his strength, he should be even with Jiang Hao now. Even if he couldn't catch up, he was close. Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, his pale-faced little follower rushed over in a panic. Brother Zihan. Bad news. Jiang Hao's points are already 3 times yours. Wei Zihan waved his hand dismissively. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Look, this is my 20th fish. I don't believe he can catch 40 fish every day. The pale-faced little follower desperately explained. Brother Zihan, Jiang Hao hasn't fished for a day. He has changed his profession. Now he is collecting money to the point of exhaustion. Wei Zihan scoffed. What? Jiang Hao has tasted the sweetness of selling nets and switched to selling nets? It's renting. You should go check the points leaderboard. The pale-faced little follower knew that seeing is believing, and only by letting Wei Zihan see Jiang Hao's points would he accept reality. The points leaderboard was posted at the entrance of the temporary judge station. 1. 5th competition area Jiang Hao, 197 points. 2. 5th competition area Song Jia, 190 points. 3. 5th competition area Gong Sun Qian Sun, 112 points. 4. 5th competition area Wenru Shui, 106 points. 5. 5th competition area Guadun Dun, 89 points. 6. 5th competition area Chen Xiaolin, 85 points. In the first division, Wei Zihan scored 79 points. In the second division, Wang Donglin scored 78 points. In the fourth division, Jiang Wenlong scored 77 points. In the third division, Chu Jiangjiang also scored 77 points. Wei Zihan stared at the top 10 rankings. Frustrated that he didn't even make it into the top 5, it was impossible. You should go and see for yourself. Under the guidance of his fair-skinned little follower, the two arrived at the mid-range position, where a large number of competitors had gathered by the lakeside to watch and cheer, creating a lively scene comparable to a market. How many fish are there? Shoo, the judges are counting. Phew, only 30 fish. Bad review, huh? Wei Zihan. What is going on? After squeezing into the crowd, he finally saw 2 judges handing a peculiar net to someone else. While their water tank was already filled with a dense mass of snow spirit fish, there were just too many of them. Brother Zihan, let us go queue up to pay first. If we wait any longer, we might not get a chance. I heard the people in line have already booked for 2 days later. Today is the 6th day, and whether we can get a turn in 10 days is still uncertain. You go queue. I'll watch how they catch the fish. On the other side, Han Qing, dressed in white, with a picturesque appearance, was focused on fishing. A few meters behind her, a row of 10 armored guards quietly protected her. At that moment, a girl ran over excitedly. The guards clearly recognized her and did not stop her. Seeing her expression, Han Qing casually asked, Qing, what has got you so happy? Tell me. The girl named Qing chirped like a lark, excitedly saying, Your Highness, I just want to check the score rankings and found something interesting. Then she recounted the lively fishing competition across the lake from beginning to end. Your Highness, you probably don't know, but all these strange things are actually done by one person, Jiang Hao, who is ranked first in the second tier. His score is the highest. If he were in the first tier, I'm afraid you would have to concede your ranking. After speaking, she took out a score ranking list to show Han Qing. Han Qing glanced at the second tier, and the first name that caught her eye was Jiang Hao, which reminded her of their first meeting a few days ago at Longzhong Fortress. Jiang Hao, a boy 2 years younger than her, looked at her with the same gaze as most men, a mix of amazement and uncontrollable admiration. She couldn't help but bite her red lips, her gaze drifting to the scores behind him. 197 points, indeed much higher than her own. Ching, in the name of the royal family, issue an order to the Wajishi government. After the pet competition ends, send someone to set up checkpoints. No one is allowed to enter Shuling Lake to fish without official approval, and anyone caught will face severe punishment. If others learn Jiang Hao's fishing method, it won't be long before the snow spirit fish become extinct. The snow spirit fish is the only food that provides warmth for the soldiers of the Eternal City. It cannot be lost. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Your Highness is truly far-sighted. I'll take care of it right away. She had underestimated Jiang Hao. His fishing method could help her solve a significant problem, ensuring the soldiers wouldn't have to worry about freezing and starving every day. With a continuous supply of food for warmth, not only could morale be raised, but the chances of resisting the Northern Sea Army would also greatly increase. How did he come up with such a method? With the hand nets. Competitors felt they had found a shortcut to victory, and even at night, they were still full of enthusiasm, making it tough for the judges, who had to stay up with them all night. But Jiang Hao didn't care about that. Anyway, those who had already paid were queued up to the 9th day. So he directly sent away the contestants who hadn't paid yet, asking them to come back tomorrow to queue. Once everyone dispersed, Jiang Hao realized he hadn't eaten all day. Indeed, counting money was the happiest thing, bar none. This money could be considered the first real earnings of his life. Coupled with the rare beast crystal he used to bet against Song Jie, he could now be considered a man who had achieved financial freedom. In his excitement, Jiang Hao thought of using the beast crystal to feed the big hen to see if he could improve the quality of his pet. But then he reconsidered and gave it up. In Professor Liao Yunxiao's class on how to develop pet potential, it was mentioned that the first time you feed a pet with a beast crystal is crucial for the development of its potential. The higher the development level, the higher the pet's quality and the less resistance encountered in future development. For example, if your pet's quality is ordinary and the beast crystal quality you choose for development is rare, then the potential developed the first time may reach high quality. If luck is a bit worse, it will at least be medium quality. If it's exceptionally lucky, it could reach rare level. The higher the quality, the faster the pet can improve its strength and the easier it is to comprehend or inherit the powerful skills within the beast crystal. It should be noted that his pet, the big hen, could currently only be considered an ordinary quality pet. So he had to be in the top 3 in this pet competition, ensuring he would at least get a beast crystal of rare quality or higher, which he could then use to improve the big hen's quality. Since he was going to do it, he had to do it well. Jiang Hao changed his past habits. Cooking fish while fishing. Not far away, when Rushua saw that Jiang Hao was still awake so late and thought it was ghostly. So she put down her fishing rod and came over to Jiang Hao, squatting by the fire to warm herself, teasingly saying, "What's wrong? Are you feeling a sense of crisis seeing Song Jie catch so many fish?" "Yeah, as a man, I have a strong competitive spirit. I'm no exception. Otherwise, I wouldn't have agreed to his bet. Besides, all my hard work is for you. If I lose to him, wouldn't you have to agree to be his girlfriend?" The words were spoken casually, but they were taken to heart. Under the glow of the fire, a hint of shyness crept onto Rushua's fair cheeks, realizing that the other party seemed to care about her. At least he didn't want to see her become someone else's woman. If she just had a little more patience, there would surely come a day when the clouds would part and she would see the moonlight. It's done. Let them both come over to eat together. That night, Jiang Hao worked hard until deep into the night before finally going to sleep. In the following days, Jiang Hao collected money during the day and worked hard at night, giving others no chance to surpass him. By the end of the 10th day, his score was still 52 points higher than the second place, Song Jie, reaching an astonishing 353 points. In third place was the competitive Wei Zihan, whose score was only 1 point less than Song Jie, totaling 300 points. Don't be fooled by his usually bland demeanor. He was indeed a ruthless person, harsh on others, and even harsher on himself. While others might fish until the early hours and then sleep, he was the type who wouldn't sleep at all, as evidenced by the faint dark circles under his eyes. Fourth place was Gongsun Qianxuan, with 267 points. This girl was also fierce, her competitive spirit comparable to Wei Zihan's, as seen when she insisted on having a match with Jiang Hao upon their first meeting. Fifth place was Gongsun Qianxuan's devoted admirer, the chubby prince, with 212 points. The two worked well together in the following days. Although most of the snow spirit fish caught went to Gongsun Qianxuan, he still got quite a bit. Sixth place was Chun Xiaolin, with 193 points. As Song Jie's follower, they learned from the chubby prince's methods and had a decent catch. Song Jie got the meat while he got the soup. Seventh place was Rushua, with 160 points. Out of modesty, she didn't ask Jiang Hao for help and didn't collaborate like the chubby prince, so her catch was naturally much less. Eighth place was Ho Dashan, with 155 points. Like Chun Xiaolin, being Wei Zihan's follower had its advantages, At least Wei Zihan didn't let him suffer losses. The 9th and 10th places are Wang Donlin from the 2nd Division with 150 points, and Jiang Wenlong from the 4th Division with 149 points. Chapter 26, Survival Competition, Part 2. The survival competition lasts for 3 months. Contestants not only have to navigate through complex terrain, but also must remain vigilant about their safety and the unpredictable environmental conditions. Before the Beast Pet competition, the Guardians had already cleared a relatively large and safe area for the contestants to ensure they wouldn't encounter dangerous beasts. However, 10 days have passed, and whether the dangers that were cleared will reappear in the competition area remains unknown, so everything ahead must rely on the contestants themselves. After organizing, Jiang Hao's 4-member team is studying the route. Jiang Hao. Currently, our points far exceed those of other contestants. We don't need to linger in these areas for points like them. We can head directly to the peak of Wujifeng. If we're lucky, we might even have time to detour to the Frozen Canyon, which is a gathering place for snow hares and snow wolves. The strength of these 2 types of beasts generally hovers around the Golden Body realm. Do you all understand what I mean? Fat Dun Dun. Brother Hao? I'll follow your lead. When Ruxue also raised her hand to express no objections, just as the 3 of them turned to Gongsun Qianxuan for her opinion. An untimely voice interrupted their pre-match meeting. Can we join you too? We are all classmates from the War Academy, and it's only right to watch out for each other. Besides, we just happen to be heading to the Frozen Canyon for some luck as well. It was Song Jie and Chen Xiaolan. Aren't you just shamelessly looking for trouble? Fat Dun Dun was the first to refuse, sarcastically mocking the others. What's wrong? Did you forget that you and Brother Hao have a bet going on? Now that you see Brother Hao's points ranking higher than yours, you want to infiltrate the enemy's ranks? Song Jie, you really have no shame. Song Jie's face darkened. He indeed had such a thought, but being called out directly was too much. In fact, he had another reason, as when Rushue's admirer, he had to follow her closely. At this moment, Song Jie also realized his awkward position. If soft tactics wouldn't work, he would have to resort to hard ones. As long as one has no shame, they can be invincible in the world. We occupy the top 10 of the leaderboard, which will inevitably cause dissatisfaction among other contestants. Although the competition rules do not explicitly state that one cannot attack other contestants, any small actions to eliminate you from the competition can be unexpected. The more people, the greater the power. At the very least, we are familiar with each other. If we form a team, we will share both glory and loss. What do you think? There is indeed some truth to that. But there is also a hidden danger. It's like having a time bomb by your side. And you must always be on guard because human hearts are hard to gauge. Who knows if Song Jie has ulterior motives? He cannot represent the entire team. So he should see what the other teammates think. He then gestured to the 3, who immediately understood, saying, "You all wait here. We need to discuss." Fat Dun Dun was still reluctant to let Song Jie and his group join. In the academy, Song Jie and the others had always excluded him. And after Jiang Hao became friends with him, they intentionally isolated Jiang Hao too. Teaming up with someone who looks down on him is understandable. However, Fat Dun Dun is not mindless. He understands Jiang Hao's intention. As the saying goes, the more friends, the more paths. If they can turn hostility into friendship, it would naturally be beneficial. Since Brother Hao has said so, I will follow your lead. When Ruxue, we are all classmates, and as the class monitor, I should not isolate others. It's my responsibility to unite classmates and help each other. I have no objections. Gongsun Qianxuan shrugged and said, I don't mind. I don't know them anyway. As long as they don't come to provoke me, that is fine. Jiang Hao felt relieved. Having a few teammates who support him and understand the situation is important, allowing him to trust his back to them. Jiang Hao cleared his throat and said, It's not impossible for you to join us. But I must make it clear in advance that once I find out you have ulterior motives, I will not hesitate to kick you out of the team. If you cannot share hardships, don't expect to share blessings. Song Jie breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Although we had some unpleasantness before, those were personal issues. In the face of significant matters, I, Song Jie, can still distinguish right from wrong. I won't back down on matters of the heart, but everything else is negotiable. After saying this, he deliberately looked at Wen Ruxue, both to show loyalty and to clarify his stance. Chen Xiaolan followed Song Jie closely. As long as Song Jie had no issues, he naturally had no problems. If Jiang Hao remembered correctly, Chen Xiaolan was also a support type, and his support strength was not inferior to Wen Ruxue. Chen Xiaolan, Beast Pet Human-Faced Demon Spider, High Quality. Type, Support. Strength, Golden Body Realm. Skills, Heavenly Net, Fear Mask. Unbreakable Bond. With their addition, the team became a 6-member squad. Jiang Hao serves as the captain, belonging to the long-range attack type. Song Jie as the vice-captain. Belonging to the combined melee type, team member Gongsun Qianxuan. Combined agile type, team member Gui Dun Dun. Defensive type, team member Wen Ruxue. Healing and buff support type. Team member Chen Xiaolan. Binding and interference support type. Alright, Since we are all teammates now, let us continue discussing the next action route. From here to the peak of Wujifeng, we will first pass through a swamp, then the ridge area, and then the snowfield. I have two ideas. The first is to go directly through the swamp and ridge area, but the mountain roads are difficult, which may waste a lot of our time, though it is relatively safe. The second is to take a detour here through the dense forest area, which is relatively flat, but also dangerous, with poisonous insects and fierce beasts. Contestants will definitely take this route since their points are insufficient. Hehe, what do you think we should take? Let us take the first route. The five said in unison. Unexpectedly, both Song Jie and Wen Ruxue chose the first route. It's rare for everyone to be so united for the first time. This is a good phenomenon. Isn't it? Song Jie, I heard you discussing the frozen canyon earlier. I think everyone wants to take it easy. Finally, Jiang Hao concluded. Then it's decided. Let us avoid the main group and take the ridge area. The six of them shouldered their respective backpacks and proceeded upstream along the Shuling Lake. Not long after they left, two figures, one tall and one short, followed closely behind, and they had chosen the same route as Jiang Hao's team. The swamp is an area where the soil is often saturated with water, leading to long-term water accumulation on the surface, resulting in the growth of wetland and marsh plants. The vast swamp before them has a very pleasant name called the Fairy Spirit Mist Source, where a type of hallucinogenic grass called the fairy spirit grass grows. Animals often accidentally fall into the mire and perish here, and the decaying bodies combined with the dying fairy spirit grass form a type of marsh gas. The marsh gas combined with water vapor creates a kind of miasmic mist. If a person rashly enters, they will experience various hallucinations. Hence, it is called the fairy spirit mist source. However, everything exists in opposition. The leaves of the fairy spirit grass can cause hallucinations. But the only antidote is the flowers they bloom. As long as the flowers are crushed and applied under the nostrils, the foul smell, akin to decaying corpses, can keep a person's mind alert. The weather was not favorable. The entire swamp was shrouded in a thick fog. It was hard not only to discern directions, but also to find a place to step. The distance between the grass mounds formed by the marsh plants varied, and the muddy water between them was murky, making it impossible to predict what dangers lurked within. Swamps are generally gathering places for large beasts like crocodiles and water pythons. How do we get across? Others might be fine, but Fat Dun-Dun's weight is truly concerning. Who knows if those grass mounds can support his weight? If he accidentally sinks in, it would be troublesome. I have a way. Jiang Hao took out a folding axe and cut down a few branches as thick as his arm, tying them to his feet while explaining. This way, we can increase the surface area of our weight. Understand? This is also something Jiang Hao learned from the videos in the survival simulator. Those who live year-round in the icy tundra of the polar regions can walk normally on the snow and can safely cross thin ice. The same goes for marshlands. However, this still does not solve the problem. The grass bundles are too far away, and they cannot fly. So how can they get across? At this moment, Chen Xiaolin finally realized that it was his turn to shine. I have a way. I can build a track using spider silk. This is a good method. Since the problem is solved, the only thing left is to find the direction. It's easy to get lost in the fog and separate from the group. So to determine the direction, they must break free from the fog layer. The best way to do that is to have a flying beast pet go above the fog to guide everyone. This inevitably reminded everyone of the birdman Yang Di. Chen Xiaolin said, if only Yang Di were here. Before he could finish his sentence, the atmosphere became awkward. After all, Yang Di was eliminated by Jiang Hao. What do you mean by bringing him up now? Realizing he had misspoken, Chen Xiaolin quickly explained, sorry, I didn't mean anything by it. Jiang Hao waved his hand. What is the difficulty? My phoenix can fly too. It just has a short flying time, only 10 minutes at a time. And then it has to wait an hour to fly again. 10 minutes is definitely not enough to get out of the mist of immortals. But this is currently the only feasible method, so let us take it one step at a time. Ugh, so smelly. As soon as the six of them applied the juice from the immortal spirit flower, they all started tearing up. The smell was overwhelming. Chapter 27, Survival Competition 3. Everything was ready, and before entering the marsh, there was a muddy pit. The seven of them were carrying a large backpack, and their primary task now was to pray that the mud pit wouldn't be too soft. The chubby person was heavier, and carrying a big backpack would definitely not work, so Jiang Hao took over his backpack. Gongsun Qianxuan, a combat-type player, led the way. If they encountered sinking, with her skills and Chen Xiaolin's support, they should be fine. Gongsun Qianxuan released her beast pet and merged with it. After merging, she looked exceptionally different, resembling a cat girl, with cat ears, a cat nose, and adorable whiskers at the corners of her mouth, along with a tail that swayed back and forth. This was the first time Gongsun Qianxuan showed her form without stealth, and upon seeing her like this, the chubby person instantly turned into a silly grin, almost drooling. Love it, cat girls are indeed my favorite. Whoosh. Dropping a line, She dashed towards the mud pit. When Rushua hurriedly reminded her, "Take it easy. Watch your step." Even with branches tied to her feet, Gongsun Qianxuan moved like the wind, quickly crossing the mud pit and reaching the first grass bundle. She tested it with a few steps. The support was decent. "We can make it." After saying that, she charged straight to another grass bundle that was 3 meters away. For her merged form, this distance was trivial. Following the plan, Chen Xiaolin went first and then pulled them across one by one. He released a palm-sized black spider from his beast space. The spider's face was shockingly that of a human, which was terrifying. The human-faced demon spider climbed onto Chen Xiaolin's wrist, its 8 legs gripping tightly. Chen Xiaolin shot a strand of spider silk towards the first grass pile. The silk was thin but could carry dozens of times an adult's weight and was incredibly resilient. The demon spider reeled in the silk, carrying Chen Xiaolin across the mud pit to the grass pile. Jiang Hao silently complained, "This guy would definitely have a bright future as a flower thief." Having such wall-climbing abilities was simply too cool. Just as he was thinking, suddenly a strand of spider silk shot towards him and wrapped around him. And with a gust of wind, he found himself on the grass bundle. The grass bundle started sinking immediately under the weight of the two, bubbling up foul-smelling black water. Seeing this, Chen Xiaolin flicked his right hand and shot out a strand of spider silk, saying, "You go first." The third grass bundle was only a little over a meter away from the second. Jiang Hao could easily jump over, and the third grass bundle was larger, where Gongsun Qianxuan was already waiting to catch him. Once everyone gathered, Jiang Hao released a large hen. Skill, Eagle Strike. This was a power he obtained from Yang D's beast pet, though it seemed to have been weakened after going through the survival simulator. In the fog, visibility was extremely low, and the marsh was filled with stinking bugs and mosquitoes that swarmed towards any signs of life. The boys didn't mind much, as their skin was tough, but the two girls couldn't stand it. "Damn, these mosquitoes are poisonous." Gongsun Qianxuan suddenly slapped a mosquito on her wrist, killing it, and it bled black blood. The bite marks visibly swelled and reddened. When Rushua took out a bottle of medicine from her backpack and handed it to her, "Hurry, wipe it off." At first, everyone didn't pay much attention. It was just a mosquito bite. But soon, Gongsun Qianxuan started feeling dizzy. Her thinking became sluggish. After Jiang Hao pointed the direction, she set off again, and when she jumped from the 10th grass bundle to the 11th, she shook her head vigorously. But the problem persisted. Just as she leaped halfway, her body suddenly plummeted. From the calm water's surface, a huge creature burst forth. It was a water python. A water python as thick as a person's waist and over 6 or 7 meters long appeared, its aura suggesting it was at least at the golden body realm. The long body of the water python immediately coiled around the descending Gongsun Qianxuan. Chen Xiaolin, who was always watching the situation, instinctively shot out a web to try and trap the python's head, but the python turned its head to evade, its crimson eyes glaring at Chen Xiaolin, sending chills down his spine. With that moment of hesitation, the web brushed past it. The sudden change startled everyone, and they froze momentarily. Just then, an egg fell from the sky. The egg exploded less than a meter above the water python's head. Fireball technique. 2 fireballs hit the python's eyes with precision. Hiss. The water python screamed in pain, but showed no signs of releasing Gongsun Qianxuan. At this moment, everyone reacted, especially the chubby person, who, seeing the danger to his crush, immediately released his beast pet, a brown bear. Merge. A bear nearly 3 meters tall roared and prepared to jump into the water to fight the python. Fortunately, Chen Xiaolin reacted quickly, his hands moving rapidly as strands of spider silk formed a net around the python, connecting to the nearby grass bundles. A heavenly net. Soon, a large net appeared, trapping the python and providing everyone with a place to stand. This was truly impressive for a support ranked in the top 5 of the 5th competition area. His speed and reaction were quite strong. The chubby person didn't care whether the web could support his weight anymore. He charged towards the water python, his sharp claws aiming to pull it down. But a shower of sparks erupted. The python's skin was incredibly tough and resilient. Not only did it not get hurt, but it also struck back, sending him flying. At this moment, Song Jia also took action. His beast pet was a mantis with iron arms, and after merging, its appearance was quite bizarre. Its upper body was human-shaped, while its lower body was that of a mantis. Its 4 long legs gripped the web tightly, and its arms turned into large blades, complete with sharp barbs. Song Jia swung the large blades fiercely at the water python. Death Scythe. Several afterimages rapidly struck the python's body. Sizzle. The faint scratches left on the water python's body still couldn't break through its defenses. The snake scales were simply too hard. Physical damage was utterly ineffective against it. Wind pearls. It all depended on Jiang Hao now. As the egg fell, the water python, having suffered once, sensed danger. It raised its head to look at the falling egg, trying to dodge, but the egg would not hit it. It exploded automatically a meter above its head, bursting forth like fireworks, with the brilliant wind pearls hitting the water python right on the forehead. 800. A large damage value popped up from its forehead. In pain, it instinctively tightened its body, and Gongsun Qianxuan, wrapped by it, turned pale, a muffled groan of pain escaping from her lips. Damn it! Let go of my grandpa right now. Seeing Gongsun Qianxuan's painful moans, the chubby one cursed loudly, his massive bare paw slamming down heavily on the snake's body. Heavy strike. Once. Twice. The sound of the heavy impact showed he was using all his strength. At this moment, when Rushua also released her colorful spirit butterflies, and with a flick of her hand, she cast a healing spell on Gongsun Qianxuan, regardless of its effectiveness, and then activated the magnetic field boost. Under the effect of the magnetic field boost, the chubby one and Song Jia went all out as if they had been injected with adrenaline. With his enhanced strength, Song Jia finally managed to break through the snake skin defense with his superb knife skills, and several scales were shattered, revealing the blood-streaked flesh underneath. Hiss. First bombarded by Jiang Hao's fireball and wind pearls, now injured by Song Jia, the water python could no longer care about Gongsun Qianxuan. It forcefully swung its body, using Gongsun Qianxuan like a sandbag to throw her towards Song Jia. Over here, seizing the opportunity, Chen Xiaolin quickly shot out a spider silk to pull her back. Jiang Hao cooperated to catch her. Keep an eye on her. After handing her over to Wenrushua, Jiang Hao once again controlled the big hen to unleash its skills. Fireball, wind pearls. As soon as the cooldown was over, he unhesitatingly bombarded the water python in succession. No matter how the water python dodged, it was always hit. After several rounds, the water python was completely enraged. It finally understood that as long as it didn't knock down the flying objects circling above its head, it would be beaten. A sweeping motion sent the annoying chubby one and Song Jia flying, and then the snake's body suddenly lunged upward, shooting toward the mist like a sharp arrow, its long body extending from 6 or 7 meters to 15 meters, but it still couldn't reach the big hen. Seeing this, the water python's eyes narrowed, and in a surge of killing intent, it opened its mouth wide, ready to swallow the comparatively weaker Song Jia whole. A foul wind rushed toward him, and upon seeing this scene, Song Jia turned pale with fear, but being in midair, he could only watch helplessly as he fell into the trap. Just then, Jiang Hao and Chen Xiaolin acted almost simultaneously. Fear mask. Lure. The fear mask had a frightening effect that could stimulate the opponent's fear, causing them to lose their will to fight. Jiang Hao shouted, Xiaolin, don't let it escape. Chen Xiaolin understood. At this moment, he didn't notice that Jiang Hao's address to him had changed. His highly concentrated attention shifted immediately after Jiang Hao spoke, and he waved his hands as if the spider silk were free, quickly wrapping the water python, which was still under the negative effects of the fear mask. Like a zongzi, cocooning it. Chapter 28 Survival Competition, Part 4. Good. Jiang Hao couldn't help but praise him. Chen Xiaolin's support was indeed impressive. Seeing the water python unable to move, the chubby one charged forward, raising his bare paws to output a flurry of attacks on the snake's head, loudly shouting, How dare you eat the woman my grandpa has his eyes on? I'll beat you to death, you beast. He only stopped when the water python's brain matter splattered. With the crisis averted, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Hao approached Song Jia and Chen Xiaolin, and everyone had witnessed their actions, especially Chen Xiaolin's perfect support. Congratulations, from now on, you officially become our teammates. I think we can cancel our bet, from now on. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. What matters is that I already have someone I like. Good luck. The last sentence was particularly quiet, so small that only Song Jia could hear it. After speaking, he meaningfully patted his shoulder, a form of encouragement undoubtedly telling him, rest assured, I won't compete with you for women. He was still 52 points behind Jiang Hao, and no matter how hard he tried, it would be difficult to surpass him. This was a losing situation. At this time, Jiang Hao voluntarily canceled the bet, which was just finding a way out for himself. Brother Jia, actually, Hauga seems pretty nice. Don't you think I don't have to do handstands to poop anymore? Song Jia's face darkened, scolding him for being unworthy. You think too much. You're still fixated on this trivial matter. Maybe he has forgotten about it entirely. What? Do you really want to embarrass yourself in public? Come on, show me how you do it. Chen Xiaolin chuckled a few times. Sigh, these two idiots spoke so loudly, as if they were afraid others couldn't hear them. How's Qianxuan doing? When Rushua actually wanted to ask if they should let her withdraw from the competition. But before she could finish her sentence, the chubby one was the first to disagree. No way. If we leave, we all leave together. I'll carry her. After we get out of this swamp, we can think of a way to detoxify. Jiang Hao also said, yes, we can't abandon our teammate. Let's wait and see. If her condition doesn't improve, then we can consider sending her out. They had just gone this far and lost a combatant. Looking at Gongsun Qianxuan, she had already fallen into a coma, her hand swollen like a bun from mosquito bites. Let's go. Staying here any longer could pose more dangers. After speaking, the chubby one squatted down to carry Gongsun Qianxuan. Wait, my beast pet's skills haven't recovered yet. If we wander around and get lost, it would be a waste of effort. Let us deal with the water python first. Jiang Hao took out a folding axe and went to the water python, first asking Qin Xiaolin to remove the spider webs tangled around it, and then attempted to skin it. It actually couldn't be skinned. The water python's skin was far too tough. Let me try. Song Jie combined again, lifting a big knife to cut through, and with difficulty, he managed to peel off a complete piece of snake skin. Jiang Hao was overjoyed, examining it closely. This snake skin is impervious to blades and guns. I have a great idea. How about we make it into inner armor? There's enough snake skin here for everyone to share. This idea is good. The snake skin is strong and durable, and it has excellent toughness. If we go to battle in the future, it might even save our lives. The two excitedly divided the snake skin into 6 pieces. Next came the snake meat and beast crystal. The water python's beast crystal was a high-quality beast crystal, with strength between the golden body realm and the mountain moving realm. Finally, regarding the points, according to the judge's rules, whoever dealt the final blow to the monster would receive the points, and this point went to the chubby one. With a little time left, Jiang Hao activated the survival simulator to see if there were any usable skills. As soon as he opened it, 2 prompts sounded. Ding. You assisted your teammates in killing the swamp giant python, gaining 5 attribute points and skill points. Ding. Since you did not deal the final blow to the swamp giant python, you cannot obtain the skill. Jiang Hao. There is such a rule. If you don't deal the final blow, you can't obtain the skill. It seems I need to strive for that more in the future. Don't think it's safe just because the water python is gone. Swamp crocodiles, blood-sucking worms, and other monsters appeared next. The most dangerous was a toad monster larger than a cow, which disguised itself as a haystack and suddenly attacked when Jiang Hao's team landed on it. That time, it nearly wiped out the entire team. In the end, it was Jiang Hao's lure skill that drew the toad monster away, giving everyone a glimmer of hope to escape its hunting range. A day later, the team finally emerged from the fairy spirit mist source swamp, looking at everyone's disheveled appearance. A sense of survival washed over them. Fortunately, after emerging from the swamp, the poison on Gongsun Qianxuan's hand no longer spread. This is a good sign. As long as an antidote can be found, the poison can be cured. The group immediately helped Gongsun Qianxuan search for an antidote. And it turned out that patchouli could counteract this poison. Patchouli can treat malaria, dysentery, etc., and prefers warm and well-lit environments. Soon, Jiang Hao found patchouli, crushed it, and applied it to the swollen area on Gongsun Qianxuan's hand. After handling these matters, night fell, and the Wujishan Mountains at night were much more dangerous than during the day. After a day of intense battles, everyone was mentally exhausted. As they relaxed, they suddenly felt utterly fatigued. Jiang Hao stoked the campfire, and the group gathered around it, watching as pieces of snake meat began to sizzle and ooze fat, making it hard for them to resist swallowing. Song Jie and Qin Xiaolin had been craving it for 10 days. Smelling the delicious grilled fish cooked by Jiang Hao and his companions every day, and now they were finally going to satisfy their cravings. When the two took their first bite of hot, fragrant meat after 10 days, they were almost moved to tears. In fact, they could have hunted demon beasts to roast. But who would have thought to bring seasonings like Jiang Hao did? The others might have been fine, but they didn't even bring salt. Even if they roasted something, it would taste bland and be less enjoyable than chewing on hard rations. Jiang Hao truly knew how to enjoy life. It would have been even better if it were snow spirit fish. Watching the two devour their food, the chubby one suddenly felt happy. At least following Jiang Hao was the right choice. In the stillness of the night, the Wujishan Mountains were exceptionally quiet, with stars overhead, mountains at their backs, and the sound of insects lulling them to sleep. The day's fatigue gradually faded away. Every night, Jiang Hao would take the big hen into the simulation game to level up, and in the game, his mental strength would recover along with him. So he didn't need to sleep and could wake up refreshed the next day. Just as he was getting into the game, an abrupt and discordant sound broke the silence. The voice sounded anxious, and by the time he exited the game, the others were already awake. The chubby one exclaimed loudly, "What is going on? What is happening? What the hell? It's army ants. Where did so many army ants come from?" Even though there was a campfire set up in the center of the campsite, it still failed to deter them, and they formed a circular wall outside the camp. It was Qin Xiaolin who alerted everyone. It was his turn to keep watch. That wasn't just a wall around the campsite. It was a web of silk that Qin Xiaolin had set up, but it still couldn't withstand the army ants' assault, prompting him to sound the alarm. Where did these army ants come from? This was the question on everyone's mind. Jiang Hao took a deep breath and suddenly smelled honey in the air. Who brought honey? Everyone looked at each other, then shook their heads to indicate it wasn't them. That was strange, but now wasn't the time to investigate this. If the army ants broke through the web, it would be a serious problem. Jiang Hao, the chubby one, and Song Jia immediately entered combat mode without hesitation, taking their positions in cooperation with Qin Xiaolin, while when Rushua also activated her magnetic field. Jiang Hao released the big hen, letting it fly into the air, aiming at where the army ants were about to climb the web and casting a fireball spell down on them. Fire was a devastating weapon against army ants. One fireball instantly turned hundreds or thousands of them into charred corpses, and the unpleasant smell gradually spread through the campsite. Jiang Hao activated the survival simulator and was greeted by a flurry of notification sounds. Ding, you killed an army ant and gained 1 skill point. Ding, you killed an army ant and gained 1 skill point. Ding, wait, why were there only skill points and no attribute points? Does killing and devouring refer to 2 completely different concepts? To confirm his guess, Jiang Hao directly commanded the big hen to start eating. The big hen landed above the web and started pecking at the army ants. Ding, your beast pet devoured an army ant and gained 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. Ding, it really was like that. Watching the big hen's attribute points and skill points skyrocket, Jiang Hao almost laughed out loud. This was so satisfying. But before he could celebrate too long, the big hen stopped eating. What's this? Did it eat too much? It would be a lie to say he wasn't disappointed. But he couldn't possibly let the big hen die from overeating just for attribute points. Soon he calmed down. If there were no attribute points, there were still skill points. He was worried that the wind orb's level was too low. Why not take this opportunity to max it out? He was eager to see just how strong the max level wind orb's group attack ability would be. Next, every 10 seconds, 2 eggs would drop. Fireball spells and wind orbs took turns bombarding the army ants. In Chapter 29 of the Survival Competition, Part 5, while he was enjoying himself, the chubby one and Song Jia were having a tough time. The high-intensity battle frequency began to tire them out, and facing the endless onslaught of army ants made them feel a deep-rooted fear. Qin Xiaolin was weaving layer upon layer of webs, but the outer webs were already torn apart by the army ants. Brother Hao, I can't hold on much longer. Jia, can you hurry up? My mental energy is running low too. Jiang Hao replied, just wait a bit longer. I'm about to collapse. I'm not some superhuman. You urging me doesn't help. Jiang Hao, you're the captain. You need to make the call whether to stay or go. At this moment, Jiang Hao was still crazily leveling up his skills. Beast Master, Jiang Hao. Beast Pet, Ice Crystal Phoenix, Big Hen. Realm, Golden Body, level 40. Affinity, 90. Combat Power, 401. Attribute Points, 152. Skill Points, 18, 800. Strength, 237. Stamina, 13. Defense, 20, 60. Agility, 30. Critical Hit Rate, 0. Critical Strike, 0. Skills, Chicken Pecking, Passive, Shadow Clone, Passive. Thorn Armor, Level 3 Max. Fireball Spell, Level 6 Max. Lure, Level 5 Max. Wind Orb, Level 3 Max. Eagle Strike, Level 3 Max. Chicken Pecking is a passive skill that triggers a counterattack when the beast pet is threatened, randomly launching a skill that can accurately hit the enemy. Shadow Clone is a passive skill that allows the pet to feign death to withstand a lethal blow, with a cooldown of 3 hours. Thorn Armor is a passive skill that increases defense by 60 and has a 3 chance to trigger an absolute defense effect, which can immunize all damage for 3 seconds. Currently, it is at level 3 max. Eagle Strike is an active skill that allows the user to soar like an eagle. Currently, it is at level 3 max, allowing flight for 40 minutes with a cooldown of 1 hour. Lure is a triggering skill that can forcibly concentrate enemies within a 15-meter diameter. Currently, it is at level 5 max with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Fireball Spell is an active skill that can inflict severe wounds on any enemy. Currently, it is at level 6 max with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Wind Orb is a group attack skill with explosive output, effective against 10 targets. Currently, it is at level 3 max with a cooldown of 6 seconds. Seeing that all the skill points were maxed out, Jiang Hao felt like he could wake up laughing from his dreams. Thorn Armor not only increased defense to 60, which was about 7 points, but the trigger rate for absolute defense also increased to 3. After leveling up, Eagle Strike's flight time increased to 40 minutes, and the trigger range for Lure increased from the original 10 meters to 15 meters, with the cooldown reduced to 5 minutes. The cooldown for Fireball Spell remained the same at 10 seconds, but the cooldown for Wind Orb was reduced by 4 seconds to 6 seconds. The only regret he had was that the giant hen had a small appetite. It was full after eating 150 army ants, which only earned him 150 attribute points, originally 2 points. However, seeing that all his skills were maxed out and he still had 800 skill points left, Jiang Hao couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. He didn't know which little cutie sent him such a big gift. If it weren't for his teammates bringing honey around the camp, he would definitely suspect that someone was deliberately trying to sabotage him and his team. After allocating all the attribute points, he added 100 points directly to strength, 22 points to agility, and evenly distributed the remaining 30 points to stamina and defense. Strength 337, stamina 28, defense 44, 60, agility 52. Although he was reluctant to leave, it was clear that Fatty and the others were in a flurry and couldn't hold on for long. You guys pack up first, I'll clear the way for everyone. The only thing that needed packing was a tent. After everyone was ready, Jiang Hao used an enticing skill outside the web, and under the effect of the skill, the army ants were forced apart, allowing Qin Xiaolin to open a corner of the spider web for everyone to pass. Once Fatty and the others ran out, Jiang Hao took up the rear, seizing the rare opportunity to kill as many as he could. Every kill meant more skill points. I'm exhausted. Fatty put down Gongsun Qianxuan, who was already sweating profusely, and Jiang Hao was not much better off, having to carry not only his own big backpack, but also Fatty's. At this point, the sky had begun to brighten slightly. We need to be careful from now on. I suspect someone is trying to harm us, Jiang Hao asserted. Who could it be? Currently, a large spruce forest was blocking their way, beyond which lay a barren ridge area. To guard against interference from other competitors, Jiang Hao suggested that no matter what unexpected situations occurred next, if they got separated, they would meet at the top of Wuji Peak. And those who got lost should find their own way to the destination. This way, they could avoid wasting too much time searching for others and missing the competition. As for the danger, they needn't worry. The Guardians in the Dark would not just stand by and watch the competitors get into such situations. Qianxuan, you're finally awake. How do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Let me see your injury. Have you touched enough? Why don't you let go? Gongsun Qianxuan's tone was very weak. Struggling a few times, but couldn't he break free from Fatty. Fatty reluctantly let go and said, Sorry, I didn't mean to. I think you did it on purpose. Daring to take advantage of me. You fatso? Do you want to die? The term fatso instantly struck a sensitive nerve with Fatty, and he stood up in a fluster. Walked over to Jiang Hao, picked up his big backpack, wanting to leave, but not knowing where to go, ultimately staying silently beside Jiang Hao, seeing Fatty's downcast mood. When Rushua felt sorry for him, and recounted how Fatty had carried her all the way while she was unconscious, realizing she had wrongly blamed Fatty. Gongsun Qianxuan looked at Fatty, who was carrying her, torn between apologizing and thanking him. After everyone took a break, they set off again once Gongsun Qianxuan had regained some strength. The journey was all uphill, and not long after, due to lack of stamina, they had to choose to rest for another day in the spruce forest. Song Jia was responsible for hunting. Qin Xiaolin and Fatty were in charge of gathering firewood. Jiang Hao was in charge of roasting meat, and when Rushua took care of Gongsun Qianxuan, everyone arranged their tasks in an orderly manner. And when the delicious roasted chicken was ready, Jiang Hao handed the first roasted chicken to Fatty, signaling him to take it to Gongsun Qianxuan. Fatty clearly still cared about Gongsun Qianxuan's earlier harsh attitude towards him and was determined not to go. Jiang Hao really wanted to kick him away. He was such a blockhead, but as a brother and best friend, he had to give him advice, whispering, Done. A man should be magnanimous. Don't act like a spoiled wife just because you were wronged a bit. If you take the food to her now, you might even get an unexpected reward. Jiang Hao patted his chest, assuring him, That's natural. Trust me, go ahead. Fatty then took the roasted chicken to the outside of Gongsun Qianxuan's tent, where both girls were present. Thinking he was a man, he couldn't just act shamelessly, so he handed the roasted chicken to Rushua and tried to leave gracefully. Wait, it was Gongsun Qianxuan's voice. Fatty suddenly felt his legs wouldn't move. Gongsun Qianxuan also cared about her image. Seeing when Rushua still there, she felt embarrassed to apologize, and instinctively spoke as she saw Fatty about to leave. When Rushua understood, placed the roasted chicken aside, and left voluntarily, saying, I'll go see if there's any other food, giving space to these two awkward creatures. After when Rushua left, Gongsun Qianxuan hesitantly opened her mouth. I'm sorry and thank you. Upon hearing her apology, Fatty was so excited that he wanted to dive into the tent, startling Gongsun Qianxuan. Wait, what are you doing? Don't come in. Fatty, As a result, in his excitement, he couldn't even say anything. After a long time, he finally squeezed out the words I like you. Unexpectedly, Gongsun Qianxuan flatly rejected him with an indifferent expression. I know, but I don't like chubby boys. I'm not targeting you. I just don't like any fat guys. Fatty, all fat guys, feeling offended. Gongsun Qianxuan didn't directly reject him, but gently conveyed her preferences. I understand. Fatty dropped that line and left. He wasn't giving up. He had made up his mind to start losing weight. Song Jia, Fatty, let me tell you. Before he could finish, Fatty excitedly interrupted him. Don't call me Fatty anymore. I've decided to lose weight from now on. I want to eat the roasted chicken. Saying that, he took out some long-stored rations from his backpack and started munching. Jiang Hao, Song Jia, Qin Xiaolin, and Wen Rushua, done. I think being a bit chubby is fine. It's cute. She originally just wanted to comfort Fatty, but unexpectedly, when Song Jia heard this, He looked at the roasted chicken in his hand and suddenly felt he had found a breakthrough. He couldn't compete with Jiang Hao in terms of handsomeness. But since the goddess liked the chubby feeling, he could do that too. Chapter 30, Survival Competition 6. He wanted to eat meat heartily. He wanted to gain weight. He wanted to get fat. Hey, Jiegu, save some for me. Go hunt for yourself. What kind of atmosphere is this? Over here, they are not eating roasted chicken, while over there, they are fighting to eat it. After a day's rest, Gongsun Qinshuan was almost fully recovered, and the toxins in her body had completely disappeared. After a day's delay, there was still something the team needed to do before setting off. That was to stockpile food in preparation for the upcoming Ridge Area Challenge. In 3 days, among the 1,000 competitors, some finally couldn't withstand the pressure and chose to withdraw. Various reasons existed, but the biggest problem was still that they couldn't endure the harsh environment and opted to retreat. In front of the live broadcast screen, viewer A, look. Another person has withdrawn. I said these beast tamers are all delicate. They can't handle hardships. Viewer B, 3 months. This is just the beginning. In my opinion, quitting early is a wise decision. Viewer C, when do you think Chicken Brother will withdraw? Viewer A, forget about him. He made me lose so much money in the last fishing competition. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Viewer C, right? How long do you think Chicken Brother can reach the top of Wuji Peak? I bet a month and a half. 150 taels. Anyone dare to bet? Viewer B, I bet 2 months. 200 taels. Yangpu Kai, I bet he can't last a month. 50 taels. In the private room, Lord Guomingji waved, and the old steward hurried over to his side. Last time the Lord made a fortune. Could it be that this time he would again? The city lord believes how long the young lord's friends can hold out this time? Guomingji adjusted his big belly, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. The protagonist usually makes the final appearance. Go, bet 100 top-grade beast crystals. Wager that Jiang Hao will arrive at his destination in the last moment of 3 months. The old steward. What kind of operation is this? Is the lord so confident? The old steward took the money bag to place the bet. And in the end, he also gritted his teeth and placed a bet. Not much, just 100 mid-grade beast crystals. Having followed the city lord for so long, he had come to see clearly that there was nothing in this world that could stump his shrewd city lord. To follow him, one must learn from him. That is for sure. Not only the broadcasting hall of Hongwang City, but ordinary citizens in other cities like Wujishan, Shenzhou City are also paying attention to the beast pet competition. However, few noticed that the eternal city on the other side of the Wujishan Mountains was already in dire straits. The cold wind was biting, and the ruthless northern winds ravaged this so-called indestructible city of the Shenzhou Kingdom. On the city walls, rows of armored Shenzhou soldiers stood ready, but if one looked closely, they would find the soldiers' lips already turning purple from the cold. In stark contrast to them was the pack of white snow wolves outside the city. Each frosty snow wolf carrying a bare-chested soldier of the Beihai army, displaying robust physiques, still full of vitality even amidst the cold winds. The atmosphere of tension had been spreading in this area for a long time. Neither side moved. Only the sound of war drums echoed thunderously. The seasoned Longzuan stood in black armor atop the city tower, gazing outside, his sight filled with the enemy's figures. And the one he feared the most was the man under the enemy's banner. The man was 30 years old, with wolf-like fierce eyes and a scar on his face. He seemed like an ordinary man, but he was more dangerous than all the Beihai soldiers combined. This person was the saint of Beihai Kingdom, Shaolin. Dressed in a fur coat, Shaolin sat steadily on a war chariot. In front of him a table was set with meat and wine cups. Next to him knelt a beautiful woman also dressed in luxurious furs. The woman suddenly took out a cup of wine from her bosom and respectfully placed it on the table in front of Shaolin, then picked up an empty cup, filled it with wine, and returned it to her bosom, the cup she had just placed down still emanating warmth and fragrance. Shaolin lifted the wine cup and gently sniffed it before smiling, revealing an expression of enjoyment as he downed the wine in one go. After putting down the cup, Shaolin raised his hand to pinch the woman's chin, lifting her face. The woman, named Yu Qingqing, had a blank expression on her lightly made-up face, but the hint of fear in her eyes was still caught by Shaolin. Sister Qing, if I help you take revenge, how will you repay me? Yu Qingqing replied, if you can help me kill Longzuan and Long Yun, I will do anything you ask. Upon hearing this, Shaolin laughed heartily, suddenly pulling the woman into his arms and biting down hard on her red lips, without any restraint. The taste of sweet blood flowed into his throat, and after a moment he released her, grinning wickedly. How could I bear to let Sister Qing do anything for me? Just give me a son. And the thought of the young master of Longzhong Fortress's fiancé giving me a child excites me. What do you think? Yu Qingqing trembled all over, desperately trying to break free from his grasp. The pain on her lips was nothing compared to the heartache she felt at that moment. The title of the young master of Longzhong Fortress's fiancé, he had once brought her and her family supreme glory. The Yu family had once been a prominent family in the Eternal City, wealthy and respected. Everyone in the city had to show her respect. Unfortunately, all of that had vanished 10 years ago. 10 years ago, on this very day, someone reported that her father had taken lives recklessly, and Long Yun personally led a team to investigate. Although they cleared her father's name, they uncovered that her father had accepted bribes, and despite her pleas, they completely confiscated her family's assets. Her father, in a fit of rage, hanged himself, and her mother, unable to bear the blow, followed him in death. The once great Yu family was destroyed overnight. All of this was due to the man she had loved for over a decade. At that moment, she was completely awakened. Her years of devotion could not compare to his sense of justice. The love she once had for Long Yun turned into boundless hatred. She spared no effort to ally with the Beihai Kingdom and unreservedly gave all intelligence about the Shinjo army to the man before her, even if it meant becoming his plaything. Through her efforts, she finally persuaded Shaolin to launch an invasion against the Shinjo Kingdom. Now, it was time for her to take revenge for her family. She wanted to stand before Long Yun and witness Shaolin destroy everything he wished to protect. She wanted to tell him in person just how terrifying a woman who has been wronged can be. Shaolin silently pushed away the silent woman, stood up, and looked at the iron wall in front of the army. Eternal City, you will sink and perish in my hands, Shaolin. I will trample you and conquer the entire Shinjo across the Wujishin Mountains. All troops, obey my command. Assist me in breaking the Eternal City. I have heard that the third princess of the Shinjo Kingdom, Han Qing, is as beautiful as a fairy. The day I conquer Shinjo will also be the day I marry her. Drink. Attack. His voice was plain and unremarkable, as if he was not giving a command to attack, but simply ordering a meal. 500,000 Beihai troops moved in unison, besieging the 15,000 Shinjo defenders. The first Frost Snow Wolf took a step, moving faster and faster, and when it opened up a distance from its teammates, it suddenly accelerated and sprinted. The 100-meter distance was covered in the blink of an eye. At the moment, the first Frost Snow Wolf leaped high towards the city wall. It seemed like it was committing suicide, but the next second, its sharp claws dug into the wall tightly, stopping steadily in the middle of the 10-meter-high city wall. Its master clung tightly to its neck, and just like that, the Frost Snow Wolf slowly approached the city wall like a gecko with its master. One was like this. Two were the same. In just a few seconds, the entire city wall was covered with Frost Snow Wolves. Long Zuin's expression was serious. Standing beside him were Long Yun and Prince Han Mo. Without needing Long Zuin's orders, Long Yun raised his hand, and the Shinjo army that had long been on high alert began to draw their bows and shoot at the Frost Snow Wolves. Whoosh! Arrows sliced through the wind, instantly killing the wolves at the top of the pack with the force of their descent. The snow wolves hit by the arrows screamed and fell to the ground with their masters. The arrows are poisoned. Everyone be careful. A soldier from the Beihai army with braids warned, and those who weren't hit stared intently at the city wall, waiting for the second wave of arrows. Amidst the sound of war drums, the second wave of arrows came in less than 3 seconds. Hello! Suddenly, howls of wolves echoed, and alongside the howls, waves of cold air burst forth from the snow wolves' mouths, the chilling air freezing the descending arrows into bits before they could hit their targets. And even the solid city wall began to crack under the thick ice layer. As descendants of the frost giant wolf, the frost snow wolves had their own ultimate skill, absolute freezing. Although it couldn't compare to their ancestors' absolute zero, its power was still formidable. With this layer of ice, the snow wolves climbed even faster, able to ascend several meters in just a few seconds. The city wall of the Eternal City had been continuously reinforced and raised specifically against these snow wolves, and now, the overall height of the wall had reached 25 meters, with a width of 10 meters, which provided enough space for the beast masters of the Shinjo Kingdom to operate. A thick layer of grease had been poured over the outer wall, making it appear black over time, as the arrows lost effectiveness, without needing Long Yun's orders. The Shinjo army had already changed their defensive measures. Several soldiers worked together to carry a large cauldron filled with boiling hot oil, with a few holding torches behind them. As they poured the hot oil down, they would throw the torches down together, igniting the oil, when the flames formed an absolute line of defense. Even though numerous snow wolves unleashed their icy breath, it was a battle between ice and fire. The cold air froze the flames, but there were always fish that slipped through the net. As long as the thick oil and flames touched a bit, it would be a fatal blow. Soon, hundreds and thousands of fire wolves appeared on the wall, their mournful screams and howls of wolves forming a stunning sight. Good. Prince Han Mo couldn't help but cheer upon seeing this. The morale of the Shinjo army soared even higher, as below them were beast tamers, who fought against their enemies with mere mortal bodies, where life and death often hung by a thread. Chapter 31, Survival Competition 7. They stood on the city wall with a mindset of certain death, and if they could kill an enemy beast tamer, that would be the glory of their lives. Behind them, 50,000 beast tamers watched this scene with envy, for these were all military merits. Shinjo had more than just these beast tamers. Although joining the army was an honor, initially very few beast tamers were willing to enlist, as going to the battlefield was no joke. One could lose their life at any moment. For those who valued long life, preserving life was the top priority. The 50,000 beast tamers formed a beast army, not because they valued life less, but because the conditions set by the Shinjo royal family to encourage enlistment were too tempting. First, promotions and titles would certainly not be lacking. Second, military pay. The lowest-ranked beast tamer could receive 50 medium-grade beast crystals each month, which would be hard to earn elsewhere given their strength. Third, military merits could be exchanged for beast crystals. One military merit could be traded for one high-grade beast crystal. Simple and straightforward. Fourth, regardless of military rank, the families of those who died in duty would receive equal compensation annually for 3 generations. For example, if you were a vice captain with a monthly salary of 10 high-grade beast crystals, that would total 120 a year. If you died in duty, your children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren could each receive 120 high-grade beast crystals from the state every year. If your child was also a beast tamer and chose to enlist, they could inherit your previous military rank, effectively turning the compensation into their military pay, gaining a military position for free. This was one of the reasons why Jiang Hao and other competitors were so excited after seeing the military rank rewards. Once these conditions were announced, if no one was moved, they would truly be fools or cowards. With more beast tamers choosing to enlist, the army began to become a mixed bag, filled with countless petty thieves and those who bullied others, with some beast tamers taking advantage of their strength to oppress ordinary soldiers and defy discipline. Gradually, Shinjo laid out a series of military regulations, effectively raising the enlistment standards for beast tamers. Those with bad records could not enlist, cowards could not enlist, those who defied discipline could not enlist, and those who fled in battle would have their entire family punished. Those who falsely reported military merits to claim others would have their military pay confiscated for a year, and so on. The siege battle continued, and not only the North Sea Army made mistakes. Just as the morale of the Shinjo army was high, a frost snow wolf suddenly climbed up the city wall while the defending soldiers were not paying attention. Facing a Shinjo soldier, the soldier was stunned, forgetting to react at the sight of the enormous snow wolf until the frost snow wolf's breath hit his face, reminding him he was defending the city. He instinctively raised his weapon to stab, but halfway through, a wave of cold air sprayed from the frost snow wolf's mouth. Soldiers within a 10-meter radius instantly turned into ice sculptures, which then shattered into pieces, a living person dead in less than a second. And there was nothing left of the body. It was too tragic. Other soldiers, seeing this scene, trembled in fear and retreated. Death was not terrifying, but such a brutal death was truly horrifying. Do not retreat. Charge forward. Quickly kill it. Several soldiers, not daring to disobey military orders, gritted their teeth and charged at the frost snow wolf, but their fate was already sealed. The frost snow wolf leaped down from the city wall and bit off a soldier's neck, blood spraying everywhere. The North Sea soldier on its back had a ferocious expression, raising a long curved knife to slash at another soldier, aiming for decapitation. A few soldiers were instantly killed in the coordinated attack between one man and one wolf. It all happened too quickly. Get back! A booming voice shouted. Suddenly, a huge figure charged from behind the defending soldiers. It was a melee-type beast tamer. After merging, his upper body resembled a dog-headed man with a pair of horns, standing 3 meters tall, his upper body strong like a bull, exuding an impressive aura. Upon his appearance, the soldiers surrounding the frost snow wolf retreated to give him enough space, clearly confident in this beast tamer's strength. The dog-headed man strode forward to the frost snow wolf, one large hand pressing down on its mouth to prevent it from unleashing cold air. The restrained frost snow wolf found itself unable to break free from his brute strength. At that moment, its owner swung the curved knife down, but the dog-headed man raised his other hand, which began to petrify as he caught the descending knife and forcefully twisted it, snapping the sharp blade with a loud crack. After breaking the curved knife, the dog-headed man tossed the broken blade into the air, aiming the tip at the frost snow wolf's neck and stabbing down hard. Thud! A woo! The frost snow wolf's mournful howl echoed through the air. The dog-headed man swung the broken knife forcefully, and the massive wolf head was severed. The snow wolf's owner, holding the remaining half of the curved knife, saw his beast killed and his fierce expression turned savage, but before he could strike again, the dog-headed man seized his head and twisted it with force. A cracking sound was heard, and the North Sea soldier instantly breathed his last. The commander approached the dog-headed man to thank him, saying, "Thank you, General Gong, for your assistance. I almost delayed the important matter." The dog-headed man glanced at him disdainfully and said, "These frontline North Sea soldiers are just small fry. If you can't even defend against them, You might as well clear the land. After being reprimanded, the commander was not angry, saying, "Yes, I am ashamed." He then scolded his soldiers, "You bunch of useless fools. Keep your eyes open. Any more mistakes will be dealt with by military law," just as the dog-headed man said. The frontline North Sea Army was merely a group of lowly soldiers whose beasts had not even reached the Golden Body realm. The ordinary soldiers of the Shinjo army could only fend off these people. Once a merged opponent appeared, they would have to retreat and switch defenses. Woo woo woo. The sound of horns suddenly changed from the North Sea Army's rear. The soldiers blocking the front made way upon hearing the short-long signal. At the end of each road, there were riders on frost snow wolves, larger than the beasts beneath them, moving swiftly and merging just before reaching the city wall. In the blink of an eye, towering and powerful wolfmen rushed past, leaping up to the city wall. Meanwhile, Long Yun waved his hand upon hearing the horn, and the flag-bearer beside him quickly waved the defense order. The ordinary Shinjo defenders began to retreat, replaced by the 50,000 beast army. An even more brutal battle was about to begin. The survival competition was entering its 4th day. The resources in the spruce forest were abundant. The 6-person team not only hunted a considerable number of wild chickens and rabbits, but also caught an adult wild boar. Enough for them to eat for 10 days to half a month. To preserve the food, Jiang Hao suggested turning all the meat into smoked meat, which delayed them another day. On the 5th day of the survival competition, the 6-person team finally set off again, crossing the spruce forest. And before them lay a vast ridge, each mountain higher than the last, with the ridge area barren except for exposed rocks. Fortunately, the weather was still mild and sunny. Climbing over mountains is the most physically exhausting thing. By the time they reached the first peak, when Rushue and Pang Dandan were already drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, Pang Dandan said, "Let's take a break. I really can't climb anymore." Gongsun Qianxuan rolled her eyes at his hefty physique and disdainfully said, "From here to Wujifeng, it's all uphill, nearly 10,000 meters high. If you're going to waste everyone's time, you might as well give up the competition now. You might as well just say I'm fat." The one being looked down upon was Pang Dandan, but when Rushue beside him also felt embarrassed. As a support, her physical fitness was naturally not on par with a close combat type like Gongsun Qianxuan. After looking down on Pang Dandan, Gongsun Qianxuan seemed to sense something was off. When she noticed when Rushue's slightly flushed face, she realized she had misspoken. "Schwer, give me your backpack." When Rushue hurriedly refused, "How can that be? Give it to me." Without considering the consequences, Gongsun Qianxuan snatched the backpack from Rushue and hung it in front of herself. With her own backpack, it weighed over 50 pounds. But it didn't seem to bother her at all. She continued to march forward with ease. Pang Dandan couldn't help but feel envious. He wished someone would help him share the burden. So he looked at Jiang Hao with a pitiful expression. Jiang Hao unhesitatingly refused. "Don't look at me. You have a beast pet you won't utilize. What do you want me to say? Right? Why didn't I think of that?" With Jiang Hao's advice, all of Pang Dandan's troubles were instantly swept away. Jiang Hao and the others didn't need their beast pets to help carry things, because their pets were relatively small and couldn't handle large backpacks. But his brown bear was different. It was free labor. Releasing his beast pet, Pang Dandan hummed a tune as he placed his large backpack on the brown bear. Feeling a significant relief from the burden, he proudly approached Gongsun Qianxuan. "Qianxuan, do you want me to help you?" The smugness in his voice was unmistakable. "No, I can carry it." Pang Dandan shrugged, thinking that one day she would come to ask him for help. However, he waited in vain, even with 2 large backpacks. Gongsun Qianxuan continued to climb the mountain with steady breaths, showing no signs of fatigue. Chapter 32, Survival Competition, 8. As the survival competition entered its 9th day, Jiang Hao's team was still in the ridge area. The higher they climbed, the thinner the air became, accompanied by a howling cold wind. The weather changed daily. It might be clear skies in the morning, but by afternoon there would be thunder and lightning. The rainy nights were the hardest to endure in the ridge area. There was no combustible material to start a fire for warmth. Their bodies consumed a large amount of energy every day, especially to keep warm. So they had to rely on their food supply. What was initially expected to last 10 to 15 days was already halfway depleted. They had to slow down and focus on hunting. Their only food source now was birds. In a barren area like the ridge, birds generally preferred to nest on cliffs. The team finally found a cliff, only to discover that others had arrived first, and not just one team. The 2 teams seemed to be competing for a golden eagle chick, which based on its aura, should be at the golden body level. The strength of those 2 teams was evident, and Jiang Hao's sharp eyes quickly spotted a familiar and enchanting figure among them, Princess Han Qing. The leader of the other team was someone he had met before and was quite unfriendly to him, Gongsun Qianxue, Qianxuan's sister. Both teams belonged to the first tier, and Jiang Hao didn't expect to meet them in this manner. Unable to control his legs, he walked briskly toward Han Qing, just as he was about to greet her. Han Qing shot him a warning glance. Han Qing seemed to have undergone some disguise. Her Her signature purple eyes and silver hair were altered. Jiang Hao suddenly realized that Han Qing was the third daughter of King Han, deeply cherished by him. To what extent? He was willing to pay a hefty price to buy a top-notch divine deer from the first strong nation, Chaoyan, as a birthday gift for her. Disregarding the collective opposition of cabinet ministers to include her on the heir candidate list, granting her the same treatment as her two brothers. There was even a time when military power of the Shinjo army was to be handed over to her. But that was ultimately abandoned due to strong resistance from the cabinet ministers. Thus, the name of Princess Han Qing became widely known. But ordinary people only heard of her name without seeing her in person. Few outsiders knew that the person before him was the third princess. She introduced herself as Han Yuechu, which was her nickname. In response to Jiang Hao's enthusiasm, Han Qing remained relatively indifferent, merely nodding as a greeting. Sister, I didn't expect to see you here. Sunner misses you so much. At that moment, Gongsun Qianxuan rushed into Gongsun Qianxua's arms, wrapping her arms tightly around her sister's waist, her little head burrowing into her embrace. Gongsun Qianxua's expression softened considerably as she reached out to affectionately ruffle her sister's short hair, but her gaze flickered towards Wenruxua, wishing that the clingy little sister in her arms was Wenruxua instead. At that moment, Wenruxua was completely oblivious to what was happening around her. She was astonished to see Jiang Hao being so warm towards a woman, and her guard instinctively rose. Approaching Jiang Hao, she faced the noble and elegant Han Qing and, knowing she was inferior, tried her best to maintain a gentle smile, saying, Jiang Hao, this sister is really beautiful. Aren't you going to introduce us? Han Qing seemed to maintain a certain distance from everyone. Even when she sensed the subtle hostility emanating from Wenruxua, she remained indifferent. However, she still politely introduced herself. Hello, I'm Han Yuechu. My family has been friends with Jiang Hao's for generations. You can call me Han Shuejia like he does. And that was it. Hello, Han Shuejia. I'm Wenruxua, a classmate of Jiang Hao. What are you all doing here? She pointed curiously at the golden eagle on the ground. The golden eagle was large enough to provide several days' worth of food for a team in this resource-scarce ridge area. Han Qing replied nonchalantly, it's nothing. Just two teams happened to set their sights on this golden eagle. Shuer, why didn't you say hello when you arrived? At this moment, Gongsun Qianxua brought her sister over, and behind her were 4 teammates from the first tier of the War Academy, with Han Qing. They also had 5 people, 3 men and 2 women, among which the 3 male teammates clearly harbored feelings for Han Qing. Seeing Gongsun Qianxua and her group approach, they also stood behind Han Qing, not giving an inch in terms of presence. Wenruxua reluctantly greeted Gongsun Qianxua. Hello, Qianxua Shuejia. The 3 male teammates behind Han Qing were taken aback. Who were these new junior students? Not only did they know Han Qing, but they also recognized Gongsun Qianxua. Although Gongsun Qianxua wasn't as famous as Han Qing, she had made a name for herself in this beast pet competition as the first in the 5th competition area among the first tier. The saying that beautiful and capable women are the center of attention wherever they go was not wrong at all. Jiang Hao looked at Wenruxua, then at Gongsun Qianxua, deciding it was best not to get too involved in their matters. He then asked Han Qing, Shuejia, is there anything you need help with? No need for help. Junior students, you should quickly leave. This is not a place for you to meddle. At that moment, one of Han Qing's tall and strong teammates expressed displeasure and refused Jiang Hao. It was clear he looked down on Jiang Hao and the others. Besides, Han Qing already had enough admirers. Having another junior would only raise their vigilance. Pang Dondun was unhappy and retorted, Hey, how are you speaking? Brother Hao was just politely asking. Is there a need to look down on people? To be honest, they indeed looked down on this group of junior students with only golden body level strength. The first-tier competitors who made it this far are all above the mountain-moving realm. Seeing the chubby one looking unconvinced, just as she was about to mock a few more words, Han Qing suddenly spoke up. Forget it. Let's give this golden eagle to them. Let's go. As a member of the royal family, she should be magnanimous. Competing with a group of commoners clearly doesn't align with her character. It's not that she looks down on Gongsun Qianxua and the others, but considering her status, if it gets out that she fought for food with commoners, where would she put her face? However, it was clear that her teammates did not agree. The burly teammate was the first to object, saying, Yuechu, we discovered this golden eagle first. How can we just give it up? The other 2 male teammates were also unwilling to miss out on the food and expressed their views. Yuechu, resources are scarce here. Who knows when we will find the next golden eagle? Han Qing frowned. The teammates' unwillingness to back down from the start had led to this ongoing dispute. She couldn't disregard her teammates' feelings. Being willful wasn't her style. Unity is the most important thing in a team. Since that's the case, Jiang Hao, you all go ahead. Don't delay your competition. Seeing her dilemma, Jiang Hao realized that as a princess, she had to consider her own identity while also taking care of her teammates' emotions, which was indeed difficult. Staying would only complicate the situation further. Then we'll leave first. The six-member team had no choice but to choose to distance themselves from this trouble. After leaving the cliff, Song Jia, who had been silently watching, could no longer help but tease. Jiang Hao, you really are a hidden gem. Knowing such a beautiful girl and keeping it a secret. I heard you two families are old friends. What exactly does your family do? Not just him. Others also expressed curiosity about Jiang Hao's background. The aura that Han Xing exuded revealed she came from a big family. To have a friendship with someone from such a prominent family, one must have some background. Facing the unanimous curiosity of his friends, Jiang Hao sighed helplessly. Since you all found out, then fine, I won't hide it anymore. I'll lay my cards on the table. Teacher Liao Yunxiao is actually my second sister. Who is Liao Yunxiao? Anyone who isn't deaf or blind knows she is the young lady of Longzhong Fortress, with her father being the Dragon Marshal and her elder brother the Dragon Cloud Marshal. And where is Longzhong Fortress? A place with 3 extraordinary masters, especially the Dragon Marshal, who is the top extraordinary master in the Xinzhou Kingdom, the goal every beast master in Xinzhou aspires to. The Dragon Marshal is the most likely to break through and become the first saint in the history of Xinzhou, a guardian-like figure throughout the kingdom. You say you're from Longzhong Fortress. Are you high or am I stupid? What? You don't believe it? The chubby one chuckled awkwardly, trying to ease the tension. Brother Hao, it's not that we don't believe you. If you're going to make up a story, at least make it believable. I could say I'm the son of Lord Guomingji. Would you believe that? Jiang Hao, upon hearing this, looked at him seriously and concluded, I don't believe it. The chubby one spread his hands. See? How can you expect everyone to believe you? All right. Since telling the truth doesn't convince anyone, if my identity is revealed later, don't blame me for not having stated it beforehand. Over there, is that an eagle? Gongsun Qianxuan pointed to the sky. In the distant horizon, a black that was slowly approaching, and from far away, the 6-member team felt a strong sense of impending danger. It was an instinct that told them they were being targeted like prey by a hunter, indicating that the opponent was very dangerous. Everyone simultaneously released their beasts from their beast spaces. However, when the eagle approached, they were still startled. It was a gigantic creature with wings spanning at least 10 meters wide. Wow, this is the first time I've seen such a large eagle. Could it be the mountain-moving realm beast, the Misty City Divine Eagle? Everyone be careful, don't let it grab you. Only after seeing the enormous figure did Jiang Hao and the others realize the seriousness of the situation. Chapter 33, Survival Competition 9. With a loud and piercing eagle cry, the Misty City Divine Eagle descended like a meteor, its overwhelming presence forcing Jiang Hao and the others to lower their heads. Below them was a ridge less than 2 meters wide. Any slight movement could blow them off the mountain, and a careless slip could lead to a fatal fall. To escape the pursuit of the Misty City Divine Eagle, the 6-member team had to hide in a slanted crack in the mountainside. Just as they hurriedly descended from the mountaintop, the chubby one suddenly slipped, causing rocks to tumble down and scare him into screaming. Just as he was about to roll down the mountain, the brown bear beside him roared a warning. In the next second, the chubby one chose to merge with his beast. The moment he merged, his sharp claws dug firmly into the earth of the mountainside, and he slid down 10 meters before managing to stop himself, gripping the edge of the crack with both hands, while below him was a sheer cliff. Jiang Hao, seeing this, panicked. Dun dun, are you all right? The chubby one looked up at Jiang Hao and said, Brother Hao, I'm fine. But before he could finish, a massive shadow swooped overhead. The Misty City Divine Eagle's sharp claws grabbed his shoulder, trying to lift him up. Feeling the threat of death, the chubby one ignored the pain from the eagle's claws digging into him and used one hand to swipe at one of the eagle's feet with his own sharp claws. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the eagle let out a cry of pain and released the chubby one, soaring high into the sky. You bastard! Why are you grabbing me? Maybe it's interested in your fat. You're the prettiest one here, so of course it would grab you. Jiang Hao shouted, it's coming back. Everyone be careful. At that moment, the chubby one thought, why is it always me? Is it my fault for being so meaty? The Misty City Divine Eagle attacked again, fiercely grabbing the chubby one by the back. Now, no matter how he struggled, he couldn't reach it. The chubby one let out a tragic scream. Brother Hao, save me. The Misty City Divine Eagle was incredibly strong. The merged chubby one weighed at least 400 pounds, but was lifted effortlessly. If he was truly taken by the eagle, the outcome was unimaginable. Eagle strike. The big hen soared high and appeared above the divine eagle within seconds. Upon seeing the big hen, the eagle's eyes flashed with contempt, thinking this kind of trash food wasn't worthy of being eaten. However, the food it looked down upon gave it an unforgettable scene. It needed to lure the eagle away from the chubby one. Lure. Following that were fireball spells and wind pearls coming one after another. Whether or not they could inflict damage was secondary, they just needed to attack. Under the lure skill, the Misty City Divine Eagle finally released the chubby one, but before leaving, it tore off a large piece of flesh from him. At that moment, The big hen's attack arrived. A series of 6 full-level fireball spells combined with full-level wind pearls caused a chain of damage. 1400, 1450, 1500, 1550, 1600, 1650. The damage from the 6 consecutive fireball spells stacked, including burn effects, so it was normal to see the damage values from the eagle rising higher. 1350. The damage from the wind pearls was lower since it was a group attack skill, and being only level 3. It was understandable that its damage was not as high as the level 6 fireball spells. Even so, such high damage was enough to make the Misty City Divine Eagle feel it. Caw! With a cry of agony, the Misty City Divine Eagle plummeted rapidly, never expecting that in the food it eyed, there was an anomaly that dealt over 10,000 damage. It wasn't a tough-skinned beast, being caught off guard by 2 skills. It was lucky to survive, let alone remain unscathed. Song Jie's expression changed drastically. That was the Fog City Divine Eagle of the mountain-moving realm. In just a few days, Jiang Hao's beast pet had become so powerful, not to mention him. Even Jiang Hao was taken aback. Max-level skills were indeed terrifying. Pulling the chubby one up from the cliff edge, they saw that the wound on its back was deep enough to see bone. Like snow, quickly heal it. Wait. Just as when Rushue was casting a healing spell, Jiang Hao felt a vague sense of unease, as if he had overlooked something. He hurriedly activated the survival simulator. And sure enough, there were no prompt messages, which meant the Divine Eagle was not dead yet. Whoosh. A gust of wind surged. Before anyone other than Jiang Hao could figure out the situation, they were swept up into the air by the wind. Immediately, the half-damaged Divine Eagle, with its wings burned and full of holes, surged up from below the cliff. Did it target them? No, at this moment. The Divine Eagle's greatest hatred was naturally that big hen flying in the air. Only by tearing it apart could it relieve its resentment. As a proud eagle, being ambushed by a chicken was something it could not let others know about. After sending those 2-legged beasts who had their eyes closed up into the sky, the Fog City Divine Eagle turned and charged at the big hen. Although its wings were injured, it did not affect its flying speed. In the blink of an eye, the Divine Eagle was in front of the big hen, giving it no chance at all. With a pair of sharp claws filled with hatred, it instantly tore the big hen in half. Before it could revel in its victory, the big hen that had just been torn apart revived right under its nose. Shadow Clone. Having escaped a calamity, the big hen no longer dared to flaunt its flying speed in front of it. Cluck, cluck. At this moment, it was like a bullied child looking for an adult, flapping its wings and diving into Jiang Hao's arms. Jiang Hao had prepared in advance, so he was not swept away by the wind. Seeing the Divine Eagle chasing him again, he hurriedly controlled the big hen to counterattack. 6 consecutive fireball spells. If you can withstand this attack, I'll take your surname, Fog City. Meanwhile, Gongsun Qianxuan had finally managed to escape the sweeping wind and was about to crash down the cliff. She suddenly straightened up, performing a carp jump, using her extremely flexible waist to land firmly. After landing, she did not rush to save others, but leaped into the whirlwind engulfing Qin Xiaolin and rescued him. Quick help. I can't hold on to the 4 of them. The weight of the 4 was immense, and with Qin Xiaolin's frail body, he couldn't hold anyone. Gongsun Qianxuan grabbed the thread that caught Song Jie and quickly pulled him up from the edge of the cliff. After Song Jie was up, he wrapped the remaining 2 threads of spider silk with his 2 big knives, firmly anchoring his long legs into the soil of the mountain wall, stopping the chubby one and when Rushue from continuously falling down. When everyone was rescued, the 5 of them exchanged relieved smiles, a smile that contained too much. First, Gongsun Qianxuan's decisive self-rescue and her quick rescue of Qin Xiaolin. Had she chosen to save someone else instead of Qin Xiaolin, she could have saved at most 1 person. Secondly, Qin Xiaolin was very clear about his positioning, knowing that Gongsun Qianxuan was saving him to save more people, so he acted decisively without needing her reminder. He chose to save Song Jie instead of the chubby one because the latter was injured, and Gongsun Qianxuan might not be able to pull him up, after all. The combined weight of the chubby one was just too much, and only the uninjured Song Jie had the strength to pull someone up. This was not just testing the tacit understanding and cooperation between teammates, it was also a test of mutual trust. After smiling, all 5 turned their attention to Jiang Hao. Damn, Jiang Hao cursed. 2 6 consecutive fireball spells had not killed this Fog City Divine Eagle. Just how thick was its blood defense? The half-dead Divine Eagle seemed to have discovered the key point. In its eyes, Jiang Hao, this 2-legged beast, was crucial. If it couldn't kill him, it would definitely be the one to die. Thus, it abandoned the attack. No, it wasn't really abandoning it. After all, the big hen was still in Jiang Hao's arms. So it would go for a 2-for-1 deal. Fortunately, Jiang Hao was quick-witted and tossed the big hen away just before the Divine Eagle's foot came down. If the big hen died again, everything would be over. The foot almost crushed Jiang Hao's leftover meal, breaking some ribs. He just didn't know how many. The most critical part was the sharp claws digging into him, which were still tightening, and he could hear the sound of his flesh being torn apart. Then, he felt a sweetness in his throat, and blood spilled from the corner of Jiang Hao's mouth. He opened his mouth wide, trying to breathe fresh air. But the massive body of the divine eagle pressed down on him like a mountain, leaving him with no option but to exhale. Help! The threat of death loomed over Jiang Hao. It wouldn't be long before he suffocated to death. At this critical moment, Song Jie and Gongsun Qianxuan rushed over. Song Jie raised his big knives to slash at the divine eagle's feet, wanting to rescue Jiang Hao as quickly as possible. Gongsun Qianxuan was much more cautious. She first entered stealth mode and looked for an opportunity. Meanwhile, Wen Ruxue and Qin Xiaolin also rushed to help. Wen Ruxue cast a healing spell on Jiang Hao while activating the magnetic field boost. Under the effect of the magnetic field boost, Song Jie's big knives flashed with a cold light and struck hard against one of the divine eagle's legs. In an instant, blood splattered onto Jiang Hao, seeping into his wounds. So hot. At that moment, Jiang Hao felt as if he had been thrown into a pot of boiling water. Ding! Blood sacrifice mode activated. Do you want to merge with the divine eagle's bloodline? Generally, when the survival simulator autonomously activates, something good happens. Just like the first time it started the simulation game and the first time it started the real survival simulation game. Chapter 34, Survival Competition, 10. Such a rare opportunity. How could Jiang Hao let it slip by? He didn't care about what blood sacrifice mode was. Saving his life was the priority. Activate. Ding! Blood sacrifice mode started. You can enhance your beast pet's bloodline through blood sacrifice. Note, the one being sacrificed must have a bloodline rank higher than the beast pet's bloodline to proceed. As the blood sacrifice mode began, the blood of the Fog City Divine Eagle uncontrollably flowed into Jiang Hao's body. If a person had X-ray vision, they would see a bloodline connecting Jiang Hao and the Big Hen. This bloodline continuously infused the blood of the Fog City Divine Eagle into the Big Hen's body, purifying and transforming it. Die! Suddenly, Gongsun Qianxuan, who was in stealth, leapt onto the Fog City Divine Eagle, her sharp claws stabbing fiercely into the eagle's most vulnerable neck. Caw! The Fog City Divine Eagle cried out in pain, shaking its head and flinging her off. This action completely enraged the Fog City Divine Eagle. It suddenly shook its body vigorously, and in an instant, hundreds of feathers shot out like arrows towards everyone. Song Jie was horrified and shouted, Xiaolin, heaven and earth net. As soon as he spoke, dense spider silk shot out from Chun Xiaolin in all directions, weaving through the feathers, while the feathers advanced bravely through the spider silk. But ultimately, the arrows were still superior. After all, the Fog City Divine Eagle was of the mountain-moving realm. Even though it was half damaged by Jiang Hao and not dead, an enraged Divine Eagle's final strike was still not to be underestimated. The arrows pierced through the spider silk and struck right in front of everyone. Time seemed to pause at that moment as they watched the arrows slicing through the air, powerless to stop them. No one knew how powerful these arrows were, but at this moment, they truly felt the threat of death was imminent. Are we going to die? This was their only thought. Thud! The first arrow feather pierced through Gongsun Qianxuan's shoulder, accompanied by a spray of blood, followed by the second and third arrows. The first arrow feather penetrated Song Jie's lower abdomen, also accompanied by a spray of blood. Just as the second arrow feather was about to pierce his chest, something unexpected happened. The Fog City Divine Eagle, which had Jiang Hao pinned under its feet, suddenly shook its body and then collapsed to the ground. The arrows it had controlled began to fall helplessly to the ground as they lost their controlling power. This was naturally due to the Fog City Divine Eagle losing too much blood. It never expected to be defeated like this. It had withstood 2 rounds of 6 consecutive fireball spells and remained standing in a critical state. If only it had a little more time, it could have completely turned the tables on the 6-person team. But now, it could no longer feel its strength, unable even to maintain its stance. Meanwhile, the Big Hen had undergone a drastic transformation. Its body several times larger, its feathers still a dull yellow, but its appearance had transformed into that of an eagle. Complete with an eagle beak, claws, eyes, and wings. The only remaining chicken characteristic was the comb on its head. Ding! Blood sacrifice mode has ended. Your beast pet has unexpectedly awakened its bloodline power. Level 1 bloodline power provides bloodline suppression and dominion ability. The higher the level, the stronger the effect, and the longer the lifespan. Currently, the beast pet's lifespan has increased to 100 years. Ding! You have killed the mountain-moving realm Fog City Divine Eagle. Your beast pet has gained 12 attribute points and 12 skill points. Ding! Since your beast pet has already gained bloodline power, it will not be able to acquire any skills this time. Ding! Your beast pet has defeated the mountain-moving realm Fog City Divine Eagle. Its strength has greatly increased, and its current level is 42. This means that the Fog City Divine Eagle before them is a level 52 mountain-moving realm. His Big Hen not only defeated it in a higher level challenge, but also received a reward of 12 points for the level up. plus the attribute and skill points from leveling up twice. By allocating all attribute points to strength, its strength attribute value instantly increased from 337 to 359. As for the skill points, Jiang Hao need not worry about running out, as he had a full 22 points to last him for several years. Ding! Your tacit understanding with your beast pet has increased to 95. When the tacit understanding reaches 100, effects such as telepathy and life sharing will be obtained. At this point, Jiang Hao was nearly in tears. Other people's beast pets naturally came with bloodline powers, and as long as they signed a contract with the Beastmaster, they could achieve life sharing. And now, the Big Hen finally had bloodline power. Whether it was an accident or not, this should be the biggest surprise. Furthermore, with this blood sacrifice mode, he could continuously enhance the beast pet's bloodline power without any restrictions. Was this not the case of hard work paying off? Waiting for the clouds to clear and the moon to appear? Hiss! Just as he tried to get up, Jiang Hao felt like his whole body was about to fall apart, every part aching. Jiang Hao, are you alright? When Rushue rushed over, ready to cast a healing spell for him, but he refused. Go check on Song Jie's injuries first. Song Jie had been pierced in the abdomen by an arrow feather. Although it was not a life-threatening injury, if not treated in time, it could still pose a risk to his life. While Jiang Hao's injuries were severe, they were merely external wounds and a broken rib. When Rushue also understood the severity of the situation and comforted him, alright, bear with it for a moment. I'll be right back. When she reached Song Jie's side, he was almost moved to tears. Goddess, you really do care about me. The first one to think of my safety. Song Jie, my face hurts so much. Although the healing spell could restore any injury, she couldn't do anything about broken bones. He would have to rely on rest to recover. The only two in the 6-person team who were uninjured were the 2 support types, as they had kept their distance, and the combat members had intentionally protected them. Having almost been wiped out twice, one could imagine how perilous this battle had been, which also made the audience watching the live broadcast in the studio sweat for them. Those who wanted to tease a bit also closed their mouths obediently because, facing the mountain-moving realm Fog City Divine Eagle, Jiang Hao and their team's performance was admirable. They also realized that being a beast master was not as they had imagined. While enjoying power, status, and wealth, they also had to pay a huge price, even risking their lives. However, not all contestants deserved their respect. Those who withdrew from the competition simply because they couldn't stand the harsh environment would still receive their disdain and mockery. What everyone found most amusing was speculating when certain people would withdraw and for what reason. Take the 1,000 contestants in the second tier as an example. Some withdrew due to the harsh environment, some due to loneliness, some due to minor injuries, but more were forced to withdraw due to hunger. You might say there aren't many beasts in the Wujishan Mountains, and yet there are plenty of wild and demon beasts, so how could anyone go hungry? The reality is indeed as such, but don't forget that the Wujishan Mountains are a paradise for many demon beasts. A wild rabbit that seems harmless in front of you could very well be a beast with overwhelming power. After suffering a few losses, would you dare to act recklessly? If you don't act, you'll go hungry. If a person doesn't promptly absorb food energy, their body will face various problems. Moreover, people who think as thoroughly as Jiang Hao are few and far between. Even if they manage to hunt food, whether cooking or roasting, it becomes tasteless over time. And no one can endure that. This is the survival competition, survival of the fittest, elimination of the unfit. In other words, as long as you can persist for a month, entering the top 500 is guaranteed. Returning to Jiang Hao and the others, after a simple treatment, the 6 of them gathered around the Fog City Divine Eagle, which had died from excessive blood loss, unsure of where to start. This beast was simply too large, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, and it was so fat that even plucking its feathers would provide them with enough food for more than half a month. The Fog City Divine Eagle was ultimately killed by Jiang Hao, so the points naturally counted under his name, but everyone had contributed. So the value of the beast crystal would be distributed fairly. When they dug out the beast crystal, they found it to be a rare beast crystal. Jiang Hao had contributed the most, and they all unanimously decided that he would take the larger share, with the remaining half to be divided among the other 5. A rare beast crystal could be exchanged for 100 to 150 high-quality beast crystals at market price. The beast crystal from a mountain-moving realm beast like the Fog City Divine Eagle was worth at least 150. Jiang Hao took 70, and the remaining 80 were evenly divided, giving each person 16 high-quality beast crystals. Goodness, the rewards for ranks 100 to 51 were only 1,000 medium-quality beast crystals, and their harvest was actually higher than those. No wonder everyone wanted to become a beast master. The audience in the studio felt a pang of envy upon seeing this. Just as they were eagerly dissecting the Divine Eagle, Han Qing and her teammates appeared, looking at how disheveled they looked, and then at the dissected Fog City Divine Eagle. Even the usually calm Han Qing couldn't help but praise, from its size, This divine eagle should have reached the mountain-moving realm. You guys did well to take down your opponent. Nothing is more motivating than receiving the goddess's recognition. Jiang Hao smiled proudly and picked up a plump eagle leg, saying, Sister Han wants some? Han Qing was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and waved her hand to refuse. This is your and your teammate's trophy. How could we take it without effort? However, as she spoke, Han Qing's expression became strange, as if she had something difficult to say. Rarely did the goddess seek something from him, and Jiang Hao's heart warmed. He opened his mouth. If you have something to say, feel free, whatever I can do. Jiang Hao will not hesitate, even if it means going through fire and water. Gongsun Qianxuan rolled her eyes, openly scoffing at him. Han Qing, it's not that exaggerated. I just wanted to ask if you have brought any salt or seasonings. Jiang Hao smacked his lips, thinking that the princess really was above mundane affairs. It was quite a sacrifice for her to come to participate in the beast competition. This is available. What do you want? Salt, chili powder, garlic paste? Looking at Jiang Hao pulling out dozens of seasonings from his big backpack, Han Qing was left speechless in amazement. You're not here for a competition. You're here for a picnic, right? In the end, Han Qing only took some salt and chili powder, but due to Jiang Hao's enthusiasm, she grabbed a few more seasonings, like sesame oil, ginger, and sugar cubes. Chapter 35 Survival Competition 11. Salt, chili powder, and garlic paste are one thing. But you even brought sesame oil, ginger, and sugar cubes? This is too much. The chubby boy couldn't help but complain. Brother Hao, why didn't you use these before? Jiang Hao shot him a look to shut up. Why are you everywhere? Can't you see I'm busy? Even a few of Han Qing's teammates couldn't help but feel emotional. This is too layered. After receiving Jiang Hao's gifts, Han Qing thought for a moment and made a difficult decision. Jiang Hao, when you come to Xinzhou City one day, I'll treat you to a meal. Okay, it's a deal. Then we'll leave first. See you at the top of Wujifeng. Jiang Hao was happy, but one person was extremely depressed, and that was when Rushua. If she didn't understand Jiang Hao's attentiveness to Han Qing, then she wouldn't be a woman. Bitterness and disappointment filled her heart, making her feel listless no matter what she did next. Before meeting Han Qing, she thought she didn't do well enough to touch the other person's heart. But now seeing Jiang Hao being so attentive to another woman, it was impossible not to feel sour. Jiang Hao. Song Jia. Chen Xiaolin looked at Song Jia, puzzled, and asked Gongsun Qianxuan. Qianxuan, what is wrong with her? Why did she throw away such delicious food? What a waste. All you think about is eating. Aren't you afraid of getting fat? Gongsun Qianxuan glared at Jiang Hao. Why don't you ask him? So the chubby boy asked Jiang Hao, Brother Hao, what did you do to upset her? Look at her so angry she won't even eat. Jiang Hao looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and sighed. I hope this can help classmate when find her own happiness. Pa scumbag. Jiang Hao was unhappy. Hey, Gongsun classmate, may I ask how I am a scumbag? You have to take responsibility for saying that. Song Jia, while eating skewers, ridiculed. You are indeed quite scummy. If you had made your stance clear to reject Rushua earlier, you wouldn't have given her any expectations. If you had made her give up earlier, she would have noticed that there is someone else who is also good to her. That someone you're talking about is yourself, right? Jiang Hao, love cannot be forced. A forcibly twisted melon is not sweet, you understand? It seemed like he was talking about when Rushua. But Song Jia felt like it was a jab at himself. Song Jia angrily threw the skewer he was holding to the ground and stood up, pointing at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, what do you mean? You better clarify your words. The chubby boy looked at the skewer on the ground with pain and stood up in anger. Hey, what are you all doing? Do you know how shameful it is to waste? Every bit of food was obtained through hard work and danger. Can't you cherish the fruits of your labor? If you don't want to eat, just give them to me. I don't mind your saliva touching the meat. Gongsun Qianxuan disdainfully shifted. Are you disgusting? The chubby boy instantly retorted with a grin. Not disgusting. Only if you're willing. Before he finished speaking, get lost. With this pair of clowns interrupting, Jiang Hao's mood to retort faded instantly. Sometimes, patience can also be a way to resolve team crises. As the team leader, if he were to stir up dissatisfaction among the other team members first, then he would be an unqualified leader. Chen Xiaolin also stepped in. Jia Go. You're still injured. Don't be emotional. Instead of arguing here for no reason, why not use your actions to touch another person? After saying that, he stuffed the freshly grilled skewers into Song Jia's hands and gestured towards Wen Rushua's tent. Song Jia thought for a moment, right? Women need care and protection the most after being hurt. When Rushua was inadvertently hurt by Jiang Hao, which provided him an opportunity. From that day on, when Rushua changed her usual demeanor, not only did she give Jiang Hao the cold shoulder, but she also began to get closer to Song Jia, which made Song Jia overjoyed, serving her like a fool. A man's tenderness was fully manifested in Song Jia at this moment. He was so careful with Wen Rushua, afraid she would break, afraid she would melt. Therefore, a strange scene appeared in the six-person team. In front, the chubby boy insisted on helping Gongsun Qinshuan carry the backpack. Of course, his so-called help was to hang two big backpacks on his beast pet, a brown bear, which bore no complaint about its owner's flirting. Behind them, Song Jia was burdened with two big bags, tired like a dog, but he still wore a happy and satisfied smile, without regrets. The front was noisy while the back was cheerful, and in the middle were Jiang Hao and Chen Xiaolin, two single dogs, left speechless. They wanted to ease the awkwardness and chat a bit, but couldn't find a suitable topic. For example, Jiang Hao, Xiaolin, what are we eating today? Chen Xiaolin, brother Hao, what else can we eat besides roasted divine eagle meat? Jiang Hao, oh right. The first topic ended. Jiang Hao, Xiaolin, where is your hometown? Chen Xiaolin, brother Hao, my family has lived in Honghuang City for generations. Honghuang City is my hometown. Jiang Hao, oh. The second topic ended. Jiang Hao, Xiaolin, I heard you like our classmate Wei Lan. Is that true? Chen Xiaolin, no. Brother Hao, who told you that? Jiang Hao, old Wang next door. Chen Xiaolin, don't listen to his nonsense. Jiang Hao, oh. The third topic ended without a conclusion. Jiang Hao, Xiaolin. Before Jiang Hao could continue, Chen Xiaolin couldn't take it anymore. So please stop tormenting me, okay? Xiaolin, I mean no harm. After all, I'm just a patient with a few broken ribs. I just want you to help me carry my bag. Jiang Hao, who was inexplicably given a good person card, was speechless and finally forced to end this awkward conversation. The competition had progressed to this point. Those who should have left had finally left, and those who remained were the real competitors. Now everyone had to compete not only to survive, but also for patience and perseverance. The real test was the vast, boundless snow mountain before them. It was not only bone-chilling cold, but the air was also thin. Staying too long could even lead to snow blindness. The judges were really something. Not considering everyone at all, choosing such a frigid place for the competition. Isn't that harming people? Stop complaining. They must have their reasons for choosing this place. Otherwise, do you think military positions are easy to obtain? All right, let us go. Such complaint voices were everywhere. Yang Qinglu was one of the top 10 contestants in the second team of the fourth competition area's leaderboard. The fourth competition area was a joint competition area of several small cities in the southern part of Shenzhou, adjacent to the western Honghuang city. One could say that there were hardly any decent academies in the entire fourth competition area. Compared to the first competition area with its huge population and the border stronghold of Honghuang city, the entire south was basically a wild land. Unlike those contestants born in academies, her family was not well off. Even becoming a beast master was accidental. Since childhood, she loved fluffy little animals and accidentally saved a small tiger. At first, she thought it was just an ordinary wild beast, but as she raised it, she found that the tiger could actually understand human speech. So she would occasionally take this little tiger to hunt small animals in the mountains to sell. Over time, as her wealth accumulated, she began to think about signing a contract with this little tiger. When the contract was successfully signed, she realized she had struck it rich. She thought it was just an ordinary little tiger, but it turned out to be a rare quality monster cub, a Li Chh. Yang Qinglu, who accidentally became a beast master, hadn't even had time to be happy when the news spread throughout Yangjia town. This made the town mayor, who had always wanted his son to become a beast master, extremely upset. Unfortunately, his son Yang Ergu was too busy indulging in food, drink, and entertainment, showing no interest in becoming a beast master, which left the old mayor in despair. Upon hearing that Yang Qinglu had actually become a beast master, he immediately went to Yang Qingliu's family with a generous betrothal gift, which included 5,000 taels of silver and various jewelry. Yang Qingliu's parents had never seen such a spectacle. This amount of money was enough for them to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Thus, they agreed on the spot to marry their daughter to Yang Ergu, regardless of his poor character. Yang Qinglu, who had been kept in the dark, only realized what was happening when she was shoved into Yang Ergu's room. She had been sold. If it were before, as a weak woman, she would have been unable to resist. But now, as a beast master, she would not allow herself to be taken advantage of. That night, when Yang Ergu drunkenly stumbled in, she knocked him out and escaped from Yangjia town, living a life of hardship and hiding for 3 years. It wasn't until the beast pet competition approached that she found a glimmer of hope. As long as she held a military position, she believed the mayor would have no way to control her. Her idea was simple. She wanted to live the life she desired, not wanting to be manipulated by anyone, even her own parents. However, after participating in the competition, she realized she had overestimated herself. She passed the preliminary round with good results, but in the subsequent fishing competition, she was unable to buy the snow spirit tree leaves due to lack of funds and ended up with nothing. Chapter 36, Survival Competition, 12. Therefore, she aimed to quickly climb to the peak of Wujifeng to prove her strength, hoping that this would allow her to join a team. But reality slapped her hard once again. She hadn't eaten for 5 days and was extremely hungry. However, in the icy wilderness, where could she find food? Just when Yang Qinglu, whose stomach was touching her back, finally found a lone snow wolf in a canyon. A group of 6 people from the 4th competition area also set their sights on the wolf. To capture the snow wolf, they pretended to invite Yang Qinglu to join their team. Little did Yang Qinglu know that as soon as she agreed, they would immediately turn against her, claiming they didn't need an unknown woman in their team. This infuriated Yang Qinglu. She dared to take on 6 by herself. Even if she was beaten to the ground, she wouldn't utter a word, showing great resilience. This scene was just in time for Jiang Hao's team to witness. The chubby member of the team exclaimed in surprise, generously praising her. This girl is really fierce, daring to take them on. She is worth it. Unbeknownst to him, just like when he first noticed Gongsun Qianxuan, Qin Xiaolan's eyes lit up as he stared at the woman being beaten, but still fighting back. This indomitable spirit deeply moved him. Brother Hao, Brother Jia, let us help her, this is too much. The two looked at Qin Xiaolan, sizing him up. You little brat have ulterior motives. However, they had no reason or obligation to help a stranger. They didn't want to stir up trouble, but they weren't afraid of it either, unless they had a valid reason. Jiang Hao expressed his opinion and awaited Qin Xiaolan's stance. Qin Xiaolan didn't hesitate and openly admitted he was interested in Yang Qinglu. Jiang Hao nodded, patted his shoulder, and said, a brother's wife cannot be bullied. Let us go save her. The competition rules didn't prohibit conflicts between contestants. As long as no one died, the guardians wouldn't intervene. However, if things escalated, the provoking side would still face consequences, so Jiang Hao and the others had to have a legitimate reason. Hey, 6 big men bullying 1 woman. Aren't you ashamed? The 6 men who were beating up Yang Qinglu paused and turned to look. Captain, it's Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao's name was already well known, especially after he had used a hand-thrown net in the fishing competition. Their team had someone who borrowed it before. The captain, a flat-headed guy with drooping eyes, had a golden python as his beast pet. It was quite a peculiar team. The captain's pet was a python, and the other members had centipedes, scorpions, spiders, and toads as their pets. If they added a gecko, it would be a complete set of the 5 poisons. What does Jiang Hao matter? This is a conflict between our 4th competition area. You have no reason to interfere. The captain showed no signs of backing down. Jiang Hao, with his arm around Qin Xiaolan's shoulder, walked to the front and grinned. My brother likes this girl and wants to bring her into our team. How about you guys give me Jiang Hao some face and leave? The captain crossed his arms, proudly looking down. Who do you think you are? Daring to act big here? Get lost. Jiang Hao tightened his lips and ignored him, turning to Yang Qinglu. Hey, little tiger girl, I'm Jiang Hao. This is my brother Qin Xiaolan. Are you interested in joining our team? Yang Qinglu, with a bruised face, was unsure if Jiang Hao was genuinely inviting her or if he was just like the group that was beating her up, trying to trick her into providing food. Just as she hesitated, a healing spell enveloped her, and the warm feeling in the icy weather felt like a sun warming her body and mind. It was this smile that completely broke her defenses. She nodded. I'm willing to join you, but I am. Before she could finish, Jiang Hao shouted, beat him up. A giant chicken, bigger than a goose, was released, and a group attack skill, Wind Pearl, was thrown out. The eggs bounced and exploded on the opposite side like fireworks, instantly hitting the 6 men with explosive damage. 1350, 1350. The captain, caught off guard by a Wind Pearl, would have triggered his protection bell if it weren't for his beast pet absorbing all the damage. Damn, kill them. A massive toad descended from the sky and crashed into Jiang Hao's team, sending snow flying and knocking them down. The chubby member struggled to get up from the snow and roared, damn you. Combining forces, the bear man charged at the toad and started smashing its head. Suddenly, a saliva-covered tongue wrapped around the chubby member, flinging him into the snow. Meanwhile, Song Jia clashed with the armored centipede, both sides fiercely exchanging blows. Gongsun Qianxuan, now in stealth mode, found her target, the opposing support, who also had a spirit butterfly. Compared to her colorful spirit butterfly, his was of much lower quality. Only a 5-color one. Seeing Gongsun Qianxuan appear in front of him, the support screamed, Captain, save me. Captain. Damn it, the back line has been stolen. Without time to think, he turned to save his support, but Jiang Hao wouldn't allow that. Don't go, let us fight until dawn. Saying this, he dropped an egg at the opponent's feet. 6 consecutive fireballs, asking if they were afraid. Almost simultaneously, Gongsun Qianxuan kicked the support in a vital area, causing his face to turn purple as he trembled and slowly squatted down. You've gone too far. A critical hit occurred, followed by a violent ringing of bells. Gongsun Qianxuan stopped attacking. If she continued, it could lead to someone's death. The sound of the bells signified that the opponent was destined to be eliminated, and soon a guardian would appear to take them away. Meanwhile, the captain, who had been hit by 6 fireballs in a row, was not in a good position either, as Jiang Hao took him out with a single combo. The moment the bell rang, Jiang Hao felt a gaze on him, as if a venomous snake was watching him. Just you wait. With the captain and support eliminated one after the other, the morale of the remaining members of the poisonous team plummeted. Over here, the battered Yang Qinglu was not idle. She sought out the Scorpion King, the one who had inflicted the most damage on her, nearly twisting her arm off with his pincers, leaving most of her bruises. After merging, her appearance was similar to Gongsun Qianxuan, belonging to the Catgirl series. The difference was that Gongsun Qianxuan was agile, while she was purely strength-based. With her powerful tiger claws, she slapped the Scorpion King, directly denting his defensive armor. Chen Xiaolin watched with stars in his eyes. Wow, she's strong. Stop hitting, or it'll get serious. After being bombarded by her, the Scorpion King immediately begged for mercy. With the captain and support out, if he were to be defeated, it would be a total disaster. Everything happened too quickly. They weren't prepared at all. Who would have thought Jiang Hao would act so ruthlessly? Compared to Jiang Hao's team, which was very goal-oriented, their team's response was truly lacking, and the spider player, who had not found an opponent, was actually in a daze. Yes, you read that right. He stood there, watching his teammates get beaten one by one, completely at a loss. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do next? Until Jiang Hao finished him off with a fireball. And hearing the bell ring on him, he stared blankly at Jiang Hao, his innocent eyes seemingly asking, "Isn't your pet's damage too high? I haven't even made a move yet. Can you give me some face?" It was over. The battle lasted only a few minutes from start to finish. This was all thanks to Jiang Hao. His pet's skill damage was simply too high. The strongest captain couldn't even withstand a 6-fireball barrage from him. In the live broadcast of the Hongguang City studio, the audience collectively gasped. Who would have thought that the ordinary fireball technique, in Jiang Hao's hands, would have such explosive power? Audience say, now, who still doubts that his pet isn't a phoenix? This damage is too ridiculous. Audience B, I suspect he's pretending to be weak to eat the tiger. This guy isn't up to any good. Old Yang, your son lost without a doubt. Did you see that one egg produced 6 fireballs? When he faced your son, there were only 2. It seems he was just being nice to your son, not letting him lose too embarrassingly. Yang Putsai's face turned ashen upon hearing this. He thought to himself, should I be thanking him for being merciful to my son? Audience A, I have high hopes for Jiang Hao to win the championship. Have you noticed their team's cooperation is incredibly synchronous? This little girl is also impressive. She took out the opponent's support right away. Without support, they've already lost half the battle. And with Jiang Hao directly targeting the captain, their backbone is gone. This team is completely collapsing. Audience C, I still think this little tiger girl is amazing, daring to take on 6 alone. I give her full marks for courage. Yang Qingliu's iron fists made her opponent scream in agony, only stopping when the bell rang. At that moment, a burly man descended from the sky. He glanced over the captain and the other 6, and said indifferently, hand over the protection bell, and I'll take you away. Chapter 37, Survival Competition, 13. Dejected, they handed the protection bell to the burly man, who then glanced at Jiang Hao and the others. Aren't you leaving? Do you want me to take you out together? Jiang Hao, feeling disgruntled, patted his nose and said, We're leaving. Continue the competition. The 7 members of the team scattered. And once they reached a place out of the Guardian's sight, they discovered that Yang Qinglu had surprisingly brought the corpse of the snow wolf with her. Feeling embarrassed under everyone's strange gazes, Yang Qinglu smiled awkwardly and explained weakly, well, I didn't have any gifts for everyone. This is the food I managed to hunt. I hope you don't mind. Chen Xiaolin, we don't mind at all. We're also running low on supplies. This snow wolf is enough for everyone to eat for several days. When Ru Xue stepped forward, took Yang Qingliu's hands, and said with concern, look at your face. As a girl, you know you can't beat the opponent, but still go all out. You're the one who suffers. Let me treat you. Thank you. Yang Qingliu's eyes turned red from the warmth of care she hadn't felt in a long time. Besides Jiang Hao, she didn't know anyone else. But she felt a long-lost warmth, especially from this gentle girl in front of her. While treating her, when Ru Xue asked, I still don't know your name. We're all students of the War Academy. I'm Ru Xue, and this is Gongsun Qianxuan. After introductions, Yang Qinglu introduced herself. I'm Yang Qinglu, from the 4th competition area. At this point, she suddenly fell silent. These new teammates were all from the War Academy, which only highlighted her humble background. She couldn't even read a few characters, let alone enter the academy. She was just a village girl. In terms of looks, she couldn't compare to Wen Ruxue and Gongsun Qianxuan, at most being a bit cute. Finally, Chen Xiaolin found an opportunity to speak, but he was so excited that he stuttered. Hello, I'm Chen Xiaolin. I'm very happy to meet you. I'm a support-type pet. I just saw you take on their whole team alone. You're very brave, really. The intense gaze made Yang Qinglu feel shy, and she weakly said thank you. This expression and voice were completely unlike her earlier tough demeanor. Chen Xiaolin wanted to continue chatting, but Jiang Hao couldn't stand it any longer and quickly told him to clean up the snow wolf and find some dry firewood to start a fire. She looked at the pet crystal in her hand and couldn't help but wonder, Aren't the spoils supposed to be handed over to the captain for distribution? Chen Xiaolin enthusiastically explained. This is your own hunt, so it's of course yours. If it were a joint hunt, then it would be distributed based on contribution. Besides, we actually benefited from your efforts. We won't go hungry tonight. Yang Qinglu breathed a sigh of relief. She had finally found her group. Not only did these people not look down on her, but they also had no intention of taking her spoils. It felt great. Everyone quickly got busy with their tasks. The chubby one and Gongsun Qinshuan were responsible for patrolling. Song Jie took Chen Xiaolin off to continue hunting, while Jiang Hao processed and grilled the snow wolf meat. Yang Qinglu found herself unsure of what to do next. She stood by the fire, looking at Jiang Hao, hoping that this captain would give her something to do so she wouldn't have to stand there awkwardly. At that moment, when Rushue came over and said, "Let's set up tents for everyone. I saw your backpack is so small. Did you not bring a tent?" Yang Qingliu's face flushed. For the past few years of running away from home, she had been living a life of hiding, already accustomed to sleeping under the sky. Moreover, to improve her pet's strength, she spent all her money on it, and there was no extra money to buy a tent. Just being able to eat was already good enough. The thoughtful one Rushue immediately noticed her embarrassment and smiled gently. "Then you can sleep with me. It's quite cold at night, and even with a sleeping bag, I wake up several times from the cold." Thinking about having to stay in this icy wilderness for another 2 months, Yang Qinglu didn't hesitate. As night fell, the temperature dropped significantly. Jiang Hao distributed the grilled meat to everyone, with each person getting only a few pieces. "Everyone, please bear with it a bit longer. Once we reach the frozen canyon, we can eat to our heart's content." This is the first time Yang Qinglu has tasted such delicious grilled skewers. She almost bit her own tongue. It's the first time she's tasted salt since participating in the competition. As she ate, tears began to fall, reflecting on the hardships she has faced along the way. A feeling only she can truly understand. No one advised her. When Rushue silently handed her a tissue, when Yang Qinglu looked up, she happened to meet the gentle smile at the corner of the other's mouth. There's always someone who will come with tenderness to heal you. Striving forward and not wasting the encounters. Jiang Hao's team of 6 has turned into 7, with the new member Yang Qinglu being of similar age to Wen Rushue and Gongsun Qinshuan, but she is clearly much more mature than the latter two. No matter what needs to be done, she eagerly volunteers, and she doesn't feel that being a woman means she should receive special treatment. Because she values this opportunity, she strives to prove her worth. Not only that, but she also eagerly takes on tasks like gathering firewood, patrolling, and hunting. She simply cannot sit still, as if she has endless energy. At this moment, Jiang Hao and the others have reached the halfway point of Wujifeng, with the snow accumulating up to their knees. This is not the hardest part. The toughest is the heavy snowfall and the biting cold wind that feels like it's cutting into their skin. When a hungry person cannot maintain their energy, they will experience fatigue and various symptoms. Once the energy in their muscles is depleted, they will lose weight and be forced to withdraw from the competition. Everyone can only support each other as they inch upward. At this point, they suddenly realize that being chubby has its advantages. The chubby one is the only one among the 7 whose stamina remains intact, although he has lost some weight. The excess fat is enough to sustain his necessary energy expenditure, and with his beast pet, a brown bear, which is resistant to cold, the two of them can carry almost all the backpack weight. Jiang Hao, struggling to pull his leg out of the snow, encouraged them. "Everyone, hold on for one more day. We're not far from the frozen canyon. Once we get there, we'll have plenty of snow hares and snow wolves to eat. I'll roast a whole wolf feast for everyone." Jiang Hao added, "Everyone, don't keep staring at the snow. It's easy to get snow blindness. You can take turns closing your eyes to rest, with the person in front leading the way." Snow blindness, also known as photokeratitis, occurs when ultraviolet rays damage the cornea and conjunctival epithelium, leading to inflammation characterized by swollen eyelids, conjunctival congestion, and severe pain, along with symptoms like light sensitivity, tearing, and blurred vision, making it a type of altitude sickness. Jiang Hao said, "We've come this far. Victory is just a step away. Everyone, hang in there. Victory belongs to us." In fact, Jiang Hao did not want to waste words, as talking consumes energy, but he had to do it. Encouragement was the only choice at that moment. "I can't move anymore." Finally, the weakest among them, when Rushue, struggled to speak. Her face was paler than the snow beneath her feet, cold sweat and exhaustion covering her small face, her lips turning purple from the cold, and her whole body trembling uncontrollably. "I'm sorry. I'm dragging everyone down." This sentence was stuck in her throat, but before she could say it, Yang Qinglu squatted down. "Rushue, get on my back. I'll carry you." "No, you're already tired enough. I can't burden you." "What are you saying? Since we're all teammates, we should support each other. You can't give up." One wanted to carry, and the other wouldn't let her. This back and forth wasn't going to end well. Jiang Hao interjected, "Rushue, your constitution is weaker. We can take turns carrying you, so you must not give up easily." Our team cannot be without you. Do you understand? Be good and listen. At that moment, Jiang Hao's voice seemed to have a magical effect, making Wenruxua have no choice but to comply. When she lay on Yang Qingliu's back, her heart ached as she wiped away the sweat that had seeped out. Despite the extremely low temperatures in this icy world, if they didn't wipe away the sweat, a person could easily catch a cold. Thank you. Time passed second by second, and just as everyone was on the brink of collapse, the chubby one at the front suddenly pointed into the distance and shouted, "Look, we've arrived. We finally made it to the frozen canyon. Brother Hao, we're here." The chubby one rolled and crawled to Jiang Hao's side, excitedly pulling him forward. Over the mountain, a vast canyon came into view, where small icebergs stood tall. And within the canyon, not only was there snow and icebergs, but also a magical plant known as the iceberg snow lotus. The iceberg snow lotus is the favorite food of snow hares, and almost all the snow hares from the Wujishan mountain range gather here to forage. Similarly, the snow wolves, which like to prey on snow hares, are naturally drawn here as well. Although snow wolves and frost wolves belong to the same category, they are different species. The frost wolf is a descendant of the frost giant wolf, with a lineage much nobler than that of ordinary snow wolves. Chapter 38, Survival Competition, 14. Both are specialties of the Beihai Kingdom, but snow wolves are merely descendants of frost wolves, with a naturally lower lineage. The frozen canyon gets its name from these bizarre little icebergs. Walking among them, one could easily get lost, so caution is required before entering. But it's okay. The big hen can help them find their way from the sky. Upon entering the canyon, a penetrating chill swept over, causing Jiang Hao to shiver. But he felt much more relaxed instantly. There was no snow here. The entire canyon was blocked by a mysterious force that kept the snow out and the cold in. It was this chill that maintained the numerous small icebergs, preventing them from melting for thousands of years, thus nurturing magical plants like the iceberg snow lotus. Hurry up. Where are the snow hares? I've been hungry for 4 days. I could swallow a whole one in one bite. Do you believe me? The chubby one's incessant chatter was both annoying and amusing. Who isn't hungry right now? Everyone had lost a significant amount of weight since the competition began and looked dispirited. The 7 were circling around the small icebergs, but couldn't find any snow hares. Jiang Hao curiously reached out to touch a nearby small ice sculpture, and suddenly, a warm sensation flowed through his palm into his body, surprisingly warm. Wow, this is actually a snow hare. But this snow hare was too big, squatting under the iceberg like a small calf, its fur almost blending in with the iceberg, making it look like someone had intentionally carved a fake rabbit to fool people. Suddenly, the previously motionless snow hare dashed away in front of everyone. Its speed comparable to the speed of light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Where did it go? Quick, chase it! Song Jie shouted. It ran ahead. Its speed is so fast, the chubby one exclaimed. Jiang Hao said, Don't rush, I've locked onto it, 300 meters ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, a slender figure darted out like a cheetah, closely followed by Yang Qingliu, who was not to be outdone. Gong Sun Xianxuan was the fastest runner among the 7. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, she released her beast pet and completed the fusion. Jiang Hao looked at the 2 cat girls disappearing like the wind and thought, one with strength and one with speed. Looks like we don't have to do anything now, just wait for the results. The snow hare was timid. Once startled, it would freeze in place, just like it did earlier. But don't underestimate its attack power. As the saying goes, a cornered rabbit will bite, and considering its size, it would take at least half an hour for Gong Sun Qianxuan alone to catch it. Jiang Hao generously praised, Well done, you two. Today, I'll reward each of you with a hare leg. I promise your efforts will be worth it. TCH, who cares? Gong Sun Qianxuan clearly did not buy his flattery. With food, everyone's spirits were visibly lifted, and they became serious about their tasks. When the steaming, fragrant roasted rabbit meat was served, no one could care less about their eating manners, devouring the food like famished ghosts. Even after 7 people finished an entire snow rabbit, they were only barely satisfied. With their hunger resolved, the tension among the group eased, and Jiang Hao, feeling drowsy, went straight into the tent and fell asleep without a word. The others followed suit, leaving Yang Qingliu to keep watch alone. As the night deepened, she struggled to stay awake. In her drowsiness, she felt a cold, sinister gaze upon her. Years of training made her instantly alert, and she turned to look in the direction of the cold gaze. There, in the darkness, a pair of green eyes glimmered. Instantly, goosebumps rose all over Yang Qingliu's body. Her instincts screamed that the owner of those eyes was dangerous. Before she could react, more green eyes appeared around her. 1 pair. 2 pairs. Enemy attack. Everyone wake up. A sharp shout broke the silence, and Yang Qingliu quickly released her beast pet. A wolf howl shattered the night. What is going on? What is happening? Chen Xiaolin rushed out of the tent without even putting on his clothes. In the next moment, a rush of foul wind hit him, and a snow-white figure knocked him to the ground. Sharp wolf fangs aimed for his neck. Get off. Behind him, Song Jia, who had already merged with his beast, blocked the wolf's jaws with his dual blades. He tried to lift the snow wolf off Qin Xiaolin, but the wolf was massive, weighing at least several hundred pounds, and it wouldn't budge easily. The snow wolf, unwilling to let Qin Xiaolin go, continued to bite at his neck despite Song Jia's intervention. Just as countless strands of spider silk ensnared the snow wolf, Song Jia pushed the wolf over. Qin Xiaolin scrambled to his feet, feeling a chill run down his spine, and when he wiped his hand across his back, it came away slick with cold sweat. Oh my god, I'm scared to death. What are you waiting for? It's about to break free, seal it up. Song Jia yelled in frustration. Qin Xiaolin instinctively waved his hands, and thick strands of spider silk shot out from his fingers, binding the struggling snow wolf once more. Seeing this, Song Jia raised his blade and struck down hard at the snow wolf's neck. Thud! Scalding blood splattered both of them. Qin Xiaolin suddenly realized something and quickly glanced at Yang Qinglu, who was now surrounded by 3 snow wolves, with multiple wounds appearing on her body. Qinglu, I'm coming to help. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao unleashed a 6 fireball technique, taking down 1 snow wolf, but when he looked around, he saw that they were completely surrounded by snow wolves. Damn, we were too careless. Dundu, protect me, Jiang Hao commanded. He controlled his big hand to use a wind orb skill. Within an effective range, the wind orb could target 10 enemies. As long as he cast it a few times, he could take down 10 snow wolves. However, he also had to face the attacks of 10 snow wolves. And without protection, he would surely meet a miserable end. From the moment the snow wolves appeared to Yang Qinglu's warning and then their attack, it had only taken a few seconds for them to completely encircle the 7-person team. On one side were Yang Qinglu, Qin Xiaolin, and Song Jia. On the other were Jiang Hao, Fat Dundu, and Wen Ruxue, along with Gongsun Qianxuan, who was tasked with protecting her. This was a pack of intelligent snow wolves that understood how to target individuals. Fortunately, these wolves were not very strong, only between the fusion stage and golden body stage. Otherwise, the team would have been finished by now. This won't work. Dundu, we need to get closer to Ruxue and the others. We have to gather everyone together to find a way out. Let us go. The snow wolves seemed to sense their intention and desperately tried to block them. Soon, Fat Dundu bore several wounds, and the cold seeped into his body through the injuries, risking damage to his muscle tissue. While protecting Jiang Hao, he also had to fend off the penetrating cold, causing him to exhaust most of his beast pet's energy. Wen Ruxue and Gongsun Qianxuan were also moving toward him. With only 3 snow wolves around them, Gongsun Qianxuan was still busy, and as the saying goes, 2 fists cannot fight 4 hands. Dealing with 3 snow wolves was challenging enough, and she also had to ensure Wen Ruxue remained unharmed. Jiang Hao and Fat Dundu attempted to break through the encirclement several times unsuccessfully. Finally, Jiang Hao gritted his teeth and decided to use a lure skill. Everyone, gather around me. After saying this, a transparent egg bounced its way to the outskirts of the camp. All targets within 15 meters would be forced to converge together, allowing the 7 to regroup. As the attacking snow wolves were drawn away by the lure skill, Song Jia and the others seized the opportunity to move toward him. At a glance, everyone bore injuries, to varying degrees. Yang Qinglu looked the worst, her half-body drenched in blood, indicating how severe her wounds were. Seeing her like this, Wen Ruxue's eyes turned red, almost forgetting her duties. It was only when Qin Xiaolin reminded her that she hurriedly cast a healing spell on Yang Qinglu. A few seconds passed, and the snow wolf pack closed in again. Jiang Hao shouted, "Everyone listen to my command. Wen Ruxue, Qin Xiaolin, and I will stand in the middle. Qin Xiaolin, cast the heavenly net to protect us. Dundu, you focus on defense. Song Jia, Qianxuan, and Qinglu, keep an eye on any damage to the heavenly net. I want to catch all these little wolf cubs in one go." With Jiang Hao's order, everyone quickly sprang into action. Wen Ruxue unleashed a magnetic field to invigorate them, and Jiang Hao felt filled with battle intent. Wind Orb Group Attack. The 6 fireball technique followed suit, taking down 6 snow wolves in one go. But this was just the beginning. The wolf pack had at least 30 or 40 wolves, and most of those he took down were the weaker ones. Don't forget that there was a wolf king lurking somewhere. They hadn't seen its figure yet, and that hidden wolf king would be the most troublesome. Did anyone see the wolf king? No, it just locked eyes with me for a moment before disappearing. I suspect it's hiding nearby, waiting for an opportunity, Yang Qinglu replied. Although Qin Xiaolin's heavenly net was sturdy, it was far from indestructible, and soon, under the relentless assault of the snow wolves, it began to show cracks. Song Jia and the others, being close combat fighters, had to step in while Qin Xiaolin's skill was on cooldown. Even so, one snow wolf managed to break through the web and charge in. Without needing Jiang Hao's command, Fat Dundu stepped forward to block the snow wolf. "You little wolf cub, eat my punch." Chapter 39 Survival Competition, 15. With one punch, The Snow Wolf reacted quickly, realizing it might not be a match for Fat Dundu, and it smartly avoided the attack, rushing past him toward Jiang Hao and the others. Damn it! Fat Dundu cursed, and the Snow Wolf charged straight for the nearest one Wuxia. Seeing the danger, Jiang Hao instinctively stepped forward to shield her. Jiang Hao. In one Wuxia's terrified scream, Jiang Hao was knocked down by the Snow Wolf, its sharp claws sinking deep into his shoulder. Hiss! The Snow Wolf bared its teeth and growled at Jiang Hao, the foul odor almost stealing his soul, just as it was about to bite through Jiang Hao's neck. Fat Dundu finally arrived to help. Get the hell away from him. Fat Dundu rushed behind the Snow Wolf and grabbed its tail, swinging it around. With a hissing sound, the wolf claw plunged into Jiang Hao's shoulder, tearing off a large chunk of flesh along with the skin. Blood oozed out along the scratch, and Jiang Hao felt a piercing pain shoot into his brain. It hurt like hell. The damage from this Snow Wolf was no less than that of the previous Fog City Divine Eagle. Jiang Hao, are you okay? Jiang Hao had shielded her from a crisis, which struck a heavy blow to Wuxia's softest spot and completely dispelled her resentment towards him. A healing spell was cast on Jiang Hao, and as she watched the wound visibly heal, she let out a long sigh of relief. If you act so recklessly again next time, I really won't forgive you for the rest of my life. You know, can we not talk about this for now? I can barely hold on. There are more and more gaps, and I can't keep up. Every skill has a cooldown period. It's just a matter of how long. No matter how tough the spider silk is, it will eventually be bitten through or torn apart in front of the Snow Wolf. The only thing Qin Xiaolin could do was to try to repair the damaged areas of the web with silk. Because of his negligence, Jiang Hao got injured. And the chubby one was furious, venting his anger on the Snow Wolf in his hands, grabbing the wolf's tail and smashing it down with brute force. The Snow Wolf had a strong physique, and it took several throws before it was bleeding from its head. The howls of pain ignited the anger of its companions outside the web, and a wolf howl echoed through the sky, suddenly revealing a massive figure in the darkness. It was the Snow Wolf King, unlike the other snow wolves, with black fur, a pair of ghostly blue eyes, and a body several times larger than other snow wolves. Like a giant bull, the Snow Wolf King rushed to the front of the web, its eyes fixed on the Snow Wolf in Chubby's hands like a grim reaper, growling as if warning Chubby to let go of its companion. Chubby completely ignored it and slapped the Snow Wolf's head right in front of it, causing red and white matter to splatter everywhere. Facing Chubby's provocation, the Snow Wolf King became furious, extending its front paws to slowly grasp the web. Then, to Jiang Hao and the others' astonished gazes, it tore a huge hole in the web. This is too strong. Could it be another mountain-moving beast? The answer was yes. This is bad. They might truly be in dire straits this time. The Snow Wolf King stepped over the web, closing in steadily, and even the other snow wolves had to stop their attack on the web, silently watching their leader. The Snow Wolf King slowly approached the corpse of the dead snow wolf, sniffed it, and after confirming it was dead, suddenly stood upright. Its nearly 4-meter-long body towered over Chubby. Even more terrifying was that its body was still expanding, its limbs muscles bulging continuously. The transformed Snow Wolf King was like a walking monster, its face hideous, with protruding wolf fangs, and its fur thinning enough to see the bulging veins and muscles beneath its skin. After transforming, the Snow Wolf King let out a furious roar at Chubby. Whoosh! Bang bang bang! A dazzling series of movements left behind only afterimages, and before anyone could react. Chubby's massive body was sent flying like a sandbag by the Snow Wolf King's punches. Every time Chubby was about to fall, the Snow Wolf King accurately positioned itself below him to punch him up again. Fortunately, Chubby's beast pet was defensive, otherwise, after such a beating, he would either be dead or severely injured. Even more disgusting was that under the Snow Wolf King's relentless beating, he had no room to resist. The Snow Wolf King seemed to have no intention of killing Chubby with one blow, but wanted to torture him, striking just hard enough for him to feel pain to the bone without dying. Suddenly, the Snow Wolf King stopped its attack, its body twisting to avoid a long leg that shot out from the left, and then it swiftly turned and punched Gongsun Qinshuan, who had just revealed herself from stealth, in the abdomen. Bang! Gongsun Qinshuan was struck into a bow shape by the tremendous force and fell heavily to the ground, unconscious. Jiang Hao, this is too perverted. This can't go on. If they don't find a way, they might be directly beaten into retreating from the match. Jiang Hao quickly calculated the damage values of his skills in his mind, searching for a way to defeat the Snow Wolf King in the shortest time possible. Comparing the Snow Wolf King to the Fog City Divine Eagle, this Snow Wolf King seemed to be even stronger. If calculated by the Fog City Divine Eagle's skill damage values, he would need to cast fireball spells with wind pearls at least 3 times to possibly kill it. Casting a fireball spell takes 10 seconds of cooldown. 3 times means half a minute, and that's assuming the Snow Wolf King would give him a chance. The Big Hen currently had skills available, including Eagle Strike, Shadow Clone, Thorn Armor with absolute defense effects, and the soon-to-cooldown Lure. The magnetic field boost effect cast by when Wuxia hadn't ended yet, so Jiang Hao had to grit his teeth and give it a try. After subduing Gongsun Qianxuan with one move, the Snow Wolf King turned its gaze back to Chubby. Jiang Hao shouted, "Done done, hold it off for me." Chubby understood, a determined look flashing in his eyes. Even if he had to withdraw from the match, he would make the snow beast that was pounding him pay a heavy price. Definitely. After hearing Jiang Hao's prompt, he charged forward instead of retreating, delivering a heavy blow to the Snow Wolf King. At the same time, 2 eggs bounced toward the Snow Wolf King from behind, exploding. Full-level wind pearls and 6 consecutive fireball spells. The Snow Wolf King seemed to sense the danger and, disregarding Chubby's heavy blow, turned and dodged several meters away, thinking that would allow it to avoid the skill's damage. However, the wind pearls and 6 fireballs followed closely like they had eyes. A series of fireballs exploded on it. 1350, 1350, 1400, 1450, 1500, 1550, 1600. Rows of massive damage values appeared above the Snow Wolf King's head. The Snow Wolf King was directly stunned. It hadn't even realized how it had been hit after dodging so far away. "You're making me lose face here," it thought. And upon realizing that the attacker was a strange big hen, its anger surged to the max, and it dropped Chubby and charged at the big hen. Chubby shouted. And without fear of death, he rushed up to hug the Snow Wolf King. A figure dashed in, biting at the Snow Wolf King's neck. It was the cat girl Yang Qinglu. The Snow Wolf King was enraged. First, it elbowed Chubby away, then swiped at Yang Qinglu. She didn't dare to take it head-on and turned to flee. Her purpose was not to hurt the enemy, but to buy time for Jiang Hao. Just this little delay, and 10 seconds quickly passed. 2 more eggs bounced toward the Snow Wolf King, but this time, the Snow Wolf King had learned its lesson. Directly abandoning its attack on Yang Qinglu and dodging behind her, thinking it could avoid the attack this way. If it was smart, it knew how to hide. But it underestimated the big hen's passive skill, Chicken Fly Egg Hit, which had a built-in locking function. Just ask if you're scared. Sure enough, the wind pearls and 6 fireballs seemed to have eyes, maneuvering around Yang Qinglu and finally smashing into the Snow Wolf King. Ow! The Snow Wolf King. It swatted Yang Qinglu away and glared furiously. At this moment, it wished it could dismember the annoying big hen. Chubby wanted to rush over to stop it. But the Snow Wolf King directly flashed several times, leaving behind afterimages in front of the big hen. Hiss! Die, you trash chicken! With a single slap, it flattened the big hen. Yes, you read that right. The big hen turned into a paper chicken. The Snow Wolf King was satisfied. It threw its head back and let out a long howl to vent its emotions. But before it could be happy for too long, the paper chicken suddenly returned to its original form. Cluck, 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 cluck. The big hen, scared out of its wits, flapped its wings and flew high. It didn't die? The reaction of the Snow Wolf King was also extremely quick, leaping into the air to intercept. Xiaolin, Jiang Hao, seeing that the big hen had not lost the absolute defense effect of the thorn armor, was instantly scared pale and instinctively shouted for Qin Xiaolin. The Snow Wolf King, having lost its target, quickly followed, determined to eliminate this detestable trash chicken in one blow. At this moment, Song Jie finally found an opportunity to rush in front of the Snow Wolf King, even if it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He did not hesitate. The result was predictable. Song Jie was sent flying without being able to block a single attack. Another 10 seconds passed. Chapter 40, Survival Competition, 16. Success or failure depended on this one strike. Jiang Hao gritted his teeth and unhesitatingly unleashed a combination of wind orb and fireball technique again. Bang, bang, bang. The moment the wind orb and fireball technique hit the Snow Wolf King, the scene instantly fell into silence. Did it die? This was what Jiang Hao was most concerned about. He had gambled everything, including the fate of the entire team. Whether they would stay or go depended on this strike. If it did not achieve a one-hit kill, then all that awaited them was the sound of the protection bell. No one could withstand the explosive output of 3 consecutive fireball techniques, with over 30,000 damage points, unless you were a purely defensive beast. The Snow Wolf King unwillingly fell down. Jiang Hao, wanting to confirm whether the opponent was truly dead, deliberately activated the survival simulator. When he heard the long-awaited prompt sound, he couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. Ding! Your beast pet has killed the Snow Wolf King, gaining 14 attribute points and skill points. Ding! Your beast pet has killed the mountain-moving realm Snow Wolf King, and can obtain any one of the following skills. Blood Enhancement. Active skill, can greatly increase strength and speed. Blood Domination. Passive skill, doubles the domination effect. The latter Blood Domination looks similar to Bloodline Power, and since his beast pet had already awakened Bloodline Power, selecting this would be redundant. Moreover, his beast pet's attribute points were being developed towards strength and agility. So Blood Enhancement was like a pillow sent to him while he was sleepy. He decisively chose Blood Enhancement. Ding! Your beast pet Big Hen has learned Blood Enhancement. which can increase strength and agility by 30, with higher levels providing greater attribute increases. Currently, at level 1, maximum level 3, cooldown time 1 hour. Ding! You have upgraded blood enhancement to level 3, which can increase strength and agility by 50, currently at maximum level 3, cooldown time 1 hour. Ding! Your beast pet has leveled up to 44 by defeating the mountain-moving realm Snow Wolf King. Beast pet owner, Jiang Hao. Beast pet, Ice Crystal Phoenix, Big Hen. Realm, Golden Body, level 44. Level 1 Bloodline Power. Compatibility 95. Combat Power 441. Attribute points 0. Skill points 19822. Strength 373. Stamina 28. Defense 44, 60. Agility 52. Critical hit rate 0. Critical strike 0. Skills, Chicken Fight Egg Strike, Passive, Shadow Clone, Passive, Thorn Armor, Level 3 Max Passive, Fireball Technique, Level 6 Max. Lure, Level 5 Max. Wind Orb, Level 3 Max. Eagle Strike, Level 3 Max. Blood Enhancement, Level 3. This was the best state of the beast pet Big Hen. Looking at the 373 strength, Jiang Hao smiled, feeling very satisfied. With this strength plus combat power and max level skills, if he activated blood enhancement again, would not the nearly 560 strength value be able to obliterate everything? The moment the Snow Wolf King was killed, the Snow Wolf pack lost its backbone and began to panic. Some wanted to avenge the Snow Wolf King, but upon seeing their leader dead, they dared not take a single step further. A few Snow Wolves, sensing danger, turned to flee, and with a leader to follow, the other Snow Wolves began to retreat. At this moment, if Jiang Hao let this disheartened pack of Snow Wolves escape, it would not be in his character. Dun, Ru Shui. You take care of Qian Sun and Song Jia first. Qing Lu, your score is the lowest. We'll help you kill these Snow Wolves. Gather as many points as possible. The scoring standard was based on delivering the final blow, as long as Qin Xiaolin helped trap the Snow Wolves. Then she could deliver the final blow. At this moment, Yang Qing Lu did not hesitate. Her points were too few. Even if they reached the peak of Wu Ji and won the team competition, she could not enter the top 20, and without entering the top 20, there would be no military rewards. The entire night, the Icebound Canyon was in chaos. Jiang Hao was almost driven mad. This time, they nearly faced annihilation, which made his anger soar. To eliminate future threats, he led Qin Xiaolin and Yang Qing Lu to bloodily cleanse most of the canyon throughout the night, until all the Snow Wolves attacking them were killed. Of course, during this time, they also encountered quite a few startled snow rabbits, which they also dealt with. The battle continued until the moment dawn broke. Yang Qing Lu earned a total of 78 points, and combined with the 20 points earned in the preliminary round, she had nearly 100 points. But that was still not enough to secure a place in the top 20. It should be noted that previously, Jiang Hao raised the difficulty by renting out his hand-thrown nets, directly increasing the competition difficulty to a perverse level. Many contestants gained a large number of snow spirit fish using his hand-thrown nets. If you didn't have over 100 points, you wouldn't even rank in the top 100. The previously chaotic camp had been cleaned up by Wen Rushua, and Gong Sun Qian Sun and Song Jia were already awake. Yang Qing Lu handed 78 beast crystals from the Snow Wolves and Snow Rabbits to Jiang Hao. Most of them were mid to low-grade beast crystals. The higher the strength, the better the quality of the beast crystals. As the team leader, all the spoils from the collective hunt were to be distributed by him, and the rule of the team was to reward according to effort. In addition to these 78 beast crystals, what everyone was most looking forward to was the Snow Wolf King, a rare beast crystal, and a valuable Snow Wolf King hide. Which was the biggest gain? Jiang Hao still took the lion's share. After all, who could kill a mountain-moving realm beast? If the previous kill of the Mist City Divine Eagle had some luck involved, this time, the Snow Wolf King was a true testament to strength. This time, even Song Jia, who was the most unconvinced of him, had to submit, recognizing the gap between himself and Jiang Hao. He couldn't withstand a single attack from the Snow Wolf King, while Jiang Hao could kill the opponent. This was the fact. Since the start of the competition, under Jiang Hao's leadership, his gains had far surpassed those of other contestants. If he could win the competition, he would be famous and established. As for Jiang Hao, he took the majority of the 2 rare beast crystals, rented out hand-thrown nets to obtain over 5,000 low-grade beast crystals, a piece of water python hide, and doubled his points for killing beasts far beyond his strength. Most importantly, the Big Hen's strength had significantly increased. Strength was the best wealth, and no amount of rewards could compare to the increase in the power of a beast pet. Pang Dunton couldn't help but complain. Didn't they say that most of the powerful beasts had been cleared out? Why did we encounter 2 mountain-moving realm beasts in a row? Gong Sun Qian Sun replied, "Shut up. You said most. Besides, that was all before the competition. Now that so much time has passed, it's normal for these beasts to return. Instead of complaining here, You should think about how to improve your beast pet's strength. If it weren't for Jiang Hao getting us out of danger twice, we would have been eliminated long ago. After saying that, she looked at Jiang Hao with curiosity. Jiang Hao, I used to think I could match you evenly. But after these two experiences, I found that your big hen really is deep and unassuming. Tell us the truth. What breed is it? Could it really be a mutated phoenix or a descendant of some clan with phoenix blood? In front of the live broadcast screen, the audience was focused, eager to hear Jiang Hao tell them the most real situation. The battle last night was so intense that these people were reluctant to leave the broadcasting hall, wanting to see if Jiang Hao's team could once again turn the situation around like last time. Only such thrilling battle scenes could attract the attention of the audience. At the moment Jiang Hao killed the Snow Wolf King, most of the spectators felt happy for him, but there were also some ill-intentioned individuals secretly cursing him. Jiang Hao looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, the morning glow illuminating the snowy world, wrapped in silver. A beautiful day began with self-affirmation. I'll only tell you a few of you the truth. Don't let it out. My beast pet is called Ice Crystal Phoenix, a descendant of the ancient divine beast phoenix. Pang Dunzi. Brother Hao, didn't you admit before that your beast pet is a big hen? Jiang Hao glared at Pang Dunzi angrily. Nonsense. When did I admit that? Besides, have you ever seen a chicken that can fly? Have you ever seen a chicken that can cast skills? Have you ever seen a chicken that can defeat evil monsters? Pang Dunzi. Alright, it's a phoenix. No need to get so worked up. Jiang Hao. I'll emphasize again. It's an ice crystal phoenix, a mutated phoenix. If you don't understand, stop talking nonsense. Gong Sun Qinshuan curled her lips. Alright, hurry up and pack. We need to bring more food to the peak of Wuji. I don't want to be hungry for another 3 or 4 days. After hunting so many snow wolves and snow hares in one night, there was more food than they could eat, and in the end, everyone decided to make smoked meat and take as much as they could to last until they reached the peak of Wuji. 3 days later, the team was ready to set off. Just as they had not gone far, contestants began to arrive at the frozen gorge, all of whom had one common characteristic. They were as thin as starving people. These people had been wandering in the frozen gorge for half a day without seeing a single hare's hair. Wasn't it said that the frozen gorge was rich in snow hares and snow wolves? Why haven't I seen anything? Forget about the snow wolves. At least leave us a few snow hares. Who is so heartless as to sweep the whole gorge clean? Look, is this bloodstain? Here is also rabbit fur. Damn it, someone really arrived before us. Damn it, if I find out who did this, I will skin them alive. It's over without food. I can only withdraw from the competition. What a heartless thing. Just forget it. Let us all withdraw. Who can compete when we are all about to starve to death? Jiang Hao was still unaware that his act of venting his anger by plundering half of the gorge had caused many contestants to helplessly withdraw from the competition. The audience found it amusing to see these contestants cursing Jiang Hao and laughed heartily. People are like this. As long as they see others doing worse than themselves, it becomes a great joy in life. A typical case of gloating over others' misfortunes. Yang Pu Kai was one of them. After today, his son Yang Di would be dropping out of school to join the army. The war in the Eternal City was intensifying, and the Shenzhou Kingdom had begun its first nationwide conscription plan. Beast tamers who met the conscription conditions would be immediately sent to the front lines to fight. Chapter 41, Survival Competition 17. It was reported that the Beihai Kingdom was constantly mobilizing troops to reinforce the Beihai army led by Xiao Lin, with the number of troops reaching an unprecedented 800,000. Most of Beihai Kingdom's territory was in a harsh environment of ice and snow all year round. To survive, the Beihai people had to fight against the heavens, which over time made Beihai Kingdom a nation where everyone was a soldier. 800,000 troops were just a drop in the bucket. Although the Shenzhou Kingdom was not vast or rich, with a medium-sized territory among the 7 kingdoms, it faced the endless sea with distinct seasons, fertile land, and a relatively abundant food supply, which had long made the neighboring Beihai Kingdom covetous. However, the Shenzhou Kingdom had its shortcomings. This world was a beast-taming world where strength was revered, and there had never been a beast tamer above the saint level. This was a pain and a resentment in the hearts of the millions of citizens of Shenzhou Kingdom, and now a dragon sovereign extraordinary master had finally emerged, stepping into the threshold of the saint level, becoming the guardian most likely to fulfill everyone's wishes in Shenzhou Kingdom. The Shenzhou Kingdom had reached a critical moment of survival. Joining the army to defend the country had become a mission for every Shenzhou person. Those with money contributed money, and those with strength contributed strength. As a beast tamer, one should bear responsibility. After losing in the beast pet competition, Yang Di fell into a slump. Yang Pu Kai thought for a whole month before making a difficult decision to send his son to the battlefield. He had no grand thoughts of defending the homeland. After all, the battlefield meant life and death. But when he saw the announcement posted by the conscription office, and saw the military salary and benefits for a beast tamer who met the conscription conditions, he was tempted. Yang Di had no bad habits and was a student at the War Academy. During such a special period, he could enlist as long as he was of age. A large number of farewell groups gathered at the city gate of Hongwang City, and the city lord Guomingji personally sent off the soldiers who were about to head to the battlefield in the Eternal City. Looking at the young faces below, Guomingji felt a pang of sorrow. He didn't know how many of the 5,000 would survive, but he knew that some would surely be buried in a foreign land, wrapped in horse leather. Offering a toast to each soldier, Guomingji stood on the platform with a bowl of strong liquor, surveying the crowd. You are all the strongest and bravest people of my Hongwang City. Now, the enemies from Beihai, with their wolfish ambitions, invade our Xinzhou land, occupying our fertile fields, destroying our homes, plundering our resources, and taking our wives and children, making us Xinzhou people live in dire straits. You, as men, some of you are fathers, some are husbands. Oh right, there are also female beast tamers. Should raise the righteous blade to repel the invading enemies, protect our Xinzhou, protect our wives and children. An inch of land and blood, 100,000 youths and 100,000 troops. We must let those Beihai barbarians see that we are not to be trifled with. Even though our Xinzhou kingdom has suffered their invasions and has been defeated before, we have never been conquered. Defending the country and the people is the duty of every soldier in Xinzhou. I ask you, are you ready? Ready, willing to die to defend Xinzhou? Guomingji patted his large belly, excitedly saying, Good, let us raise the prestige of Xinzhou kingdom, strengthen the power of Hongwang, cheers. After saying that, Guomingji downed the liquor in one gulp, toasting to those about to go into battle. Among the 5,000 troops, there were only less than 500 beast tamers, and the rest were ordinary people who would defend the city with their flesh and blood. But they showed no hesitation, raising their glasses and drinking it all. Set off. With Guomingji's loud shout, the army turned around and slowly walked towards the Windbird transport team that had been waiting for a long time, boarding the irreversible path to the Eternal City under the watchful eyes of their loved ones. In the farewell group, someone finally broke down in tears. This might be a final goodbye. Yang Pu Kai struggled to find his son Yang Di in the crowd. Even for the attractive military salary, he still couldn't bear to see his son leave. He couldn't help but call out in the direction of Yang Di, his eyes reddening. Son, come back safe. But he couldn't say anything more. From that day on, Yang Pu Kai never went to the studio to watch the beast pet competition again. He spent his days at home drinking, waiting for news of Yang Di. Zihan Gu, Jiang Hao and the others are so heartless, they actually cut off everyone's way out. What are we going to do without food? Wei Zihan had been following Jiang Hao's team to the frozen gorge. Like the other contestants, he was furious at the sight of the empty gorge. The frozen gorge was the only food supply point on the way to the peak of Wuji, and the higher they climbed, the scarcer the food became. If he is unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Let us keep following them. If he doesn't let me have it easy, don't blame me for being ruthless. Everyone rest for one night. Tomorrow we will rush out of the fog area with all our might. I'll say it again, if anyone falls behind, no matter who it is, the others should not waste time looking for them. The person who falls behind must find their own way to the peak of Wuji, understand? If it really doesn't work, just give up. Although Jiang Hao didn't say it explicitly, everyone understood his meaning. The competition time had already entered the 55th day. However, there are always exceptions. Except for them, not far behind, Wei Zihan and his fair-skinned little followers suddenly caught up. When he saw Jiang Hao's camp, a strange smile appeared on his face. Whether they can eliminate Jiang Hao's team depends on this opportunity, which is hard to come by. Brother Zihan, what are you planning to do? Wei Zihan pointed to the foggy area and said, the mountain road is steep and dangerous, and visibility is poor. Anything could happen inside. Did you see the snow accumulation above? Once the accumulated snow is disturbed by external forces, an avalanche will occur. I can already imagine the scene after the avalanche. His fair-skinned little follower finally couldn't bear it and tried to dissuade him, saying in a low voice, Brother Zihan, isn't this a bit too much? The projection flies are watching us. We might have other ways. Wei Zihan coldly glanced at him. What other ways? The foggy area is our best cover. Once we enter the foggy area, who will know it was us? Let's go in and wait for the opportunity. No words were exchanged that night. The next day, Jiang Hao was frozen to the bone by the strong cold air outside. As soon as he crawled out of the tent, ice formed on his hair and eyebrows, and his stylishly short hair stood up like a broom on his head, looking as ridiculous as possible. Enduring the freezing cold, Jiang Hao began to prepare hot food for everyone, roasting meat over a fire. If it weren't for his fireball technique, ordinary ignition devices wouldn't be able to light the damp wood in such an environment. As the altitude of Wuji Peak increased, collecting combustible materials became much more difficult. The outer edge of the foggy area was already in a high mountain climate zone, where the air was exceptionally thin, and very few plants could survive in such conditions. Pluck! As soon as the big hen came out of the beast space, it was frozen and shivering, immediately burrowing into Jiang Hao's arms for warmth. But with its current size, it could only stick its head into Jiang Hao's embrace. Under his mental control, an egg dropped from the hen's rear, accurately hitting the pile of prepared firewood, and the flames flickered. "Don't go out, please don't go out." Just as Jiang Hao finished speaking, a gust of cold wind blew, instantly extinguishing the flames that had just started to rise. After several attempts, he finally got the fire going. This cursed place was hardly fit for humans to stay in. How would they survive the remaining 30 days? While he muttered to himself, he skillfully skewered the meat and placed it over the fire. As the aroma of the meat began to waft through the camp, the other team members gradually woke up. "Fatty, this cursed place has woken me up several times in the night. If I hadn't been holding on to doo-doo, I wouldn't have been able to sleep at all. Wow, Brother Hao is impressive. There's food as soon as we wake up. Thank you." Jiang Hao pushed the approaching Fatty away with a look of disgust. "Stay away from me. Go rinse your mouth quickly, it stinks." Fatty dramatically huffed into his palm, only to have it freeze instantly. He nonchalantly said, "No, I can't feel anything. Gongsun Qianquan, this is ridiculous. Not only did I freeze and couldn't sleep, but I also had to endure your snoring at night. Next time, set up your tent farther away." "Fatty, I'm already very thin." "Gongsun Qianquan, thin doesn't mean you don't snore. It sounds like thunder. I thought a blizzard was coming." Amid their bickering, the 7 of them gathered around the fire, looking at the 6 mouths eagerly waiting for food, as Jiang Hao handed out the roasted meat skewers. Chapter 42, Survival Competition, 18. A mouthful of hot roasted meat instantly made everyone feel comfortable, driving away much of the cold. To build up momentum to break through the foggy area, Jiang Hao specially roasted double portions for everyone to ensure they had enough food to replenish their energy while moving through the fog. With everything ready, except for Jiang Hao and Wen Ruxue, the other 5 team members entered a combined state, allowing them enough time to handle unexpected situations. Fatty took the lead, followed by the agile Gongsun Qianquan, with Song Jie and Yang Qinglu bringing up the rear. The 7 of them tied ropes around their waists to avoid getting separated. The moment they stepped into the foggy area, their field of vision instantly dropped to less than a meter. Even the person in front of you was invisible. You could only hold onto the rope around your waist and carefully climb step by step. You never know how steep the mountain wall buried in snow is. Perhaps your next step could lead to disaster for the whole team. Before Fatty took each step, he would test the ground a few times to confirm it was safe before relaying the situation to the others, slowly feeling their way forward. Whoosh! A fierce wind roared in their ears, mixed with rain and snow hitting them like sharp knives cutting into their faces. "Everyone, be careful. There may be a blizzard ahead." Even though Fatty was not far away, his voice still came through intermittently. "Quickly tell him to find a place to take cover, preferably behind a big rock." Jiang Hao shook the rope to remind Wen Ruxue in front. Soon, the team began to change direction. At that moment, a flash of lightning came from deep within the fog, followed by a crackling sound. The thunder seemed to rumble right next to them, and with the explosion of thunder, Jiang Hao's mind was left buzzing. Just as he feared, a powerful wind swept through, and slender Wen Ruxue was lifted into the air. Hearing her scream, Gongsun Qianquan in front and Jiang Hao behind simultaneously pulled the rope to bring her down. However, a greater blizzard followed. Just a second after she landed, she was attacked again, and Gongsun Qianquan in front lost his balance and was swept up as well. The weight of these 2 individuals was too much for Jiang Hao to hold on to. He could only last 3 seconds before being pulled up too. What followed was a chain reaction, with Qin Xiaolin and the 2 who were trailing behind also flying uncontrollably through the blizzard like sugar-coated haws. The only one still holding on was Fatty, who, relying on his weight advantage, anchored himself like a nail to the ground, trying to withstand the blizzard's assault while attempting to pull the others down. They had been walking for less than an hour. If they were to suffer total annihilation now, it would be a huge joke. In the chaos, Jiang Hao wanted to remind Qin Xiaolin to save himself quickly, but his voice was soon drowned out by the howling wind. When he returned to the ground, he didn't immediately rescue anyone. He first needed to secure himself to a large rock. In the deep snow, he didn't notice that one end of the rock was sharp. When he finally managed to pull Song Jie down, his foot landed right on that sharp edge. Crack! Accompanied by Song Jie's scream, a bone broke. It was unclear which one. "Damn it, your ancestor." "Qin Xiaolin, was I wrong to save you first?" "You were wrong. You shouldn't have saved me. You should have let me die." Song Jie cried, clutching his ankle in pain. The voice was neither male nor female. Based on that voice, Jiang Hao suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. It was said that there is a type of humanoid phantom demon that can speak human language and emit ghostly cries like a baby. This phantom demon likes to blend into icy landscapes and is also called the ice snow demon. There are 2 types of ice snow demons. One is humanoid, and the other is beast-shaped. The beast-shaped phantom demon belongs to a lower class. Their only ability is to trap people in illusions. The ice snow demon belongs to a higher bloodline among demon beasts, and they are rare. However, wherever they appear, disaster follows, as they can manipulate blizzards to slaughter all intruders. There was once an ice snow demon city-slaying incident in the North Sea Kingdom, known as the Ice Snow Paradise. The incident began when a human accidentally killed the ice snow demon's child while hunting, causing the demon to go on a rampage, shrouding the human city in a blizzard for a full 100 days. After 100 days, the ice snow demon retreated. Later, when people went to check on the city, they found that the entire city had turned into an ice city, with all its inhabitants frozen into ice sculptures. This city became known as the famous ghost city of the North Sea Kingdom, later renamed the Ice Sculpture City. This event opened people's eyes to the terrifying nature of the ice snow demon. To this day, there is a saying circulating in the capital of Beihai: better to provoke the 4 divine beasts than to offend the female demon. Oh no, the ice and snow demon is coming. Who on earth has provoked that thing? From the angry voice just now, it's clear that the other party is not just venting without reason. Someone must have angered them. What is even scarier is that the demon's voice is so piercing it could easily trigger an avalanche. Truly, what one fears often comes to pass. A rumbling sound like rolling thunder comes from the mountain peak, and the thick fog obscures their vision. They can't tell if an avalanche has really occurred. Dun Dun, have you found a place to take shelter? Jiang Hao anxiously asks the chubby Dun Dun at the front. No, it's over. Clearly, it's too late. Shaolin, let everyone go. Quickly cut the ropes between us. If you can't hold on, don't resist, just leave if you can. Before he finishes speaking, the rumbling sound approaches. It really is an avalanche. The force of the avalanche instantly disperses the thick fog. In the brief moment of light, Jiang Hao's sharp eyes catch sight of a huge figure stepping on the collapsing snow, and then everything goes dark. He can't see anything. It's unclear how much time passes. There's no feeling of suffocation, no blizzard, just the sensation of someone dragging his feet through the snow. He tries to get up, but feels powerless. Well, as long as he is not dead. Jiang Hao closes his eyes again and falls into a deep sleep. On the other side, Dun Dun is struggling to crawl out from under the snow. Because of his larger size, he is covered with more snow, which piles on him like a grave. He finally manages to poke his head out, almost suffocating him. Not far from him, another small snow mound is also struggling to crawl out from under the snow. Seeing this, Dun Dun quickly pushes the snow off himself and runs over. Jin Sun, how are you? Let's talk. Quickly pull me up. Schwer is still underneath. Dun Dun works hard to rescue both of them, scanning around and finally locking onto 3 small snow mounds. The 3 of them simultaneously rescue the unconscious Song Jia, Chen Xiaolin, and Yang Qinglu. However, when they search for Jiang Hao, they can't find him anywhere. How go? How go? Dun Dun calls out anxiously, searching the snow within a radius of several meters. But he just can't find Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, where are you? Jiang Hao. When Rushue cries like rain, thinking of the possibility that Jiang Hao might be buried somewhere in the snow, making her so anxious that she breaks down in tears. Her crying wakes Song Jia, and upon learning that Jiang Hao is missing, he immediately joins the search party, praying they can find him soon. He feels a mix of emotions as the 6 of them thoroughly scour the snow within a radius of hundreds of meters, but find no trace. Gongsun Qinshuan, unable to bear when Rushue's sadness, tries to console her. Schwer, stop crying. Not finding him might not be bad news. Maybe he is still alive, just somewhere else. He emphasized before that if anyone falls behind, we shouldn't look for them. We should head to the peak of Wujifeng first. Perhaps we can find him there. With tear-filled eyes, when Rushue seems to find solace in Gongsun Qinshuan's words. Watching the person he likes cry for another man, Song Jia feels a pang of jealousy. He wonders if he were in that man's place, would Rushue be as anxious for him? Would she cry for him? Unlike the mixed feelings of Song Jia, Dun Dun might be the one who cares most about Jiang Hao's life and death, second only to Rushue. After hearing Gongsun Qinshuan's words, he immediately straps on his backpack, not even bothering to take off his combined form, and heads deep into the fog. If it were someone else, he would definitely confront that person for getting lost. But since it was Gongsun Qinshuan who stopped him, he has no choice but to wait for everyone to get ready before setting off. When Jiang Hao wakes up for the second time, he finds himself in a huge ice cave. The ceiling is lined with hanging ice pillars, and there's nothing around, like furniture or anything else. The rustling sound beside him startled Jiang Hao. He turns to look and sees a white figure with its back to him rummaging through his backpack. The white figure is taller than an average person, has no legs, or rather, is standing on a pile of ice pillars, surrounded by mist. Thank you for saving me, Jiang Hao starts to say. Before he can finish, the white figure slowly turns its head, nearly scaring Jiang Hao to death. The face of a woman has eyes without pupils, white hair covering most of her face, and her face is covered in cracks, with no mouth or nose. Seeing Jiang Hao awake, the white figure floats closer, not speaking but staring intently at Jiang Hao with its eyes that are all white. After a moment, the terrifying face begins to morph. Chapter 43, Survival Competition 19. Under Jiang Hao's horrified gaze, that face starts to change shape, reassembling until it looks exactly like his own. Jiang Hao. What does this mean? What is this female version of Jiang Hao? However, she is quite good looking. Just that pair of eyes is a bit scary. Are you talking to me? The sharp voice, neither male nor female, rings in Jiang Hao's ears. Jiang Hao obediently nods. This figure before him is likely the legendary ice and snow demon, and she is a speaking demon. He doesn't dare to act recklessly. The demon suddenly pulls out a garment and places it in front of Jiang Hao, saying coldly, I'm not saving you. I just want to confirm if this belongs to you because it has your scent. After a pause, the ice and snow demon continues. Someone woke me from my slumber, and when I came out of the cave, I saw this thing lying at my door. I also sensed 2 other different scents, but I couldn't find them. So, you followed this garment to find me, did you? Jiang Hao can't help but smile wryly. What kind of situation is this? Is it good or bad news? Hopefully, it's not the latter. The ice and snow demon gives Jiang Hao no chance to speak. Young human, how do you plan to explain this matter? If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, I will throw you into the fire demon cave to suffer the pain of being burned by flames. Jiang Hao swallows hard, his mind in a chaotic mess. He tries to stay calm and sort out his thoughts. Ice and Snow Sr., you just mentioned that this garment was found at the entrance of this cave? I don't deny that this garment isn't mine, but I want to ask, how far is this from the avalanche site? The demon seems pleased with Jiang Hao's nervousness, as it indicates that humans' fear of it is innate. Not far, just on the other side of the mountain. Jiang Hao silently breathes a sigh of relief. This is manageable. Ice and Snow Sr., how long did it take for you to leave your sensing range after being awakened? With my speed, do you think it's possible to go around to the other side in a short time? Additionally, you mentioned there are 2 other scents at the entrance. I believe my companions can help prove that I never left them. Jiang Hao's reasoning puts the ice and snow demon into deep thought. Ice and Snow Sr., since our misunderstanding has been resolved, can I leave now? Thank you again for saving me. Regardless of whether the other party is sincere, being polite can't hurt. Your explanation can only temporarily clear your suspicion. If you are willing to help me with the task, I will let you go. Jiang Hao's scalp tingles. If you can't do something, how can I? In simple terms, it means she doesn't want to let him go easily. Ice and Snow Sr., if you can't do it, I certainly can't either. The mountains remain unchanged. If you don't help, what use is it to keep you? Senior, please feel free to command me. I am willing to go through fire and water for you. Pleased with Jiang Hao's attitude, the ice and snow demon points to the deepest part of the ice cave and says, you go down from here. That leads to the fire demon cave, filled with lava and a sea of flames. Go help me retrieve that lava heart, and you can keep it. What the hell? You're actually sending me into the sea of fire? Are you kidding me? Is it really that unpredictable? Jiang Hao frowned, determined to refuse. Senior, if you can do it, I will grant you 3 conditions. Any request can be made. Jiang Hao assured without hesitation, Senior, don't worry. It's just diving into a sea of fire, easy peasy. With that, he was about to rush into the entrance of the fire demon cave. Wait, take this. If you encounter the fire demon, you can pull it to save your life. The ice snow demon handed Jiang Hao a long white hair she plucked from her head. Goodness, a single hair can save one's life. If he completes the task, what kind of conditions should he propose to maximize his value? Taking the hair, Jiang Hao eagerly dashed into the fire demon cave. The ice cave was large, about several hundred meters long and 100 meters wide. Although it was an ice cave, Jiang Hao felt no chill at all. The temperature rose the further he went inside. After passing through a section of ice pillars, a faint red glow emanated from within. Quite eerie. The passage continued downward for about another mile. By this time, the temperature had reached dozens of degrees. Jiang Hao had no choice but to take off his clothes, leaving only his underwear, feeling almost cooked. Damn it, has he been bewitched by the other party? Otherwise, why would he agree to do such an unreliable thing? Finally, when Jiang Hao passed through the passage and arrived at the so-called fire demon cave entrance, he was met with an underground cavern several times larger than the ice cave, filled with pools of lava, resembling a giant beehive, with boiling lava constantly bubbling. When the bubbles burst, even the air could burn. At this moment, Jiang Hao felt like a water person, with sweat evaporating rapidly under the high temperature. He couldn't take it anymore. Just standing at the entrance, he was about to dehydrate. If he stayed any longer, he would definitely be cooked alive. Just then, the hair wrapped around his wrist sent a chill through him, freezing to the bone. The cold rapidly dispelled the heat around him. Jiang Hao raised his wrist and saw the hair melting at a visible speed. This won't do. If he didn't find the so-called heart of the lava before the hair disappeared, the mission would definitely fail. With this chill as protection, Jiang Hao no longer hesitated, and stepped directly into the fire demon cave. Between each lava pool, there was a half-meter wide path. Following these paths to the center, Jiang Hao finally saw the so-called heart of the lava. On a 2-meter wide lava stone, a red gem-like stone continuously emitted light. Under the illumination, the lava in the nearby pools became very active. Strangely, next to this heart of lava lay a mosquito the size of a head, leisurely lying on the lava stone with a long proboscis sucking the light emitted from the heart of the lava. With each sip, its expression became more intoxicated, and its color turned even redder. Jiang Hao was stunned. This thing is the fire demon? Isn't that a bit hasty? Such a large mosquito was clearly not ordinary, and there must be a reason why the ice snow demon feared it. So, how could he steal the heart of the lava without alarming this mosquito? Buzz. The big mosquito suddenly turned its head to look at Jiang Hao, causing him to shudder. He almost forgot that the sensory perception of demon beasts is naturally stronger than that of humans, especially for creatures like mosquitoes and flies, which are even more sensitive to smells. He had been discovered. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The big mosquito flapped its wings and flew towards Jiang Hao. Its long proboscis aimed at him. Jiang Hao's face turned pale. If it stung him, it would surely hurt. Just thinking about that scene made him shiver. Battle chicken, come out. Fearing the big hen couldn't withstand the high temperature outside, he wanted to tuck it under his arm, but the hen was too large. So he had to ride on its back. It was a bit comical, but thankfully the big hen could still barely support his weight. If it could get any bigger, wouldn't he be able to ride it everywhere? Plus, it could fly. Wasn't that a perfect flying mount? As if discovering a new continent. Jiang Hao was increasingly hopeful about the future of the big hen. Wind beat. 6 consecutive fireball spells. 2 eggs bounced forward and backward towards the big mosquito, exploding and directly hitting it. What the heck? Seeing this damage, Jiang Hao was so shocked he almost questioned life. One was already bad enough, but the second fireball hit and still showed as a miss. Such a situation could only happen in a simulation game when fighting monsters. He had never seen this in reality. This meant the strength of the big mosquito was far beyond that of his beast pet. Or it could be immune to all fire-type skills. Whichever it was not something Jiang Hao wanted to see. The big mosquito was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Jiang Hao, about to stab his face. Jiang Hao had no doubt that this thing could poke a hole in his handsome face. To protect his face, Jiang Hao had to waste a lure skill to forcibly draw it away. Thankfully, this creature couldn't be immune to all skills after being lured away. Jiang Hao quickly tore off the white hair. In an instant, a blizzard descended upon the fire demon cave. Ice and fire were at odds. Snow fell from above while fire blazed below, creating a peculiar scene in the entire fire demon cave. The heavy snow quickly melted under the high temperature, and the sudden drop in temperature showcased the power of the blizzard. At least the big mosquito was flailing around like a headless fly, as if it had encountered its nemesis. Each snowflake that touched it caused its color to darken further. The white hair in his hand was disappearing even faster than before. In just a few seconds, a third of it was gone. He couldn't wait any longer. Jiang Hao looked towards the heart of the lava. This thing should be very hot. If he rashly touched it, he might melt into sludge. How should he take it away? Just when he was at a loss, coincidentally, Jiang Hao saw 2 snowflakes falling towards the heart of the lava, one after the other. The first snowflake melted into nothing before getting close. But that snowflake blocked the light, allowing the second snowflake to land steadily on the heart of the lava. Miraculously, this snowflake showed no signs of melting at all. So, the heart of the lava isn't actually hot. The real source of the heat must be the light it emits. Connecting this to the big mosquito sucking the light. As long as he covered its light, he should be able to take it away. Time was of the essence. Jiang Hao looked at himself, then resolutely took off his remaining underwear, holding it up towards the heart of the lava. Success or failure rested on this. Seeing that only half of the white hair was left, Jiang Hao no longer hesitated and threw the underwear towards the heart of the lava. Sizzle. Chapter 44, Survival Competition 20. Wherever the light shone, the underwear was instantly melted. Looking at the several holes, this pair of underwear had completed its glorious mission. But the effect was excellent. Once the underwear was firmly placed over the heart of the lava, the light disappeared. Jiang Hao rushed over, using the underwear to wrap the heart of the lava tightly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Thief of hearts, quickly put down my treasure. The big mosquito was clearly anxious, flapping its wings and charging towards Jiang Hao despite the blizzard's assault. Battle chicken, let's go. The big hen carried Jiang Hao and ran, but Jiang Hao was too heavy, making it difficult for the big hen to run quickly. Eagle strikes the sky. The big hen flapped its wings wildly, but it still couldn't fly, only taking Jiang Hao on a chaotic run towards the exit. On the other side, in the foggy area, the chubby 6 managed to break through the fog after much hardship, and the projection fly flew behind them again. But the audience noticed that the original 7-member team was now down to 6. Who was missing? It was Jiang Hao. When everyone searched and found that the missing person was actually Jiang Hao, the crowd erupted. Just when everyone was speculating about what dangers Jiang Hao and his team encountered in the foggy area, the Guardian descended from the sky. Outsiders might not know about the avalanche, but the Guardian was fully aware of the contestant's situation. However, after the avalanche, he didn't dare to recklessly approach the forces of nature to rescue people. Now that Jiang Hao was missing, as the Guardian, he couldn't escape responsibility, especially since Jiang Hao, a top seed contestant, was likely to win the championship of the Beast Pet competition, and he had vanished without a trace. It would be very difficult for him to explain to all the viewers in front of the live broadcast and the judging panel. What on earth happened inside? Where was contestant Jiang Hao? Faced with the Guardian's inquiry, when Rushua broke down in tears on the spot, she wished the Guardian would be more competent. If he could have prevented the avalanche, perhaps Jiang Hao wouldn't have gone missing. The chubby one also didn't want to speak. Seeing when Rushua crying, Song Jie felt so distressed he had no desire to speak. In the end, Gongsun Qinshuan had to step forward and explain everything that happened inside. After listening, the Guardian furrowed his brows tightly and quickly grasped the key point. You mean to say you heard the wailing of the ice snow siren before the avalanche? The appearance of such a beast in the Wudjil Mountains was a big deal. A creature like the ice snow siren was like a ticking time bomb, capable of exploding at any moment. He had been completely unaware of this major event beforehand and needed to report it immediately, regardless of its truth. This matter must be taken seriously. You all continue the competition. I will go check the foggy area. The Guardian hurried away. The news of the ice snow siren instantly ignited fear across the entire Shinjo country, with everyone feeling anxious, especially the citizens of Wujishi, who began to consider whether to leave the city for refuge. If Jiang Hao couldn't be found, or if the news reached the Eternal City, she was most worried about how this would affect Long Zun and Long Yun. The seriousness of the situation would be different. More importantly, she didn't want to become a widow at such a young age. Indeed, in order to persuade Long Zun to personally command the Shinjo army to resist the invasion of the Beihai army, she had offered her marriage as a condition, alleviating Long Zun's concerns while also trying to win over the 3 extraordinary masters of Longzhong Fortress to join her camp. She did not regret marrying a man 2 years younger than herself. In her eyes, the supreme throne was the most important. Therefore, anyone could have an accident. But Jiang Hao could not. Once Jiang Hao died, all her previous efforts would turn to ashes. At this moment, Jiang Hao was still unaware of the immense impact his disappearance had caused. If he knew that the goddess he longed for had a marriage contract with him, how would he feel? He didn't know. He was very busy escaping the pursuit of the giant mosquito. Affected by the blizzard, the giant mosquito's speed had drastically decreased. But even so, it continued to close the distance with Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao turned his head to look back and was nearly scared out of his wits. The terrifying mouthpart was less than 2 meters from the back of his head. If the mosquito accelerated even slightly, it could pierce through his skull. What to do? Wind Pearl and Fireball technique were ineffective against it, and Shadow Clone and Thorn Armor could only be effective against beast pets. Now, the only skill he could use was Blood Enhancement. Blood Enhancement could instantly increase the hen's power and agility by 50%. At that moment, he regretted not adding more agility points to his beast pet. 52 points of agility were simply too few. Even if he added half, it would only be 78 points. He had no idea how effective this skill would be on its first use or how long it would last. In this moment of crisis, he had no choice but to take the risk. Blood Enhancement. An egg fell behind the hen, and as it exploded, the hen burst forth like it had its foot pressed to the gas pedal, propelling Jiang Hao forward several meters. As he ran, Jiang Hao silently counted the seconds. 1 second, 2 seconds. After just 30 seconds, the hen's speed returned to normal, meaning that the effective duration of max-level blood enhancement was half a minute, after which there would be a cooldown period of 1 hour. The ideal was beautiful, but reality was harsh. Just after rushing into the corridor, he noticed the white hair had disappeared, meaning the blizzard's obstruction was gone, and the giant mosquito could easily catch up to him. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Just as he was worried, Jiang Hao suddenly felt a killing intent locking onto the back of his head. He instinctively turned his head to the side, and a mouthpart filled with murderous intent brushed past his cheek. Jiang Hao, what the hell? So dangerous. The giant mosquito, missing its first attack, stepped back, buzzing its wings, and launched another strike, this time aiming for Jiang Hao's back. At such a close distance, even an extraordinary master wouldn't be able to defend against it. Jiang Hao relied on his extraordinary sharpness to slightly shift his body aside, but the next second, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Looking down, he saw that half of the mouthpart had penetrated his shoulder, sticking out completely. I'm going to fight you. Jiang Hao gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he grabbed the giant mosquito's mouthpart and forcefully pulled it down. The mosquito struggled to withdraw its mouthpart, pressing its entire body against Jiang Hao's back, with its 6 barbed legs digging deep into his skin. Sizzling. A burning smell began to fill the corridor. The mosquito's 6 legs were like red-hot iron bars, roasting his flesh and blood into a blur. "Ah, bastard!" Jiang Hao cried out in pain, almost losing his grip on the mosquito's mouthpart. With no other choice, he had to endure the pain and shove the lava heart under his buttocks, gripping the mouthpart tightly with both hands to prevent it from escaping, knowing that if it pulled out, he wouldn't be so lucky next time. "Phoenix, baby, run. Your master can't hold on much longer." The hen sensed her master's urgency and pushed her legs and wings harder, but with only 52 points of agility. No matter how hard she tried, it couldn't change reality. Clack, 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 clack. She desperately opened her mouth to call out, hoping her voice would carry. It would be even better if the ice snow siren in the ice cave could hear her. Efforts do not betray the willing. Her sharp cries finally reached the ice cave through the corridor. The ice snow siren, who was studying the spices in Jiang Hao's backpack, heard the hen's cry for help, slowly stood up, stepped out, and was already at the entrance of the passage. Taking another step, she was in front of Jiang Hao. Seeing the naked Jiang Hao, she showed no reaction but looked at the giant mosquito on his back and said, "Let him go." Jiang Hao. Oh, oh. Trusting in the ice snow siren's strength, Jiang Hao finally released his grip on the mouthpart. The giant mosquito, relieved, immediately pulled its mouthpart out of Jiang Hao's shoulder and was about to attack him. A more violent blizzard than before surged in, bypassing Jiang Hao and the hen, forming a tornado that slammed the giant mosquito against the wall, grinding it down. Sizzle, sizzle. With a sound like grinding teeth, the giant mosquito was crushed to powder, leaving behind a beast crystal emitting intense flames. Just like that, the giant mosquito that had chased Jiang Hao to kill him had no resistance against the ice snow siren. Back at the ice snow siren, she was cornering his beast pet hen, studying it. She seemed very curious about everything other than herself. Jiang Hao saw that the beast crystal dropped by the giant mosquito had cooled down, so he casually picked it up. Wow, it was actually a rare beast crystal. He had struck it rich. "Ice Snow Senior, I have not failed my mission. Here is the lava heart you wanted." As soon as the words fell, the ice snow siren, hearing the words lava heart, suddenly retreated in fear, keeping its distance. "Just stay there and don't come near me." Jiang Hao, it seems it really fears this thing. Indeed, in this vast world, there are wonders everywhere. The ice snow siren can press a giant mosquito to the ground. It is afraid of the lava heart. And the giant mosquito, which was beaten up, actually feeds on the light emitted by the lava heart. Is this what they call the strong preying on the weak? "Don't worry, Senior, I have wrapped it securely with my underwear." Realizing halfway through that his words were full of ambiguity, Jiang Hao felt a bit awkward. Chapter 45, Team Competition 1. Fortunately, the ice snow siren didn't seem to have high intelligence and couldn't comprehend the profound language of humans. Jiang Hao had only heard that beast crystals could enhance the quality and strength of beast pets, and he hadn't even figured out what the lava heart was yet. Jiang Hao hurried to catch up with the ice snow siren, asking, "Ice Snow Senior, what exactly is the lava heart? It can't be some kind of rare treasure that even you are afraid of, right?" The ice snow siren replied, "You guessed right. The golden essence, immortal vine wood, 7 calamity earth essence, lava heart, and Xian ice jade are the purest substances in the world. Obtaining any one of them can destroy everything." Jiang Hao, Ice Snow Senior, what should I do to integrate it into my beast pet's body without any side effects? I don't think the big hen can handle such an impressive thing. The ice snow siren didn't find Jiang Hao's incessant questions annoying. It liked to show off its insights. The origin of the lava heart is very gentle. But if the light it emits comes into contact with external light, it will trigger a strong high-temperature reaction that can burn everything. The fire demon beast crystal you hold can help your beast pet perfectly integrate the lava heart. Why the fire demon could feed on the light of the lava heart was not explained by the ice snow siren. Looking at the lava heart and the rare beast crystal in his hands, Jiang Hao hesitated. His original plan was to wait until he won first place in the beast pet competition to use the top-tier beast crystal for the first enhancement of his beast pet's quality, ensuring the maximum improvement of the beast pet's quality level. If he used the rare beast crystal now, the big hen's quality would only reach the rare level at most. He resisted the temptation, thinking that after the big hen integrated the top-tier beast crystal, integrating the rare beast crystal and the lava heart would yield the best results. Jiang Hao shamelessly asked some questions about precautions for integrating the lava heart to ensure everything would go smoothly. Finally, he said, "Ice Snow Senior, I have completed the task you assigned. Shouldn't you, fulfill your promise?" The ice snow siren took 3 strands of white hair from its head and tied them around Jiang Hao's left wrist, saying, "In the future, if you encounter troubles you cannot solve, you can pull out the hair I gave you. If I am awake, I will sense your call. 3 strands of hair. 3 conditions. At the moment the 3 strands of white hair were tied to Jiang Hao's wrist, the hair became transparent and slowly embedded into his flesh. Jiang Hao. How am I supposed to pull this thing out? Jiang Hao looked at the ice snow siren in confusion, hoping it would tell him the correct way to use it. All right, you can go now. Ice Snow Senior, I want to go to the top of the Woodjifang. Could you please give me a ride? No, I'm going to sleep. But you can look for a shortcut in the Fire Demon Cave. As far as I know, there is a secret passage inside that leads directly to the mountain top. Whether you can find it depends on your abilities. Senior, a good deed deserves another. If you don't leave, then stay here and sleep with me. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I will take my leave now, no need to see me off. Jiang Hao quickly packed his backpack and left, fearing that the ice snow siren would force him to stay. For safety's sake, Jiang Hao also specially wrapped the lava heart more securely with 2 pieces of clothing. Wait. At that moment, the ice snow siren pointed at his wound, and a chilling aura injected into Jiang Hao's injury. The burning pain gradually disappeared, and the punctured wound visibly healed at a rapid pace. Thank you, Senior. He then awkwardly fled under the watchful eyes of the ice snow siren. To wait for all the lava pools to cool, he waited for 3 days, wondering how Wenruxue and the others were doing. His missing teammates must be very anxious. The Fire Demon Cave was vast, and besides the myriad of lava pools, the cooled lava formed various oddly shaped rocks of all sizes. Finding the secret passage in such a large and complex terrain was indeed a challenging task. Jiang Hao searched for a full day and night, and finally, his efforts paid off when he found a 3-foot-wide crack in a rock wall, which was partly blocked by a huge rock sculpture. To get through, he had to widen the crack enough to fit his body, taking out his only tool, the folding axe. Jiang Hao worked hard for half a day, exhausting himself before finally completing the task. Entering the crack, the secret passage extended upwards, dark and uncertain about what strange things might be living inside. But at that moment, Jiang Hao couldn't care less. Climbing up the secret passage, he had no idea how long it was, only knowing that each step was incredibly difficult. In some places, it was so narrow that he couldn't even squeeze through, forcing him to use the folding axe to widen the passage little by little. This was not only time-consuming, but also physically exhausting. His food supply was limited, and this was not the outside world. Once he ran out, he would starve to death in this passage. He began to regret choosing this shortcut. But there was no such thing as regret medicine in this world. No matter how difficult the road was, it was his choice. And he had to grit his teeth and keep going. A day passed. 5 days passed. Half a month passed. Just as Jiang Hao was still struggling in the secret passage, Fat Dun Dun and the 6 others finally reached the top of the Woodjifang. The first thing they did upon reaching the summit was to look for Jiang Hao, but they were destined to be disappointed. The so-called Woodjifang summit was actually an enormous volcanic crater, with a nearly 300-meter-wide scorched rock formed in the center by lava, as if it had been flattened by a giant sword, hence the name Flat Top. But no matter how long they waited, Jiang Hao did not appear. The morale of the 6 plummeted to the bottom. The audience in the broadcast hall was also quite anxious not to see Jiang Hao appear. Audience A, that guy called Chicken Brother, hasn't he appeared yet? It seems he's in a lot of trouble. Damn it, I bet hundreds on him. Audience B, don't say that. Everyone initially thought highly of him, who knew there would be unexpected turns. We're just losing some money, but he's lost his life. Audience A sigh, there's nothing we can do. Somewhere in the volcano, a hand covered in scratches suddenly emerged from a crack, trembling violently from the fingers to the arm, until a heavy but weak gasp came from below the crack. I am Jiang Hao. I won't die so easily. I am. Slowly a disheveled, dirty man crawled out of the crack, his once distinctive short hair now gone, and his beard was unkempt, lacking any of its former glory. At the moment he saw the light again, Jiang Hao couldn't help but laugh excitedly at the sky. Huh? Haha, I'm still alive. Your grandpa Jiang is still alive. Thank you, heaven. Haha, I'm still alive. BRR, it's so cold. A gust of cold wind blew, causing Jiang Hao, who was wearing only a tattered piece of clothing, to shiver. Only Jiang Hao was alone. His large backpack had been discarded in the dark passage 10 days ago after the food ran out, and in its place was a small bundle wrapped in a tattered piece of clothing containing a few important items, along with a folding axe. If it weren't for the need to clear a path, he would have probably thrown the axe away as well. Jiang Hao couldn't imagine how he survived after the food was exhausted. All he knew was that he had to live, and in his desperation, he would stuff anything that felt alive into his mouth, regardless of whether it was poisonous or not. At that time, he only had one thought. Dying from poison was better than dying from hunger. He even considered eating his beast pet, but that was just a fleeting thought. He understood that if he really did that, his future would be completely ruined. In the dark and sunless life of the passage, he realized one thing. The big hen was very important, even more so than his own life. When he was on the verge of starvation, it was the big hen that brought him some strange bugs to stave off hunger, allowing him to survive until now. The big hen was not only his beast pet, but also his partner and his lifesaver. At the moment he emerged from the dark passage, he felt ashamed of ever thinking about eating the big hen. Today, the team competition was officially held, with 2 teams sharing a competition platform. Each team had to consist of 510 participants, and the team captain was responsible for drawing lots. The chief referee, Liao Yunxiao, announced the competition rules for the team match. First, the competition would last for 5 days, with a point system to determine the winner based on team duels. For each round a team wins, they earn 1 point. And any team can challenge the platform's main team, which cannot refuse. Second, if the main team successfully defends the platform for 10 rounds, they earn an additional point. Third, the points earned by the team can be freely distributed among team members. Fourth, each match is limited to 5 minutes. The winner is determined by the number of opponents defeated within that time. If more than half of a team's members are defeated, they lose. If there is a tie, neither team earns points. Any cheating or intentional losses will result in immediate disqualification. In Chapter 46, Team Competition, Part 2. It was unclear who spread the news that Jiang Hao and his team had robbed most of the snow rabbits and snow wolves in the frozen canyon, causing the starving contestants who climbed up to be furious and vowing to make Jiang Hao's team pay, insisting they would beat them up in the competition to vent their anger, and so on. The bustling registration scene saw team members arguing over names for their team, and some recognized the 6 chubby members and specifically came over to mock them, claiming they would beat them to a pulp on the stage. Without the team leader present, Jiang Hao's team could not register, leaving the 6 chubby members awkwardly accepting the pointing and jeering from others. The frustrated chubby wanted to rush over and fight, but fortunately, most of the 6 remained calm, preventing an out-of-competition brawl. As the registration time was about to end, Deputy Captain Song Jia couldn't help but suggest that he take over as captain to register, which would directly announce Jiang Hao's withdrawal from the competition. Chubby would never accept this. He firmly believed that Jiang Hao would come. However, as the deadline approached with only 10 minutes left, the last shred of hope in his heart slowly began to fade. Song Jia, anxious, said, "Wadunda, I know you and Jiang Hao are the best of friends, but you can't delay our competition for him. We've come this far. Does it mean we can't register just because the captain isn't here? Look at Yang Qinglu. She has sacrificed so much for this competition. Can you bear to see her disappointed?" Song Jia's words left Chubby speechless. Others were one thing, but Yang Qinglu had risked her future to participate in this beast competition. Was his insistence right or wrong? Chubby's words were cut off. "Make way, everyone. Make way. Who is this? So messy and disgusting. So smelly, get away, don't touch me." Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the registration desk. Chubby, with his keen ears, thought he was imagining things when he heard a familiar voice. He pointed excitedly at the frail figure squeezed in the crowd, exclaiming, "You guys quickly look. Is that Brother Hao? Is it? Hearing the name Brother Hao, almost everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the registration desk. "I am Jiang Hao, captain of Jiang Hao's team, here to register." Upon hearing Jiang Hao's name, Liao Yunxiao looked up and almost didn't recognize the disheveled Jiang Hao. Another referee turned to Liao Yunxiao, and after receiving a nod, handed Jiang Hao a form. Jiang Hao filled in the team name, captain, vice captain, and the names of the members one by one. Confirming his identity as Jiang Hao, the crowd erupted into excitement. A girl with a disappointed face said, "I heard Jiang Hao was very handsome, but how did he end up like this? Haha, serves him right." Liao Yunxiao watched Jiang Hao shivering as he was pulled away by Chubby and instructed the other referees before leaving. "Brother Hao, you finally appeared. You don't know how worried everyone was when you went missing. Where have you been? We thought you..." "I spoke too soon," Chubby said, immediately giving Jiang Hao a bear hug, and everything was conveyed without words. But after less than a second, he quickly let go, mumbling, "You stink. Brother Hao, did you crawl through a sewer?" Then there was when Rushiwa, when she saw tears streaming down her face, it was impossible to say she wasn't moved. "All right, don't cry. I'm safe now, I kept my promise." When Rushiwa, a bit embarrassed, wiped her tears, Qianshuan, "Stop talking nonsense. When did I cry? I'm just happy. Jiang Hao, come with me. You guys get ready for the competition. Soon." Liao Yunxiao handed a new backpack to Jiang Hao and informed him of Chubby's team's camp location. Jiang Hao took the backpack to the small camp of Chubby's 6 members, set up the tent, and then took his clothes to find a secluded corner to clean himself up with snow. Cold, not cold, cold, not cold. Damn. He put a big lump of rice in his palm and fed it to the big hen, and the two of them enjoyed their meal, leaning against each other. When Chubby and the others arrived, they saw this harmonious scene, with Jiang Hao weakly leaning against the big hen, one hand holding the hen to feed it, and the other continuously stuffing food into his mouth. "Everyone's here." Jiang Hao came out of the tent with the big hen, and everyone, not caring about the dirt, sat around him in the snow, quietly listening to Jiang Hao recount his experiences. However, Regarding the strength of the Ice Snow Demoness, even Jiang Hao himself couldn't clarify, only knowing that the other party was formidable, which he didn't mention to avoid worrying everyone. Chubby curiously asked, so there really is an Ice Snow Demoness? What does she look like? Can you describe it to us? Jiang Hao felt incredibly awkward. How could he describe the Ice Snow Demoness, who reshaped her face to look like his? Wouldn't that make others think he was too narcissistic? Alright, I've said what I needed to say. The competition has already started for over an hour. We need to hurry and compete. Chubby immediately stood up. Right. Brother Hao, you don't know? Those guys were saying the most awful things, even claiming they'll beat us to a pulp on the stage. Jiang Hao, didn't he die? Then can we say the legendary Ice Snow Demoness is fake? This guess was quickly agreed upon by everyone, and the citizens of Wajishi breathed a sigh of relief. On the way, Jiang Hao had already discussed the battle plan for the team competition with everyone. He would be the main attacker, and everyone knew Jiang Hao's strength was beyond doubt. Arriving at the competition stage, Jiang Hao carefully observed the basic situation of the 5 competition platforms in the second tier before choosing to challenge the 5th platform. The reason was simple. People from the 5th competition area should defend the 5th platform, allowing those who wanted to beat them to see clearly that some words, once spoken, must be kept. At this moment, the defending team on the 5th platform came from the 1st competition area and was called the Peak Team. The team had 8 members, led by a student from Shinjo Academy named Lu Jiwei, whose beast pet was a gorilla, a melee combat type of the Golden Body realm, a descendant of the ancient giant ape, possessing high explosive power output. Under his leadership, the Peak Team had won 9 consecutive matches, and if they won one more, they would receive an extra points reward for 10 consecutive wins. Besides the captain Lu Jiwei, there was another ranged player among the team members, named Qian Zhonglin, whose beast pet was a peak Golden Body realm hornet that could continuously shoot poisonous stingers, making it difficult to defend against. In addition to these 2 main players, there were 3 defensive types and 3 support types, including 2 healing types and 1 buff type, creating a well-rounded setup. As long as the defensive players firmly protected the 3 support types, the Peak Team would be in an invincible position. Due to the larger number of participants, the competition platform for the team match was much larger than the previous preliminary rounds, with a planning area of 30 meters in diameter, allowing both teams to fully exert their strength. Let's go meet them. As the referee announced the results, Jiang Hao rushed onto the platform first, reporting his team's name to the referee. After the referee confirmed it was correct, both teams took their positions for pre-match preparations. Taking advantage of the time before the match started, Lu Jiwei proactively provoked Jiang Hao, saying, Jiang Hao, you were the one behind the Icebound Canyon incident, right? Don't deny it. A real man stands by his actions. You caused 2 important members of our team to be eliminated early. And today I'm going to teach you a good lesson so you understand the principle of leaving a line when doing things, so we can meet again in the future. Jiang Hao looked puzzled and turned to see Fat Dun Dun, wondering what he had done to make everyone unhappy. Brother Hao, I don't know which bastard spread the news about us bloodbathing the Icebound Canyon, but those behind couldn't get food supplies and had to choose to withdraw early. After understanding the ins and outs of the matter, Jiang Hao was speechless. We can't be blamed for this, can we? Were we supposed to just not resist when attacked by snow wolves? What kind of nonsense is that? Do you know who started the rumor? Song Jia interjected. I don't know. Strange things keep happening. We suspect someone is deliberately making trouble behind the scenes. It's possible that the avalanche in the foggy area was also caused by the same group. If we find out who that person is, I swear I'll skin him alive. It's infuriating. Chapter 47, Team Match 3. It was expected that such underhanded tactics would occur behind the scenes, if one were to account for every little grievance. It would be exhausting. However, while one should not harbor malicious intent, one must also remain vigilant. Lu Jiwei saw Jiang Hao's silence and confidently assumed that his opponent was feeling guilty, so he raised his voice a few notches. Jiang Hao, if you admit defeat now, everyone might still forgive your actions. After all, we are all from Shinjo, and we may meet again in the military camp, right? How confident must Lu Jiwei be to speak so arrogantly, implying that if Jiang Hao surrendered, he could forgive him on behalf of everyone. Not to mention that Jiang Hao didn't believe he had done anything wrong. If he was outmatched, who could he blame? Are you done? Referee, why haven't we started yet? Jiang Hao couldn't wait to see the people opposite him being brutally defeated. The referee thought to himself, why is this generation of beast masters so aggressive? Can't they just compete properly? Let's begin. As you wish. Both sides immediately summoned their beast pets. Following Jiang Hao's command, Fat Dun Dun merged and charged to the center of the platform. The audience below looked puzzled. What was this operation? Shouldn't both sides try to create distance? Creating distance would provide opportunities to find an opening, but by occupying the central position, wasn't he just making himself a live target? Seeing this, Qian Zhonglin, the ranged player from the Peak Team, laughed out loud and immediately launched a poisonous stinger attack at Fat Dun Dun. with dozens of bee stingers unceremoniously aimed at his face. Absolute defense. Fat Dun Dun lowered his head, supporting himself with his hands. And soon a semicircular shield appeared in front of him, which was semi-transparent. When the stingers hit the shield, a series of crisp sounds erupted, accompanied by sparks. And the power of these stingers was comparable to that of arrows. If they hit someone, it would definitely be agonizing. Fortunately, Fat Dun Dun's ultimate move was powerful enough, not only to withstand this wave of attacks, but also to keep the shield intact. Qian Zhonglin smirked. Let's see how long you can hold on. Skills have a cooldown. But my stinger skill has a short cooldown. Sure enough, less than 10 seconds later, Fat Dun Dun's shield began to disappear. Qian Zhonglin was overjoyed, just about to unleash a second wave of stingers, but failed to notice Jiang Hao had already arrived behind Fat Dun Dun. Soon, Jiang Hao's team had formed their formation according to plan, with Jiang Hao at the center, Fat Dun Dun in front as the defender, and Wen Ruxue and Chen Xiaolin on either side. Behind them were Yang Qinglu and Song Jie, positioned interestingly just behind Jiang Hao, which allowed them to protect the two support players closely while also covering Jiang Hao's back against sneak attacks. Lastly, the most agile Gong Sun Qianxuan quietly entered stealth mode, ready to launch a surprise attack if the opponent dared to approach. Jiang Hao was riding on the Big Hen. Ever since discovering in the Fire Demon Cave that the Big Hen could be used as a mount, he had been using it without reservation, deciding to focus on agility in the future. If he couldn't win, at least he could run away. Jiang Hao pointed at Qian Zhonglin with a commanding tone. Those who come can state their names. I, Jiang Hao, do not kill nameless people. Qian Zhonglin was sweating profusely, feeling thunderstruck. In response, another wave of stingers came flying. At the same time, Lu Jiwei charged towards the left side of Jiang Hao's team, aiming to eliminate the support player Wen Ruxue first. Just then, Chen Xiaolin waved his hands and shot out a web to block the incoming stingers aimed at Fat Dun Dun. Clatter clatter. The person who had been mocking just a second ago was now being slapped in the face. The wind pearl egg exploded, and as a group attack skill, its effective damage target was 10. With the peak team only having 8 members, everyone was affected. In Jiang Hao's eyes, he saw different damage values appearing above each person's head, depending on their defensive capabilities. For support-type beast pets, if they were too fragile, they would be instantly killed. Of course, there were also support pets with high defenses. As a side note, regardless of the type of beast pet, they would faithfully protect their master, actively taking on most of the damage when their beast master was attacked, truly embodying the principle of living and dying together. The damage value above Lu Jiwei's head was 1150. The damage value above Qian Zhonglin's head was 1500. The 3 defensive players had damage values of 1000, 1050, and 1110 respectively. Finally, for the 3 support types, the values were outrageous. The combined damage values of the beast masters and their pets were 1888, 1850, and 2100. The one with 2000 immediately triggered the protective bell on their body. Wow, this is the first time I've seen a group attack skill. They were instantly killed. This was too outrageous. TSK, defenseless, haha. The audience below erupted in an uproar. The seemingly ordinary egg had such terrifying damage. Not only was it a group attack, but it also eliminated a support player, proving to be absolutely defenseless. Lu Jiwei and Qian Zhonglin's faces changed dramatically, their previous arrogance gone. They realized they had encountered a tough opponent. But before Qian Zhonglin could regret it, the next second, the second egg exploded, enveloping them in a thick aura of death. The 6 fireball technique. Are you scared? When Qian Zhonglin saw 6 fireballs flying towards him, he was immediately terrified and hurriedly hid behind a defensive teammate, hoping his teammate would help him withstand this calamity. However, the 6 fireballs seemed to be targeting him specifically. Bang 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 bang. When the first fireball exploded on him, the protective bell had already rung. When the 5 other fireballs exploded, the protective bell emitted a violent ringing, indicating that it was obviously overloaded. This, both on and off the stage, everyone was speechless. 2 moves, 2 people down. This is too abnormal. Only the members of Jiang Hao's team had normal expressions. Jiang Hao's beast pet had already killed 2 mountain-moving realm monsters, easily taking down this group of Golden Body Realm contestants. Kill Jiang Hao. Focus on killing Jiang Hao, or you won't win. Below the stage, someone shouted, instantly receiving a warning from the referee. Spectators could discuss, but were not allowed to interfere with the match. This reminder also alerted Lu Jiwei, who initially wanted to rush over and take out the support character Wen Ruxue first. After hearing the prompt, he immediately changed his attack target. Bang! Just as Lu Jiwei bypassed Wen Ruxue and rushed towards the back, Song Jie raised his large knife and slashed down, but Lu Jiwei cleverly dodged it. Before he could react, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared beside him, her long legs delivering a kick to his waist. Lu Jiwei grunted. This kick was evidently not light. However, for the highly defensive Lu Jiwei, this kick wouldn't cause fatal damage. If he had been hit directly by a palm strike, he would have likely been taken out in an instant. Terrifying. Lu Jiwei's target was still Jiang Hao. Even though Song Jie and Yang Qinglu joined in to protect Jiang Hao, they still couldn't withstand his fierce attacks. This is also why the Peak team had been able to achieve continuous victories. Lu Jiwei truly had exceptional abilities, strong strength, and a clear goal. His beast pet gorilla was perfect in terms of explosive power, defense, and agility. If he could reach the mountain-moving realm, slaughtering the Fog City Divine Eagle would be a piece of cake, and he would at least have a 50-50 chance against the Snow Wolf King. But now, he was facing Jiang Hao, the man who had killed the Snow Wolf King. On the other side, the remaining healing-type contestant from the Peak team saw Lu Jiwei go in alone and could only throw a healing skill at him from a distance. But immediately drew Jiang Hao's attention. An egg bounced towards him, making him tremble in fear. Knowing he couldn't dodge it no matter what, he could only keep throwing healing skills to restore the damage dealt to other teammates by the Wind Orb. Another Wind Orb skill. Although the healing was timely and effective, it still couldn't prevent some from being taken out. Two fragile supports lay down just like that, and when two bells rang simultaneously. The result of this team match was already determined. After the supports were out, the Peak team was left with only 4 members. The competition rules stated that if the number of players was reduced by half or more, they would be out. The referee blew the whistle, directly announcing the end of the match. Lu Jiwei, who was still battling with Song Jie and Gongsun Qianquan, felt unwilling. But the referee had already declared Jiang Hao's team the winners. No matter how unwilling he was, he had to leave the stage with his 3 defensive teammates. The Peak team had failed to defend their title on the 5th stage, which was now taken over by Jiang Hao's team. Everyone was discussing how to deal with Jiang Hao's terrifying killing power, feeling at a loss. The other members of Jiang Hao's team were not to be feared. As long as they could take out Jiang Hao first, they would win. But how could they achieve that? Even the 9-game winning streak Lu Jiwei and his team had lost. Could they win? Yet some people were skeptical, believing that Jiang Hao's team defeated the Peak team simply because everyone was unfamiliar with them and underestimated Jiang Hao's strength, leading to a surprise attack. Now that they knew Jiang Hao was the core of the team, a team called the Assault Team came up to challenge. The Assault Team had a total of 10 members, including 3 melee-type players, 2 ranged attackers, 3 defenders, and 2 supports. It could be said that the Assault Team was quite strong, especially among those 3 melee-type players. One of them was a beast master with stealth abilities, just like Gongsun Qianquan. Whether they could win depended on him, as long as he could stealthily approach Jiang Hao and deliver a fatal blow. The subsequent 6 members would be easy to handle. Therefore, the moment the match began, he quietly entered stealth mode, a scene that Jiang Hao happened to discover. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. After all, he was a fragile character, even with the Big Hen helping to absorb damage. If the opponent landed a critical hit, he would still be in trouble. Unfortunately, the Big Hen couldn't fly him into the sky. Otherwise, he would be a mobile artillery platform, pointing and shooting without any danger. A Beastmaster in stealth mode is hard to detect unless... I have a secret weapon. Jiang Hao directly threw out a transparent egg, and as long as the opponent was within 15 meters, they would surely be lured out. Sure enough, the moment the lure exploded, a figure appeared 10 meters behind him, uncontrollably rushing towards the explosion point of the lure skill. Gotcha! Jiang Hao chuckled. And the next moment, without hesitation, he cast the 6 fireball technique, taking him out in one blow. From the start of the match to the ringing of the bell on him was less than 3 seconds, and the Assault Team had lost their greatest reliance. With the threat eliminated, the subsequent battle was predictable. It was a one-sided slaughter. No Beastmaster contestant could withstand that damage exceeding 10,000 and remain standing. Easily securing 2 points, Jiang Hao's strength was evident to everyone, and those who had boasted about beating Jiang Hao's team fell silent, no longer daring to shout. Yet there were still some who were skeptical, believing in their own strength, and challenged Jiang Hao's team. As expected, they were all defeated by Jiang Hao, with the time never exceeding 3 minutes. Soon, Jiang Hao's team achieved a 10-game winning streak, earning an additional point and firmly occupying the first position on the team total points leaderboard. Logically, no one should be so clueless as to voluntarily seek a beating. So some people saw this as an opportunity for fame. As long as they could defeat Jiang Hao's team, they would undoubtedly receive significant attention. This was no exaggeration. It was the truth. The first day of the team matches ended with others crazily seeking to be beaten, while Jiang Hao's team relentlessly defeated opponents. By the end of the day, Jiang Hao's team had accumulated 32 points, just one more win away from a 30-game winning streak. This number was undeniably terrifying. And from that moment on, the entire Xinzhou nation began to pay attention to the boy riding a chicken. Can a chicken really be a beast pet? Many couldn't help but wonder if they had entered some cognitive blind spot, but the fact remained. Even 3-year-olds began riding their own chickens, claiming they would grow up to be like Jiang Hao and dominate. although Jiang Hao repeatedly emphasized that his beast pet was a descendant of a phoenix. Only a fool would believe that. Jiang Hao still didn't know that his name had become famous throughout Shenzhou. The next day, the 7 members of the team excitedly went up to the 5th stage to continue their dominance, but then a strange scene occurred. Since their 29-game winning streak yesterday, other teams finally realized that they were simply giving points to the other side by challenging them. Therefore, Jiang Hao and his team waited for a full hour without any team daring to challenge. This was not good. No challenges meant no points. What to do? Jiang Hao glanced at the indifferent contestants below and signaled for the big guy to go provoke them. Pang Dunda had followed him for so long. How could he not understand his meaning? He immediately crossed his arms and swaggered to the edge of the stage. With a very provocative look on his face, he said, "What's wrong? Are you scared after being beaten by the grandpas? Look at you all, pathetic. Before the match, I saw you all yelling so excitedly, saying you'd beat Jiang Hao's team to the ground. Now you don't dare to come up? Bah, a bunch of shameless cowards. With my bad temper, who can stop me? I'll just go up and slap him." Upon hearing Pang Dundu's blatant taunts, a burly man couldn't hold back and rushed onto the stage. His teammates behind him didn't manage to stop him, and seeing him on stage, they could only follow with bitter smiles. There was no choice. Everyone was part of the same team. Once someone went on stage, it meant their entire team had initiated a challenge. As expected, Jiang Hao defeated him from head to toe, securing his 30th consecutive win. From then on, no one dared to come up to the 5th stage for punishment. Many people gathered below to watch, but they were just there for the show, curious to see how long anyone could hold up against Jiang Hao's team. Their own teams preferred to challenge other stages rather than suffer on the 5th stage. They were just there to watch the show. Seeing that no one had come up for half a day while the other stages were in full swing, Jiang Hao thought about it. "Since you aren't coming, we'll go to you instead." He asked the referee if it was permissible to abandon the defense of the stage to challenge other stages. Well, it could only be done this way. Jiang Hao's team of 7 left the 5th stage, and the confused audience looked at their departing figures, puzzled. Hadn't they already achieved 30 consecutive wins? Why were they leaving? Does this mean you are no longer the stage master? At this moment, the stage master of the 4th stage, the Cat team, had also completed 18 consecutive wins and was preparing for the next match. Suddenly, their captain, Yu Guangguang, caught sight of Jiang Hao in the audience. "Huh, what is this? Someone got knocked off? Who is so impressive?" His face was filled with question marks. Before he had a chance to admire which hero was so powerful, Jiang Hao and his team stepped onto their stage, and his expression suddenly changed. "What the hell do you want to do?" He instinctively blurted out his thoughts, and immediately regretted it. It was obvious he was afraid. Jiang Hao also looked puzzled. They had come up just for points, or rather, for the challenge match. Were the competition rules not allowing them to make a stage appearance? As expected, they were here to challenge his team, and Yu Guangguang's face darkened instantly. They had already achieved 18 consecutive wins, and just needed to win 2 more matches to complete 20 consecutive wins. This would not only earn them 2 extra points, but also break the streak record. Currently, there were not many teams with 10 consecutive wins, and only Jiang Hao's team could achieve more than 20 consecutive wins. If they could reach 20 consecutive wins, wouldn't that make them the strongest team besides Jiang Hao's? Now everything could go down the drain. The audience below eagerly anticipated who would come out on top between the 2 teams with the most consecutive wins. "Zihan, I didn't expect Jiang Hao to be so strong. If we encounter him, what are our chances of winning?" Wei Zihan pondered this question seriously. Yesterday, they had specially watched Jiang Hao's matches. The other players were not much of a threat, but Jiang Hao, who could take out opponents in seconds, was a problem. His strange skills were unheard of. Even the simplest fireball spell could be manipulated into something extraordinary in his hands. He had seen other beast masters cast fireballs, but their power was far inferior to Jiang Hao's 6 consecutive shots, and who could withstand such high damage? What about that skill that could drag someone out of stealth? And that skill which, like fireworks, could hit 10 people at once? Moreover, even more outrageous was that the skills cast by Jiang Hao's pets could not be blocked by others. Hiding behind defensive teammates was useless. This was simply unsolvable. "Let's start," the referee commanded. As Pang Dundu was about to rush to the center of the stage, someone from the opposing team was faster than him. They clearly understood Jiang Hao's combat patterns, and by breaking this pattern, they might have a chance at victory. It was a defensive player curled up in a turtle shell, with a pet that was a primordial turtle, boasting exceptionally high defense. Pang Dundu executed 3 heavy strikes, but couldn't even break through the opponent's basic defenses. The massive turtle shell was like a tent, with 2 support players hiding inside to prevent being taken out by Jiang Hao. Yu Guangguang was also a ranged attacker, with a pet that was a snowball-throwing cat. The Cat team also had only 7 members, aside from the high-defense primordial turtle and 2 supports. The rest were damage dealers, with Yu Guangguang being the strongest of the ranged attackers. With the center position taken, Pang Dundu had no choice but to retreat a few meters to the right of the turtle shell, providing some visibility for Jiang Hao. As long as Jiang Hao could deal with those damage dealers, they would win. Before Jiang Hao could launch an attack, Yu Guangguang understood the principle of striking first. Without hesitation, he threw a probing snowball at Jiang Hao. The snowball was quickly intercepted by Chun Xiaolin's web, and seeing the instantly frozen web, Jiang Hao focused intently. This snowball was no ordinary snowball. As expected, his passive skill, which had made many teams tremble in fear, was suddenly countered. Jiang Hao had just cast Wind, Orb, and Fireball spell. 2 eggs bounced towards the turtle shell and exploded. The Wind Orb instantly dealt massive damage to the opponent. But just as the second egg exploded, at the moment the 6 consecutive fireballs hit Yu Guangguang, 6 snowballs accurately intercepted the 6 fireballs. This was a battle of ice and fire. Jiang Hao's biggest worry had come true. The snowballs were not just simple snowballs, they also had a freezing effect. When the snowball hit the fireball, although its power was not comparable to the fireball, it could freeze the fireball, which was the most annoying part. A frozen fireball could not explode even if it hit Yu Guangguang, thus causing no damage. Seeing this scene, the audience erupted in gasps of amazement. This was the first time they had seen someone able to counter Jiang Hao's terrifying 6 consecutive fireballs. Wei Zihan stroked his chin thoughtfully. The Cat team's captain had won 18 matches for a reason, and this alone was worthy of praise. Yu Guangguang peeked out from behind the turtle shell. Thrilled that he had finally broken Jiang Hao's skill, which he had been simulating in his mind to prepare for a confrontation. Jiang Hao, others may fear you, but I, Yu Guangguang, do not. Bring it on. He laughed. This guy was getting overly arrogant. Then as you wish. Jiang Hao was not in a hurry. It was just a fireball spell. Now that he knew about your snowball skill, it would be easy. Jiang Hao did not act immediately. Instead, he waited until the fireball spell cooled down, then cast 3 skills in succession. The first was the transparent egg, followed by 6 consecutive fireballs and the wind orb. You can defend against my fireball spell, but can you defend against the lure skill? The lure skill would forcibly draw all targets within a 15-meter radius to a specified location within seconds, which was the location where the transparent egg would explode. Under the lure effect, the target could not escape, and Jiang Hao aimed to eliminate Yu Guangguang within those few seconds. The time was short, and the opportunity fleeting. If he missed it, he would have to wait 5 minutes, while the match time was also 5 minutes, so he had to hit the target without fail. The transparent egg exploded 3 meters in front of Fat Dun Dun, and this distance perfectly enveloped everyone in the cat team. In the midst of a fierce fight with Song Jie and his team, the 3 damage dealers suddenly found themselves uncontrollably abandoning their opponents and rushing towards Fat Dun Dun. Those who didn't understand might have thought it was a strategic retreat, but no one doubted otherwise. It was Jiang Hao's strange skill at work. Oh no. When Yu Guangguang saw the egg bouncing into view, his heart sank. He desperately tried to stop his body to cast the snowball skill. But his body was beyond his control. No amount of defense could prepare him for this. The 2 eggs exploded simultaneously. The 6 consecutive fireball spells directly hit Yu Guangguang, who was still in mid-run, almost without suspense, and took him out. At the moment the bell rang, Yu Guangguang wished he could die. Next came the Wind Pearl, which enveloped all the members of the cat team. A flurry of red numbers appeared above their heads, indicating massive damage. The worst off were the 2 supports, although the Wind Pearl didn't take them out in one go. Song Jie and Gong Sun Qian Sun seized the opportunity to rush in, and each dealt a finishing blow, perfectly synchronized. With both the support and the captain down, how could they continue fighting? Were they supposed to hide in that shell? Don't make me laugh. Jiang Hao and the others were no fools. The remaining 3 damage dealers were quickly taken down, and as for the defensive Hongmeng turtle, Jiang Hao and the others had no intention of even touching it. They had already won. After losing the match, the cat team members left the arena dejected, hoping they would never encounter this freak again. Jiang Hao called out, and the 7 members of his team left the arena one after another with the cat team, knowing that as long as he stood on the stage, no one would challenge them. Instead of wasting time waiting, it was better to take the initiative and seek out the next target, Arena 3. Now, others understood that Jiang Hao's team wouldn't guard the arena, so as soon as Jiang Hao stepped onto Arena 3, they scrambled to climb onto Arena 4, perfectly avoiding the chance of meeting Jiang Hao's team, just like in Arena 5. The current defending team on Arena 3 became unsettled upon seeing Jiang Hao's team take the stage. They had witnessed the cat team's defeat next door in Arena 4, and the captain immediately indicated he wanted to leave the arena, but was scolded by the referee. Time passed quickly, and the 5-day team competition finally came to an end. In the end, Jiang Hao's team achieved a streak of victories. Although they didn't win every match, they had no losses, having thoroughly dominated almost all teams in the second tier. Ultimately, Jiang Hao's team secured 103 points, firmly holding the top spot on the leaderboard. Jiang Hao's team, 103 points. Cat team, 89 points. Shinjo Academy Team, 77 points. Assault Team, 76 points. Wasp Team, 75 points. Pinnacle Team, 74 points. Interestingly, the Shinjo Academy Team, led by Captain Wei Zihan, was one of the few teams Jiang Hao's team hadn't encountered. It remains uncertain whether this was intentional on Wei Zihan's part. But Jiang Hao's team swept through the 5 arenas without ever facing them. The Beast Pet competition was nearing its end. And now they just had to wait for the teams to allocate their points to officially announce the competition's conclusion. He not only earned the recognition of all the people of Shinjo, but also formed deep friendships and trust with the other 6 members of his team. Based on the previous points ranking, Jiang Hao securing first place was a sure thing. Now, the focus was on how to help the other members achieve good placements. Especially Yangqing Lu. Even though she earned 78 points in the Frozen Canyon, her total was only 98 points, making it impossible for her to enter the top 10. Unless all of the 103 team points were allocated to her, which would be unfair to the other members, and Yangqing Lu wouldn't agree to it anyway. After discussion, Jiang Hao initially proposed giving half to Yangqing Lu and splitting the remaining half among the 6 of them, but Yangqing Lu firmly refused. She said that if she took that half, she would feel uneasy and wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. She had already relied too much on everyone to get this far. Yangqing Lu participated in the Beast Pet competition to secure a chance to join the military. And to achieve that, she needed to be in the top 20. The top 20 in the fishing competition typically had scores above 110 points, not counting the points others earned during the survival competition. In the end, Jiang Hao decided to give his team competition points to Yangqing Lu, as he already had a solid first place with 361 points. Yes, during the survival competition, he had killed the Misty City Divine Eagle, the Snow Wolf King, and 6 snow wolves to earn 8 points. Chun Xiaolin earned 193 points in the fishing competition, which also secured him a spot in the top 10. So he too decided to give his team points to Yangqing Lu. Next was Gong Sun Qian Sun, who scored 267 points in the fishing competition, placing her 4th. And she also chose to give her team points to Yangqing Lu. If the 103 points were evenly distributed, each person would receive 14 points, bringing Yangqing Lu's total to 56 points, still half of what she could have received. If she had previously refused to accept half, she had a reason. But now that Jiang Hao, Chun Xiaolin, and Gong Sun Qian Sun voluntarily gave her their points, it would be difficult for her to refuse. It would be a lie to say she wasn't moved. Encountering such a good team and several good teammates was her fortune. Whether Yangqing Lu's 154 points would be enough to enter the top 20 depended on the final allocation results of the other teams. When all teams finished distributing their points, the latest leaderboard was released. 1. Jiang Hao, 5th District, 361 points. 2. Wei Zihan, 1st District, 345 points. 3. Songjia, 5th District, 314 points. 4. Gong Sun Qian Sun, 5th District, 267 points. 5. Guodun Dun, 5th District, 226 points. 6. Chun Xiaolin, 5th District, 193 points. 7. Wenru Shui, 5th District, 174 points. 8. Hodashan, 1st District, 173 points. 9. Wang Donglin, 2nd District, 170 points. 10. Lu Jiwei, 1st District, 168 points. 11. Yu Guangguang, 3rd District, 163 points. 19. Yangqing Lu, 4th District, 154 points. When she saw her final ranking at 19th place, Yangqing Lu instantly cried, hugging Wenru Shui beside her and sobbing uncontrollably. Due to her misfortunes, she couldn't afford the snow spirit tree leaves in the fishing competition. And because she was poor, she couldn't rent Jiang Hao's hand-thrown net. Finishing at the bottom with 20 points, no teams were willing to take her in, forcing her to endure alone in the frigid wilderness. Then she encountered a group of ill-intentioned people who nearly made her withdraw from the competition. But Jiang Hao's team stepped in to help her, granting her all the opportunities to earn points in the Frozen Canyon. And Jiang Hao and the others voluntarily gave her their team points. From having nothing to now being ranked 19th, it was all thanks to this team. After crying, Yangqing Lu excitedly hugged each person. When it was Chun Xiaolin's turn, seeing his eager and longing gaze made Yangqing Lu shy, but she still blushed and willingly embraced him. As a woman, she was quite perceptive, especially since Chun Xiaolin's gaze towards her was so intense that she couldn't ignore it. Thank you. Everything was said without words. Chapter 50, Dinner Together. A simple thank you made Chun Xiaolin as happy as a child. If it had just been a simple thank you, he wouldn't have been so excited, but the gentle tone hinted at something deeper. The previous Yangqing Lu had never spoken to him in such a gentle voice. It was time for the award ceremony. This is also the most exciting moment. Everyone has worked hard to participate in the competition, isn't it just for this moment? Unexpectedly, the presenter of the awards this time is not the main referee, Liao Yunxiao, but a contestant from the first tier. At the moment she introduced herself, all the contestants, including the referees, except Liao Yunxiao, knelt down to show their respect. On the podium, a purple-eyed, silver-haired woman revealed her true appearance and calmly introduced herself. Hello everyone, I am Han Qing. I chose to withdraw from the competition for certain reasons, causing quite a bit of confusion for the referees. Here, on behalf of myself, I would like to express my apologies to all the referees. As she said this, she attempted to bow to the main referee, Liao Yunxiao, which startled her. And she quickly dodged and proactively stopped her. Just kidding. Even if you are an extraordinary master, you don't need to bow to a royal member. But it's still not appropriate to accept such a bow and apology openly. Your Highness, you mustn't do this. You also delayed the competition because you went to investigate the appearance of the ice and snow demon in the foggy area. This is not your fault. On the contrary, our Shinjo country is proud to have a princess like you, who disregards her own safety and thinks of the people. Whether on-site or in front of the live stream audience, everyone suddenly realized that this princess had withdrawn from the competition to investigate the ice and snow demon, which was quite understandable. What a good princess who cares for the country and its people, unexpectedly gaining a wave of goodwill. Han Qing was very satisfied with Liao Yunxiao's excuse for her. Liao Yunxiao thought to herself, what can I do? We are all family now, and family doesn't speak of outside matters. You are all my Shinjo people, the pillars of the future. After 3.5 months of the Beast Pet competition, we finally have some achievements. Now, on behalf of the royal family and our Shinjo country, I will present the rewards. Please come up to receive your awards when your name is called. Of course, with so many people in the top 500, it wouldn't be possible for her to present the awards alone. That would be exhausting. Therefore, the referees would take care of those from the 500th to the 21st place, and she would only be responsible for presenting the awards to the top 20 of the first and second tiers. The first place in the first tier was surprisingly won by that annoying woman, Gongsun Qianxue, who had a strong desire for control. When Gongsun Qianxue came on stage, her beautiful eyes looked at Han Qing, whom she regarded as a strong opponent, and she was quite shocked that she was a princess. However, she did not show her emotions and remained respectful towards Han Qing. The rewards for the first tier were much more generous than those for the second tier. The first place winner not only received 2 top-grade beast crystals, but also had a higher military rank than the second tier. It was now Jiang Hao's turn to receive his reward. He stood excitedly in front of Han Qing, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration, staring at her continuously. However, Han Qing was already used to this. Blushing was out of the question. Holding the 2 items, Jiang Hao reluctantly left. His teammates understood that she must be looking for Jiang Hao regarding the ice and snow demon. After exchanging a few words, Jiang Hao followed Liao Yunxiao to the windbird, which was specially provided for the referees. To his surprise, Han Qing was also there. He unceremoniously sat next to her. Your Highness, what a coincidence to see you again. A group of contestants took the windbird down the mountain, leaving only a few referees, Jiang Hao, and a few elusive guardians on the peak of Wujifeng. Indeed, this matter is very important for our Shinjo country, so I hope you won't conceal anything. Jiang Hao looked at the face so close to him and suddenly smiled. Your Highness, I can tell you anything, but I have one request. Jiang Hao, how can you speak to the princess like that? Are you trying to embarrass our Longzhong fortress? Hearing Liao Yunxiao's reprimand, Han Qing frowned. She couldn't guess Jiang Hao's intentions and wondered what she would do if he made some excessive demands. Cautiously, she asked, what is it? Just say it. As long as it's not too much, I will agree. Can I not call you Your Highness and just call you by your name? What a strange request. Jiang Hao continued, everyone calls you Your Highness. If I do the same, it seems a bit distant. I think calling you by your name feels more intimate. Jiang Hao, you mustn't be rude. The name of the princess is not something you can call as you please. This is utterly outrageous. Han Qing looked at Jiang Hao seriously. His expression told her he was serious. You can call me by my nickname, Yuechu, of course, except in public. This was a promise in itself. Jiang Hao smiled brightly and extended his left wrist in front of the 2 women. On his wrist, 3 white threads were barely noticeable unless examined closely. Han Qing looked at it with confusion. She wasn't sure what Jiang Hao meant by showing her his wrist. It was Liao Yunxiao, who was more knowledgeable, that wanted to pull at the white threads. Is this hair? Jiang Hao pulled his hand away and said, don't mess around. This is a gift from the Ice and Snow Senior. She said that whenever I encounter an insurmountable difficulty, I can pull the white hair, and she will come to my call. Liao Yunxiao exclaimed, how is this possible? I've heard that the ice and snow demon is extremely brutal. How could it possibly spare you? Jiang Hao shrugged and spread his hands helplessly. How would I know? Maybe it's because I'm quite handsome. Ugh, such a narcissistic guy. Not only could Liao Yunxiao not stand it, but Han Qing was also speechless. Let's get back to the main topic. Han Qing continued to ask questions, focusing on the key points. What about its strength? This is the most important thing. What if it poses a threat to the safety of Shinjo? I don't know. But I can be sure it's very strong because it's the only demon I've seen that can talk. Heavens! The referees nearby gasped in shock. What does it mean for a demon to be able to speak? As far as they knew, a demon that could speak would at least be of divine beast level. But the ice and snow demon did not have a divine beast lineage. Why was there such a powerful existence on the soil of Shinjo country? Yet no news of it? Han Qing's heart was also complicated and difficult to understand, and for a moment, no one spoke. The wind bird quietly flew down from the peak of Wujifeng. Han Qing suddenly looked at Jiang Hao's wrist again, with a hopeful expression. Jiang Hao. Since the ice and snow demon hasn't troubled you, do you know why? Even Jiang Hao couldn't explain this. The most likely reason was that the ice and snow demon wanted him to retrieve the heart of lava, and it seemed to be very wary of that thing. It spared him because he helped it. If that were the case, it would make sense. Obviously, Jiang Hao did not want to say that he was currently carrying a priceless treasure in his backpack in front of everyone. What he didn't know was that Han Qing was currently plotting something that involved him. When she heard that if Jiang Hao encountered any insurmountable difficulties, he could summon the ice and snow demon, she had already begun to formulate her next plan. That was to send Jiang Hao to the battlefield. If Jiang Hao went to the battlefield, he would inevitably encounter danger. Then, as long as he summoned the ice and snow demon to help on the battlefield, although doing so would be unfair to Jiang Hao, the Eternal City was already in a critical situation, and she had to use this to deal with the saint from the North Sea Kingdom, Shaolin. Now she couldn't directly ask Jiang Hao to go to the Eternal City, so she had to find an opportunity. Just in time, the entire country was recruiting soldiers. Thinking of this, Han Qing's lips curled up slightly. The wind bird was very fast. It took only half a day to reach Wujishi from the peak of Wujifeng. Arriving in Wujishi was just in time for dinner in the evening. Looking at Jiang Hao's reluctant appearance, Liao Yunxiao rolled her eyes and decided not to tell him about the engagement with Han Qing for now, lest this little brat gets too excited and can't sleep. Seeing the situation, Han Qing directly said to Liao Yunxiao, "Sister Yunxiao, would you like to have a meal together? I will have someone prepare it." "Sure." Without waiting for Liao Yunxiao to speak, Jiang Hao readily agreed. However, Liao Yunxiao shook her head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness, but I have many things to attend to. How about letting this little brat accompany you instead? Second sister is so powerful and bossy, I like this divine assist." Han Qing hesitated for a moment and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Liao Yunxiao and the other judges watched the two leave, and Liao Yunxiao looked at Han Qing's back, sensing that something was off, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was. She only knew that this princess had never spent time alone with a man. Why did she suddenly invite her to dinner today? Following Han Qing to her temporary residence. The vintage-style building did not have the exaggerated opulence, but instead gave off a clean and elegant summer retreat vibe. Chapter 51, Assigned in a Crisis. I like it. Han Qing smiled lightly, almost mesmerizing Jiang Hao. Suddenly, no scenery could compare to her smile. Then her next sentence almost choked Jiang Hao. "If you like it, I'll give it to you." This extravagant manner sounded so familiar. Could it be that this princess wanted to keep him? Should he accept it? Yu Chuqing, no free lunch. What merits do I, Jiang Hao, have to deserve such a grand gift? Absolutely not. Han Qing couldn't help but retort, how is it undeserved? If it weren't for you, the ice snow demoness could have wreaked havoc in the divine land. It's thanks to you that this crisis was resolved. Don't mention this small estate. I will also inform my father to grant you a greater reward. This reasoning seemed acceptable. Then, Yu Chuqing, let's forget about other rewards and split this estate in half. Why is that? Could he tell her that in another world, this was called marital property? Clearly, that couldn't be said so straightforwardly. Jiang Hao explained. You know I'm all alone, and I don't have time to clean. You have more people, so you have the responsibility to send someone to clean, right? After hearing this explanation, Han Qing didn't know whether to be angry or to laugh. You even dared to command me, the princess, without any rare delicacies. There were only a few home-cooked dishes, but they were all Jiang Hao's favorites. This thoughtfulness made Jiang Hao begin to suspect that she might have a crush on him. Knowing his preferences so well, picking up his chopsticks, he took a piece of braised pork and chewed it. It was fatty but not greasy, fragrant, and flavorful, delicious. Jiang Hao finished 3 bowls of rice in one go, while Han Qing only took a few bites before putting down her chopsticks, quietly watching Jiang Hao eat with delight. After Jiang Hao was full, it was time to get to the main topic. Han Qing tentatively asked, Jiang Hao, your performance in the Beast Pet competition was evident to all. Now that you've already won first place, what are your plans next? Jiang Hao fell silent. He didn't understand why Han Qing wanted to talk to him about this. Did she think he could change the course of the war by going to the battlefield? He didn't have such great abilities. He wasn't the ice snow demoness. Wait, Jiang Hao seemed to realize something and looked at Han Qing in surprise. He understood that because he had 3 requests with the ice snow demoness, if he went to the battlefield and encountered danger or insurmountable difficulties. He could summon the Ice Snow Demoness. This was the true purpose of Han Qing inviting him to dinner. Realizing this, an indescribable sadness surged in Jiang Hao's heart. He didn't like being used, even if it was by Han Qing. Jiang Hao stood up and turned to leave. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, she would lay everything bare, and then how would he choose? No man could tolerate such words. But Jiang Hao suddenly rushed in front of Han Qing and shouted angrily, "You are threatening me. I like you, but that doesn't mean you can use that to threaten me." Han Qing remained calm in the face of his anger. Whether it was a threat or persuasion, she decided to go all out. "What if I tell you that you and I have a marriage contract? Is that still considered a threat?" This sentence completely extinguished Jiang Hao's anger. He stared blankly at Han Qing, his mind going blank. It was surprise, it was excitement. The surprise came too quickly, catching him off guard. He stammered, "Is what you said true?" Indeed, if he were to leave without knowing this, he would surely regret it. But now it was different. Knowing that the person he liked had already had a marriage contract with him was more exhilarating than anything else. Even if he knew she was using him, that the marriage contract was a threat, and that it was a scheme set by Han Qing, he still couldn't ignore it. Especially since Xiao Lin had once boasted that he would conquer the Divine Land and marry Han Qing as his wife. If he succeeded, it would be a grudge over a wife. "Jiang Hao, I know that forcing you like this makes it difficult for you, but I had no choice for the safety of the millions of people in the Divine Land. Pushing you into such a dangerous situation was my fault. If you still don't wish to, just pretend I said nothing and leave." "Yu Chuqing, I'm sorry. I was too agitated just now." Seeing her wanting to send him away, Jiang Hao didn't know where he found the courage to step forward and grab her delicate little hand, the soft touch like a current flowing through his body. If it were before, he certainly wouldn't have had the guts to disrespect a princess, but now it was different. He and Han Qing had a marriage contract, and this was a legitimate action. Until Han Qing frowned. "You're hurting me." Jiang Hao then realized, quickly releasing her hand. Looking at Han Qing rubbing her wrist, he awkwardly scratched his head. "I'm sorry, I was rude." An awkward atmosphere spread between the two. After a moment, Han Qing put her hand down and saw Jiang Hao looking like a child who had made a mistake, both amusing and infuriating. Jiang Hao said seriously, "I understand that you are the princess of the Divine Land, and every decision you make is for the sake of the Divine Land. As a man, I should go to the battlefield to protect my home and country, even if it costs me my life." Han Qing, this double standard feels a bit strange. If you just said it was for me, I could still believe it. In class 2-2, there were fewer than half of the students left. As those who left had gone to the Eternal City, Liao Yunxiao also didn't come to class. She went to the Divine City for some unknown reason. Jiang Hao had originally wanted to confirm the matter of his marriage contract with her, but now the vast Longzhong fortress only had him, Ron, Russell, and a few maidservants left. Jiang Hao fell into deep thought. He didn't know how to say goodbye to his friend and buddy, the chubby one. He planned to wait until the big hen fused with the excellent beast crystal and the lava heart before informing him about going to the Eternal City. At this moment, he suddenly heard the other's low voice. "Brother Hao, I want to go to the Eternal City, but my father won't let me go. What should I do?" Jiang Hao was taken aback. Indeed, great minds think alike. Coincidentally, he wanted to go too. But Jiang Hao still cautiously asked him, "Are you serious? That's a battlefield, and people can die at any moment." The chubby one nodded seriously, his expression more serious than ever. Jiang Hao smiled. "I plan to set off in 3 days. Why won't your father let you go?" He said, "I'm the only heir of the Guo family. If anything happens to me, how will he explain to my ancestors? Unless he dies, I won't be able to leave Honghuang City. More importantly, he can still look after me here. If I go to the Eternal City without anyone to rely on, if something happens, there won't even be someone to collect my body. What kind of talk is that? He makes it sound like I can't survive without him." Jiang Hao put his arm around the chubby one's shoulders and asked seriously, "Dun Dun, are we good friends?" The chubby one nodded. "Shouldn't friends share blessings and face difficulties together?" Peng Dundu nodded again. "Are you serious?" Jiang Hao nodded. "Then don't regret it." "Regret what?" Suddenly, a voice sounded above their heads. It was Wenruxiua. Both of them looked up at the same time, seeing each other's expressions as if they were plotting something unspeakable. Jiang Hao hurriedly waved his hand to dismiss her. "It's a man's business. Girls shouldn't pry." Wenruxiua pouted. "If you don't ask, then you don't ask. Do you think I wouldn't know if you didn't tell me?" After Wenruxiua left, the two of them looked at Song Jie and Qin Xiaolin's backs, exchanged glances, and then stood up to knock on their table. When they saw the puzzled looks on their faces, Jiang Hao gestured towards the classroom door, indicating for them to step outside. Chapter 52. Upgrading Pet Quality. The understanding between men is like this, with just a glance or a gesture. No need to ask for reasons. They followed each other out of the classroom. The four of them went up to the rooftop of the teaching building, but didn't T notice a sneaky figure trailing behind. "Jiang Hao, just say what you want. Why make it so mysterious?" Jiang Hao didn't T beat around the bush. Song Jia, Xiaolin, Dundu and I plan to go to the Eternal City. We just want to ask what you think. Upon hearing this, Song Jia fell silent, while Qin Xiaolin looked eager and said, I want to go too. Qing Lu might have already joined the Shinjo army. I don't want her to see me as a weakling who only hides in the back. Jiang Hao nodded and asked Song Jia, what about you? After hesitating for a long time, Song Jia reluctantly said, even if I want to, I can't get past my father. He won't let me go to the battlefield. Hearing this reason again, Jiang Hao became angry. Why is everyone saying the same thing? Isn't defending our home and country, achieving great things a man's duty? In the past, joining the army was an honorable mission. Why has it become an obstacle for you with your fathers and families? You said that was in the past. Now it's the Eternal City. Song Jia suddenly fell silent, looking towards the door, where when Rushue was standing, watching the four of them. She had heard their conversation, and she slowly walked over, not giving Song Jia a glance. And when she reached Jiang Hao, she said emotionlessly, did you ever consider me as a teammate? What does it mean to hide such a big thing from me? Jiang Hao tried to explain. Rushue, listen to me. Going to the battlefield is no joke. It's not like a pet competition. There's no protection bell there. It's very dangerous. Do you understand what I mean? Finally, when Rushue excitedly retorted, so what? Qing Lu is going. Why can't I go? I'm not saying you can't go, but I didn't know your thoughts. If I said, Rushue, let us go to the battlefield together, wouldn't that be putting you in danger? Both of them were very emotional, and it seemed like they were about to argue. At this moment, Song Jia lost his calm. Taking a deep breath as if he had made a big decision, he said, stop arguing. Isn't it just going to the Eternal City? Whoever is afraid is the coward. Jiang Hao glanced at the four of them and confirmed. All right. I'll give everyone 3 days to handle things. Report to the conscription office in 3 days. Is there any problem? The four answered in unison, no. Their voices were firm. He had heard of Guomingji, the city lord of Hongwang City, but had never seen him. The chubby figure before him was someone he definitely wouldn't recognize walking down the street. Hello, City Lord Gua. My name is Jiang Hao. I'm a friend and desk mate of Dundu. Guomingji greeted Jiang Hao with a warm smile and invited him to sit down. I know you. The champion of the second tier of the pet competition, you did well, bringing glory to our Hongwang City. Thank you for the praise, City Lord Gua. Don't call me City Lord, just call me Uncle Gua. Speaking of which, I've been a close friend of your father, Lord Longzuan, for decades. Back then, it was my suggestion for Longzhong Fortress to settle in Hongwang City. You two hadn't even been born yet, and now many years have passed. And you two have ended up together. I'm very pleased. It's like heaven arranged our friendship to continue through you. Peng Dundu, just like he was surprised to discover he was the son of the city lord, was astonished to learn that Jiang Hao's father was the famous Marshal Longzuan. How go? I thought my identity as a second-generation official was already surprising enough, but it turns out you're even more impressive, clearly a second-generation military officer. Previously, when Jiang Hao said he was from Longzhong Fortress, they didn't believe it. It turned out Jiang Hao hadn't lied. Guomingji's words left Jiang Hao at a loss for how to respond. He originally just wanted to persuade Dundu to go to the battlefield and achieve great things. But now seeing that Dundu seemed to have another promising future, why would he drag his friend into danger? There was no reason for that. Seeing that Jiang Hao remained silent, Peng Dundu anxiously nudged him with his elbow. Their little actions were completely noticed by Guomingji, who quickly understood Jiang Hao's intentions. With a sigh, he said, Jiang Hao, you want to persuade me to let Dundu go to the Eternal City, right? Jiang Hao hurriedly denied. Uncle Gua, you misunderstood. Before he could finish, under Guomingji's gaze, Jiang Hao had to admit, to be honest, I originally wanted to take Dundu to the battlefield to achieve merit. But now it seems Dundu doesn't need to worry about his future. With you as the city lord, Dundu's future will surely be bright. Jiang Hao, before you came, you confidently said you could convince my father. Why are you going back on your word now? Peng Dundu, in a moment of urgency. Stop calling him Hao Gu. Dundu, listen to me. All right, everyone stop arguing. Once both of them were quiet, Guomingji looked at them with an authoritative gaze. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. Dundu, the reason I didn't agree to let you join the army before is that your temperament is too impulsive, which could easily lead to trouble in the barracks. But if Jiang Hao is looking after you, I'm much more at ease. Coincidentally, Hongwang City is holding a second conscription, as the city lord of Hongwang City. If outsiders find out I, Guomingji, am unwilling to let my son go to the battlefield for fear of losing face, what will they think? Peng Dundu was immediately overjoyed. Father, does this mean you agree to let me go to the Eternal City? What, you don't want to go? Peng Dundu shook his head repeatedly, excitedly hugging Jiang Hao. How go? I can fight alongside you now. Grandpa wants those northern barbarians to know how terrifying the blood of our Shinjo men can be. All right, Jiang Hao, stay and have a meal together. Consider it my send-off for you as an elder. Thank you, Uncle Gua. Third brother, can you not go? With father not here, and the eldest brother also gone. Even second sister doesn't he know where she is? I'm so scared. Luo Su looked up with tearful eyes, pleading with him not to leave. A promise is a promise. If you go back on it, you'll be a toad. This guarantee almost brought Jiang Hao to ruin, but that's another story. After finally comforting the girl's emotions, Jiang Hao spent a long time explaining things to Ron. By the time he returned to his room, it was already late at night. Jiang Hao opened his backpack and took out the box containing the top-grade beast crystal. Opening the box, the pure and transparent beast crystal faintly emitted a strong energy fluctuation. He picked up the beast crystal, pinched both ends, blew on it, and then held it to his ear to listen quietly. A faint sound like a beast's roar echoed. This is really a good thing. Jiang Hao couldn't wait to release the big hen. When the big hen saw the beast crystal in his hand, a look of desire flashed in its eyes. Phoenix, open your mouth. The big hen obediently opened its beak, and after Jiang Hao placed the beast crystal in its mouth, it swallowed it eagerly. At first, Jiang Hao was worried whether the big hen could withstand the energy from the rare beast crystal. Suddenly, a prompt sound from the survival simulator echoed in his mind. Whenever the survival simulator autonomously issued a prompt, it indicated that something good was about to happen. Sure enough, the notification came. Ding, your beast pet, the ice crystal phoenix, has devoured a rare beast crystal, unexpectedly activating the fusion mode, with a fusion progress of 12. So far, the survival simulator had introduced 4 modes. 1. Game simulation mode. 2. Real-life survival mode. 3. Blood sacrifice mode. 4. Fusion mode. Looking at the fusion progress bar, it indicated that the big hen was in a stable condition, and the situation he was worried about had not occurred. It seemed that the big hen would successfully transform in just one night. The next morning, Jiang Hao couldn't wait to check on the big hen status and opened the Beast Pet information interface. Beast Pet owner, Jiang Hao. Beast Pet, Ice Crystal Phoenix, Rare Big Hen. Realm, Golden Body, level 45. Bloodline power, level 1. Affinity, 100, not affected by hunger decrease. Combat power, 441. Attribute points, 164. Skill points, 19972. Strength, 459. Stamina, 128. Defense, 204.60. Agility, 152. Critical hit rate, 10. Critical strike, 10. Skills, Chicken Flight and Egg Strike. Passive, Shadow Clone, passive. Thorn Armor, level 3, max passive. Fireball, level 6, max. Lure, level 5, max. Wind Pearl, level 3, max. Eagle Strike, level 3, max. Blood Enhancement, level 3. Seeing the words Rare Big Hen, Jiang Hao was furious. Why couldn't he get past this hurdle? But upon noticing the changes in the attribute values below, he completely forgot about that obstacle. Although the big hen had only leveled up once and reached rare quality, the improvement in quality brought him unexpected joy, with each attribute value increasing by 100 points. Even the critical hit rate and critical strike, which had always been 0, showed significant changes. The only regret was that the big hen did not inherit any skills from the original beast crystal. Oh well, there were gains and losses. He still had a fire demon's beast crystal, hoping to gain a skill from it. At that moment, Jiang Hao noticed that the big hen on the ground had actually grown several sizes larger, resembling an ostrich. Most importantly, the previous yellow feathers were gone, replaced by shiny red feathers, with a few blue tail feathers growing at the back. The skin on its legs was covered with a layer of silver scales, and below were sharp claws. Chapter 53, Rare Beast Pet Beautiful, so beautiful. Who would dare to call the big hen just a chicken now? He would definitely point at their nose and curse. Are you blind? Have you ever seen such a beautiful and large chicken? Without wasting time, Jiang Hao took out the rare beast crystal of the fire demon and the lava heart. After thinking for a moment, he drew the curtains and covered the big hen with a blanket, ensuring that the lava heart wouldn't be exposed to outside light. Only then did he feel at ease to unwrap the clothes and shorts that covered the lava heart. The lava heart was about the size of an egg. He wondered if the big hen could swallow it. No matter, he stuffed the beast crystal into its mouth and called out, "Phoenix, open your mouth wider. The owner has something delicious for you." In the darkness, Jiang Hao fumbled to force the lava heart into the big hen's mouth. Clearly, due to its size, the big hen was reluctant to eat. Eventually, unable to resist Jiang Hao's insistence, it silently shed a tear. Ding! Your beast pet has swallowed a rare beast crystal and the heavenly material, lava heart. Fusion mode is now opening. Fusion progress, 12. Ding! During the process of your beast pet swallowing the lava heart, it unexpectedly awakened the ultimate skill, Blazing Inferno. Blazing Inferno, ultimate skill, summons endless flames to incinerate all things in the world. Cooldown time is 3 days. Ding! During the process of your beast pet swallowing the lava heart, it unexpectedly awakened the ultimate skill, Meteor Fire Rain. Meteor Fire Rain, Ultimate skill summons a rain of fire like meteors to fall, lasting 1 minute. Cooldown time is 10 days, after which the beast pet will enter a month-long hibernation period. Use with caution. Wow, 2 ultimate skills awakened all at once. Jiang Hao couldn't help but jump up, excitedly dancing around the room. Looking at the descriptions of the ultimate skills, though brief and not detailed, the simpler they were, the more powerful they seemed. He just didn't know how effective the skills would be over distance. If it exceeded a few kilometers, that would be truly outrageous. If it weren't for the fact that the big hen was still in fusion mode, he would have immediately wanted to take it to a deserted place to test the power of these 2 ultimate skills. After calming down, Jiang Hao looked at the immobile big hen and found himself liking it more and more. By nightfall, the big hen had completely fused with the rare beast crystal and the lava heart. The lava heart not only granted it 2 ultimate skills, but also boosted its level by 10. It was known that the higher the level of the beast pet, the slower the speed of power enhancement. Just like how Jiang Hao had defeated so many opponents in team matches, yet had only just managed to level up once. Unfortunately, the fusion with the rare beast crystal only provided attribute points, and there was no improvement in skills or quality. With gains and losses, Jiang Hao was already very satisfied. After allocating all attribute points, he looked at the impressive data and felt he could smile in his sleep. Beast pet owner, Jiang Hao. Beast pet, Ice Crystal Phoenix, Rare Big Hen. Realm, Mountain Moving, level 55. Bloodline power, level 1. Affinity, 100. Combat power, 551. Attribute points, 0. Skill points, 20022. Strength, 589. Stamina, 162. Defense, 20460. Agility, 202. Critical hit rate, 10. Critical strike, 10. With nearly 600 strength points. If he encountered the Fog City Divine Eagle or the Snow Wolf King again, Jiang Hao was confident he could take them down in one hit. Looking at the big hen that stood almost up to his chest, Jiang Hao couldn't help but hug its neck and give it a hard kiss. The big hen also seemed to enjoy its owner's affectionate gesture. When the affinity reached 100, a rare human-like expression appeared in its eyes, pride. It was no longer the ugly duckling that everyone despised. It had now transformed into a noble wild chicken that had soared to the treetops and become a phoenix. With a day and a night left, Jiang Hao hurriedly took the big hen into the simulation game to experience the current combat power of his beast pet. The difficult mode was no longer suitable for him. He chose extreme difficulty and madness mode. The extreme difficulty had 2 maps, the Snow Wolf Ice Field and Avid Island. On Avid Island, the lowest level of fish demons was level 70, while the highest was a guardian at level 93 in the Snow Wolf Ice Field. Given his current equipment and beast pet level, he didn't dare to engage with them at all. In the end, he chose to practice against the fish demons on Avid Island. Entering the map, Jiang Hao led the big hen straight to the location of the fish demons. In the simulation game, the fish demons were also ranked by level, with the lowest being level 70 and the highest level 73. The red fish demons looked like goldfish with large heads, legs below, and wielding kitchen knives, perhaps due to the combat power. Even though the fish demons were 15 levels higher than the big hen and nearly double the level of his character at 40. Jiang Hao had rarely entered the simulation game due to the beast pet competition. The last time he did so was when he was leveling up the big hen to level 40. And now that the big hen was level 55 and in the mountain moving realm, his character level and equipment hadn't changed much. Fighting a level 70 fish demon. With the big hen's current health and defense, it should be able to withstand the attack, as long as it wasn't taken down in one hit. He could use the area attack skill Wind Pearl to farm monsters and level up his character. The level 70 fish monster has nearly 50,000 health points. A single Wind Pearl skill's damage output is estimated to be a little over 3 times, which is about 3 times the total damage of the fully leveled Wind Pearl skill, roughly between 4000 and 5000. Killing a level 70 fish monster would require casting Wind Pearl 10 times, with a cooldown of 6 seconds for each cast. The conclusion drawn is that he would need to spend 1 minute to kill 10 fish monsters. Of course, he wouldn't rely solely on the Wind Pearl skill. With just 2 or 3 casts of Fireball, he could take one down. If he also used Lure to concentrate the monsters for output, the efficiency would be even higher. There are many benefits to leveling up by hunting monsters above his level, not to mention the increased experience points. The quality and quantity of the dropped equipment allowed him to completely refresh all his gear in just half a day. Unfortunately, his character's level is too high for him to equip them yet. What left Jiang Hao particularly speechless was the low drop rate of skills. After his character finally reached level 45, he couldn't resist the urge to challenge himself. Based on past experience, the first monster in a new area is most likely to drop a skill. If he could obtain another offensive skill, it would provide more assurance on the battlefield and greatly increase his chances of survival. Relying on the high damage of the big hen, Jiang Hao directly chose to challenge the level 73 fish monster. The process was somewhat complicated. The level 73 monster's attack power was also frighteningly high. After one careless mistake led to the death of the big hen, he painstakingly kite-fought for 4 to 5 hours before finally defeating it. When he saw the ground covered in loot, it all felt worth it. Jiang Hao's sharp eyes immediately spotted a familiar skill book among the many spoils, and he picked it up without hesitation. At the same time, the survival simulator's notification sounded. Ding! Your beast has killed a level 73 fish monster. You have obtained the skill Electric Shock. Ding! You have obtained the excellent weapon level 45 Blood Stab, a sinister-looking conical sword that seals the throat upon drawing blood, with bloodlights spilling from the tip. Ding! You have obtained. A total of 6 notifications sounded, 1 skill and 5 pieces of equipment. He didn't even look at the equipment. He would wear what he could and store what he couldn't. What mattered most to him was the skill Electric Shock. Electric Shock, active skill, can summon a lightning bolt from the sky to strike a target, causing explosive damage and a stun effect. Currently level 1. With a maximum level of 3. Each level increases the number of lightning bolts, with a cooldown time of 10 seconds. Ding! Your beast has learned Electric Shock. Ding! You have upgraded Electric Shock to level 2. Ding! You have upgraded Electric Shock to the maximum level 3. Spending 200 skill points, Jiang Hao directly maxed out Electric Shock. He couldn't wait to test the effect on the fish monsters to see how powerful this newly acquired skill was. An egg bounced into the group of fish monsters and exploded. In an instant, 3 bolts of lightning, 1 large and 2 small, struck down on 3 fish monsters. 6,650. 7980. 6650. The 3 explosion damages erupted from the fish monsters' heads, one of which even triggered a critical hit, adding a 20 damage bonus. The 3 fish monsters hit by Electric Shock stood dazed for a full 3 seconds before they began to retaliate against the big hen. This was the effect of being stunned, and 3 seconds was barely acceptable. The damage from Electric Shock was significantly stronger than that of Wind Pearl and Fireball, and it could even be considered a small area of effect skill. Jiang Hao also found that Electric Shock was quite similar to Yang Di's lightning skill, except Yang Di's lightning skill was expelled from his mouth after merging, leaving a trace, while Electric Shock was summoned directly from above, fast and precise, making it impossible to dodge. Next, Jiang Hao tried out the power of his ultimate skill, Flame of Heaven's Destruction. As for Meteor Fire Ring, he didn't dare to use it, since that ultimate skill had a cooldown of 10 days, and he was about to head to the battlefield. He didn't want to exhaust his trump card. Time passed quickly, and it was time to gather. He wondered how Song Jie and the others were doing. Picking up his backpack, he found only a few pieces of clothing and the beast crystals he had exchanged. He hadn't had the chance to distribute the 2 rare beast crystals he obtained in the survival competition to everyone due to various reasons. Third young master, take care. Don't worry, third brother. When you see father and elder brother, remember to send my regards. Su and I miss them very much. The dawn sky was filled with a thick sense of reluctance in the city of Hongwang, with scenes of parting everywhere, families sending off their loved ones and friends bidding farewell. Not everyone felt this way, as going to the battlefield to defend the country was an honorable thing. Son, eat more. How can you have the strength to fight on an empty stomach on the battlefield? An old mother in simple clothing chased after her son, continuously feeding him food. The son, just like Jiang Hao, carried a backpack, grinning as he tried to escape his mother's frantic feeding. Chapter 54. The City of Eternity. The old mother stood at the door, watching her son's retreating figure, feeling both angry and helpless. She suddenly spotted Jiang Hao passing by and asked, "Young man, are you going to fight too? Did your family make sure you've eaten enough? You look so thin. Come eat some." Jiang Hao looked at the bowl of braised pork and swallowed silently. He still declined the old mother's kindness. How could he not protect such pure and kind-hearted people of the Shenzhou? Arriving at a clothing store, the owner was a pretty widow. Don't get the wrong idea. He was there to pick up his clothes. The widow was cleaning the store, and her light makeup couldn't hide her dark circles. Upon seeing Jiang Hao enter, she revealed her signature smile. "Haozi, your python robe is ready as you requested. Just a moment, please." After saying that, she put down her broom and went up to the 2nd floor, but suddenly turned around while holding onto the stairs and asked Jiang Hao, "Do you want to try it on?" Before long, the widow came down with a neatly folded short-sleeve undershirt made from the skin of a water python, which provided excellent defense when worn under armor. After paying, Jiang Hao thanked her and hurriedly left. At the city gate, thousands of people had gathered, all geared up and ready to go. The conscription office was also crowded. Today was the 2nd deadline for conscription and the date for heading to the City of Eternity. Jiang Hao presented his military contract, and the registrar, upon seeing it, only did a symbolic basic information registration, stamped it, and then took out a silver badge to engrave Jiang Hao's name on the spot. The identity badge was only the size of 2 fingers, with Shenzhou engraved on the front and Jiang Hao's name on the back. From this moment on, he was officially a member of the Xinzhou army. After receiving his identity badge, Jiang Hao left the city to meet up with everyone. In the crowd, he spotted Fat Dun Dun and the others. Besides Fat Dun Dun, Song Jie, and Qin Xiaolin, Wen Ruxue and Gongsun Qianxuan were also present. Now they just needed Yang Qinglu for the team to regroup. Jiang Hao distributed the loot obtained from the beast pet competition among everyone. With rising prices, resources like beast crystals were even scarcer. To control families selling off assets to escape the Xinzhou, the royal family implemented a resource control policy. Previously, one rare beast crystal could be exchanged for 100 to 150 high-quality beast crystals, but now it could only be exchanged for a maximum of 100, which wasn't too much. But better than nothing. Everyone gladly accepted this generous gift. With nearly 30 high-quality beast crystals, their beasts could gain a bit more strength. While this might seem negligible in normal circumstances, on the battlefield, that little bit of power could save a life. 3 days ago, the City Lord's office intentionally leaked the news that the City Lord's son would soon head to the battlefield. This news greatly motivated ordinary families to send their sons to the City of Eternity. If even the City Lord was so patriotic, they should contribute to the Xinzhou as well, whether through manpower or money. It was this action by Guo Mingji that touched countless people in Hongwang City. In the past 3 days, the number of people deciding to enlist had doubled compared to the first round. Stinky Jiang Hao, how could you forget such a big thing? If it weren't for Schwer telling me, would you have left me here without a care? Speaking of which, who is the son of Lord Guo? Fatty. You also have the surname Guo, could it be you? Gongsun Qianxuan's complaints are a bit unreasonable. This is going to war, not playing house. So far, only Jiang Hao knows the true identity of the chubby one. It's not that they are intentionally hiding it. There's really no need to make a big deal out of it. Being low-key has its advantages. The chubby one doesn't want to gain Gongsun Qianxuan's attention by using the title of being the son of the Lord of Hongwang City. So when she said that, he naturally shook his head in denial. Parting is always melancholic. Under the reluctant gazes of friends and family, everyone embarked on the journey to the Eternal City. For some, this might be a one-way trip. From Hongwang City to Wujishi, the Windbird needs to fly for 8 hours. And it takes a day and a night to reach the Eternal City. Flying over the Wujishan mountain range at night is too dangerous. So the Windbird has to slow down and avoid collisions with other Windbirds from different cities. Apart from Hongwang City, almost every city in the Xinzhou Kingdom is mobilizing to gather troops to support the Eternal City. So far, there are over 300,000 new soldiers heading to support the Eternal City. The Windbird army arrived at the Eternal City military camp the next morning, where there were special commanders responsible for receiving and deploying troops. From above, the Eternal City is not as bad as imagined. It has been nearly 2 months since the Northern Sea Army launched their attack, but the 3 extraordinary masters of Longzuan, along with the Xinzhou army, are fighting to the death. With casualties on both sides, the Northern Sea Army has not been able to breach the city. The Eternal City lives up to its name, being indestructible. The Eternal City is built against the mountains, backed by the Wujishan mountain range, and has a moat for protection. Only in the direction of the Northern Sea Kingdom is there open land. As long as the Northern Sea Army does not breach the city wall, they will not dare to step into the Eternal City. Due to military contracts, soon after Jiang Hao and the others finished their registration at the new soldier reporting station, they received their armor, weapons, and accommodations. The accommodations are very simple, just a large tent housing hundreds of people, and such large tents are seen throughout the military camp. Each tent has a number, and Jiang Hao, the chubby one, Song Jie, and Qin Xiaolin's tent number is 79. Wen Ruxue and Gongsun Qianxuan are girls, so they obviously cannot live with the men, hence there is a separate female soldier camp at the back of the military camp. Don't underestimate these female soldiers. The women daring to come here are not simple characters, as they are all beast masters, with around 3,000 new and old female soldiers combined. The Eternal City is very cold, but compared to the Wujifeng, it's a piece of cake. Jiang Hao is very grateful that he developed a strong resistance to the cold there. Upon entering Tent 79, a strong smell of sweat mixed with foot odor hit them immediately. It was overwhelming. Obviously, someone had arrived before them. Those living here are all beast masters. But they are also mortals, so sweating and having foot odor is normal. People were constantly coming in and out, busy with their tasks, holding back his nausea. Jiang Hao and the others expressionlessly chose their beds at the far end. Just as they laid out their bedding, a few people carrying wash basins and chatting happily entered. Seeing new arrivals was nothing unusual, but as soon as the leading person spotted Jiang Hao, he put down what he was holding and swaggered over. "Oh, isn't this our beast pet competition champion Jiang Hao? What brings you here?" The newcomer was none other than Lu Jiwei, Qian Zhonglin, and others who had been brutally beaten by Jiang Hao in the team competition. Without waiting for Jiang Hao to speak, Qian Zhonglin, with a displeased expression, mocked. We've been in the military camp for almost 2 days and haven't seen you. We thought you, the champion. We're too scared to come here, and we're hiding in Hongguang City. The chubby one got angry and rushed in front of Qian Zhonglin, glaring at him. His physique was twice that of his opponent, and his imposing manner was intimidating as he pointed at Qian Zhonglin's nose and shouted, "What did you say? Looking for trouble? Huh. If you have the guts, say it again." Qian Zhonglin, relying on the fact that this was the military camp, figured that Guodong wouldn't dare to make a move. He leaned in closer and said, "Want to hit someone? Come on, hit me here. If you dare to lay a finger on me, try it." The commotion quickly attracted the attention of others who were interested in watching the show. The chubby one's temper wouldn't let him hold back. He raised his fist and was about to smash it down. "Dung dung. How many times have I told you? Never stoop to the level of your defeated opponents. It will only lower your status. You need to aim higher, understand?" Jiang Hao didn't name anyone, but the phrase defeated opponent deeply pierced the hearts of that group. Lu Jiwei's face turned beet red. He wanted to retort, but couldn't find a reason. Losing is losing. There's no excuse for it. Finally, Lu Jiwei dropped a harsh remark. "Jiang Hao, how about we have another match? Next time we go to battle, let's see who kills more northern barbarians. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Why not? I came here for that." Everyone heard that. Whoever loses kneels in front of the other and admits defeat. We all heard it. I will be your witness, haha. Seeing someone stirring up trouble. Lu Jiwei confidently faced Jiang Hao. The last person who bet against him was Song Jie, who was nearby. At that moment, he seemed to see his former self, just as proud and complacent. What happened next? He took the initiative to befriend Jiang Hao, and they became teammates. He could already envision Lu Jiwei kneeling in front of Jiang Hao, humiliated and apologizing. So would Jiang Hao agree to the bet? Jiang Hao did not disappoint him. "No need to kneel and apologize. Let's get practical. I remember you were the 10th in the beast pet competition, right? The reward was 10 rare beast crystals. You should still have some left. How about if whoever loses gives the other 5 rare beast crystals?" Seeing Jiang Hao so calm and casually demanding 5 rare beast crystals, Lu Jiwei's face began to twitch. That was the result of his hard work for over 3 months. What if he lost? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Lu Jiwei hesitated, and seeing this, Jiang Hao mockingly said, "Compared to these external items, I value my face more. Since you dare not bet, you might as well avoid me in the future." A farce thus ended. The chubby one gleefully glanced at Lu Jiwei and the others, not at all worried that Jiang Hao would lose. Jiang Hao's confidence stemmed from his beast pet, a level 55 mountain moving chicken, plus those 2 ultimate skills. Last time in the simulation game, he specifically tested the power of flames burning heaven. There is a certain difference between the game and reality. In the simulation game, flames burning heaven lasted for a minute. With raging flames covering half the map, the fish monster was just refreshed and was instantly annihilated by the continuous damage from the fire. Chapter 55, Superior Officer. The effective range of flames burning heaven is about 100 meters. If used in reality, it would definitely be a world-destroying move. With so many people crammed into one tent, the snoring at night sounded like thunder, and Jiang Hao was tormented all night without sleeping. He decided that from now on, he would not sleep and would enter the simulation game every day. At least entering the game would ensure he wouldn't feel sleepy the next day. The newcomers are divided into 2 camps, ordinary new soldiers and Beastmaster new soldiers. Unlike ordinary new soldiers, Beastmaster new soldiers do not need to undergo training. They just need to familiarize themselves with the military manual and regulations. Early the next morning, Jiang Hao and the others went to the new soldier reporting station again, as they would be assigned their positions today. In the beast pet competition, Chun Xiaolin and the chubby one placed 6th and 5th, respectively, earning the rank of sergeant major. Song Jie was 3rd, earning the title of deputy commander, while Jiang Hao was a deputy captain. The military ranks in the Xinzhou Kingdom are divided into the following levels. 5 people form a group, with 1 group leader. 2 groups make a 10, with 1 captain of the 10, and so on up to the captain of 1,000, who can command a 1,000-person unit. Above them are the Duwei and Xiaowei. Each Xiaowei has 2 deputies, known as vice commanders, who serve as right and left arms, having little power and only responsible for strategizing and troop movements. They can only temporarily take command of the army when the officer is absent. A Duwei can command 2 to 3 captains of 1,000, while a Xiaowei can oversee 2 Duwei, forming a unit. This level primarily consists of generals with private soldiers, who can independently lead troops on missions. Generally, a miscellaneous general can independently lead a unit into battle. The vanguard and the 5 routes of army commanders. The vanguard general is usually held by a Xiaowei, while the 5 route commanders are divided into east, south, west, north, and central armies. The North Army is responsible for major combat and protecting the Central Army. The South Army, also known as the Rear Army, is responsible for protecting supplies. The East and West routes are for coordinating troops, while the central army protects the leader. The marshal is the most powerful figure, the true ruler of the central army. This represents the general structure of an army, with numerous ranks including the 4 expeditions. 4 towns, military preparation, and coordination. Eventually, Jiang Hao and the other 3 were assigned under the same Xiaowei, who is a beast master named Gongsun. It is said that the entire unit was newly formed from top to bottom. Jiang Hao was appointed as the vice commander of the Xiaowei, with Song Jie as the left Duwei's vice commander, while the identity of the Duwei was yet to be revealed. Pang Dundun and Qin Xiaolin were appointed as captains of 1,000, also under the command of the left Duwei. Upon hearing the surname Gongsun, Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel uneasy, as the face of Gongsun Qianxue inexplicably flashed through his mind. Gongsun Qianxue had never given him a good face, not even a word, and having such a woman as his superior was anything but pleasant. Jiang Hao silently prayed that it wasn't her. But upon arriving at the new recruit camp and seeing Gongsun Xiaowei's face, he was utterly despairing. Gongsun Qianxue, indeed, it was her. When Gongsun Qianxue saw Jiang Hao, she was also shocked. She never expected that among the 2 vice commanders assigned to her by the military, there would be someone she disliked the most. Having to work with someone she disliked was almost worse than killing her. However, she quickly concealed her emotions, glanced at the 4 of them expressionlessly, and said, "Since you have come to my unit, everything must follow my command. This is not a war academy, and I will not treat you as juniors. If you make mistakes, I will punish you without mercy. Do you understand?" Pang Dundun responded, "Understood, senior." As soon as he spoke, Gongsun Qianxue shot him a fierce look, leaving Pang Dundun at a loss, not realizing where he had gone wrong. Gongsun Qianxue said, "I didn't hear clearly, say it again." Satisfied, Gongsun Qianxue nodded and left the new recruit camp, with the 4 following her to the training ground. At this moment, 3,000 young people had gathered in the training ground, the youngest being only 16 and the oldest around 23 or 24. Their strengths varied greatly, with some even at the body refinement stage, making them mere cannon fodder. The entire Gongsun unit was now assembled. This was a small military camp belonging to the Gongsun unit, and several familiar faces stood on the training platform, including Wen Ruxue, Gongsun Qianxuan, Lu Jiwei, and Yu Guangguang, most of whom had been selected from the beast competition. In front of them stood 3 people, left Duwei Jiang Hailong, middle Duwei Wang Zhonglei, and right Duwei Fu Yingxing. This assembly meeting was also known as the recognition conference, just a formality to let the unit members know who their superior was. After a passionate speech by Xiaowei Gongsun Qianxue, it was supposed to be Jiang Hao's turn as the vice commander to say a few words, but she directly ignored him and dismissed the assembly. After the assembly, she called Wen Ruxue aside, which could be seen as favoritism. With the war looming, everyone had just arrived at the military camp for 3 days of rest when they received a notice from the military to immediately join the battle on the city walls the next day. According to the rules, Jiang Hao needed to organize everyone to sharpen their weapons in preparation for the battle. The so-called sharpening ceremony is a ritual similar to the contract beast ceremony, where blood from various magical beasts is collected and boiled in a large iron pot, along with a substance called iron star stone. This iron star stone not only makes weapons sharper and more solid, but also less prone to breaking or dulling. For beast masters, directly using weapons to kill enemies is unrealistic, as their main power comes from their beasts. Jiang Hao and his companions, being ranged and support-type beast masters, primarily use their weapons for self-defense. With 3 feet of blue steel, unafraid to slay the enemy, to protect home and country, unafraid of life and death. Holding the longsword in his hand and feeling its sharpness, Jiang Hao was filled with immense passion and couldn't help but recite a poem from another world. Qin Feng Wui, is it said there are no clothes? I share garments with you. When the king raises the army, I sharpen my spears. Together we share the same hatred. Is it said there are no clothes? I share the same marsh with you. When the king raises the army, I sharpen my halberds. Together we work. Is it said there are no clothes? I share the same robes with you. When the king raises the army, I prepare my armor and weapons. Together we march. His voice gradually transformed from a soft chant to a passionate declaration. When Jiang Hao finished the first round and paused, he found everyone looking at him with eager eyes, as if saying, "Recite it again." Jiang Hao smiled knowingly and spoke again. This time, he almost exhausted all his strength to burst each word from his throat, with a magnificent momentum, like soaring into the sky. Gradually, inspired by Jiang Hao's passion, everyone began to join in, their voices growing louder. Hearing the commotion, Gongsun Qianxue initially wanted to reprimand whoever was causing the disturbance. But as she watched Jiang Hao embraced by the crowd, holding his longsword high, she felt both envy and jealousy. This act of rallying people's hearts and boosting morale should have been her responsibility as the Xiaowei, but now the spotlight was stolen by this man. Her previous intent to cold-shoulder Jiang Hao was completely shattered. Damn Jiang Hao, He really is full of schemes wherever he goes. Back at the camp, Pang Dundon's strange gaze was often directed at Jiang Hao. Over time, Jiang Hao could no longer stand it, and said, "How long are you going to stare? Just say what's on your mind." Pang Dundon finally couldn't hold back and accused him with a resentful look. "Jiang Hao, you've changed." Jiang Hao was puzzled. "How have I changed? I'm still the same person." That was just something he recited on a whim from a survival simulator from another world. He never expected everyone to be so enthusiastic, and once the atmosphere was up, he couldn't hold back. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao's recitation of Qin Feng Wu quickly spread throughout the entire military camp, even drawing the attention of the military high command. Soon, the military discovered that this poem indeed had the effect of boosting morale, and after discussion, it was designated as the battle song of the Xinzhou army. Though this would happen a few days later. The next morning, Jiang Hao was awakened by the urgent sound of war drums. He put on his silver armor. The armor colors of the Xinzhou army are strictly categorized. The armor for ordinary soldiers ranges from gray-black, black, to silver, while for Beastmaster soldiers, it ranges from black, silver, red, to gold. The bright colors of the armor have both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage is that they can easily be targeted by enemies. But the advantage is that they allow soldiers to see their commander's position, helping to stabilize morale. If the commander leads the charge, it can further inspire the troops. After quickly finishing breakfast, Jiang Hao and the other three gathered at the training ground, and then the army set off towards the city walls. The army marched majestically down the main street. Since the war began in the Eternal City, the residents had been restricted from going outside. With all supplies managed by the Lord's mansion, the main street, cold and desolate, echoed with the synchronized footsteps of soldiers. The closer they got to the city wall, the more intense the atmosphere of war became. The air was thick with the spirit of killing and the scent of blood. From afar, the sounds of war drums, shouts, and cries intertwined could be heard. Upon reaching the inner city wall, scenes of bloodied individuals being carried down from the wall greeted them. An endless row of makeshift tents was set up beneath the inner city wall to accommodate the wounded, yet even with so many tents, they could not hold all the injured. Many bandaged victims had to lie outside, groaning weakly. The injuries ranged from severed limbs to horrific wounds where intestines and organs protruded. After receiving rudimentary treatment from auxiliary beast tamers, they were neither dead nor alive, forced to endure immense suffering. This was truly a fate worse than death. Chapter 56. Entering Battle. Witnessing such scenes, Jiang Hao and the others couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on their scalps, nausea rising within them, though they dared not show it. The timid ones were already so frightened that their legs began to tremble, cold sweat beating on their faces. This was the brutality of war. Here, life and death were left to the heavens to decide. At that moment, a messenger ran up to Gongsun Qianxue, carrying a command flag. Looking at her in her red armor, he confirmed, "Are you Gongsun Lieutenant?" "Indeed. By order of General Chuanlong. All newcomers are to assemble at the northern city wall and await General Wang's orders." Gongsun Qianxue acknowledged. After the messenger left, she waved her hand and commanded, "All soldiers, follow me to the northern city wall." The army began to turn right. The entire wall was 10 kilometers long, with a watchtower and stairs at every mile, allowing soldiers to quickly pass through to reach their designated locations. The areas between the two watchtowers were divided into sections, making it easier for generals to grasp the situation and allocate forces for defense, while also enabling messengers to relay commands to all reserve troops. The feeling of waiting was filled with impatience and anxiety, like a judgment day, with no knowledge of what the next moment would bring. During the wait, Jiang Hao could clearly sense the unease and fear among the new recruits behind him. Witnessing the horrors of war, there was no third choice on the battlefield but life or death. Outside the city, the endless Northern Sea Army loomed, while on the wall, the damaged areas were repaired time and again, fresh red blood pooling in the low spots, slowly congealing under the sun, only to be buried by the snow later. Kill. The battle cries shook the heavens, as both sides fought with bloodshot eyes. This was the true scene of blood-soaked combat. General Wang commanded that the forces at the Northern Third were thin, to be reinforced by Gongsun Wei's troops. General Wang also ordered that the Northern Sixth had suffered heavy casualties, to be reinforced by Chungong's troops. The messenger ran swiftly, not looking at anyone, loudly conveying General Wang's orders. "Do not be afraid. I have heard that the barbarians outside the city practice slavery. If you are captured, your fate will be worse than death. Once you become their slaves, you will be worse than pigs and dogs. Therefore, I advise you all, better to be a ghost under the knife than to live in shame. If you let your fear of death lead to the fall of the Eternal City, the countless civilians behind us will become the enemy's captives, slaves, unable to seek life or death. Among them will be our loved ones and friends. Do you want to see that scene? No. Good, since you don't want that. Then remember this. Defend the city wall to the death. They set off to the northern third to confront the enemy. Beast tamers relied on their personal will to control their beasts. Once their will was exhausted, death was not far behind. The strength of a beast tamers will determine how long they could fight. Some could only maintain control for 4 or 5 hours before needing to rest and recover, while others could last up to 3 days. The Academy taught how to use will effectively to control beasts, but had no solution for enhancing human will. Humanity had never ceased researching how to enhance will, but had yet to find an effective method. Charge! Gongsun Qianxue released her beast, and it was Jiang Hao's first time realizing she was a close combat agile type. Her beast, like her sister's, was a cat, but hers was a mountain-moving spirit cat. After merging, 9 cat-girl forms surrounded and quickly attacked a werewolf, moving so fast that everyone only saw a flash before a wolf's head soared into the air. Instant kill. Such strength. Jiang Hao didn't even have time to see how she attacked before it was over. The morale of the 3,000 beast tamers soared, and Lu Jiwei shouted to the sky, pounding his chest, then rushed towards a werewolf, attempting to challenge it alone like Gongsun Qianxue. However, before he could reach the werewolf, it charged at him with incredible speed, its sharp claws nearly severing his neck. Fortunately, his beast, a gorilla, had high defense and blocked most of the damage. It was only then that he realized the werewolf's strength far surpassed his own in power, speed, and reflexes. Are you trying to get yourself killed? If you act so recklessly again, get out of my unit. Just as Lu Jiwei was stunned, Gongsun Qianxue slid behind the werewolf and swiftly dispatched it, then scolded him. After reprimanding him, Gongsun Qianxue ignored Lu Jiwei and loudly ordered, Group 1, defend the left, Group 2, defend the right. Sergeant, oversee the battle. Anyone who retreats will be executed without mercy. Protect all support. Do not let the enemy approach them. Where is the deputy commander? Hearing her call for him, Jiang Hao hurriedly rode over on his giant chicken. Seeing his appearance, Gongsun Qianxue felt displeased that she had to look up to give him orders. But now is not the time to dwell on that. Keep an eye on Shui for me. If she loses even a hair, I will hold you responsible. Jiang Hao, I'm not here to be your bodyguard in battle. Lu Jiwei was so proactive because of his own bet. If he were merely a bodyguard, he would definitely lose. If it were for the greater good, Jiang Hao would carry out orders without hesitation. But it was clear that Gongsun Qianxue was deliberately making things difficult for him. With so many defensive beast tamers, was it really necessary to rely on him? A long-range beast tamer, to protect Wen Ruxue? Angry as he was, Jiang Hao had no choice but to obey Gongsun Qianxue's orders, as the consequences of defying military commands were severe. Regardless of whether Jiang Hao was willing, Gongsun Qianxue continued issuing orders. The third section of the city wall was 1 mile wide, but they had 3,000 people, so even if they huddled together, they couldn't fit. Thus, they split into 3 groups, taking turns to hold the line, allowing those in the front to rest. After all, beasts had limited energy, and long periods of skill use could easily exhaust them. Weaker ones might not last even an hour. As Gongsun Qianxue continued to issue commands, she also assisted others in killing the werewolves that climbed up. Soon, Gongsun Wei's unit took over the city defense, replacing those who had been holding the position. One unit had less than 1,000 men left. These were all beast tamers. The team that had been holding the third section didn't know which unit they were from because their lieutenant had died. The only one who could speak was a sergeant, who looked injured. Gongsun Qianxue waved for them to quickly descend the city wall to rest. The howls of wolves echoed continuously. These northern barbarians seemed tireless in their fierce assaults, falling in waves, and this had been the case for over 2 months without interruption. Kill, kill, kill. Everyone is a rookie. You want Fatty Songjie and the others to command the troops in battle? Don't be ridiculous. They are so nervous they could die, shouting slogans to bolster their courage while competing to see who charges faster. When they reach the battlements and see the snow wolves climbing up and the fierce-looking werewolves, they forget their identities and only know they need to eliminate the enemies in front of them. In such a life-and-death face-off, if you don't kill the opponent will kill you, and everything else is temporarily forgotten. Self-preservation is the only truth. Fatty used all his strength to push a northern barbarian riding a snow wolf off the city wall, but unexpectedly, another northern barbarian climbed up from the side, wielding a curved knife. The snow wolf, panting with hot breath, fixed its gaze on Fatty's neck, baring its teeth and ready to pounce. Fatty raised one hand to block the incoming curved knife, blood gushing from the wound. Gritting his teeth, he struck the snow wolf hard with his other hand. Quick, fierce, and precise, his palm hit the snow wolf's face. With a loud crack, the snow wolf's skull shattered, but this did not deter it. Even with bloodshot eyes, the snow wolf lunged at Fatty with ferocity, its claws tearing at his armor. However, that was as far as it went, because like Jiang Hao, Fatty was wearing specially made undergarments made of python skin inside, which helped him withstand fatal injuries. Still, it startled Fatty, and cold sweat poured down his body. The immense impact made Fatty unsteady, and he staggered back several steps before stopping. The northern barbarian on the snow wolf raised his knife again, shouting, "Damn you, die!" Fatty roared in response, unleashing a wave of sound that seemed to strike the snow wolf directly, causing it to feel an invisible force suppressing it, filling it with fear. Ignoring its master's commands, it turned and ran away. Seeing this, Fatty raised his bare paw and brought it down heavily on the northern barbarian's head. With a squelch, the head burst like a watermelon, red and white splattering everywhere. Before he could catch his breath, a foul smell of urine hit him, and turning around, he saw a minotaur had actually wet itself in response to the deadly, blood-shedding scene. "Coward, get out of the way," Fatty cursed, charging again. Because the snow wolf was not dead yet. The snow wolf, having lost its master's control, was no longer a threat, especially after Fatty's intimidation. In its subconscious, it now saw Fatty as invincible, and it was soon pinned to the ground and beaten to death by Fatty. After taking down 2 enemies in a row, Fatty's confidence soared. Only those who have truly tasted the enemy's hot blood deserve to be called soldiers. The beast tamers following him were naturally inspired by their commander's extraordinary bravery. Chapter 57, Sudden Change. Left Captain Jiang Hao was not someone who came from the beast tamer competition. He was specifically sent by the military to help Gongsun Qianxue lead the team. Along with 2 other captains, he was considered a veteran in the army. The 3 of them had been around since the outbreak of war, and through outstanding performance. They had climbed to their current positions based on real achievements. When they received their military appointments and learned they were to lead rookies, they were extremely reluctant. No one could accept the fact that they had become mere trainers for new recruits. However, after seeing Fatty's performance, Jiang Hao began to look at this group, who had gained military positions through the beast tamer competition, with new eyes. Initially thinking that the seemingly chubby and somewhat foolish centurion was the strongest, he soon realized that although Song Jia had not killed a werewolf, he was quite capable against the snow wolves that couldn't merge with their masters. The reason these snow wolves and their masters couldn't merge was that they hadn't yet reached the golden body realm, but even so, their strength could be considered on par with the golden body realm, with power and agility surpassing most golden body beasts by a wide margin. This was precisely why Shaolin dared to allow these people to join the army and attack the Eternal City alongside the werewolves. After more than 2 months of brutal fighting, the beast tamers on the Shinjo side who died at the hands of these snow wolves numbered no less than 8,000. And they were dead, not just injured. The ordinary soldiers who died at the hands of these snow wolves were countless. Not only Song Jia, but also Gongsun Qianxue, Lu Jiwei, and Yu Guangguang all performed remarkably, having killed at least 1 or 2 snow wolf soldiers within the first 10 minutes of battle. Just like Chun Xiaolin's heavenly net, whenever a snow wolf soldier charged forward, they were met with webs. And the toughness of the spider silk was much stronger than during the beast tamer competition, indicating that Chun Xiaolin had invested significantly in his spider pet after receiving rewards. Only Jiang Hao, needing to protect Wen Ruxue, had yet to find an opportunity to act. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but rather that Gongsun Qianxue wouldn't let him, as if she were teasing him. "Ah, my hand, my hand." Suddenly, a rookie beast tamer let out a terrible scream, clutching his severed arm and collapsing to the ground. Just a few moments after his scream, a werewolf broke through the heavenly net's blockade and appeared on the battlements, chewing on a bloody severed arm. The werewolf's eyes glowed blue, stirred by the fresh blood, and its bloodthirsty appearance instantly frightened many. The werewolf surveyed the area from the battlements, finally fixing its gaze on the surrounded support beast tamers, letting out a long howl. The penetrating sound waves surged like tumultuous sea waves. In an instant, screams and cries echoed everywhere, and several nearby support beast tamers collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from their orifices, their bodies twitching even after they fell. Although Wen Ruxue and other healing beast tamers were also affected to varying degrees, they at least managed to stay standing. Seeing their comrades fall, they attempted to cast healing spells, but just as the spells landed on these individuals, the twitching stopped. "They're dead." Someone, after checking their pulse, shook their head in disappointment. The werewolf, not satisfied with killing a dozen support beast tamers, leaped forward, crashing into the defensive beast tamers blocking its path. Bang! Bang! The 2 defensive beast tamers, who were on high alert, collided with the werewolf, but within a second, they were shattered by the immense force of the impact. Indeed, even when beast tamers merged with their beasts, they were still instantly torn apart by the werewolf's charge. Such a horrifying scene, not to mention the predominantly female support beast tamers. Even Jiang Hao felt a chill. This werewolf was no ordinary one. Its terrifying killing power was at least that of a peak mountain moving realm. As such a powerful enemy appeared from behind, Gongsun Qianxue, as the commander in control of the situation, naturally noticed the anomaly here. Without hesitation, she rushed over, arriving before the werewolf could unleash its slaughter on the support beast tamers. 9 catgirls of various forms attacked the werewolf from all directions. What was expected to be a guaranteed kill suddenly took a turn. The werewolf faced Gongsun Qianxue's attack without flinching, choosing not to evade but instead attempting to split into 6 figures to counter-encircle her. These 6 figures charged through, breaking Gongsun Qianxue's encirclement with absolute strength, directly overwhelming her 6 forms in one strike. And then, seizing the momentum, they took down the remaining 2 forms. Gongsun Qianxue, having her skills broken, didn't have time to escape from the pursuit of those 6 figures. Just when she was in a dire situation, Jiang Hao made his move. Cluck, cluck. The sound of chickens was familiar to those who heard it, reminiscent of a hen laying eggs. 2 eggs bounced out in front of the werewolf. And this was Jiang Hao's method of attack, a very ordinary one, but no one dared to underestimate its destructive power. The first egg exploded, seemingly unremarkable. But then 3 bolts of lightning struck down from the sky, accurately hitting the werewolf's true form, ultimately creating a glowing sphere 2 meters in diameter beneath its feet. The sphere flickered with electric light, while the other 2 bolts perfectly shattered the werewolf's other 2 forms. A massive and bright damage value appeared above its head. 8,000. This damage even shocked Jiang Hao. Although the big hen was only at the golden body stage before, the damage dealt was always in the range of 1XXX. And even in simulated games, the damage dealt to fish demons was only around 3,000 to 4,000. This time, the critical damage from the lightning spell reached as high as 8,000, a full double of what it would be in the game. But that wasn't all. Suddenly, the werewolf became completely stiff, as if it were frozen in place, trembling slightly. The stun effect had kicked in. Following that, the next eggs exploded, and 6 consecutive fireballs, with intense heat, slammed into the werewolf's true form, producing a series of damage values above its head. 2650, 2700, 2750. The werewolf let out a miserable howl, and the remaining 4 forms instantly turned into bubbles, unable to maintain their skills. The true form of the werewolf continued to be burned, with damage values appearing continuously. Although not high, it persisted for several seconds before finally stopping. A woo. The werewolf howled at the sky, its blue glowing eyes fixating on Jiang Hao, who had dealt it tremendous damage. Was the werewolf's defense really that high? It had over 20,000 in damage and still didn't die? This was a rare opportunity. Having finally found a chance to earn military merit, Jiang Hao didn't want it to be snatched away by Gongsun Qianxue, who was beside the werewolf. So, without hesitation, he cast 3 more skills, causing a transparent egg to explode 10 meters away from the werewolf, instantly pulling it away from Gongsun Qianxue. To ensure a guaranteed kill, Jiang Hao also used the blood strengthening skill, followed by the wind orb. Despite there being only this one werewolf, this was the only attack skill Jiang Hao could use at that moment. Seeing this, Gongsun Qianxue shot Jiang Hao a hostile glance, thinking to herself if this guy was intentionally luring the werewolf away. However, Jiang Hao pulling the werewolf away from the supports was reasonable, and she couldn't find any excuse to challenge him. Finally, the wind orb acted like the last straw that broke the camel's back, under the effect of the lure skill. It hit the defenseless werewolf, and with the enhancement of blood strengthening, the werewolf fell. At the moment it collapsed, nearby recruits erupted into cheers. The werewolf's strength was undeniable. Didn't they see that Gongsun Qianxue, a lieutenant, almost fell to it? Yet, once Jiang Hao made his move, the opponent didn't even have a chance to fight back and was taken down by a series of skills. At this time, Gongsun Qianxue finally noticed Jiang Hao, whom she had intentionally ignored, as well as the beast pet he rode, realizing from its aura that this guy had actually reached the mountain-moving stage. Indeed, the aura of the big hen was much stronger than before. It was not difficult for an observant person to notice. She had heard that he killed 2 mountain-moving stage beasts in the beast pet competition, and initially thought they were exaggerating, but now seeing this unique beast pet, she believed it. Not bad. It seemed that my decision to keep you around to protect the supports was correct. Although Gongsun Qianxue was reluctant, she still offered Jiang Hao a lukewarm word of encouragement in front of everyone. The military merit reward and punishment system of the Shinjo army is clear, from the lowest ordinary soldiers to the body quenching stage, and then to the extraordinary stage. Killing an ordinary soldier earns 1 point of military merit, 5 points for body quenching stage, 10 points for chi condensation stage, and 20 points for fusion stage, and so on. Military merit can be exchanged for corresponding military positions and monetary rewards, in order to encourage soldiers to fight bravely. The military also specifically stipulated that whoever kills an enemy keeps the spoils of war. Therefore, killing enemies not only earns military merit, but also loot. If the beast crystal inside the werewolf is rare, Jiang Hao would make a fortune. Killing a peak mountain moving stage werewolf would grant him 40 points of military merit and the beast crystal within it. He didn't even need to act personally. Someone would naturally hand him the beast crystal and make a record of it. Such a person is a battlefield recorder. They don't engage in combat. And each company is equipped with 20 to 30 recorders. They only need to remember the names of each combat personnel. Now, one might ask how auxiliary beast tamers earn military merit? It's actually quite simple. Those auxiliary beast tamers who can go to the battlefield are not ordinary beast tamers. Military merit is exchanged based on their contributions to the army. For example, in terms of healing, every effective heal on the battlefield earns corresponding military merit. And successfully treating an injured soldier afterwards also grants military merit. Chapter 58, Fruitful Achievements. As for how effective healing is judged, that would need to be asked of the recorders, who will calculate your healing effects according to strict standards. So, don't think that being a recorder is an easy job. They not only need to have a good memory, but also, most importantly, must be fair and impartial. If you feel that your achievements do not match the military merit you received, you can appeal to the military. Once the military verifies the truth, the recorder will face the strictest military punishment, ranging from 100 military lashes to public execution. Jiang Hao was so eager to take down the werewolf because he was afraid Gongsun Qianxue would steal his credit. The recorders wouldn't care how hard you worked before. They only look at the results. Whoever lands the final blow gets to keep the spoils. Once the werewolf was killed, the fusion naturally ended. When its owner revealed their true form, the recorder saw the color of the armor they wore, unlike the nearly bare upper bodies of ordinary North Sea soldiers. North Sea military officers above the rank of lieutenant would still wear armor into battle. This meant that Jiang Hao had just killed an enemy officer. According to the regulations of the Xinzhou army, anyone who kills an opponent of equal rank or higher receives double military merit rewards. This means Jiang Hao would not only receive 40 points, but 80 points of military merit. Once he took action, it was astonishing. Jiang Hao suddenly received such a large amount of military merit that it made onlookers envious. Those who had been hesitant before could no longer hold back. It was just one death after all, and fortune favors the bold. They had already stood on the city wall. There was no use in being afraid. And it was better to take a risk. Many shared this mindset. Seeing others continuously slay enemies to earn military merit, the reserves could no longer hold back. They rushed to the front, their eyes reddened at the sight of the enemies. To them, these were all military merits. Impulsiveness comes at a cost. The Xinzhou nation needs passionate warriors, but not this kind of disorganized, undisciplined, reckless fools. Gongsun Qianxue's roar was drowned out by the battle cries. Lieutenants Jiang Hailong, Wang Zhonglei, and Fu Yingxing all understood the dangers of such behavior and stepped forward to pull those heated-headed recruits back. However, how many could the three of them hold back? The result of the front row crowding together was that they could not unleash their skills, fearing friendly fire. Everyone was hesitant to cast their spells. The consequences of this hesitation gave the enemies below an opportunity to strike. Just as chaos began, dozens of snow wolves climbed up. With such a large number of snow wolves, it was no joke. Almost simultaneously, seeing the dense defenses, the snow wolves and their master revealed their fierce appearances. At this moment, no matter how unwilling she was, Gongsun Qianxue had no choice but to let Jiang Hao take action. Deputy Commander Jiang, I know your abilities. Clear these snow wolves, and I will remember your merit. She had seen Jiang Hao's performance in team competitions and those strange skills of his. Because of this, she had previously worried that Jiang Hao's military merit would surpass hers as a lieutenant. It was not only a matter of face, but also possibly losing her position. But now she has to face reality again. Compared to her reputation and position, she is more afraid that her leader's mistakes will lead to the destruction of the city. If that happens, she would become a historical sinner of the Xinzhou nation. At your command, Jiang Hao was overjoyed. This woman wasn't foolish to the point of no return. If she were truly that stubborn, it would be despairing. Dun dun, come here. To be on the safe side. Jiang Hao called over the plump man who was already red-eyed from killing in the crowd. Brother Hao, what do you want me to do? Of course to protect me. You've accumulated quite a bit of military merit, right? You look like you've killed quite a few. Not much, just 6 snow wolves. The plump man replied with a silly smile. Jiang Hao leaned closer to his ear and whispered, keep an eye on Gongsun Qianxue. When I start my massacre, she might get jealous and take action against me. I can't afford to be distracted. Do you understand? I don't understand. Why would Gongsun the lieutenant be jealous of you and want to take action? Are you sick again? She's Qianxue's sister and very kind. Kind. Spare me. I don't want to waste time talking to you. Just do as I say. The number of snow wolves not only hadn't decreased, but they had also increased by over a dozen as they rampaged everywhere. Wind Pearl, unlike others, he wasn't worried about accidentally hurting teammates. Because his passive skill Chicken Flies and Eggs Break had a locking function. Anyone he identified as an enemy would be automatically locked by the skill. The 10 snow wolves that were attacked seemed to have their aggro pulled, turning to lock onto Jiang Hao, but they were quickly blocked by other beast tamers. Jiang Hao wasn't worried at all. The cooldown for the Wind Pearl skill was 6 seconds. and the small area attack skill electric shock could lock 3 targets with a cooldown of 10 seconds. The fireball skill was a high burst output skill. Killing a snow wolf was as easy as drinking water. Meanwhile, when Ruxiue, who had been holding onto her ultimate skill magnetic field boost, released it as soon as she saw Jiang Hao take action. The tacit understanding between them had been honed during the beast pet competition. Under the effect of the magnetic field boost, Jiang Hao's skill damage increased significantly. Not to mention a group of snow wolves that hadn't even reached the golden body realm. Even werewolves that met the golden body realm fusion requirements would be killed without hesitation. The 10 snow wolves, hindered by other beast tamers, hadn't even gotten close to Jiang Hao before being wiped out by 2 rounds of wind pearl. Following the same method, in less than 10 minutes, the rushing snow wolves were completely cleared by Jiang Hao. Brother Hao, you're amazing. The moment you take action, we didn't even get a sip of soup. I just counted. There were 56 snow wolves at the fusion level. That's enough for 560 military merits. You've earned so much in just half an hour. Isn't that like stealing? No wonder Lieutenant Gongsun didn't let you take action before. The plump man, who had calmed down, quickly realized the key point behind Jiang Hao's unusual actions and worries. Plus, after killing the peak werewolf of the mountain-moving realm, Jiang Hao could accumulate 640 military merits in total. This number was indeed exaggerated. Others might not even accumulate that much in a month of fighting. Yet Jiang Hao had done it in less than an hour. How could it not make Gongsun Qianxue, his superior, wary? Jiang Hao jokingly scolded, "Stop buttering me up. I should thank my teammates for blocking the snow wolf pack for us. Otherwise, you and I would have been busy." This statement left those who helped feeling mixed emotions. The mess was caused by them, almost leading to disaster, and all the benefits went to Jiang Hao. Yet they couldn't help but admire him. After all, Jiang Hao's strange skills were quite miraculous. While they envied him, after the initial chaos, everyone learned to be prudent and no longer acted rashly. As for the teammates they had harmed, they could only silently pray that they wouldn't lose their lives. The consequences of their mistakes would lead to military punishment. Of course, as new soldiers, mistakes were inevitable once they were on the battlefield. Therefore, punishments might be dealt with discretion, but a beating with a military staff was unavoidable. As evening approached, the North Sea Army finally sounded the drums for a ceasefire. Hearing the dull sounds, all the soldiers on the city wall let out a sigh of relief. Accompanied by fatigue, the soldiers began to rest, transporting corpses, repairing the city walls, and organizing their equipment. Each one of them dragged their weary bodies through the blood-soaked ground, descending from the city walls amidst the falling snow. The teammates who had been joking and laughing together in the morning were nowhere to be seen. The 79th tent, which had initially housed over 100 people, now only had 85 left. Some collapsed into their beds as soon as they returned to the tent, while most, despite their exhaustion, still couldn't fall asleep. Because as soon as they lay down and closed their eyes, the bloody scenes from the city walls would involuntarily flash through their minds. Even if they had just fallen asleep, they would wake up immediately from nightmares. Fatigue mixed with a suppressed atmosphere left the entire tent silent. This was war. And this was a battlefield, a contest between life and death. The usually talkative plump man was unusually quiet. He must have been extremely tired. Even if his stomach was growling from hunger, he couldn't be persuaded to eat anything. Not just him. Everyone had collectively chosen to endure. Listen up. The lieutenant has issued an order, 1 day of rest. Gather in the morning at the training field the day after tomorrow. No tardiness. Otherwise, military punishment will be enforced. Upon hearing this order, Jiang Hao quietly breathed a sigh of relief and slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 59, An Unexpected Person. Silently starting the survival simulator to prepare for the simulation game. By the way, he checked the prompt message, which contained only one line. Killing werewolves grants 1 attribute point and skill point. He would only receive attribute points and skill points by killing monsters or enemies of equal or higher levels than the Big Mother Hen. Casually adding the attribute point to strength, Jiang Hao entered Avid Island. The next day, when he woke up, Song Jia was complaining about not having a separate tent as a deputy commander. "I didn't sleep well last night." A few cowards were crying half the night, making it unbearable. "Don't think you're special just because you're a deputy commander. I, as a vice lieutenant, am also squeezed in with everyone else. Only officers above the rank of lieutenant have their own independent tents. If there were no military actions, perhaps they could accommodate us deputy commanders. But now the situation is different. The war is pressing. We have to make do. Who has the time to deal with your little issues?" Jiang Hao scanned the tent and didn't see Lu Jiwei. He still remembered his bet. Has anyone seen Lu Jiwei? Yu Guangguang sleepily got up and pointed outside the tent, saying, "He went to the cafeteria. That bastard was talking in his sleep all night, driving everyone crazy." As he spoke, he lay back down and soon fell asleep again. "Let us go find him." After putting on his armor, which was a military regulation, armor and weapons must not be removed except when sleeping, Plump Man was excited. He knew that those who bet against Jiang Hao usually had bad outcomes, and he couldn't wait to see Lu Jiwei's defeated expression. Upon entering the cafeteria, the plump man quickly spotted Lu Jiwei and Qian Zhonglin in the corner. They're over there. Let us eat first. We'll talk after we're full. The cafeteria only had 3 main dishes: snow wolf meat dragged down from the city walls, snow spirit fish for warmth, and a vegetable soup, while the side dishes were quite diverse. Looking at the snow wolf meat, Chen Xiaolin and Song Jie turned pale. The memories from yesterday resurfaced, and unable to hold back, they rushed out of the cafeteria to vomit. The sounds of vomiting weren't just from them. Those who couldn't endure it, especially the new recruits, were throwing up their hearts out. Jiang Hao took a few steamed buns and some side dishes. Sitting across from Lu Jiwei, he didn't mention the bet. He was also extremely hungry and quickly devoured a steamed bun. Lu Jiwei felt that the situation was not good. The visitor was not friendly. Jiang Hao must have come for the betting agreement. However, looking at Jiang Hao, who remained silent, he couldn't figure out what the other party meant. Jiang Hao, what do you mean? After a moment, Lu Jiwei couldn't hold back and put down his chopsticks. Jiang Hao innocently looked up and said, eating. Then what do you mean by sitting here with us? What? Is this place not allowing others to sit? Fine. You all sit, we'll leave. What? You know to take a detour when you see me. Jiang Hao, don't go too far. I don't know what's too far, but just hand over the items. Jiang Hao extended his hand, signaling Lu Jiwei to give him the 5 rare beast crystals. Lu Jiwei immediately forced a smile, wanting to renege. Jiang Hao, joking around doesn't mean you have to take it seriously. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Jiang Hao felt delighted. If he didn't teach him a lesson, he would really think he was easy to bully. Less nonsense. Hurry up, don't make me look down on you. Understand the rules of betting. Jiang Hao, don't bully people too much. Lu Jiwei was unhappy with this remark. It was you who started this. And now you blame me for bullying. What kind of logic is that? At this moment, Qian Zhonglin also spoke up to support Lu Jiwei. Jiang Hao, we are all from the same unit. Why make it so awkward? I think it's better to let it go. Pang Dundun, hearing this, was displeased. You say let it go and it's let go? If you don't want to give it, fine, kneel down and apologize. Lu Jiwei was so angry he couldn't speak, glaring at Pang Dundun with a hint of rage in his eyes. You. What you? A man keeps his word. Don't let us look down on you. Lu Jiwei, furious, took out 5 rare beast crystals from his pocket and slammed them on the table in front of Jiang Hao, gritting his teeth. Jiang Hao. We have a big feud now. Jiang Hao shrugged, unafraid, took the 5 rare beast crystals, and happily continued eating. Watching Lu Jiwei and the others leave, Pang Dundun spat. Damn, what kind of people are they? Can't play fair. All right, hurry up and eat. After we're full, we'll go to the military department to claim our military merits. Mentioning military merits, the 3 of them became very excited. Brother Hao, you already have so many military merits. A few more battles should be enough for a promotion, right? The promotion requirements for military ranks are 50 military merits for a squad leader, 100 for a 10-man leader, 200 for a 100-man leader, 400 for a 1,000-man leader, 800 for a deputy commander, 1,200 for a commander, 1,600 for a deputy colonel, 2,000 for a colonel, etc. Don't underestimate these numbers. For example, if you want to be promoted to a 100-man leader, you actually need 501, 1,002, 2,003, or 350 points of military merit. If this number isn't clear enough, Jiang Hao's deputy colonel position is even more intuitive. To be promoted to a colonel, you need 501, 1,002, 2,004, 4,008, 1,200, 1,600, 4,350. Killing an enemy at the Gold Body realm grants 40 points of military merit, meaning you would need to kill nearly 109 such enemies to achieve the rank of colonel. For Jiang Hao, this might just be a number, but for others, it's not just a number, but a ceiling. No wonder everyone fought tooth and nail for the first place in the beast pet competition, compared to that, where there was no risk to life. This place was a life-threatening arena. Jiang Hao shook his head. I'm not planning to promote yet. Gongsun Qianxue already has a significant prejudice against me as a colonel. I don't want to get into trouble. Besides, you all are here. If I were to be promoted to colonel, I would have to lead my own unit. It would be so boring without you all. If I want to stay, I have to compete with her. Do you think she would accept me? Then what should we do? Gongsun Qianxue not letting you take action must be due to such concerns. Of course, I need to alleviate her concerns. Military merit isn't just for promotion. I can exchange it for other rewards. To encourage everyone to enlist and fight bravely. The Xinzhou nation allows 1 military merit to be exchanged for a high-quality beast crystal. Once the war is over, whether this treatment will still exist is unknown. Over 600 military merits are enough for him to exchange for 6 rare beast crystals. Isn't it great to feed those beast crystals to the big hen? Deputy Colonel Jiang. Deputy Colonel Jiang. Along the way, whether they knew him or not, everyone would take the initiative to greet him. Jiang Hao couldn't help but narcissistically touch his face and say, "Am I so handsome that everyone knows me? Stop being vain. Our Captain Jiang got famous in the military camp so quickly not because of your looks." When Rushue and Gongsun Qianxuan approached, hearing Jiang Hao's narcissistic words, when Rushue couldn't help but tease him, Jiang Hao seriously asked, "Oh, not because of that. Then why?" "Humph. Someone became famous because of a Songqin Feng Wu Yi, turning from a poor student to a top student, plus yesterday's outstanding military achievements. Girls wanting to know our Captain Jiang could form a long line. Even our sisters in the same tent are discussing you. Do you want me to introduce you?" When Rushue, who was beside, disapproved, glaring at her and reaching out to pinch her, Gongsun Qianxuan playfully ran away, and when Rushue chased after her. Watching the backs of the two girls leave, it seemed like they couldn't find any trace of the shadows left on the battlefield yesterday. Pang Dun shifted his reluctant gaze from Gongsun Qianxuan and seemed to think of something, asking Qin Xiaolin, "Wasn't it said that Yang Qinglu also came to the military camp? Why not go look for her?" The usually silent Qin Xiaolin smiled bitterly and shook his head. "The military camp is so big, and there are so many people, plus the women's camp is at the back. Where would I go to find her?" Indeed, trying to find someone in a military camp with hundreds of thousands of people is like looking for a needle in a haystack. You could ask Qianxuan and the others to help you look. Are you silly? You still need to ask? They've definitely looked for her, if there was news. Wouldn't they tell us? That is true. The four entered the military department, where there were many people, all there to check their military merits and exchange rewards. To encourage the soldiers' enthusiasm, the military department had set up a large signboard ranking military merits in the most prominent place in the hall. The military department updates this ranking daily and changes it monthly. As a reward, if you can maintain a position in the top 100 within a week, you can earn a day off, and if you can stay in the top 50 for a month, you can earn 3 days off. For soldiers who have long been on the walls, being able to rest for a day is more valuable than how many military merits you earn. After all, people are not machines, and over time, various psychological issues can arise. This military merit ranking only records the top 1,000, and standing out from so many people is not easy. Jiang Hao's ranking happened to be at the 49th position. As a newcomer, relying on just 1 day and 640 military merits to squeeze into the top 100, it would be hard not to get noticed. This is also why everyone has been greeting him along the way. He has the strength that deserves recognition and respect. Wow, look at the 98th place. Am I seeing things? Jiang Hao said while looking at the 98th place, Yang Di. A familiar yet strange name appeared before his eyes. Maybe it's just someone with the same name? Regardless, the name Yang Di had the biggest impact on Song Jie and Qin Xiaolin. They were both surprised and delighted. Ever since Yang Di was defeated by Jiang Hao in the Beast Pet competition, he seemed to have disappeared entirely, not even going to the academy. They didn't expect him to enter the military camp. They didn't know how he was doing now, but seeing such a ranking, he must be doing well. Chapter 60, Deputy Colonel Yang Di. Jiang Hao asked the record officer if redeeming military merits for beast crystals would cause his ranking to drop, or if he would be directly removed from the military merit ranking. It was clear that Jiang Hao's concern was unnecessary. The military merit ranking was just a record of the military merits you earned. Now he felt relieved. After exchanging for the beast crystals and adding the ones won from Lu Zhuwei, he gained 11 rare beast crystals. Although these beast crystals were not enough to upgrade the quality of the big hen, they could still be used to increase its level. Letting the beast pet devour the beast crystals requires patience. It cannot be rushed, but should be done gradually. The Beihai Han Palace Royal Court is located in the southwest of the Beihai Kingdom, with Songling to the west and Xinzhou to the south. Compared to other extremely cold regions, the temperature here is relatively warmer, but just a little bit. There are not many fixed cities in the Beihai Kingdom, and among them, the Han Palace Royal Court is the largest city, gathering 2/3 of the lords of the Beihai Kingdom. Most of the power is held by these lords. But they do not dare to resist the emperor's orders. The emperor's authority is unassailable because Shaolin, the saint-level figure, is the most loyal supporter of the imperial power. Besides these lords, the ordinary civilians and slaves in the Han Palace Royal Court exceed 2 million, accounting for 1/10 of the total population of the Beihai Kingdom. As the capital of the Beihai Kingdom, the prosperity of the Han Palace Royal Court is not inferior to that of Shenzhou City. To withstand the cold weather, the buildings in the entire Han Palace Royal Court are mainly constructed of white stone, with the streets orderly amidst the chaos, and the buildings of various heights. The tallest is the prominent Prophet Tower, and almost every building features carvings of snow wolf patterns. Under the azure sky, a deep red palace stands out from the other buildings as if embedded in the snow. Upon entering the hall, the polished floor reflects the crystal-like clear light, ethereal and dreamlike, with beautiful scenery that makes it difficult to distinguish between reality and reflection. It is not only spacious, but also splendid. truly a marvel of architecture with exquisite carvings and golden splendor. The corners of the hall rise high, with a golden roof and red doors, exuding an ancient charm that evokes a sense of solemnity. Surrounding the great hall are towering ancient trees, lush greenery, red walls, and black tiles, creating a breathtaking view. Inside the hall, on the golden dragon-carved throne, sits a king who looks down upon the world. Below, there is a scene of song and dance, flowing sleeves, ringing bells, and melodious music. At both ends of the throne sit 15 men of various attire, young and old. Among these 16 men are some of the strongest lords of the Beihai Kingdom, those with the largest territories or the wealthiest. However, there is also a female lord who wears a veil, making her appearance unclear, and she is very low-key. She seems to be a transparent person here, as if everything around her has never affected her. As cups clinked and laughter filled the air, it was a vivid scene of communication among the powerful. However, if one did not look at the young and beautiful women serving them, one would never believe that these people dared to act so openly before the emperor. It would seem disrespectful to the imperial power, but this is the custom of the Beihai Kingdom, uninhibited and free. Of course, this applies to the nobility. The laws of the Beihai Kingdom are absolutely strict for civilians and slaves. People living on the lord's lands have virtually no human rights. And both humans and animals are the private property of the lords, who have the power of life and death over them. Besides these 16 lords, there are hundreds of other lords of various sizes in the Beihai Kingdom, a number several times larger than before Shaolin appeared. Since Shaolin entered the Saint Realm, to intimidate these lords, he directly suppressed them with force, forcing the group of lords led by these 16 to submit to imperial authority. Just then, an inner servant hurried in, running to present a battle report to the Beihai Emperor. The once lively hall fell silent in an instant, and everyone involuntarily turned their eyes to the battle report in the emperor's hands. The Beihai Emperor held the report for a long time in silence, and the hearts of the crowd were in their throats before they were finally relieved, displaying various expressions. Some were disappointed, some angry, and some impatient. The third lord on the right, named Ouyang Long, was exceptionally robust, with a square face and a diagonal scar, giving off an initial impression of seriousness and intimidation. He could no longer hold back and asked, "Your Majesty, has Lord Shao already received good news from the Eternal City?" The Beihai Emperor came back to his senses, looked at Ouyang Long a few times, slowly lowered the battle report, and shook his head. Instantly, the other lords became unsettled. "Your Majesty, we have been waiting here for over 2 months. What have we received?" It wouldn't be that Lord Shao is asking for people again, would it? The speaker was the oldest among the 16 lords, with white hair, and was also one of the lords who contributed the most men and money. "Indeed, we have already given enough. We have never defaulted on military expenses or food supplies. So what now? If it's still about people and money, Your Majesty, please forgive me for being rude, but I, Wang Chongqing, will not give a single penny this time." Wang Chongqing said angrily, "But we have already done our best. I have invested 170,000 slaves and 100,000 stones of food. This is the harvest from my territory over 5 years. If this continues, will you have me drink the northwest wind in the future?" The 16 lords, along with the royal family, would share the spoils of war. As long as they captured the Shenzhou kingdom, the royal family would take 30 due to Shaolin. If the Beihai Emperor was willing to take out half of that from his share, it would be a huge temptation. As the largest slave lord in the Beihai kingdom, Wang Chongqing understood what this meant. Seeing Wang Chongqing's anger dissipate, the Beihai Emperor knew he had won him over and turned to the other lords, asking, "Is there anyone else willing to contribute? I can offer the other half of the share. I am willing to contribute 60,000 men. I will provide 50,000 stones of food. I will contribute." All the lords scrambled to declare their support, fearing others would seize the opportunity. "Let us do this. If anyone wants to exchange for the other half of the spoils, I hope someone can offer a satisfactory number to me. The one with the highest bid wins." In the end, it was still Ouyang Long, who, with his wealth, took the lead by offering 150,000 stones of food along with 100,000 military funds to secure that half of the spoils. The rest could only wait for the results. The Beihai Emperor sent the gathered men, food, and military funds to the front lines, and also issued a final ultimatum to Shaolin. If the Eternal City could not be captured within another month, he would have to order a withdrawal. 3 days had passed since Shaolin received this secret letter. He held the letter with a furrowed brow. There was nothing he could do since Long Zun Long Yun had been hiding on the city walls and did not come out, despite being a saint-level figure. As the old saying goes, 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands. The city walls were filled with beast masters, and just a spit from one of them could push him back. With these 2 extraordinary masters as the backbone, and also a prince, Han Mo, Attacking the Eternal City would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. After 2 months of continuous fighting, he had gained a deeper understanding of the stronghold that was the Eternal City, and a direct assault was not feasible. Xiao Shuai, what troubles you? Yu Qingqing slowly approached Xiao Lin from behind, extending her soft, boneless hand to massage his temples to relieve his stress. Xiao Lin closed his eyes and after a moment said, "The Emperor sent a letter saying that if the Eternal City cannot be taken in another month, those damned lords will withdraw." Yu Qingqing paused, her expression frozen, and slowly asked, "Does Xiao Shuai have any good strategies to break the enemy?" "No." "Do you have any suggestions, Qingqing?" he said while pulling Yu Qingqing into his embrace. She was already accustomed to such intimate contact and glanced at the secret letter on the table. As if she had made a decision, she said, "Xiao Shuai, I have a method that might lure Long Yun out of the city." Xiao Lin raised an eyebrow, his large hand resting on her. "Go on." "In the years after leaving the Eternal City, Long Yun never stopped looking for me. Now that so much time has passed, he may have forgotten me. Or perhaps he still remembers. If I were to appear as bait at the city gate, what do you think Long Yun's reaction would be? We could make this act even more convincing." Jiang Hao was taken aback. Why was Gongsun Qianxua looking for him? Was she going to discuss some military matters with him? What a joke. Major military decisions are naturally made by the high-ranking officials in the military. They, as low-ranking soldiers, only need to execute orders seriously. Was she going to discuss life with him? Jiang Hao chuckled and shook his head, secretly cursing himself for overthinking. He followed the soldier to the military tent. And besides Gongsun Qianxua, there was someone Jiang Hao did not expect to see. Yang Di. Yes, it was him. Gongsun Qianxua pointed at Yang Di and said, "Jiang Hao, let me introduce you. This is another deputy commander sent to us by the military, Yang Di. You two are classmates, so I don't need to say much. As the school captain, I have only one request. I hope you two can get along peacefully. Do you have any objections?" After speaking, Gongsun Qianxua looked at Jiang Hao, eager to see his reaction. Finding out that his former subordinate was now on equal footing with him should be quite unpleasant. However, she was disappointed. Jiang Hao stepped forward and naturally shook hands with Yang Di, saying, "Deputy Commander Yang, long time no see. When I went to the military to exchange for beast crystals as a reward, I saw your name on the military merit ranking, and I couldn't believe that the Yang Di was you." Gongsun Qianxua interrupted their reminiscing in astonishment. "Wait, you exchanged for military merits?" Chapter 61, Extraordinary Master Duel. On the walls of the Eternal City, after the first experience, the adaptability of the new soldiers improved. Since Jiang Hao spent all his military merit to exchange for beast crystals, Gongsun Qianxua's attitude towards him eased. At the same time, she was very clear about Jiang Hao's abilities. Only by standing at the forefront could the wall be made more solid. She had never liked Jiang Hao and did not plan to have more interactions with him in the future, but for the sake of the greater good. Since they were all fighting for Shenzhou, she could temporarily set aside her prejudices, and she was capable of doing that. The result was that her decision was correct. Jiang Hao's strength was evident to all. In front of him, not to mention those North Sea warriors who could only ride snow wolves. Even werewolves above the Golden Body realm had only one outcome when facing him: death. People outside the city wall also noticed Jiang Hao's presence, not because they feared him, but because he was trouble. The army had been blocked outside this wall for 2 months, and everyone was already restless, with war weariness gradually spreading. They could not accept any trouble in front of them. "Where's General He? Bring him to me." Yes. Not long after, a young general riding a pure black snow wolf came before him. "Subordinate He Qin, greetings to the supervising general." The supervising general pointed to Jiang Hao on the opposite wall and said, "Do you see that person? He has already killed hundreds of our men." He Qin followed the direction of the finger and, upon seeing Jiang Hao's armor, disdainfully said, "Just a mere deputy commander. Don't worry, supervising general. I will personally bring his head to see you." The supervising general nodded, reminding him, "Be careful and bring more people to provide cover for you." He Qin took his orders, and soon, 20 werewolves blended into the siege team, slowly approaching the northern wall. Central City Tower. No movement could escape the eyes of the sentinels. These sentinels were not ordinary soldiers. They were beast tamers, and their beast companions were eagles soaring in the sky. "Dragon Commander, there's a situation. He Qin has gone to the northern wall." Who is He Qin, and why does his every move attract so much attention? "Dragon Commander, I will go to the north and see what he intends to do." Long Yun nodded and quickly headed toward the northern wall with several trusted soldiers. With a casual skill, a snow wolf and its master fell from the wall. One need not look to know the consequences of falling from such a height. Moreover, the 6 consecutive fireball techniques had never left a living soul. Jiang Hao was already bloodthirsty. To be precise, everyone here was bloodthirsty. North Sea warriors surged endlessly onto the wall, killing or being killed. The Shenzhou defenders, whether ordinary soldiers or beast tamers, fell one after another, with another stepping up behind them. The number of fallen was countless, relying solely on the sheer number of people. Statistics show that since the beginning of the Great War, the casualties of the Shinjo army were about 70 to 80,000, not including those severely injured who were healed. The wind and snow suddenly stopped, and the clouds parted to reveal the sun. The sky above the eternal city rarely showed sunlight and evening glow. Jiang Hao looked up, squinting his eyes. Not accustomed to the sudden intense light, he slowly raised his hand to shield his forehead, squinting as he looked toward the end of the world outside the city. Everything seemed to freeze. The sunlight washed away the haze, and light returned to the day. The whole world fell silent. There was no more killing, no more wailing. The world was left with only faint breathing sounds. Be careful. The killing continued, and blood still burned the earth. Jiang Hao opened his eyes, and suddenly everything spun. The big hen threw him to the ground, splattering blood, and the filthy blood obscured his vision. How good, be careful. A terrified shout came from the plump figure beside him. It was only when the big hen lay beside him that he realized he had been attacked in that moment of distraction. At the most critical moment, it was the beast companion, the big hen, that had thrown him aside and saved his life. There was no time to think of anything else. Jiang Hao suddenly turned his head to look at the enemy who had attacked him, a werewolf, a 3-meter-tall giant werewolf. Seeing Jiang Hao looking at him, the werewolf grinned and licked the blood off its claws with its right hand. Who are you? He-Chin. I don't know you. You are an extraordinary master. Kid, you have some insight, but you're going to die soon. In the next second, He-Chin's figure flashed, and he swung his claw towards Jiang Hao. Get lost. The plump figure rushed over, wanting to knock He-Chin away, but He-Chin lightly waved his wolf claw, and the plump figure fell like a leaf from the wall, plunging toward the inner city below. Dun-dun. Chen Xiaolin hurriedly shot out a strand of spider silk to catch him, but unfortunately, the strength was not enough, and he was pulled down from the wall along with his own person, their lives unknown. After knocking away the annoying plump figure, He-Chin did not rush to kill Jiang Hao. Instead, he slowly approached, step by step. He enjoyed torturing and loved watching his prey tremble in front of him, relishing the desperate and pleading look in their eyes. Wait. He-Chin did not stop his steps, sneering. Are you going to leave a last word? That's right. You probably don't know who I am. He-Chin looked around and spread his hands, saying, Does it matter who you are? Of course. I am the third son of the Dragon Sovereign, Jiang Hao. At this moment, Jiang Hao could no longer care about anything else. Upon hearing that Jiang Hao was the son of the Dragon Sovereign, He-Chin finally paused. He had long heard that the Dragon Sovereign had adopted 5 children. If you are indeed his adopted son, then I should kill you to establish a great achievement, shouldn't I? Killing me would certainly earn you great merit. But I want to say that living people are much more useful than dead ones. You can use me as a hostage to negotiate with my father. I believe my father would be willing to agree to any of your conditions in exchange. Haha, you little brat, to save your life. You shamelessly thought of such a method. I truly feel ashamed for the Dragon Sovereign. I, He-Chin, have always hated cowardly and weak people. You are unworthy of being a soldier. The contempt in He-Chin's eyes grew stronger as he raised his hand to extinguish Jiang Hao. This guy is not following the rules. Jiang Hao thought it was bad. The delay plan was ruined, and it seemed he could only resort to his trump card. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao raised his left wrist to look at the 3 white strands on it, which were the 3 white hairs given to him by the Ice Snow Lady. There was no choice. He-Chin was an extraordinary master, 2 major realms higher than him. Ice Snow Lady, please reveal yourself. Jiang Hao shouted, then reached for the first white hair, only to find it was in vain because he couldn't even touch the hair embedded in his flesh. Ice Snow Lady. He-Chin was shocked and instinctively took a few steps back upon hearing the name of the Ice Snow Witch, fearing the sudden silence that enveloped the air. Sorry. Let me try again, Jiang Hao said, feeling a bit anxious as he touched his wrist. Dare to play tricks on me? Go die? He-Chin, furious and embarrassed, charged directly at Jiang Hao with a claw swipe. The sharp wolf claw tore through armor, then through the python skin inner garment, and finally into his flesh. Jiang Hao could clearly feel the sensation of the claw passing over him, the chilling aura freezing his blood and continuously damaging his muscles. The pain in his chest was suffocating, but the desire to survive kept his mind alert. Jiang Hao knew that if the other party pressed in a few more inches, he would truly be finished. Once his organs were damaged, even someone like Wen Rushua, a healing beast master, wouldn't be able to save him in time. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break the white hair wrapped around his wrist. Am I going to die? This was the only thought in Jiang Hao's mind at that moment, just as he was on the brink of despair. A bolt of lightning struck the wolf claw and shattered it. He-Chin stumbled back in surprise, looking up to see a person descending from the sky, accompanied by lightning. It was Long Yun. Long Yun appeared between Jiang Hao and He-Chin, riding a giant dragon, similar to Liao Yunxiao's flame dragon king, yet different. This was a thunder dragon, born with lightning, its purple skin flashing with electric sparks, mighty and imposing. Roar! The thunder dragon roared at Hichin. The deafening roar was accompanied by a thunderbolt striking Hichin's chest. Oh whoa! Hichin, unwilling to back down, unleashed his ultimate move, Absolute Ice Seal. The clash of thunder and ice shattered the ice, and thunder descended. Ice shards flew in all directions, piercing into the crowd, causing screams to erupt, but then abruptly stopping. In less than a second, those struck by the ice shards were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. The sudden battle between the extraordinary masters unfolded, and the severity was evident from the dozens of ice sculptures. After exchanging a blow, Long Yun looked at Jiang Hao, who was stunned on the ground, and angrily said, "Aren't you leaving yet?" Oh, Jiang Hao, who had narrowly escaped death, never imagined he would have to crawl away in such a manner. Hichin watched Jiang Hao's retreating figure and sighed internally, realizing his mistake. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have wasted time talking and would have just killed him and left, not expecting Long Yun to arrive so quickly. Now, it would be difficult to kill Jiang Hao again, which was infuriating. After escaping from the third northern location, Jiang Hao, still shaken, patted his chest, only to feel a sharp pain from touching his wound. Jiang Hao cried out in pain as blood dripped down his chest. Chapter 62, Conspiracy and Deception. When Rushua hurried over to help him heal. How is it? Does it still hurt? Of course it hurts. Wait, what about Dun Dun and Shaolin? Did you see Dun Dun and Shaolin? Song Jie and the others have already gone down to look for them. I was worried about you, so I stayed here. If I hadn't dodged quickly earlier, I would have turned into an ice sculpture too. Who was that werewolf anyway? Only Song Jie and Gongsun Qianxuan managed to get Qin Xiaolin onto the city wall, but they didn't see the figure of the chubby Dun Dun. Where's Dun Dun? Shaolin, your hand. Qin Xiaolin's hands hung weakly at his sides, and he smiled bitterly. Dun Dun is too heavy, and with the speed of the fall, my hands got strained. I probably need to rest for a while to recover. As for Dun Dun's condition, it's not looking good. All his bones are broken. Whether he can recover fully depends on the healing effects. After hearing Qin Xiaolin's explanation, Jiang Hao remained silent, knowing that if Dun Dun hadn't come to save him, he wouldn't have been injured so severely. Hichin only lightly swiped his hand, and it resulted in such a state. Just thinking about it made him feel a wave of fear. If Long Yun hadn't arrived in time, he would probably have turned into a cold corpse by now. No, I need to see him myself, Jiang Hao said, and was about to rush down the city wall when Song Jie quickly stopped him. Are you crazy? We're still in combat. If you leave without permission, you'll be considered a deserter. Do you know how serious the consequences are? If Colonel Gongsun holds you accountable, she has every reason to strip you of your military position. Then you go. Anyway, the safety of Commander Yun has nothing to do with you. Long Yun brought his beast companion to Jiang Hao and said unkindly, Xiao-san, when did you arrive here? Since you're here, why didn't you say hello to me and father? Just thinking about the crisis earlier made Long Yun feel a wave of fear. If he had arrived, even a moment later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Brother, can you not call me Xiao-san? Jiang Hao is fine. If that doesn't work, you can call me Xiao Gui like second sister, just don't call me Xiao-san. I haven't been here for long. By the way, brother, can I take a leave of absence? My friend Dun Dun almost lost his life saving me just now. I want to go see him and confirm his condition. Is that okay? In front of outsiders, Long Yun didn't want to reprimand Jiang Hao too much, but his concern for him was evident in his words. Long Yun left. Meanwhile, upon Long Yun's arrival, Hichin had only exchanged blows with him twice and was unable to do anything against him, so he had no choice but to retreat. Long Yun informed the Dragon Sovereign about Jiang Hao's presence in the Eternal City. Yes, this place is too dangerous. The military is much safer. We need to resolve this matter tonight. I understand, father. The Northern Sea Army has started to notice Hauer's presence. I'm worried they might capture him to threaten us. Sending him to the military is unavoidable, and I hope Hauer can behave and not cause us trouble. The latter part of that sentence was Long Yun's true feelings. After leaving the city wall and searching several places, Jiang Hao finally found the unconscious Dun Dun and his beast companion, a brown bear, in a tent. Two healing beast masters were continuously casting healing spells on them. Jiang Hao hurriedly asked, how is the situation? Half a month is too long. If it were normal, it would be fine, but this is the Eternal City, a battlefield. Lying here for half a month will drive Dun Dun insane. Is there any other way to speed up his recovery? Jiang Hao asked. The other party pondered, if we had iron bone grass, it could shorten the time by half. But that herb has long been out of stock in the military, and the latest batch of medicine won't arrive for about 10 days. What is going on? For some reason, the Northern Sea barbarians have voluntarily called for a ceasefire. A temporary ceasefire is a good thing. Shaolin, how's your hand? Rushua has already helped me heal. It's not serious for now. After settling Dun Dun, a young soldier ran up to Jiang Hao, Deputy Commander Jiang. Commander Long has ordered you to report to the command tent immediately. Jiang Hao looked at Song Jie and Qin Xiaolin happily chatting with Yang Di, smiled knowingly, and said to the soldier, "Lead me to the command tent." Reporting, a dignified voice from the Dragon Sovereign came from inside. Upon entering the command tent, only the Dragon Sovereign was present. "Father, there's no father here, only the commander." "Yes, Commander Long." After that, the Dragon Sovereign didn't speak again and kept his head down handling military affairs, while Jiang Hao stood foolishly, not daring to interrupt. Time passed slowly, with only the sound of the Dragon Sovereign continuously writing and flipping through gathered intelligence in the tent. Just as Jiang Hao stood there until his legs went numb and was about to fall asleep, the Dragon Sovereign slightly raised his head and glanced at Jiang Hao. "When did you come?" "I asked when you enlisted in the army." "Who allowed you to come?" 10 days ago. I chose to enlist myself. Defending the home country is the duty of every citizen of Shenzhou. I am now an adult." The Dragon Sovereign interrupted his righteous speech. "Stop babbling. I know your personality. Be honest." Jiang Hao realized he couldn't hide it and had to explain the reason for enlisting. Long Zun was silent for a long time. As Jiang Hao said, he was already an adult. As a father, he should not interfere too much in any of his decisions. He didn't want to be like other parents who over-controlled their children's futures. On the contrary, he himself was a soldier, and the honor of a soldier outweighed everything. Since things had come to this, how is the situation at home? Since you are here, why not come and report to me and your elder brother? If it weren't for your elder brother arriving in time on the front lines, you would have lost your life. Given that you may have already attracted the attention of the enemy's high command, you should temporarily stay at the military headquarters. This is an order." Jiang Hao wanted to protest, but hearing the word order made him instantly wilt. However, this was also good. He could take care of Dun Dun openly. Moreover, the extraordinary master He Qin, who did not follow the rules of martial arts, had indeed left a psychological shadow on him, making him realize that his own strength was insufficient. Staying in the rear would give him more time to enter the simulation game for leveling up. He was only at level 55 now and needed to reach the heroic realm. Even if he couldn't defeat extraordinary masters, he wouldn't be so embarrassed, and at worst, he could still escape. In the following days, Jiang Hao, who received special care, had nothing to do at the military headquarters. Every day, aside from clocking in for work, he took care of the chubby Dun Dun and entered the simulation game to level up. After 3 days of treatment, Dun Dun finally woke up. Once awake, he could store his beast pets in the beast space, where they could recover their injuries more quickly. The benefits of the beast space were numerous. It wasn't just a place to store beast pets, but also allowed them to gain comprehensive recovery. Beast pets couldn't endlessly cast skills. Each skill consumed a certain amount of energy, and once that energy was depleted, it would be very dangerous. The higher the realm of the beast pet, the more energy it had, and the longer it could persist in battle. The beast space was a place to help beast pets recover, and besides that, it could also accelerate their training time. Though the effect wasn't very strong, it was better than nothing. Once in the game, Jiang Hao specifically targeted those that were easy to kill. Although it was very time-consuming, the rewards were still optimistic, as the experience gained was much more than that from ordinary monsters, and the probability of dropping skills was also higher. Despite not obtaining any skills after several days of grinding, his leveling up had allowed the Big Hen to rise from level 55 to level 57. With another half month, reaching level 60 in the heroic realm shouldn't be a problem. Chapter 63, Fierce Battle. Dun Dun's injuries improved day by day, and by the 5th day, the little guy had transformed from lying down to sitting up, and he could eat meat heartily, just like a cockroach with a strong will to live. "Brother Hao, you don't need to stay with me anymore. There's food and drink here, and I don't have to go up on the city wall. It's really good." Jiang Hao didn't believe that he was someone who feared death. This was just a plea for psychological comfort. Everyone was accumulating military merits, and he was just lying here doing nothing, which must be frustrating for him. Jiang Hao looked at Dun Dun seriously, his voice extremely sincere. "Dun Dun, thank you." "Brother Hao, do you remember when we were in school and nobody in the class liked me?" "I remember. Everyone disliked me for being fat, mocked me, teased me, and nobody treated me as a classmate or a friend. My grades were bad too, haha." Jiang Hao added. "Exactly, I'm not smart. Whatever I learn, I forget. But only you were willing to talk to me and even took the initiative to be my deskmate. I actually knew you were very smart. You just like to go against Teacher Liao. You learn things quickly, and I secretly looked at your textbooks. You could remember everything the teacher said word for word. You always deliberately failed tests to take care of me, right? Because if I was the only one failing in the whole class, everyone would look down on me even more. Brother Hao, I remember all of this." Jiang Hao felt a bit awkward and scratched his head. "Why do you remember these things? You should remember what you need to. And why do you remember these things so deeply?" "Brother Hao, that's why I secretly vowed to treat you as my best friend and brother for life. Never to part ways. Just like when I saw you in danger, I rushed forward without hesitation, even if it meant losing my life. Jiang Hao extended his right hand. Good brother for life. Dun Dun also extended his right hand and firmly grasped Jiang Hao's hand, saying, good brother for life. After a while, Jiang Hao released his hand and said, all right, the sentimental talk ends here. Get better quickly, we still need to fight side by side. In the Han Palace, there was a 20-story high tower known as the Tower of Prophets, where a prophet who could foresee the future resided. However, no one had ever seen her true face. As a prophet, she was never allowed to step out of the tower, remaining untainted by the world, thus holy. Only the emperors of the North Sea could be summoned by the prophet. If the North Sea emperor wanted to meet the prophet, he had to announce his arrival first, and could only ascend the tower alone upon receiving the prophet's permission. At this moment, the North Sea emperor, dressed in a white robe, had cleansed himself of worldly dust through bathing and was stepping up the stairs to the top of the tower step by step. Here, there was no worldly noise. All that remained was tranquility and an otherworldly atmosphere. Once inside the tower, one would involuntarily let go of any worries, and the soul would be comforted. The North Sea Emperor silently counted the steps, and when he reached 405, a bright light appeared before him. The pure moonlight shone upon a delicate figure, also dressed in white, but the North Sea Emperor felt that his own white robe suddenly became dull. It was as if it had been covered with layers of ash, making it look somewhat dim. Ziyun has come to disturb the prophet. Please forgive me, he said, bowing respectfully to the pure white figure like a child. The female prophet slowly turned around, her back blocking the moonlight, making her veiled face appear even darker. Without her speaking, a voice appeared in his heart. What brings you here, my emperor? The North Sea Emperor swallowed hard and tried to calm his voice. Ziyun wishes to ask the prophet if our North Sea army can cross eternity. Just work hard. Leave the rest to fate. This answer clearly could not satisfy the North Sea Emperor's urgent thirst for knowledge, so he asked again, please, prophet, clarify. The female prophet no longer looked at him, slowly turned around, and gazed at the starry sky. The bright moon in her eyes suddenly turned crimson, and endless screams and curses echoed in her ears. She remained indifferent until a figure stepped over the corpses and approached. She tried to get closer, and the figure coldly met her gaze for a moment. That glance seemed to pierce through time and space, stabbing deep into her heart. It stirred feelings in her heart that had never been stirred before, making it feel as if it would leap out of her chest, with hatred and slaughter intertwining. Like a blizzard descending, ready to tear her heart to shreds in the next second. Frightened, she hurriedly closed her eyes and involuntarily took a step back. Prophet. The North Sea Emperor felt a surge of fear upon seeing this. I am fine, everything is fate. Eternity is no more. You may leave. Thank you, prophet. Having received the answer he wanted, the North Sea Emperor rushed down the Tower of Prophets. But he did not notice the 2 lines of blood tears left by the female prophet at that moment, which were shocking to behold. At the same time, Jiang Hao suddenly sat up in bed, breathing rapidly, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. He gasped for air, having just had a terrible nightmare. One filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He even dreamt of the scene where the city of eternity was destroyed, and in that dream, invisible eyes wanted to pull him into the abyss. The chilling aura seeped into his heart, instantly clearing his mind. He instinctively touched his left wrist, only to find that one of the 3 white hairs had disappeared without him noticing. What is going on? Outside the city of eternity, after a 7-day ceasefire, the North Sea Army finally showed some movement. In the cold wind, the North Sea Army did not begin to attack the city. A war chariot was slowly pushed to the front of the formation from the rear, with a woman bound on it. This woman was Yu Qingqing. He Qian rode his beast pet, the snow wolf, to the side of the war chariot and looked up at the 3 people on the opposite city tower, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Who is that? Long Yun rubbed his eyes vigorously, looking for a long time before daring to confirm that it was someone he knew. It was Qingqing, his father. It was Qingqing. So much so that this woman, Yu Qingqing, became his heart demon. Years later, seeing her again, her smile, her despairing gaze, her every move seemed just like yesterday. Finally, Long Yun could no longer care about what consequences awaited him on the opposite side. At this moment, he just wanted to hold her in his arms and express the longing he had suffered for all these years. However, Long Yun had already mounted his beast pet, the Thunder Dragon, and charged down the city tower towards the war chariot. In Long Yun's eyes, the person he longed for was right in front of him, and there was no room for anything else. He Qian instantly transformed into a werewolf and blocked Long Yun's path. Get out of the way. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky, aimed directly at He Qian. Suddenly, a giant werewolf, towering 5 meters high, burst out from behind the North Sea. Roaring, Long Yun, you are seeking death. At the same time, Long Zun and Prince Han Mo both acted, leaping onto their beast pets to reach Long Yun's side. Long Zun's beast pet was also a dragon, a massive black dragon that was nearly twice the size of Long Yun's thunder dragon. Han Mo's beast pet was a unicorn, with the body of a horse and wings, topped with a spiraled horn. Every flap of its wings radiated a brilliant halo across the ground. Here they come. Shaolin charged forward, a fierce grin hidden beneath his menacing face. A battle broke out between the four extraordinary beings and a saint-level warrior. There were no warning signs. Boom. Everyone looked up to see dark clouds rolling in, an invisible pair of hands wildly stirring the sky. Thunder raged, accompanied by a deafening dragon's roar, as a black dragon tore through the void, crashing into the 5-meter-tall werewolf. The thunder dragon was unparalleled, breaking through the thunder, all for one person. Not even a mountain of knives or a sea of fire could intimidate him. 1,000 miles of ice encased, 10,000 miles of snowflakes flying, outside the eternal city. A blizzard poured down. Where it passed, not a blade of grass grew. The only man and horse soared through the sky, plunging into a bottomless abyss. Boom, boom, boom. The wind and snow suddenly stopped. Violent energies clashed, wearing each other down to near exhaustion. The Black Dragon, though suppressing the Snow Wolf clan by bloodline, found it useless against absolute strength. Shaolin, without using his ultimate skill, Absolute Ice Seal, relied solely on his pure physical strength to send the Black Dragon and Long Zun flying with a single punch, shattering dragon scales and sending blood and flesh flying. Although the Black Dragon was only half a step away from Shaolin's realm of strength, it was utterly powerless against this punch. The unicorn came soaring, its horn emitting a beam of white light that struck Shaolin. Unfazed, Shaolin crossed his arms and released an energy shield to block the white light, which pushed him back 100 meters before finally stopping. Shaolin sneered, "Is that all you've got?" After saying that, he threw a punch at the white light, shattering it, and a massive surge of energy slammed into the ground, creating a gigantic pit. The ground shook as if the world was ending. The violent tremors caused Jiang Hao, who was far away, to stumble and fall to the ground, looking up in horror at his surroundings, wondering what was happening. The residual energy wildly spread out, shredding the blizzard and sending hundreds of North Sea warriors flying. One man single-handedly held off two extraordinary masters, and Shaolin emerged victorious. Long Yun's target was Yu Qingqing. After repelling He Qian, he did not linger, drawing his long sword to cut the ropes, gazing at the face so close to him. Long Yun's expression was dazed as he murmured, "Qingqing, I finally found you." Yu Qingqing reached out to touch Long Yun's face, her expression complex and hard to describe. Chapter 64, The Eye of Reincarnation. "Want to leave? Did you ask me first?" Facing Shaolin, Long Yun, despite putting on a brave front, felt his arms trembling slightly as he held Yu Qingqing. "Yuner, you all hurry and leave. I'll hold them off. None of you three can leave today." He Qian waved his numb arm, glaring angrily at Long Zun and the others. Han Mo, riding the unicorn, awkwardly came to their side and whispered, "Hurry. This place isn't safe." Indeed, if they were all extraordinary, they might still have a fighting chance, but Shaolin's strength was simply too formidable. Even combining the power of the three of them might not be enough to match him, not to mention there was still He Qian. "You all go first. I'll cover the rear." Long Zun knew very well that it was impossible for them to retreat unscathed. He glanced at Long Yun holding Yu Qingqing, realizing it was clearly a trap aimed at provoking Long Yun into making a mistake. Long Yun had always been good, no matter how much the enemy provoked him. He had never acted rashly, but this time, he knew Yu Qingqing was Long Yun's heart demon, his weakness. Now that Yu Qingqing happened to appear at the front lines, it was undoubtedly Shaolin's scheme, and sure enough, upon seeing this woman, Long Yun completely lost his judgment. "Father." Long Yun felt a twinge of fear, realizing his mistake. "Let's talk. Hurry and go." Long Zun shouted, suddenly charging towards Shaolin on his beast pet. Meanwhile, He Qian coldly laughed. "Long Yun, today you are doomed." Han Mo stepped in front of Long Yun. "You are our commander. The soldiers above can't do without you. I'll hold them off. You hurry and leave." After saying that, he took Yu Qingqing and flew up on the Thunder Dragon towards the city tower. He Qian wanted to stop them, but a beam of white light shot over. He was not Shaolin and lacked the strength to withstand Han Mo's lethal move, ultimately having to watch helplessly as Long Yun escaped. "Han Mo, you're seeking death. I'll grant you that." Han Mo was not foolish. He was merely a ranged beast master, and directly confronting the opponent was not advantageous. So he rode his beast pet higher, putting him out of He Qian's reach. On the other side, Long Zun rode the Black Dragon, feinting an attack. The previous probing strike had already injured the Black Dragon, and he knew that confronting Shaolin head-on was futile. So he had to create distance to engage in ranged attrition. Dragon Sorrow. A mass of black mist enveloped the surroundings. Inside the black mist, Shaolin frowned. This black mist could even affect people's emotions. Suddenly, a shadow flashed past him, and Shaolin instinctively took a defensive stance. trying to rid himself of the negative emotions clinging to him. Dragon King's fury. The black dragon suddenly appeared behind Shaolin, crashing towards his back without warning. Before Shaolin could turn around, the black dragon passed through his body and emerged from the front. This time, Shaolin saw clearly that the black dragon was merely a shadow. Damn it! Shaolin grinned savagely, raising his wolf claw to pin down the charging black dragon. Then tearing it apart with force, the black dragon screaming as it was split in two, then dissolving into a mass of black mist that merged with the surrounding darkness. If Jiang Hao were here, he would be utterly astonished. This guy was too fierce. The black dragon conjured by the skill was, after all, just a skill. Yet it was torn apart by him. How? Long Zun, dare you show yourself to fight? Is a grand extraordinary master hiding in the corner to launch sneak attacks like this? In response, there was another dragon's roar, followed by another black dragon suddenly appearing behind him. This time, Shaolin was prepared. Before the black dragon could get close, he directly attacked and shredded it. The commotion from the battle was enormous, and others could only watch from a distance. Jiang Hao hurriedly climbed the city wall. Seeing the fierce battle between Han Mo and He Qian outside the city, and in the black mist not far from them, the sounds of dragon roars and wolf howls were incessant. Not good. It's my father and the others. Why did they suddenly start fighting? That's Shaolin, with the strength of a saint-level warrior capable of devastating destruction. Could the earlier tremor have been caused by him? I can't let this go. I need to check the city tower. With that thought, Jiang Hao rushed to the city tower, but was stopped by the guards. Get out of the way. I am Jiang Hao, the third son of Long Zun. I am looking for my brother Long Yun. At this moment, Jiang Hao didn't care much and directly revealed his identity. The guard firmly refused to let him onto the city tower, his attitude extremely tough. Sir, without the order of the commander, no one can go up. Leave quickly. Jiang Hao was anxious, seeing that a hard charge wouldn't work. He had to change his approach and said, Is there anyone else up there? My brother Long Yun is there. Please go up and report that Jiang Hao has urgent military matters to discuss. Thank you. The guard, seeing him in silver armor, hesitated. If there really was an urgent military matter and he stopped him, he couldn't bear the blame of delaying the opportunity for battle. So he hesitated and said, Wait here. I'll go report. As soon as the guard went up the tower, Jiang Hao disregarded the other guard's obstruction and forced his way up. Behind him, the guard was shocked and wanted to stop him, but Jiang Hao quickly shook him off. The guard who went to report noticed the commotion behind him and immediately raised his spear to block Jiang Hao's path. On the tower, Long Yun, who was comforting Yu Qingqing, turned to look at the noise. The moment he saw Jiang Hao, his eyes lit up. Let him come. Hearing Long Yun's voice, the two guards finally stopped blocking Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao ran a few steps to Long Yun and immediately noticed Yu Qingqing, seeing Yu Qingqing leaning in his brother's arms. Looking frail, Jiang Hao was puzzled. What's going on? Our father is in danger down below, and you are here flirting. Before Jiang Hao could ask, Long Yun pushed Yu Qingqing in front of him and said, Jiang Hao, you came just in time. Help me take care of your sister-in-law. I'm going to help father out. Sister-in-law? What sister-in-law? Jiang Hao was dumbfounded, still not understanding the situation. She is Yu Qingqing, my fiancée. Forget it. I'll explain it to you later. Remember, if anything happens to her, I will hold you accountable. This damned sour smell of love, even in such a situation. How can you be so sweet? Long Yun left, and the entire tower was left with only Jiang Hao and Yu Qingqing staring at each other. While the messenger stood by like a transparent person, the black mist dissipated and the sorrow of the dragon disappeared. Yet he still couldn't deal with Shaolin. Even knowing it would end like this, Long Zun couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. He had worked so hard for so long, but still couldn't overcome that hurdle. This time also made him see the power of a holy initiate, making him even more eager to step into this realm that countless people found insurmountable yet were fascinated by and obsessed with. Holy initiate. Holy realm. This time he was determined to fight with a holy initiate with all his might, hoping to find an opportunity for a breakthrough. But now it seemed that hope was still bleak. Yet he remained determined. Shaolin, let me see how big the gap is between me and a holy initiate. As an opponent, I hope you can give it your all. Shaolin put away his playful smile, stared at Long Zun seriously for a long time, and then said, Long Zun, as an opponent, I can give you enough respect, but I have my own goals, so today you must die. Long Zun, then come. After saying that, Long Zun reached out to stroke the dragon scales on the black dragon, feeling the master's will. The black dragon slowly leaned its head close, resting its large head in its master's embrace. Long Zun kissed the black dragon's forehead and whispered, Long Mo, this battle, if we don't succeed, we will die. Are you afraid? The black dragon gently shook its head, its eyes full of determination. It had let down its master for decades, but the master still treated it the same, never despising it or complaining about its lack of ability. This time, in the battle with the holy initiate, it might die. but perhaps it could find an opportunity for a breakthrough. Even if hope was slim, it didn't want to waste any more time. Shaolin was taken aback as the scene before him suddenly changed, finding himself standing in a void with no sky above and no ground below. Where's this? This is your inner world. Who are you? How can you hear my thoughts? I am you. Of course I can perceive everything about you, including your thoughts and desires. Then do you know what I seek? To break through eternity and conquer the world. A shadow lurked in the void. Got you. Shaolin suddenly contorted his face, clenched his wolf claw, and threw a punch. The punch surged like a rainbow, directly blasting the shadow out of the void, revealing Long Zun. You actually have the eye of insight. Shaolin slowly approached and said, don't forget, my beast pet is the king of frost snow wolves. What is the eye of insight to me? Long Zun pointed to the void world and said, even so, you have already been pulled into my inner depths. Without my guidance, you will never be able to escape your own mind. Time will prove everything. Then if I kill you, can I get out of here? Chapter 65, The Battle to Annihilate the City. But where is the true eye? In the vast void world, there were no reference points or directions. Shaolin was unconvinced. Since he could stand in the void, he could also break this void world. He raised his fist without hesitation and smashed it down, only to have his fist penetrate the ground below, splashing layers of waves. At the same time, as he punched down, blood spurted from his wolf mouth. But the Shaolin in the world felt nothing. He kept smashing, blood kept flowing. No sensation at all. Every punch felt like hitting cotton. What happened to Xiao Shuai? Has he gone mad? All the North Sea warriors looked on in shock as their commander crazily harmed himself without realizing it. Some wanted to step forward to wake him up, but before they could get close, an invisible wall separated them, and no matter how they attacked, they couldn't break through this invisible barrier. This is a ghost wall, very strange. Everyone stop attacking. Someone shouted, and upon hearing this, the North Sea warriors stopped and looked at each other. Whoever spreads rumors will be killed by me. Keep attacking. A general in black armor raised his sword and killed a soldier who dared not act, then threatened with the bloody curved knife. Seeing him kill, the other warriors couldn't care less about the ghost wall and resumed their attacks on the invisible barrier. Suddenly, crack! A crisp sound rang out as a soldier stared at the curved knife in his hand, which had embedded itself in the wall and couldn't be pulled out. At this moment, Shaolin in the void world suddenly noticed a crack appearing not far away. He hurriedly ran over, looking at the crack that was so close. Filled with indescribable joy, Long Zun, you're doomed. Shaolin raised his hand and smashed it against the crack. Crack! More cracks began to appear, 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. The cracks grew larger, and soon the void world shattered like a broken mirror into countless pieces. Ugh! Shaolin's consciousness retreated from the void world, only to find himself feeling as if he had just been ravaged by a dozen strong men, his whole body in unbearable pain. At the same time, the invisible wall also disappeared. The black dragon fell from the air, covered in blood, its hot blood splattering on the snow like plum blossoms blooming in winter. Long Zun, you're doomed. Shaolin soared into the air again, throwing a punch at the falling black dragon. Father! Long Yun was horrified and, together with Han Mo, dropped He Qin and rushed to stop Shaolin from striking. Bang! Boom! The first sound was Shaolin's punch hitting the black dragon, producing an earth-shattering explosion. And the second sound was the black dragon unable to withstand the immense force and being directly blasted apart by Shaolin's punch. Flesh and blood scattered across the snow. And at the moment the black dragon was killed, Long Zun, as its master, naturally suffered a backlash. He fell along with countless pieces of meat and blood from the black dragon. Ugh! Long Zun lay on his back in a pool of blood, wanting to reach out to catch the pieces of his beast pet, tears of despair and sadness streaming from the corners of his eyes. The black dragon that had accompanied him for a lifetime had just disappeared before his eyes. Nothing is more despairing than loss. Father! On the city tower, Jiang Hao witnessed the tragedy unfold. He could no longer hold back and was about to release the big hen to fly down the city wall, but at that moment, a cold little hand grabbed him. Jiang Hao turned his head and saw Yu Qingqing staring straight at him, as if something was shaking in her eyes. The next second, he lost consciousness. Father? Long Yun was stunned, allowing Shaolin to approach the dying Dragon Zun. In front of Long Yun and Han Mo, he stepped on Dragon Zun's neck. I told you you're dead. With a fierce expression, he pressed down hard, and a cracking sound of a shattered trachea was heard. Not enough. Shaolin had no intention of letting Long Yun go. He knocked him away with one move and continued to pursue him for the kill. Reality slapped Long Yun hard, waking him up completely. How could this happen? Long Yun, hurry up and run. It was Han Mo, riding a unicorn, rushing to his side, crashing into Long Yun and the Thunder Dragon, saving Long Yun from Shaolin's hands. But he himself fell into the encirclement of He Qin and Shaolin, who blocked all of Han Mo's escape routes. No. Long Yun opened his mouth, but words stuck in his throat. Bang! Shaolin was ruthless, attacking Han Mo and the unicorn with 2 punches. Blood stained the sky as the unicorn was smashed into the ground by a huge force, creating a large pit, while Han Mo was turned into a pile of meat paste, disappearing. When Shaolin's fierce gaze fell on him, Long Yun finally moved, the thunder dragon carrying him soaring through the sky and landing on the city tower. He was wrong once again, and this time it was absurdly wrong. At this moment, he finally realized something was off. He suddenly turned around, but didn't see Yu Qingqing or Jiang Hao. Only a messenger lay in a pool of blood, his corpse already cold. Come here, come here. After calling out several times without seeing any guards appear, Long Yun, holding back his grief, ran down the city tower. As a result, several guards were also lying in pools of blood. Not far away, the soldiers defending the city seemed to be possessed, attacking their own people frantically, shouting things like "Get away!" and "Demon! Why is this happening? Why?" Yu Qingqing still chose to betray him. She had not forgotten the hatred in her heart. She had actively set him up, causing his father and the prince to die. Even more terrifying was that eternity would no longer be eternal. Heaven! Just thinking that this outcome was caused by his moment of impulse, he would become a historical sinner of the Shinjo kingdom. Long Yun hated himself so much that he wanted to jump down from here to atone for his sins. Long Yun stood at the edge of the city wall, lost and confused. At that moment, he saw Prince Han Mo climbing up from the snow, saying something to him. Long Yun was overjoyed, straining his eyes to look outside the city, only to find that it was just an illusion he had created. Where was the prince? Where was his father, Dragon Zun? But Han Mo's words lingered in his ears. That's right, he couldn't die, at least not now. The city of eternity was still standing. It hadn't been breached, had it? Long Yun swallowed hard and woke up the guard beside him, who was lost in the illusion. After receiving a slap, the man looked confused. What just happened? Commander Yun. Not letting him continue, Long Yun pointed at those who were still going mad and said, "Wake everyone up, go find General Wang for me." Yes. Before long, several generals surrounded a middle-aged general in red armor, rushing to Long Yun's side. Everyone looked sorrowfully at Long Yun. General Wang Meng had clearly seen the death of Dragon Zun and Prince Han Mo. He had witnessed how heart-wrenching that scene was, and this outcome was probably what he, other than Long Yun, least wanted to see. He wanted to say a few words, to blame Long Yun for his recklessness, but he couldn't find the words. Long Yun also dared not look at this general. Wang Meng had followed his father for over a decade, and now he had harmed his father and Han Mo, making it hard for him to face his father's old subordinates. Commander Yun, let's fight our way out and retrieve the bodies of our leaders. We can't let that group of northern barbarians desecrate their corpses. Shut up. Wang Meng glared at a few of them. Isn't it chaotic enough? How many more people need to be sacrificed before you can see the current situation? As he spoke, Long Yun appeared to have unspoken suffering. Although Wang Meng was angry, he also knew it wasn't the time for emotional outbursts. He tried to soften his tone. Commander Yun, whatever orders you have, just say them. As long as we can defend the city of eternity, even if I die, I will not hesitate. Hearing Wang Meng's statement, Long Yun finally made up his mind. We need to prepare for the worst. If we cannot hold the city of eternity, I hope you all take your respective teams to retreat to the Wujishan Mountains. Based on the Wujishan Mountains, do your utmost to hold the enemy back and do not give them any chance to cross the mountains. Everyone fell silent. General Wang? Wang Meng suddenly raised his head, firmly stating, "We will firmly obey Commander Yun's orders. If there is nothing else, we will take our leave." Long Yun suddenly called out to Wang Meng, "General Wang, only do this if absolutely necessary. Do you understand?" Wang Meng understood his meaning well. Without saying much, he turned and left. Chapter 66. The Name of the Traitor. The city of eternity ultimately fell. It wasn't the walls that were breached, but someone killed all the guards at the gate and opened the doors. By the time Long Yun received the news, it was already too late. Large numbers of Northern Sea warriors surged into the city. Although the Shinjo soldiers tried desperately to stop them, even sacrificing themselves, they could not hinder the excited enemy. The Northern Sea warriors quickly occupied the city gates and nearby streets, engaging in fierce battles with the Shinjo soldiers. However, after half a day, more and more Northern Sea warriors poured into the city. Long Yun finally realized the situation was dire and had to order a retreat to cover the main forces and the civilians in the city. 50,000 beast tamers and ordinary soldiers stayed behind to hold off the enemy and engaged in intense street battles. What followed was a massacre. Corpses lay everywhere, and wails filled the air. This was the only portrayal of the fall of the city of eternity. Those civilians who could not retreat, from 80-year-old elders to newborn babies, all suffered brutal slaughter. Every Northern Sea warrior vented their anger that had been pent up outside the city for over 2 months, torturing every citizen of the city of eternity, especially women, who became their primary targets for venting. Once they entered the city, the northern barbarians' plundering nature was fully exposed. committing all sorts of atrocities. Soon, the entire city of Eternity turned into a sea of fire, with chaos and hiding everywhere. Ordinary civilians who couldn't escape, and the pursuing Northern Sea warriors were everywhere. This scene continued for 3 days and nights before gradually calming down. By this time, the city of Eternity had become a ruin, with thick smoke blocking the sun, lingering for a long time. In the end, nearly 200,000 citizens, including the 50,000 soldiers left behind, could not escape and were forever lost in the city of Eternity. After allowing the Northern Sea warriors to commit atrocities for 3 days and nights, Shaolin finally ordered an advance into the Wujishan Mountains. 70,000 troops were divided into 3 groups. One group stayed behind to hunt down those who had infiltrated the Wujishan Mountains, while 2 groups directly crossed the Wujishan Mountains to attack Wujishi and nearby towns. Long Yun led about 250,000 main forces to retreat to Wujishi, while the remaining 250,000 troops, led by General Wang, dispersed into dozens of small units to hide in the Wujishan Mountains for ambushes, delaying the Northern Sea Army's advance, including the forces of Gong Sun-yi. News of the fall of the City of Eternity quickly spread to every corner of the Shinjo Kingdom, and countless Shinjo people felt as if the sky had fallen, living in fear. Meanwhile, the reasons for the fall of the City of Eternity also spread. First, Long Yun, as the commander, made leadership mistakes that led to the deaths of Dragon Zun and Prince Han Mo. Second, who was that traitor? Why did he kill all the gate guards and open the gates? The identity of the traitor was quickly uncovered. It was none other than Long Yun's brother, Jiang Hao, the champion of the second tier of the Beast Pet competition. Initially, this news circulated only within the military, but when the main forces arrived in Wujishi, the entire city buzzed with the information. 3 days later, the news spread throughout the whole of Shinjo. The name traitor Jiang Hao became an object of scorn overnight. The fall of a master of the extraordinary left countless citizens weeping. The god of war who had given them the greatest hope of becoming a saint was gone. The collapse was not just of the people's hope, but also of their spiritual support. Even the heavens seemed to mourn for him, with heavy rain pouring down over Hongwang City. Out of respect for the deceased, everyone tried to restrain their emotions, but occasionally, a few couldn't help but curse Jiang Hao under their breath. Damn traitor, why wasn't it you who died? Amidst the heavy rain, Jiang Hao remained indifferent, mechanically carrying his father's corpse as he stepped through the crowd, slowly making his way towards Longzhong Fortress, under the disdainful gazes of the people. At the castle entrance, the siblings Ron and Russell, dressed in black mourning clothes, quietly observed the disheveled Jiang Hao and the body he carried. Russell had already turned into a weeping mess. Once inside Longzhong Fortress, the 3 of them didn't say a word. With no other mourners present, the siblings kept vigil over Long Zun's body for 3 days. After 3 days, they personally buried the coffin in the center of the fortress garden, erecting a simple tombstone. Finally, Russell could no longer hold back her tears and asked Jiang Hao, "Third brother, how did father die? Everyone says you opened the gate of the eternal city and let the murderers in. Is that true?" Woo-woo. Jiang Hao remained silent. Ron also wanted to hear a denial from Jiang Hao. "Third brother, why don't you explain? You should clarify to those outside that it wasn't you. Why don't you explain?" However, the moment he saw Jiang Hao, who appeared as if he were living in hell, all of Ron's anger and grievance erupted completely. "Get up, you coward. You don't deserve to be a part of Longzhong Fortress. I'll give you half an hour to pack your things and get out of the castle, or I'll kill you myself." Jiang Hao, dragging his weary body, simply packed a few pieces of clothing, slung a backpack over his shoulder, and silently stepped out of the room towards the castle gate. As they watched Jiang Hao leave, Russell cried out, "Second sister, why didn't you give third brother a chance to explain? Do you also believe he is a traitor? Maybe he has his own reasons, or someone is framing him." It must be. As soon as Jiang Hao stepped onto the street, someone spotted him. "It's the traitor, that's him. Let that dog die." A burly man, regardless of what he was holding, angrily threw it at Jiang Hao. Bang! A cast iron pot hit Jiang Hao, splashing dishwater all over him. The pot fell to the ground with a crisp sound, attracting more attention. People rushed over, surrounding Jiang Hao to vent their anger. Some pointed and cursed at him, while more threw things at him. Soon, Jiang Hao was battered and bleeding, yet he silently shouldered his backpack, allowing them to vent their frustrations. The insults and attacks from the crowd paled in comparison to the sorrow and despair he felt from losing his father. After a while, the crowd finally dispersed in anger. At this point, Jiang Hao had become utterly disheveled, covered in wounds and blood, with blood mixing with dirt dripping down to the ground. Jiang Hao said nothing, silently bowing his head and holding the filthy backpack close to him, as if it had become his only support and source of comfort. Unable to bear it any longer, he found a corner of the street to sit down and rest. As he sat there, hunger gnawed at him, and his consciousness began to fade. The noise around him gradually faded away, Closing his eyes, he finally didn't have to see the faces of those who insulted him. However, as he began to drift into sleep, the horrific image of his father's death flooded his mind, startling him awake. He opened his eyes wide, gasping for breath, trembling all over. No matter how long he slept, he would have nightmares as soon as he fell asleep, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted. From the corner of his eye, Jiang Hao noticed a small figure standing not far away, silently watching him. A little girl was gazing at him with pure eyes, holding a stick of candied hawthorn. She wore a simple white dress, had two little bun hairstyles, and her chubby little face was somewhat cute. Jiang Hao worried that the dirt on him might stain her pristine clothes, so he shifted to the side. But the little girl didn't mind. Instead, she moved closer to him. Jiang Hao frowned and impatiently shifted again. The little girl followed him. "What do you want? Here, have some." The little girl held out the candied hawthorn to him, her gaze innocent and sincere. Jiang Hao examined the little girl, confirming that she wasn't teasing him. He then looked at the candied hawthorn, noticing bite marks on the first piece. "Are you really giving this to me?" Jiang Hao asked. The little girl nodded. Jiang Hao reached out, looking at his dirty hands, and quietly put them down. "My hands are dirty. You eat it." Little Jean was also very dirty before. Mother said girls can't get dirty when they grow up, or no one will like them. "Look, this is the new dress and shoes my mother bought for me. Aren't they pretty?" "Pretty." Her tender tone and comforting words brought Jiang Hao an immense sense of warmth and emotion. "Since you don't mind that big brother is dirty, then I'll have one." Jiang Hao took a bite of the candied hawthorn that had already been bitten, and it was sweet. He had never liked such sweets before. But this time, he felt that this piece of candied hawthorn was the most delicious thing in the world, the sweetness overshadowing the bitterness, allowing him to temporarily forget everything. The little girl took a gentle bite from the second candied hawthorn, squinting her eyes in sheer satisfaction. Chapter 67, Atrocity. "My name is Jiang Hao. What is your name?" The little girl flashed a sweet smile. "Song Jinshu. I'm Song Jinshu. Big brother can call me Xiao Jin like my mother does." This ordinary smile instantly healed Jiang Hao's heart, igniting an impulse to protect that smile. "Xiao Jin, big brother has to go now." "Where's big brother going?" "Really? Don't lie. Let us make a pinky promise, okay?" Jiang Hao was taken aback, looking at the little pinky she extended towards him, and at her expectant gaze. Slowly, he extended his pinky and hooked it with hers, listening to her innocent vow. "Pinky promise. Hang it up, 100 years without changing." Jiang Hao silently walked towards the city gate, regardless of how people cursed around him or what was thrown at him. At this moment, his only belief was to protect that little girl's vow and responsibility, just as he had promised his sister before. Given his current reputation, Jiang Hao chose not to go to Wajishi. Moreover, it was currently besieged by the northern barbarians, making entry and exit extremely difficult. The defenses of Wajishi were built to withstand beast attacks, its fortifications rivaling those of the Eternal City. However, Wajishi had a fatal weakness. Unlike the Eternal City, which was built relying on the Wujishan Mountains, it was surrounded by open hills and plains. Once besieged, it became very difficult to communicate with the outside world, let alone receive supplies. Even the wind birds would not dare to cross the northern barbarian army to enter the city. Don't think that the Northern Sea Nation only had snow wolves as beast pets. They also used wind birds to transport supplies. If you dared to ride a wind bird to transport supplies, they would dare to shoot you down. Apart from Wajishi, another faction of the Beihai army is occupying nearby towns to ensure the safety of their main forces. In the Beihai Kingdom, the value of a young female slave is comparable to that of a male slave, especially pretty female slaves who are prioritized for the enjoyment of the nobles. These individuals are shackled with iron chains and bound with ropes, then sent along with the plundered goods to the Beihai outpost city, Wuming City, which is as important as the Eternal City and currently serves as the headquarters of the Beihai army, where all supplies are stockpiled. In the palace, upon receiving the battle report, Beihai Emperor Ziyun held a grand celebration banquet to celebrate Shaolin's successful capture of the Eternal City. Looking at the smiling lords below, Ziyun silently breathed a sigh of relief and raised his cup in celebration. "Lords, I have not failed my mission. Come, let us toast to Lord Shaolin and hope he achieves even greater success. Cheers." Ouyang Long excitedly stood up, raising his cup and shouting, "To Lord Shao." His voice could not hide his excitement as he tilted his head back and drank the contents of his cup in one go. Refreshing. After being stifled for more than 2 months, we finally got our wish. Lord Shao truly deserves to be a sage, haha. Wang Chongqing also raised his cup and flattered. Lord Shao is indeed a war god. What is the Eternal City to Lord Shao? It was flattened just the same. Before long, shouldn't we hold a victory banquet in the palace of Shenzhou City? Ziyun smiled and nodded. Rest assured, Lord Xiqing, I hope so too. Someone, send an urgent report to Lord Shao. We lords can't wait to go to the spring-like, beautiful Shenzhou City to hold a victory banquet, and hope he arranges it soon. Qinshan Town and Mushua Town are both small towns near Wajishi, located just over 100 miles away, and are also the essential passage for other cities to reach Wajishi, facing Mushua town across the river. A few days ago, this place had already been looted by the northern barbarians, but they did not burn down the houses like in other places. Instead, they stationed heavy troops to guard these two important towns to deter reinforcements sent by Shenzhou from other areas. In the night sky over Qianshan town, there was a wailing sound filling the air, with strong winds blowing, the bonfire crackling, accompanied by wild laughter and pleas, intertwining into a carnival for the Beihai soldiers. Yet a hell for the ordinary people of Shenzhou. In the central square of the town, a dozen northern barbarians were gathered, bare-chested, drinking and eating meat around the bonfire. On the other side of the bonfire, a man was forced to kneel on the ground, his hands suspended, his clothes stripped clean, while behind him, a northern barbarian was busy, taking out bloody things from his back and chanting incantations. The man's screams were intermittent, and the torture lasted exactly 10 minutes before stopping. And the man had already taken his last breath, his eyes always staring towards the bonfire, looking at the woman chained behind him, filled with despair. The strong wind still blew, carrying a strong smell of blood that made Jiang Hao feel nauseous as it passed just a few meters away. Jiang Hao was hiding in a dilapidated house, half of which had collapsed. In the darkness, he tightly covered the mouth of an 11 or 12-year-old child, who was looking helplessly at the couple being tortured in the square, tears streaming down his face. The couple were survivors from Qianshan town, and the child in their arms was their son. Half an hour ago, in search of food for their child, the couple had risked great danger to climb out of the basement, only to be caught by the northern barbarians outside, leading to the previous scene. In the end, the couple's bodies were fed to the snow wolves, and the revelry continued. Jiang Hao carefully led the boy out of Qianshan town, and they arrived at a small grove, where the flickering lights of the town could still be faintly seen through the gaps between the trees. "Let go of me, let go of me." The boy struggled violently. His expression was unusually indifferent. Ever since his father's death, Jiang Hao had not smiled again, and his interactions with others were no longer as calm and casual as before, especially in the vicinity of Qianshan town, even though he had become accustomed to life and death on the battlefield in recent days. After witnessing the various atrocities of the northern barbarians, his resentment was gradually increasing. The boy felt intimidated by Jiang Hao's cold gaze, and after receiving a kick, he gradually softened. "Are you a beast master? You're wearing the exclusive armor of the Shenzhou army's beast masters, I know. You have the ability to bully a small child. So why didn't you have the courage to kill those northern barbarians to avenge my parents?" Facing the boy's question, Jiang Hao chose to remain silent. The boy, feeling furious, got up from the ground and stared defiantly at Jiang Hao. "I see now. You are just a coward." At this moment, Jiang Hao finally spoke, his voice sounding somewhat indifferent. "Will killing them save your parents?" The boy turned around and shouted at Jiang Hao. "Of course. You are a beast master. As long as you act, you can kill them, and my parents won't die. I can kill them, but at the same time, it will expose my position and yours to other northern barbarians. I have no kinship with you. Why should I take that risk?" Because. The boy was at a loss for words, yet in his heart, he always believed that the Shenzhou army existed to protect ordinary civilians like them. So Jiang Hao had the duty to save them. "Because you are the Shenzhou army, a soldier of the war god Long Zun. It is your duty to protect us common people. Isn't that reason enough?" After a long time, Jiang Hao finally asked the boy a seemingly unrelated question. "Do you know how many northern barbarians are in Qianshan town?" "I don't know. When the northern barbarians rushed into the town, my parents and I hid in the basement. Today I was too hungry, so I begged them to help me find something to eat." When he finished speaking, the boy's long-suppressed tears finally burst forth. Jiang Hao furrowed his brows. This crying sound might attract the northern barbarians guarding Qianshan town, but seeing him cry so heartbroken, Jiang Hao suddenly felt a sense of kinship with a fellow sufferer. So he did not stop him, until torches appeared from the direction of Qianshan town. He coldly said, "Still not shutting up? You've exposed our whereabouts. If you don't want to die, hurry up and follow me." Without caring whether the boy would listen, Jiang Hao turned and quickly walked deeper into the woods. "Why didn't you stay back to kill them?" "Shut up. It's not up to you, a little kid, to direct me. If you don't behave and follow me, I'll leave you for them as dinner." Chapter 68. Encirclement and Interception. This tactic of scaring a small child was indeed effective. Once they reached the depths of the woods, Jiang Hao used the faint moonlight to check the surroundings. Here, there were only large trees. He calculated the distance from here to Qianshan town, thinking that ambushing that group of northern barbarians here should not attract the attention of the northern barbarians in the town. "You, climb up that big tree. The higher the better. No matter what happens or what you see, you must not make a sound. Do you understand?" When the boy heard this, he immediately realized what Jiang Hao intended, so he obediently nodded, using both hands and feet to climb up the tree like a monkey and disappeared into the dense branches. Seeing this, Jiang Hao also climbed another big tree, but he didn't go high, only about 4 or 5 meters, ensuring that the northern barbarians wouldn't spot him at a glance. Not long after, a row of torches appeared in the distance, and the faint calls of the northern barbarians could be heard. The branches on the opposite side made a rustling sound. The little boy was probably scared to the point of wetting himself by the brutal northern barbarians. Do you have any discoveries over there? No. There's not even a scent of urine here. The snow wolves have an exceptionally sensitive sense of smell, and soon, a northern barbarian riding a snow wolf appeared under the boy's tree. The snow wolf sniffed wildly at the roots of the big tree, then looked up and bared its teeth, letting out a low growl at the treetop. Seeing this, its owner revealed a bloodthirsty expression and slowly drew out his curved knife. The boy at the treetop was already scared out of his wits, his legs trembling uncontrollably, as more urine mixed with unknown substances fell down. The northern barbarians below the tree burst into laughter upon seeing the blobs of unknown material. Hearing his laughter, the other northern barbarians slowly gathered around. This was a group of 15 northern sea warriors, none of whom had yet reached the golden body stage. One of the northern barbarians drew a curved knife and began chopping at the tree, again and again. In fact, they had long seen the boy hiding in the branches, but instead of climbing up to capture him, they chose to chop the tree instead, slowly savoring the fear they instilled in the boy. Eventually, the boy could no longer endure the torment, slipped, and fell from the treetop. This immediately elicited more laughter from the group of northern barbarians. The boy was already pale with fear, tears and snot streaming down his face, mumbling continuously about not coming closer and not killing him. Especially when a group of snow wolves with bared fangs approached, the boy helplessly looked towards the position of Jiang Hao, hoping the soldier from the divine land would come out to save him. But Jiang Hao seemed unwilling to reveal his location. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Just as the boy was about to speak, a large hen suddenly appeared not far behind the group of northern barbarians. The snow wolves were the first to notice something was off, turning their heads to look at the hen, anxiously scratching the ground with their paws. The laughter abruptly stopped. Wind pearl, an egg bounced into view, then exploded, dazzling like fireworks. Scatter. However, it was already too late. 10 snow wolves were struck by the wind pearl before they could even struggle, their life force instantly drained. Howl. Wanna run? Jiang Hao coldly watched the northern barbarians flee, unhesitatingly casting an enticing skill. Those northern barbarians who had not run far, along with their beast companions, the snow wolves, were pulled together by a mysterious force, and another bouncing egg appeared not far from them. 6 consecutive fireballs. Under the boy's stunned gaze, the northern barbarians and the surviving snow wolves were directly struck by 6 fireballs of concentrated damage, collapsing without uttering a single sound. Of the 15 northern sea warriors, only the one chopping the tree remained alive. Jiang Hao then jumped down from the tree and asked whatever he wanted, otherwise death? Jiang Hao intentionally left this northern barbarian alive to ask a few questions. The northern barbarian finally realized that he and his companions had kicked a steel plate. He glanced around, looking for an escape route, only to see the boy on the ground. Before he could act, Jiang Hao raised a finger to him, signaling him not to act rashly. Although the northern barbarians appeared reckless during sieges, it was because they knew the consequences of being a deserter would be dire. But the situation was different now. There were no supervising troops here, and it was human nature to beg for mercy when faced with life-threatening danger. Jiang Hao ignored him and said to the boy, "What, scared silly? Weren't you quite brave just now? Why don't you come over?" Next came the interrogation time. Jiang Hao didn't ask much, but all questions were related to the front lines after his departure. He learned that the Northern Sea Army had split into 3 factions, with one main force besieging Wujishi, another hunting down the Divine Land Army that had infiltrated the Wujishan Mountains, and the remaining force clearing the areas around Wujishi. The situation was not optimistic for the Divine Land. He asked everything that needed to be asked, especially when he learned that there were actually 10,000 Northern Sea warriors stationed in the small town of Qinshan. Jiang Hao was relieved that he had not impulsively saved the boy's parents. He also asked things that he shouldn't have, and when he couldn't get any more useful information. The Northern Barbarian said, "You promised to let me go, can I leave now?" "Go on, I allow you to run 39 meters first, the rest depends on fate." Obviously, the Northern Barbarian didn't understand what he was saying. He only knew Jiang Hao promised to let him go. So he mounted his snow wolf beast and began to dash towards Qinshan town. Jiang Hao silently calculated the distance. When he had run 39 meters, Jiang Hao mounted the hen, which then spread its wings and flew after the Northern Barbarian. Flying is much faster than running. In less than a few seconds, Jiang Hao was already above the Northern Barbarian. The hen descended from the sky, and with claws like steel, it grabbed the Northern Barbarian's head and yanked it hard. Oh, Jiang Hao did not kill him in one hit, but first pulled off his skull, looking at the still beating brain inside. Jiang Hao silently closed his eyes, unable to bear to look. The northern barbarian, without a skull, suddenly fell off the snow wolf beast after running a dozen meters, red and white spilling out. The snow wolf, seeing its dead master, stopped running and sat beside his corpse, constantly licking his face with its tongue. Jiang Hao coldly watched this scene, then cast an electric shock skill to end the snow wolf's life. While setting up firewood, he said, "Go clean yourself up." The boy blushed and said, I don't have a change of pants." What a hassle. Jiang Hao casually found a pair from his backpack and tossed it to him, then ignored him. After a busy night and having eaten his fill, Jiang Hao casually found a place and let the hen out to keep watch, then laid down and fell asleep. The boy, perhaps having just lost his parents, spent the whole night having nightmares, mumbling incoherently. The disappearance of the 15 northern barbarians naturally attracted the attention of others in Xinshan town. Just as dawn broke, a thick fog filled the small woods, and a large team composed of 10 squads was marching towards the small woods. After a night, the smell of blood had almost disappeared, but there was still a trace of it that the snow wolves could smell. The hen, dozing beside Jiang Hao, suddenly opened its eyes, staring at the edge of the small woods for a few moments, and confirmed that enemies were approaching before gently pecking Jiang Hao a few times with its beak. Jiang Hao immediately woke up, did a quick roll to his feet, and kicked the boy, who was sleeping like a dead pig, awake. "Get up, stop sleeping. People are coming." The boy, who had a night full of nightmares, groggily got up from the ground, rubbed his eyes, and said, "Why did you wake me up? I'm so sleepy." Jiang Hao mounted the hen and growled, "If you don't want to die, hurry up and get on." With the current size and strength of the hen, it could carry him alone, but adding another person would mean running on its legs. "Over there. Catch them and don't let them escape." A werewolf charged in, agilely leaping from tree trunk to tree trunk, and behind him, over 100 northern barbarians riding snow wolves waved their curved knives and howled excitedly. "Damn, there are too many people. If it were a small group of enemies." Jiang Hao wouldn't hold back, but with over 100 people hunting him alone, and he was carrying a burden, the outcome of the battle was clear without needing to fight. Fortunately, the hen's agility had reached 202 points, its speed was almost like flying, and the only one who could keep up with the hen was that werewolf. The two sides chased each other and quickly broke out of the small woods onto a small hill, with an endless plain on the other side of the hill, beyond which lay the Wujishan Mountains. This terrain was not favorable for the hen because on the plain, the snow wolves could run at a speed comparable to that of a spirit leopard, one of the fastest beasts in the Beastmaster world. The pursuing werewolves seemed to be at least in the mountain-moving stage, with ample stamina. It was only a matter of time before they caught up with the hen. Once he got entangled with them, it wouldn't be long before the snow wolves would catch up, and then he would have no way to escape. Jiang Hao was anxious, already considering abandoning his burden, but just as he was about to act, the boy suddenly spoke. "To the right. There's a wide and deep river there. Are you sure?" The boy nodded firmly. Jiang Hao immediately turned the hen to the right and dashed ahead. Chapter 69, Apprentice Pharmacist. It's not too late. Jiang Hao jumped directly off the back of the giant hen, letting it fly the boy to the opposite bank first. The werewolf's claws had already reached Jiang Hao's armor, and at the moment the lure skill was triggered, the werewolf could only watch helplessly as it ran uncontrollably in the opposite direction. What the hell? Jiang Hao's killing intent surged. Taking advantage of the fact that the North Sea warriors had not arrived for support, he decided to deal with this werewolf first. Wind Pearl, Electric Shock, Fireball. All were launched at the werewolf, who was unable to resist. In the same realm, Jiang Hao was considered invincible. The giant hen's strength value of 600, combined with max-level skill damage, had reached a terrifying existence. The combined damage from 6 consecutive fireballs, the explosive damage from electric shock, and the built-in stun effect meant that the werewolf, under the control of the lure skill, had no power to fight back. The moment it fell, the group of North Sea warriors had just arrived, witnessing their leader being killed instantly. It would be a lie to say they weren't shocked. But thinking about how they had a larger number, anyone who retreated first would likely be branded a coward, so everyone hesitated, glancing at each other from less than 50 meters away from Jiang Hao, none daring to take a step forward. The thought of his father's death and facing these northern barbarians made Jiang Hao's hatred rise sharply. The hatred for his father's murder was an eternal vendetta. Even if these northern barbarians were not the main culprits, they were still enemies. And he didn't know how much blood and lives of the people from Xinzhou were on their hands. Moreover, after interrogating that northern barbarian, Jiang Hao learned that the Eternal City had been slaughtered, and at least half of the responsibility lay with him. Jiang Hao knew he shouldn't let any northern barbarian go. So let them all die? Jiang Hao rode the giant hen and charged towards the group of northern barbarians in the air. Blood enhancement. Raging flames of heaven. This was Jiang Hao's first time using this ultimate skill in reality. Suddenly, within 100 meters, a sea of fire erupted on the grass. flames reaching nearly 2 meters high, engulfing the group of northern barbarians instantly. Jiang Hao watched expressionlessly as they struggled and screamed in the inferno, a sense of satisfaction suddenly rising in his heart. He was not someone who enjoyed slaughter, but he understood one principle: showing mercy to enemies was cruelty to oneself. The ultimate skill, raging flames of heaven, could only last for 1 minute in reality, but that was enough to burn everything in the world. The screams lasted less than 10 seconds, and the group of over 100 northern barbarians, including their snow wolves, were burned to nothing. As the flames gradually extinguished, what remained in sight within 100 meters was scorched earth. The moisture in the soil evaporated, cracked, and it was a sight too grim to behold. Jiang Hao approached the werewolf's corpse and retrieved a beast crystal from its body. This werewolf had died without separating from its beast pet. One could say it was a kind of shared grave. Jiang Hao didn't even look at the quality of the beast crystal, washed it in the river, and stuffed it into his backpack. On the opposite side, the boy was trying hard to fish out a corpse floating in the river with a long branch. When Jiang Hao approached, he pleaded, "Help me. This is Uncle Chen's family from next door." After the war broke out, they ran out of the town in the chaos, thinking they would escape, but unexpectedly, "Take your time fishing it out. I'm leaving." The boy was furious upon hearing this, swinging the branch at Jiang Hao. "How can you be like this? You have no compassion at all. It's one thing to see them die without helping, but at least you should help bury their bodies properly." Jiang Hao had seen too many people's corpses lying in the wilderness along the way. If he had to help recover every single one, wouldn't he be exhausted? At first, he would have acted like the boy, thinking that if he couldn't save them, he could at least help recover the bodies and find a decent place to bury them as a small contribution. But over time, he became numb and stopped doing such futile work. With that time and energy, he might as well kill a few more northern barbarians. "Wait for me." Seeing Jiang Hao's firm refusal to help, the boy was both angry and helpless. He was small and weak, and he couldn't pull the bloated body onto the shore by himself. Moreover, he realized Jiang Hao was very strong. If he didn't stick with him, he would surely die. He panicked at the thought of being abandoned. "It's normal for me to walk slowly with my short legs. If you think I'm slow, you can let your beast carry me. Dream on." Jiang Hao rolled his eyes. This little brat was still too naive to think of such a thing. Jiang Hao ignored him and quickened his pace towards the Wujum Mountains. The boy, seeing this, puffed up in anger and hurriedly followed with his short legs. After almost half an hour, he was getting a bit breathless himself. Turning back to look, the boy's figure was just a small black dot. If he walked a bit further, he could shake off this nuisance. But looking at that little black dot, he ultimately softened his heart. After about 10 minutes, the boy, dragging his heavy legs, gradually approached, almost out of breath. He wiped the sweat from his face and looked at Jiang Hao with determination. "What is your name?" Jiang Hao asked, genuinely impressed by the stubborn child. I'm Chen Qianshu, an apprentice alchemist." Saying this, he pulled out a book from his pocket. "This is my family's ancestral alchemy diagram. As long as I can learn the secret formulas in it, I can make very powerful potions." Seemingly afraid that Jiang Hao would leave him behind, Chen Qianshu tried hard to prove his value, even revealing the ancestral secret formula, clearly showing he had made a great decision to follow Jiang Hao. He was betting that Jiang Hao, a beast master, would not covet his knowledge. An alchemist? Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. This was the first time he had heard of this profession. In this beast master world, he only knew of beast masters, tamers, appraisers, blacksmiths, and other more famous professions. Alchemists were indeed a first for him. "You must not be from my Shenzhou country." Chen Qianshu was taken aback, not understanding why Jiang Hao asked this. If they weren't Shenzhou people, where were they from? Jiang Hao was just guessing, and seeing his confused expression, he stopped pursuing the matter. "You're smart, knowing how to prove your value to me. Oh, by the way, I'm Jiang Hao. If you're not afraid, you can follow me." "You're Jiang Hao. You're the one who betrayed." Chen Qianshu hurriedly shut up, fearing he would offend Jiang Hao. But seeing Jiang Hao's indifferent expression, Chen Qianshu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "You just killed so many northern barbarians. You can't be that kind of person. I can see the hatred for northern barbarians in your eyes. What do you know? Although the city gate wasn't opened according to my wishes, I won't deny that I opened it myself. So, facing the world's accusations and curses, I never argue, nor can I argue." After resting, Jiang Hao set off again. This time, he tried to slow down his pace. "Where are we going?" "Wujum Mountains." "What are we going there for? What else can we do?" "Of course, to meet up with my former teammates. I don't know if Fatty and the others managed to escape from the Eternal City, nor do I know where they are, but my instinct tells me to head for the Wujum Mountains. I can only choose to enter the Wujum Mountains since Wujishi is currently besieged by northern barbarian troops, and it's definitely impossible to get in. The Shenzhou army is split into 2 routes, with some in the mountains. I can only choose the route to the Wujum Mountains." "You still haven't told me what we're going to do in the Wujum Mountains." This kid was so annoying. Couldn't he just be quiet? "Shut up. If you don't want to follow, just go. I won't stop you. Chen Qianshu, what do alchemists do? Or rather, what kind of potions do you study? Of course, it's related to you beast masters. My father once said that the will of beast masters varies in strength. The stronger can control their pets better in battle, but maintaining a beast space consumes a huge amount of will. As a result, the time a beast master can control their pets in battle is greatly shortened. Researching a potion to enhance the thoughts of beast masters is a lifelong dream for every alchemist. But unfortunately, no one has ever succeeded, which is also why we alchemists remain obscure. Jiang Hao understood. He then asked, aside from researching potions to enhance thoughts, what else is there? Chen Qianshu had never thought about this. He was just a child with simple ideas, learning whatever his father taught him. Seeing his confused expression, Jiang Hao tried to broaden his thinking. Have you considered researching from a different angle, like how to enhance the strength, defense, and vitality of an ordinary person, to make them as powerful as a beast pet, but without relying on a beast pet to possess strong abilities as a human warrior? Upon hearing Jiang Hao's insights, Chen Qianshu hesitated, saying, isn't this something that has been researched before? I heard my father say that in the Chaoyan kingdom, there were alchemists who specifically studied potions to enhance human abilities. They succeeded, but the consequences were severe. It was said that after drinking the potion created by that alchemist, ordinary people indeed gained immense power, but the side effects were serious, often causing them to lose their sanity and become monsters that only knew how to kill. Most importantly, their lifespan was very short. Those who drank the potion would die within a month, and after their bodies decayed, it triggered a plague. Those infected by the plague would also turn into monsters, killing people everywhere. In the end, that alchemist was sentenced to death, and later, the royal family of the Chaoyan kingdom specifically enacted a law prohibiting any research on potions to enhance human abilities, and anyone discovered doing so would be executed on the spot. Chapter 70. Heartfelt Beast Control. So terrifying? Jiang Hao was taken aback. Even the first-ranked country, the Chaoyan kingdom, could do nothing about it. It seemed that the idea of enhancing the strength of ordinary soldiers was not feasible. Have you alchemists achieved anything? I mean, what good potions have you researched? You should understand what I mean. Chen Xiaoshu innocently looked up at Jiang Hao. Not yet, but I believe that one day, our profession as alchemists will be as famous as beast masters. Let's hope so. Jiang Hao did not look down on him. It was just that this profession was too obscure. Before today, he had never even heard of it. Don't believe it? Silence, someone is coming. Jiang Hao quickly pushed Chen Qianshu into the grass and crouched down to look ahead. They were very close to the Wujishan Mountains. That move was brilliant. A team of about 20 northern barbarians slowly approached them, riding snow wolves. Let's go. It was best to retreat before the northern barbarians noticed. Why not kill them? Chen Qianshu said with hatred. Killing a few northern barbarians is easy, but the difficult part is that if we make a noise, it will attract more trouble. If I were alone, I could ride the big hen and fly over them without caring. But now that there is another person, the big hen can't take off. Jiang Hao glanced around the environment. Behind them to the left was a small hill covered with bushes. Shut up. If you don't want to die, listen to me. Let's go. Soon, the snow wolves, guided by their keen sense of smell, arrived at the place they had just been. One northern barbarian jumped down from a snow wolf with a curved knife and began to carefully check the area where Jiang Hao and the others were hiding. He then stood up and pointed at the flattened grass, saying, they must be nearby. Everyone search carefully and report any findings immediately. The 20 men spread out several meters apart and began a carpet search. They were about to search towards the small hill. Stay hidden and don't make a sound. Jiang Hao said this before standing up and rushing out. Enemy alert. There's even a fish that got caught. Huh? Seeing Jiang Hao in silver armor, the leader's eyes lit up. If they could capture the enemy commander, it would be a great achievement. Catch him alive. Jiang Hao twisted his neck and released the big hen. A transparent egg bounced and appeared in front of the group of northern barbarians, followed by blood enhancement. A 6-shot fireball spell, wind orb, and electric shock spell. With this combination, 2/3 of the 20 northern barbarians were instantly eliminated. Taking advantage of the lure effect, Jiang Hao drew his longsword and charged at one of the northern barbarians, aiming for his neck. However, he miscalculated his strength, and the sword got stuck on the northern barbarian's neck, unable to move. As the lure effect faded, the northern barbarian, enduring the intense pain, grabbed the longsword to prevent Jiang Hao from pulling it out, while the snow wolf beneath him took the opportunity to swipe its paw at Jiang Hao's thigh, its sharp claws penetrating the armor and leaving deep gashes that were visible to the bone. Careless. Just when he thought he was doomed, the big hen ran over and pinned down the snow wolf, its sharp beak aiming directly at one of its eyes and pecking down hard. With a scream, the snow wolf's entire head was pecked in half. Jiang Hao was stunned. He suddenly remembered that the big hen still had the pecking attack, a physical attack skill he had forgotten. The big hen might not be as big as the frost snow wolf, but it was much larger than these ordinary snow wolves. Able to fly and run, with high agility, even without using skills, it could easily handle 1 or 2 snow wolves. Moreover, the cooldown time for wind, orbs, and fireball spells was very short, as long as he could hold on for a few more seconds. Jiang Hao would be able to cast skills again. However, the excruciating pain in his thigh made it hard for him to concentrate. The inability to focus was a significant weakness for a beastmaster. The remaining 5 northern barbarians had already drawn their curved knives, ready to attack the big hen. Although the big hen had a passive skill, Shadow Clone, the most important thing right now was his own safety. What to do? Jiang Hao. The thoughts of a beastmaster resonate with their beast pets. As long as you let your beast pet perceive your intentions and thoughts, it will understand what you mean. Try to tell it with your heart what to do next. It was Chun Qinshu's voice. This was the first time he had heard that communication with beast pets could be done not only through thoughts, but also through the heart. And the premise of using the heart was to achieve 100% tacit understanding with the beast pet, which he had already done. At first, he didn't understand what the effect of reaching 100% tacit understanding was, but after hearing Chun Qinshu's words, he felt enlightened. Heartfelt connection. He silently recited a few phrases in his heart. After receiving his intentions, the big hen stopped entangling with the enemies, spread its wings, and took off from the ground. At the same time, 2 eggs fell from the sky into the enemy ranks, exploding in a seamless manner, without Jiang Hao needing to use his thoughts to control. The big hen independently cast 2 spells according to Jiang Hao's request, the 6-shot fireball spell and electric shock spell. Both skills had a cooldown time of 10 seconds and were high damage skills. The 5 northern barbarians, already half damaged, could not withstand such damage, and seeing them fall collectively, Jiang Hao let out a sigh of relief. In that moment of mental relaxation, Jiang Hao's vision went black, and he fainted completely. This left Chun Qinshu in a difficult position. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, he felt at a loss. Just then, the howling of snow wolves came from a distance. Startled, he didn't know what to do. In his panic, he tried to carry Jiang Hao on his back, but he was exhausted and couldn't lift him at all. Just when he was at a loss, the big hen used its head to help Jiang Hao onto its back little by little. Chun Qinshu's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly came forward to help. After much effort, they managed to carry Jiang Hao, and he climbed onto the big hen as well. Pointing in one direction, he said, "Big hen, run that way." The big hen seemed to understand his words and galloped toward that direction. When Jiang Hao groggily woke up, he turned his head to survey his surroundings. "Where am I? Hey, wake up." Jiang Hao pushed Chun Qinshu. Hearing the noise, the big hen opened its eyes first. Upon seeing Jiang Hao awake, it dove into his arms, seeking to be petted. Jiang Hao obliged, gently stroking its smooth feathers. The feel was still the same. "Not bad at all. You're awake." At this moment, Chun Qinshu sat up, rubbing his eyes with both hands, looking drowsy. "Where are we?" "Oh." Chun Qinshu yawned and said, "This is an old quarry, but it has been abandoned for many years. Don't worry, it's absolutely safe here." Jiang Hao looked at the bandaged wound on his thigh. It seemed this kid was not useless after all. The advice he gave earlier about communicating with the beast pets was quite good. "This is the beast crystal I dug out from those snow wolves. And I specifically cut this wolf meat, but unfortunately, I can't start a fire." The kid looked young, but he was quite thorough in his actions. Good. Go find some dry branches, and I'll reward you with some premium grilled meat later." Half an hour later, the delicious grilled wolf meat was ready. The two were already so hungry that their stomachs were touching their backs. Jiang Hao greeted and began to eat, wolfing down a large piece of wolf meat. After finishing, Jiang Hao burped and said, "I want to enter the Wuji mountain range to look for other companions. It's dangerous inside, and if we encounter danger, I might not be able to take care of you. So, do you still want to follow me?" Chun Qinshu was silent for a long time, seemingly making a decision. In such a vast world, where can a small child like me find a place to survive? If I get caught by those northern barbarians, it's either death or becoming a slave. Rather than that, I think it's better to continue following you. If heaven really doesn't favor me this time, then dying is also fate. To go with the flow of fate? Unexpectedly, this young kid had such a broad mindset. The quarry was about 200 miles from Wuji City, far beyond the blockade line of the northern barbarians. This was Jiang Hao's 3rd time stepping into the Wuji mountain range. Each time felt different. The first time was curiosity, the second time was determination. And this time it felt like a mission. He even thought that compared to the outside world, the Wuji mountain range felt safer. Whoosh! In the dense woods, a small figure moved quickly. Sharp branches scraped his arms and cheeks, salty sweat trickled down the wounds, and the stinging pain made him unable to care. Finally, Chun Qinshu ran to the entrance of a small cave and called softly inside, "Jiang Hao? Jiang Hao," having to remain vigilant at all times. It had been nearly half a month since entering the Wuji mountain range, and Jiang Hao's resting time was very short. Just after finding a safe cave to rest, he hadn't slept for 2 hours when he was woken up by this little brat, Chun Qinshu. Chapter 71, Saving People. Chen Qianshu. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, I'll just throw you to feed the wolves. Jiang Hao. I discovered a small camp of northern barbarians. Chen Qianshu didn't buy into his threat. After breathlessly reporting the information, he collapsed on the ground to rest. Where? How many people? Take me to see. After wandering in the Wuji mountain range for more than half a month, they finally found a camp of northern barbarians, which meant that there must be traces of the Shinjo army nearby. I need to rest. I really can't run anymore. Let us rest on the way. Jiang Hao released the big hen and led Chen Qianshu toward the small camp he discovered. That's it. The two hid behind a dense thicket, peering at the small camp below through the gaps. The camp was not large, with about a dozen tents, surrounded by a circle of fences. Occasionally, northern barbarians moved in and out of the tents. In the center of the camp, a row of naked Shinjo soldiers were chained together and were being led by 3 northern barbarians toward another direction in the camp. You continue to monitor here. Don't let them find out. I'll go see where they're taking the people. Jiang Hao circled around and followed them to a strange place. A high platform that looked like an altar. In fact, it was an altar. The altar was surrounded by various strange totem flags. And in the center of the altar was a groove. A robust northern barbarian with strange patterns painted on his face knelt beside the groove, mumbling something incomprehensible. In addition, there was a group of northern barbarians waiting below the altar. Soon, 4 chained Shinjo soldiers were pushed onto the altar, and behind them was a northern barbarian holding a curved knife. The Shinjo soldiers were forced to kneel at the 4 corners of the altar, facing the groove, and the northern barbarian wielded his knife, directly beheading the 4 Shinjo soldiers. The blood that gushed from their bodies slowly gathered in the central groove along the strange patterns carved on the altar. Sizzle. The northern barbarian with the strange patterns dipped a finger into the blood and tasted it, then nodded in satisfaction and waved to the people waiting below the altar. 2 northern barbarians excitedly rushed up to the altar and released their beast pets, the snow wolves. Once the snow wolves smelled the blood, they became ferocious and scrambled to consume the blood in the groove. As the blood entered their bellies, their auras began to strengthen, and what was originally a fusion realm suddenly rose to the golden body realm after consuming the blood. Jiang Hao was stunned. This was surprisingly similar to his blood sacrifice mode, just with different effects. But these northern barbarians were using humans as sacrifices. This was inhumane. Chen Qianshu swallowed hard and nodded silently. Jiang Hao rode the big hen and flew down toward the camp below, dropping 2 eggs from the sky. This was truly a case of chicken flying and egg hitting. Blood enhancement. Wind pearl. 6 fireball technique. Electric shock technique. In an instant, the camp was filled with screams. Enemy attack. Quickly light the beacon. He's up there. The enemy is up there. I can't hit him. Quickly shoot him down with arrows. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. The camp was in chaos, and over 30 northern barbarians were helpless against Jiang Hao hovering in the air. Taking advantage of Jiang Hao drawing all the northern barbarians away, Chen Qianshu stealthily approached the first tent. After confirming that it was safe, he entered the tent. But the next moment, he hurriedly closed his eyes. His small face turned red, and he turned to leave, but then he remembered Jiang Hao's instructions. So he had to brace himself and said, "Who knows where the key is?" On the northern barbarian guard. Finally, a weak voice spoke up. After thinking for a moment, Chen Qianshu also stripped off the man's clothes. "Wait, who are you? Why take such a huge risk to save us?" After rescuing the people, Chen Qianshu didn't wait for Jiang Hao and led everyone toward the cave, because he knew those northern barbarians couldn't do anything to Jiang Hao. Everyone was extremely weak, sprawled on the ground. They had not only suffered torture, but were also so hungry that they could barely breathe. After running such a long distance, if it weren't for their survival instinct, they might have already collapsed along the way. "It's you. I recognize you. Jiang Hao, you traitor. I want to kill you." A man wrapped in rags stumbled up from the ground, clenched his fists, and lunged at Jiang Hao. But he collapsed in front of Jiang Hao due to weak legs. "Is he Jiang Hao?" "He is the one who caused us to end up like this. He opened the gate of the eternal city. You still have the face to appear in front of us. Let us all go together and kill him. Avenge our suffering and those dead companions." 49 people were agitated, all declaring they wanted to kill Jiang Hao, even forgetting who had just saved them, or rather, they simply didn't care that Jiang Hao had saved them. Faced with such a situation, Chen Qianshu was momentarily dumbfounded. Then he became furious. "How can you do this? Jiang Hao just saved you. If you don't understand gratitude, that's fine, but you still think of killing him. Your behavior is called repaying kindness with enmity, and you will face retribution for it. Who wants him to save us? If I knew he was Jiang Hao, I'd rather die at the hands of those northern barbarians than owe him a favor. You. Chen Qianshu never expected that these people's hatred for Jiang Hao was far greater than for the northern barbarians. What was going on? My father, Long Zun. never married in his lifetime and adopted 5 of us siblings. He could have married and had children, but for the sake of this country, he chose not to do so. The people of the nation placed great hopes on him, and to achieve the status of a sage, he sacrificed too much, wanting to fulfill the spiritual aspirations that the people longed for with his own strength. As the commander, he did not fail the country and its people. As a son, I also did not want to see my father die on the battlefield without anyone to collect his body. Therefore, I would rather bear the name of a traitor and open the city gates to retrieve my father's body. I am not justifying my actions, nor am I asking for your forgiveness. What is done is done. At least I have fulfilled my duty as a child. The debts I owe, I will repay one by one. What will you use to repay? How much is your life worth? Because of you, our country and our friends and family are suffering from the torment brought by the northern barbarians. Some still do not buy Jiang Hao's story, but others are deep in thought. Jiang Hao's words are not without value, because these people truly admire Long Zun, this god of war. As the most hopeful candidate to become a sage in the history of the Xinzhou nation, Long Zun holds significant weight in the hearts of the people. You saved my life. You have already repaid your debt. I just want to know what your plans are. You couldn't have saved us for no reason, right? Finally, someone asked the right question. Jiang Hao looked towards the voice and saw a middle-aged man sitting in the corner with a full beard and bare upper body. Only some grass covering his important parts. The middle-aged man noticed Jiang Hao looking at him and introduced himself. My surname is Zhang, with the single name Jun. I am a general of the ordinary troops in the Xinzhou army. Chapter 72, The Revenge Plan. So it was General Zhang. I, Jiang Hao, apologize for my rudeness. Since you asked, I want to hide it from everyone. I do have my own purpose in saving you. Humph. As expected, he has ulterior motives. There are still some people mocking Jiang Hao, but he doesn't care and continues. Now, the northern barbarians are everywhere in the Wujishan Mountains. It is difficult for me alone to pose a threat to them. If someone is willing to join me in dealing with the northern barbarians, it will be more efficient than me fighting alone. At this moment, one of the women suddenly stood up, her eyes filled with hatred, and said, maybe you're right. I want to kill all those who have bullied me. Yes, kill those beasts, count me in. The vast majority of the women stood up in response. What are you foolish women doing following a traitor? Aren't you afraid he will betray you again? Jiang Hao looked at the person speaking. He had noticed this person several times, as he was always mocking him and undermining his efforts. Such a person is likely to cause trouble, even if forced to stay. He would disturb the morale of the army. To put it plainly, he is a troublemaker. I want to force those who do not want to stay. You can leave now. However, our movements must remain confidential. There were many who disliked Jiang Hao, and immediately half of them chose to leave. Among those who stayed, there were 11 women who had previously suffered under the northern barbarians. The hatred they harbored was exactly what Jiang Hao wanted. Only those who carry hatred will be the most obedient and easiest to manage when seeking revenge. There were also 14 men, all soldiers brought by General Zhang. Although they were ordinary soldiers, each one was a rare source of strength for Jiang Hao at this moment. Jiang Hao contributed all of his clothes to these women. There was no other option but to make do for now. After the others left, those who remained had been on high alert and in despair for so long that their spirits were on the brink of collapse. They had finally found a place to rest, and before long, they fell into a deep sleep. General Zhang, why aren't you sleeping? Only Zhang Jun could not sleep. Jiang Hao asked, why aren't you sleeping, General Zhang? Are you still thinking about that small camp? Zhang Jun sighed and looked at the women, saying softly, Deputy Commander Jiang. You don't know. I remember when we were captured at that camp, there were at least 100 female beast tamers like them. Yet, in less than half a month, only these remained. Those northern barbarian beasts didn't treat us as humans at all. They killed us at will. The men were taken to do hard labor, and the women were humiliated at least a dozen times a day. The entire camp was filled with their pleas and screams. Those who couldn't bear it bit their tongues and committed suicide. But even in death, those beasts wouldn't spare their bodies, feeding them to snow wolves or using them for blood sacrifices, etc. At this point, Zhang Jun could no longer continue describing. Blood sacrifice? Hearing this term, Jiang Hao suddenly remembered the altar. It was indeed a blood sacrifice. General Zhang, are you referring to that tall altar with a groove in the middle? I've seen it. Those northern barbarians would push people onto the altar for beheading and bleeding, then add an unknown herb, and the blood would congeal into a blood plasma. When snow wolves consumed this blood plasma, their strength would increase. Yes, as far as I know. There are at least 3 such altars near that small camp. Do you think those female beast tamers didn't want to resist? In fact, they simply couldn't resist. I once overheard a conversation between several northern barbarians, and they said that those altars are very strange. Once blood is drawn on them, their will is weakened. At first, the northern barbarians would only draw a little blood, but they were not satisfied, and eventually, they would just kill them outright. These female beast tamers, due to their weakened will, could hardly maintain their beast taming space, let alone have the extra strength to control their beasts to resist. Wait, you said there are 3 altars near that small camp? Yes, I heard a northern barbarian guard say it himself. Not good. We need to leave here quickly. If it were only 1 altar, he wouldn't be too afraid, but 3 is a bit too much. The key is that these people have not yet regained their strength. Relying solely on himself is not sustainable. Jin Shu, hurry and wake everyone up. We need to leave here quickly. Zhang Jun also realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly got up, kicking awake his subordinate, who was sleeping like a dead pig. Get up, stop sleeping. What's wrong? Are the northern barbarians coming? Kill. I'll kill you. Hurry and help wake everyone up. We have to leave here. If the northern barbarians find us, we'll be doomed. Do you understand? Although everyone was very sleepy, after Jiang Hao explained the situation, they all forced themselves to muster their spirits and began to relocate. Possibly fearing being captured by the northern barbarians again, everyone moved without hesitation. As for Jiang Hao, they showed no interest in him, let alone follow his orders. With the 11 female beast tamers saved earlier, the number of beast tamers had increased to 40, while the remaining 130 were ordinary soldiers. The more people there are, the more conflicts arise. Such a disorganized group was truly not what Jiang Hao wanted to see. Before they had even achieved anything, they were already fighting among themselves. How could such a group accomplish anything? On the contrary, the ordinary soldiers were more stable, with General Zhang keeping them in check. They wouldn't dare to act recklessly. This is how the Shinjo army should be. What can I say? Disobedience is not an option either, because they are up against northern barbarians, each of whom has beast companions. They are just ordinary people, and facing them would mean being cannon fodder. If they don't unite, the chances of revenge will be even lower. Watching the beast tamers arguing fiercely, Zhang Jun quietly approached Jiang Hao and asked in a low voice, Deputy Commander Jiang, aren't you going to stop this? If it keeps going, it's likely to turn into a fight. With an expressionless face, Jiang Hao glanced at the 40 beast tamers and said, I wonder if General Zhang has any good strategies? I wouldn't call it a good strategy. But I do have a suggestion. I wonder if Deputy Commander Jiang is willing to hear it? General Zhang, please feel free to speak. To put it simply, it depends on Jiang Hao's eloquence. Can he paint a big picture? Of course, Jiang Hao can paint a big picture. Without constraints. Everyone is just worried about not contributing or directly leaving after taking revenge, which is why they have been arguing nonstop. Now that they have heard Jiang Hao's words, those concerns have diminished significantly. The fate of deserters can be quite tragic. The 40 beast masters lowered their heads and discussed for a moment, expressing their agreement, as they had no more effective way to persuade each other. All right, since everyone agrees, I will arrange a few tasks. First, someone needs to scout the enemy to determine their specific numbers, activity range, and patrol patterns. Second, we need to formulate an ambush plan. Lastly, to ensure the success of the ambush plan, we also need to arrange for support on the retreat route and prevent enemy reinforcements. General Zhang, the support on the retreat route will be your responsibility. Is there any problem with that? Zhang Jun was naturally very cooperative with Jiang Hao, immediately stating, Deputy Commander Jiang, rest assured, we will guarantee the completion of the tasks you assign us. Jiang Hao was very satisfied with Zhang Jun. He was clear-headed and good at assessing the situation. It would be even better if he could improve his loyalty. Who was willing to take on the scouting task? A female beast master stepped forward. I'll go. My beast pet is a peak ghost cat in the golden body realm. It guarantees that the enemy won't notice it while sneaking. It turned out to be the same beast pet as Gongsun Qianxuan, which made Jiang Hao take a closer look at her. She was of average appearance, but had a good figure, and she seemed to be the oldest among the group of women, named Yang Qian. Looking at this woman, Jiang Hao suddenly had an indescribable intuition. She had been the one arguing the most fiercely before, and her strength was also the highest. All right, then this task is assigned to you. Now let's formulate the ambush plan. Let us brainstorm, and anyone with good strategies or suggestions can put them forward. Next, everyone started to talk over each other, and Jiang Hao found it exhausting, especially with those women. It was like a cacophony of ducks quarreling. Jiang Hao began to doubt whether he had made a mistake. Chapter 73, Annihilate them. Thus, the plan was completed amid stumbles. Among the 40 beast masters, there were 32 with combat capability, while the remaining 8 were support types and did not even reach the golden body realm. So Jiang Hao did not expect them to be of much use. Including himself, if the 33 main forces coordinated well, the odds of winning were still quite high. The main thing was that the northern barbarians in the small camp also had generally low strength. They were just numerous. As long as someone could hold off the enemy, he was confident of annihilating them. Zhang Jun's subordinates were even less expected to fight. Their only use was to assist in retreat and do some tasks within their capabilities. According to the agreement with Yang Qian, Jiang Hao brought the main force to the bottom of the mountain hollow, but after waiting for her for nearly 3 hours, as it was getting dark and still no sign of her, Jiang Hao began to doubt whether she had been caught after being exposed. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. A sudden voice appeared in his ear, and soon Yang Qian appeared from behind the crowd, unnoticed. You scared me to death. How's the situation? A female beast master next to her patted her chest, looking still shaken. Yang Qian looked at Jiang Hao and reluctantly shared the information she had gathered. All the northern barbarians are in the camp, with about 200 people. There are continuous patrols within a 50-meter range of the camp, with a sentry every 5 steps, and the defenses are strict. It seems that ever since their family was stolen from, these northern barbarians have learned to be much more cautious. Can you draw a detailed map of their sentry posts? Yes. Yang Qian broke off a small tree branch and started drawing on the spot while explaining. Each of the 4 corners of the small camp has a 2-story watchtower. And there are always 2 people on duty to patrol the towers, changing every 4 hours. There are only 2 main gates for entering and exiting the camp. And the gate facing us is tightly closed, with 2 hidden sentries behind it. I didn't dare get too close to find out how many people were inside. There are 2 teams of 5 people each patrolling in an intersecting manner outside the camp, 50 meters away. Oh, and I also heard screams from inside the camp. It seems these brutes have caught some of our people again. With such rigorous defensive measures, we would be discovered before we even got close. At that time, how could we ambush with so few people? Yeah, there seems to be no chance at all. What should we do? Jiang Hao suddenly spoke. Are there any northern barbarians with strength above the mountain-moving realm inside? If not, we still have a chance. Yang Qian instinctively shook her head when Jiang Hao looked at her. So Jiang Hao pointed to 3 locations outside the camp. Here are their 3 altars. If we send people to destroy their altars, and they find out, it is very likely that they will split some of their troops to support these 3 directions. Once they divide their forces, we can quickly strike and destroy these 4 watchtowers, while also eliminating those 2 intersecting patrol teams. At that time, we can all rush into the camp and kill as many as possible. After hearing Jiang Hao's plan, Yang Qian couldn't help but question, isn't sending people to destroy their altars going to alert them? How does that count as an ambush? If we can't ambush, we need to think of another way. We can't let everyone run for nothing, can we? Yang Qian asked, what is your confidence level? I can't guarantee this. We do our best and leave the rest to fate. However, as long as you can hold them off and give me some time, annihilating them isn't impossible. In fact, Jiang Hao did not reveal his true intentions. Annihilating a small camp was an easy task for him. The reason he didn't want to do it was out of consideration for these people's feelings. After all, revenge only has meaning when done by oneself. Zhang Jun said, then let's do this. I will send people to set fire to these 3 altars and try to make as much noise as possible. Wait. With a bit of time left, Jiang Hao entered the simulation game. Ever since his father's death, he hadn't entered the game for a long time. The original plan to level up his beast pet to level 60 had been put on hold, and the rare beast crystals he had saved were almost exhausted. But the big hen still hadn't leveled up. As the time slowly approached 4 o'clock the next morning, Jiang Hao asked Qianqiu to wake everyone up. Qianqiu, once we start fighting, your small size 1T easily attract attention. I hope you can rescue as many hostages as possible from inside. Can you do that? Don't worry. Leave it to me. In the silent Wuji mountain range at dawn, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and for some, tonight would be an unforgettable night. In the calm night, 3 places not far from the small camp suddenly caught fire, the flames bright red, almost illuminating the entire world. It's on fire. The altar is on fire. In an instant, dozens of figures emerged from the tents in the camp, and the noisy cries could be heard even from over 200 meters away in the mountain hollow. Soon, 20 people formed a team and rushed out of the camp towards the 3 altars. Jiang Hao rode the big hen, blending into the high sky, clearly witnessing this scene. Once the 3 small teams ran far, Jiang Hao approached the watchtower closest to the mountain hollow. An egg fell from the sky, and when it was less than 2 meters above the watchtower, it suddenly exploded, sending 3 bolts of lightning down on the 2 northern barbarian guards at the tower, instantly causing a foul smell to spread. Enemy attack. A warning suddenly came from behind the gate, but before they could issue a second warning, a transparent egg fell not far behind the gate, and 4 figures simultaneously appeared from the hidden sentries. What awaited them was a blood-enhanced wind pearl. Perhaps Jiang Hao had extraordinary luck. This time, the wind pearl skill actually dealt 4 critical hits simultaneously, and he hit the 20% critical rate. In this way, even if the damage of the wind pearl is not very high, the critical strike damage dealt during the blood enhancement is enough to wipe out these 4 baimen who are not even at the golden body realm. Taking advantage of the fact that the other baimen in the camp have not yet come to rescue, Jiang Hao controlled the big hen to land behind the gate and directly opened the door. 30 beastmasters waiting outside rushed in. On the other side, Yang Qian was leading 12 other beastmasters to ambush the baimen who were patrolling in a cross pattern. When enemies meet, they become particularly fierce. Perhaps heaven is favoring them. as the first people they encountered were those baimen who had once bullied them. I've said it before, I'll personally slaughter you bunch of dogs, go die? The peak golden body realm cat girl was terrifying when enraged, giving the baimen opposite no chance to beg for mercy. She charged forward and kicked one baimen in the head, her brute force directly exploding his head. At the moment blood splattered on her face, the hatred in her heart transformed into a bloodthirsty desire. Only slaughter could quell her resentment. Kill. Over 100 baimen riding snow wolves charged forward. Scatter. Jiang Hao pushed the people on both sides away, leaving a passage for the baimen in front to rush out of the gate. Just in time, several of Jiang Hao's attack skills finished cooling down. Immediately followed was another round of one-sided slaughter. In front of Jiang Hao, the baimen riding snow wolves could only be instantaneously killed, with one wind pearl taking down 10 at a time. 6 consecutive fireball spells. Electric shock spell. Besides the support, other beastmasters also took action, and as soon as the two sides made contact, some fell down screaming, both baimen and Jiang Hao's people. Just as Jiang Hao was in the midst of a killing spree, suddenly a werewolf broke through the defense line and came in front of him. With one punch, it knocked the big hen down. Yes, it killed the big hen with one punch. Jiang Hao was instantly stunned. There was actually a mountain-moving realm werewolf hidden in this small camp, and Yang Qian had overlooked such important intelligence, or perhaps she had deliberately kept it from him. This was just a guess, but if it were true, then that woman truly deserved to be punished. I've seen you before. When I was on the city wall of the Eternal City, 20 of my brothers accompanied Lord He Qin to kill you, but unexpectedly, you survived. Even Lord He Qin failed to complete the task. But it doesn't matter. This time the credit for killing you will belong to me alone. Hee. Are you sure you can kill me? If you were there at that time, did you notice something strange? What? Jiang Hao pointed at the big hen. And the next second, the previously dead big hen suddenly stood up again. Shadow clone. Seeing the big hen resurrect, the werewolf felt something was wrong. He had made the same mistake as Lord He Qin, talking too much and not killing Jiang Hao at the first opportunity. Regret was too late. The werewolf could only hope to kill the big hen a second time, but Jiang Hao did not give him a second chance to sneak attack. An electric shock spell stunned him in place, followed by a series of fireballs and wind pearls. This was still not enough, taking advantage of his dazed state. The big hen charged forward and fiercely pecked at his eyes. Blood splattered as the big hen forcefully tore out one of the werewolf's eyeballs.